Boy, there are reasons to be happy this morning. We'll talk about those. There are reasons to be just infuriated this morning. We'll talk about those. That's what we do on this show. We just kind of ease our way into the sports day. It's the Fan Early Morning Show. My name is Nicholas Eric Callis. Fan Early Morning Show is for the average Joe. And when the average Joe wants to shop like a pro, the average Joe can go to CJR Wholesale, our Fan Early Morning Show sponsor. So the New York Mets, a team that is fighting for a wild card spot and starting this particular series. They were relatively close. I believe they were about a game and a half apart, if that. Big series. It was a big series for the Pirates, too, in the previous series when they played the Cardinals. Pirates lost that series 2 out of 3 games. So Gurr, didn't like to see that. Derek Shelton, I mean, those words will live almost in infamy now. He says, they got to be ready. This Cardinals series, division games are important, but we're home. We got to win. We're home, and it's a tight race. We got to win. Pirates didn't get it done against the Cardinals. Now we move on. We got a 4-game series against the Mets. And the first game of the series was tremendous, was it not? Tremendous. Great game. Pirates slaughtered them pretty much in the final 2 innings. It was a powerhouse offensive performance there. Rowdy Tellez homered twice with a grand slam. Same thing with Brian Reynolds. 7 home runs. The Fireworks team ran out of inventory. They homered so many times. Paul Skenes pitched, and the offense backed him up late. Backed him up big time late. It was exciting. And I mean, I heard people, or more watched and read, no, not heard people really, but I read comments on social media like, I don't want this feeling to end. I never want this feeling to go away. This feeling's tremendous. And I felt the same way. And I was just watching and thinking, man, this is the feeling I want to feel forever. This is great. Rowdy Tellez is hitting. Brian Reynolds is hitting. Paul Skenes' pitching draws a crowd. I mean, Friday night was nuts. It was great to see that. But then these next 2 games, they only muster 2 runs, and now they can't win the series. They muster 2 runs in each game. I should specify, but still, I mean, this is an interesting case right now where I can pull out of similarities from the Steelers when I think about talking about this Pirates team, because I don't want to blame the bullpen as much. I don't want to blame Aroldis Chapman. I don't want to blame the pitchers for not preserving runs better. I think there's a conversation to be had, though, which, I mean, who are you more mad at? Are you more mad at the offense for not giving you a similar performance like they did in the first game? Or are you mad at the bullpen for not preserving the lead? Are you mad at the pitchers for not preventing the Mets from scoring? I mean, 5-2 is tough. Losing that game 3-2, though, is extra frustrating. Aroldis Chapman is not, I think, being taken kindly into the eyes of the Pittsburgh public right now. But the Pirates were close. They were getting there a little bit, and then now they're 4.5 games back. The Cardinals are kind of climbing along. Cardinals won their most recent game. They're now 47-42. They're really starting to embed themselves in the meat of the wild card spots here. The Padres, kind of. They're 49-45. Pirates had an excellent opportunity in the games down this stretch this week to really get closer to 500 and get closer to a playoff spot. The Mets have now reached 500. Now, the series isn't over yet, by the way. That is kind of misleading. This is a weird series. There's going to be a 4th game played with the Mets this afternoon, 12:35. So it's not like the series is over. Now, the Pirates can't win the series. They lost 2. They can't win the series. They can only split the series. But even if they split today, which I still kind of want because, you don't want to lose games that you don't have to. But even if they split the series, I mean, what does that mean? Like, what does that say? Is there anything? Is there a different message being displayed here? The answer is no. There's not a different message being displayed here. They're doing what's been frustrating us this entire time. They're just doing the perpetual thing over and over and over, and they're staying around the middle. Dan Zangrilli, I believe, was the one that brought this point up last week, whether it was on our show or the pregame show or the postgame show the one day. I mean, he just said maybe the Pirates just aren't good enough yet. Maybe they're not good enough yet. They're not there yet. Man, that just frustrates me. I don't mind being ahead of schedule, and this team has the tools, I think, to be a really good team. But it's just not coming together. And I mean, that's a reality you got to face too. Sometimes is that maybe it's just not the right time. I feel slightly bad for Aroldis Chapman. I tweeted this out yesterday too. And you can follow me, by the way, at Callas_33, CALLAS_33. Talk to me there as well. And if you want a phone line, you can get one at any time, 412-928-9370. But, I mean, I feel bad for him, and I did tweet this out yesterday, that I don't think he can handle the intensity of a close game in the ninth inning anymore. He just doesn't have the control for that. Great setup guy. And somebody may tweet at me some statistics. Oh, well, he blew this and that and blah, blah, blah. That's fine. I think for the most part, when he's been on, he's been pretty decent as a setup guy. It's nice to have him preserve leads so that David Bednar can shut it down. Now, Bednar's hurt, so what are you going to do there? So you got Holderman and Chapman to lock it down for you. Holderman's been really good. I think he had one or two tough outings out of the bullpen, but for the most part, he's been solid. Chapman, though, just doesn't seem like he can handle that intensity anymore. It doesn't seem like it. And I feel bad. And you're paying him $10.5 million, so fans are going to argue, why isn't he performing? I think we got to walk that fine line, though, or I'm going to walk the fine line, and I think you should too at some points. It's like the Pirates are spending money, and he seemed like a good pickup. And I'm not gonna fault the Pirates for picking him up and trying to spend money on him and lock down that back end of the bullpen. It seemed like a solid signing. So I will not fault them there. And you might. And if you want to call in and you can express your opinion, I'm not going to fault you if you blame him. I don't think he's a great guy in the ninth inning when he pitches. I don't think he can handle that anymore, and that's just what it is. But I'm still going to lean toward more of the offense not getting it done. And I feel like I'm talking about the Steelers. I really do, because I remember saying that all of last year. I felt bad for the Pirates, I felt bad for the Steelers' defense because the offense was having like a record number of 3 and outs to start a game, and the defense was out there for a long time, and they were getting weared down over the entire game up until the fourth quarter when the Steelers' offense would make the comeback in those games. Same thing with the Pirates. It's like the pitchers, I feel bad for because they're doing, I think, a lot of what we expected them to do, which was maybe give up 2-3 runs to start. And then you've got, Jerry Jones, who's hurt right now, I know. But when he was pitching, I mean, he was giving up, within 3 runs a game. Paul Skenes has been elite. And they've been the top 2 starters. Mitch Keller's even had his fair share of games. And then Bailey Falter and Martin Perez, whenever they've pitched, have, for the most part, given you a chance to win. So I feel bad talking about the pitchers because I feel like they're not getting a lot of help from the offense. And I feel like the Pirates have, more times than not this season, been 1 or 2 big hits away from being on the winning end of these games. And so I just sit here right now, baffled, not really speechless, but I'm struggling to find the right words and the right answer for this team because I want them to do well. And I feel like they're good enough to be one of the 3 wildcard teams in the National League this year. But alas, they keep losing a lot of these games that they're capable of winning. And it is sad. And there are callers on the line. You can join, you can join the conversation by getting a phone line. That's what I wanted to say there. 412-928-9370. Call now, get a phone line. People are already popping up, so I'm going to take them in a minute. You can also talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. We got happy things to talk about as well, and we'll do that probably in the next segment, but I guess now is the time that we want to complain a bit, and I'm fine with that because, I'm befuddled, and I think it's a fair conversation to have. What should you do? Was Chapman the right call? Do you like him as a signing? He's just, not a closer. What do you think of this series so far? Do you think the Pirates can even split the series? Give me a call. Talk to me. 412-928-9370 and on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. And we'll start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, this is Ted.
All right, Ted, what's up?
Hey, real quick about the Pirates. You can't compare the Steelers to the Pirates.
Oh, no, absolutely not. I was just saying some of the talking points remind me of things I've said about the Steelers. No, the franchises are different. The Steelers have won more. Yeah, I get it.
Well, like I said before, you can't even take the Pirates seriously because they're below 500 team. I'm not surprised at all. I'll just be honest. They have some excitement to them, but are they, a contender to playoffs? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's just the reality of it is, and to me, it's Sheldon and your GM. If they don't turn this franchise around this year, somebody should be fired. It's not ahead of schedule. They got enough time to actually, to me, be a contender to the division. There's no way they should be below 500. But guess what? They're going to finish below 500, and people are going to accept it.
Sure. Ted, thank you. Sorry, I got to get rolling to other callers. No, I get your point, though. I understand your point. It's always nice to hear from you. Thank you for the call. I get the blaming on the manager and the general manager. Maybe ahead of schedule wasn't the right term. I think I've heard that perspective out there, and I can align to that. That maybe they shouldn't be ahead of schedule. They should be on schedule. It's year 5. They should be doing better because it's year 5 of Ben Cherington being in here and Derek Shelton being in here. I'm with you. All the people that say that, I'm not going to disagree with you. I get the frustration there. So, yeah, if you also believe that it's a front office and management problem as much as it is a players not performing problem, sure. I hear you. I do. 412-928-9370. Another caller on the line. Hello, what's your name?
My name's Greg.
All right, Greg. Nice to hear you again. I'm doing all right. What's up?
Great. I think with the Pirates, a lot of what Ted has to say is true. I'm not going to want nobody to get fired, but the Pirates team is the best player that they got is Skenes. Reynolds is good too, but I'm just saying you need more consistent hitting within the lineup, and that's one of the big problems. Just like with the Steelers, they didn't need all the trades that they made. They needed a quarterback.
And now they have two.
They kept the defense on the field too long last year.
That's true.
The defense was fine. The offense couldn't do nothing. And that's the problem. If it's going to be like that this year, which I don't think it is. I think Russell Wilson and them is going to get a jump start. Mm-hmm. They're going to have a good season, man. They're going to the playoffs, too. And they're going to win a game. Trust me. I will call you back, my brother.
You're welcome.
I want to ask you something.
Okay.
What is the channel on the Pirates on the TV? What is the numbers on that channel?
I don't know the numbers exactly because I usually just listen on the radio. But thank you for the call. No. But all the opinions about the Pirates too and stuff. That's something that I share. A lot of what Greg said. I share opinions with a lot of what Ted said as well. It's just they remind me that's why they remind me of the Steelers exactly because the pitchers are taxed a lot. So it doesn't seem like anybody's calling in furious about Aroldis Chapman this morning. Even though I saw some tweets, some posts on X about him and the frustrations with him for not saving that game. But, from 2 callers this morning are concerned more about the offense, I think, than anything else. Pitchers are not to be blamed. The most consistent hitters for the Pirates this season, and I don't even know if you could put Reynolds in there yet because he just hit well in June, and he started July off pretty well. He's been doing all right. That first game against the Mets, though, that was great too. 2 homers and one of them being a grand slam. That's what you want to see. I'd put McCutchen into the most consistent hitter category. I mean, he gets on base consistently, draws walks at a frequent rate. He's one of the leaders on the team. If not, he's still the leader on the team in home runs this season. I think Cruz took that over, actually, but, McCutchen's one of the leaders in homers. But, that's just the point. McCutchen's been very consistent. The Pirates have needed O'Neal Cruz to be consistent to win games. And I said this last week, if O'Neal Cruz is on, the Pirates seem to do better. It just seems like a correlation that you can make. But when he's not, when he's not a feared hitter in the lineup, I think teams feel more comfortable, and Pirates get out more, and they lose. Simple as that. So I share Greg's sentiment there. Consistent hitting is important. How do you get consistent hitting? Can you acquire somebody, or can these players get better that are already on the team? Don't know. I don't know what the right answer is. I'm going to lean toward getting an acquisition at the deadline, but, I mean, what are acquisitions worth here? The Pirates just seem to be sliding further back. They've now reached the losing streak category here. The Pirates have lost their last 2. The Reds have lost their last 3. All of them are falling further out of the wild card race. Giants are 3.5 back. Pirates are 4.5 back. Reds are 5 back. Although it's still the Rockies and the Marlins that are way out of the race right now. I mean, it's not impossible to climb back in, but the Pirates. I can't say it enough. They have to go on a winning streak to be able to get into this playoff race. They have to go on a winning streak. They can't be losing games like they have against the Mets, and that's why I'm frustrated. That's it. Because if they win more of these games, it's as simple as this. If they win more of these games, they're in the thick of the playoff conversation. Splitting this series was not going to help them. And it just seems so simple. It seems like it's right there. And it's frustrating because it just keeps sliding out of their grasp. And it's simple things, it's little things that could help them, be thrust forward into the playoff picture. And just right now they're not, and they're sliding back. And I don't want them to slide back. I want them to make it, and I want them to have Paul Skenes Bucktober, and we can have a lot of fun, with the Steelers in the fall and the Pirates and the Penguins, even if they get deep enough into it. I remember how fun it was in 2013 to see that. All 3 teams were playing. The Pirates were in the National League Division Series, and the Steelers were playing, starting their season. Or they were probably a few weeks into the season, but the Penguins were starting their season. That was fun. Let's have that again. One more caller before I go to break, 412-928-9370. Good morning. What's your name?
Dan from Imperial. How you doing, Harry?
I'm starting to get fired up. What's on your mind, though?
Well, I just wanted to say, I would love to put the blame on Aroldis Chapman, but see, here's the thing: when it comes to situations like this, it always comes from the top. So, Aroldis Chapman, we knew that he wasn't pitching well in the final innings of games. So it's up to the coaches and the developmental staff and all that to recognize that. And to understand that, okay, maybe this guy can't pitch in the 9th inning anymore. Maybe he's a lead up, to the 9th inning. And then,
it's tough, though. No, you're good. Who would you pitch in the 9th inning then?
Well, for Bednar's hurt, you're right. That's tough. But then I also want to say, and it's crazy I'm going to say this, but this is not a Nutting. He's out there spending money. This is not Bob Nutting. This is coaching staff. This is developmental staff stuff. They're not recognizing. They're not making the changes that are necessary. Mm-hmm. And like you said, Bednar's hurt. You can't. There's nobody to replace Aroldis Chapman at this moment, or Holderman. Those guys got to do it.
Right.
But when he comes back, you move him out. You put him in the 7th and 8th inning. You don't put him in the 9th inning in those high pressure situations anymore. So
right.
It's just, this is all coaching staff. They need to develop these guys and understand that, like you said, that this guy can't pitch in the 9th inning anymore.
Dan, thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, but that speaks to my overarching point as well, which is I can't blame Chapman, because we've already known this, The offense has to pick it up a little bit more and a little bit more consistently. Now, somebody's got to be able to pitch these one-score games, and the Pirates have to escape some of these one-score games, but also give us a few more games where it's not so close in the ninth. Give me some 6-2 wins. Give me some 7-2 wins, Give me some 4-1 wins, not 2-1, going into the ninth inning maybe for the Pirates offense. You got to win some of those close games, or you have to win a lot of those close games to be a good playoff team, but I also think that the offense could pick it up a little bit more while the pitching staff is going through the bumps and bruises. They could still be doing better. So that's my argument there. I mean, it's tough. It's a tough situation. So I don't want to blame Chapman personally. I think the Pirates offense has to do better, more consistently to win these games. More to come, more positivity to come. Coming up next after this break, we'll be a little more positive because some good news did get released yesterday, and I'd like to talk about that as well. I'm very excited. My name is Nicholas Eric Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can shop like a pro. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell Traffic Cam taking a look at the Parkway North's HOV lanes. They are closed for today until tomorrow as PennDOT continues to make some system upgrades and do repairs. You'll have to take the main line, Parkway North, and the crosstown as a way to get around them, so expect heavier than usual delays. Work continues on the Parkway East. Watch for lane restrictions in both directions between the Churchill and Monroeville interchanges, and an accident involving a vehicle into a house in Green Tree Borough at the intersection of Sheldon and Ramey Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for July is Old Thunder Brewing's False Kingdom IPA. And the charity is Partners for Quality.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
morning show for the average Joe, and when the average Joe wants to shop like a pro, the average Joe can go to CGR Wholesale. My name is Nicholas Callis. Nice to be with you. Getting kind of frustrated here, but we also got some good news to talk about for a little bit. I got a few more minutes. So I'll take one more call right now at 412-928-9370, and it'll be this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hi, Nicholas. Terry from Ligonier.
Terry, it's great to hear from you.
Yeah, it's been a while. Hey, yeah, I'm sharing in your frustrations.
Very good.
Yeah, I think it's just the consistency and the hitting. I mean, you got basically McCutcheon, you got Reynolds. That's your two key players.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the guys, they're just too streaky. They get one hit, two hits. Next game, two more guys are maybe Gonzalez and Velez. He gets hot, and then next game, two other guys get hot. They got to start stringing hits together and quit letting so many guys on base.
Yes, sir, Terry. I appreciate the call. It's nice to hear from you. Yeah, just the same kind of complaints. Hitters got to get more consistent, and that's really it. I'm glad nobody's blaming the pitching staff as much, though. I mean, it was frustrating to see that one slip away, but also acknowledging that the offense really isn't doing a great deal to support the pitching staff right now, when it's been a little, a little dinged. I'm glad that you guys kind of acknowledge that, all the callers here this morning. It's nice to see that we're all on the same page on that front. Congratulations are in order. One I'm going to do is a personal congratulations. Mason Miller of the Oakland Athletics made the All-Star game, and I saw that yesterday. Saw him in the clubhouse, and I was real giddy because, I played with him at Waynesburg when he was there. So it's nice to see that. So I want to personally congratulate him here on the radio this morning. But also now the guy playing for the local team, Paul Skenes, is an all-star, and he deserves congratulations as well. And I am happy, very, very happy that he has been named an all-star. And it's historic as well. Guy gets called up and is instantly an all-star, and he didn't even play a full season in the minor leagues before getting called up to the majors. So he's doing some historic things, and it's special. So cherish what Paul Skenes is doing, and cherish the time that we're in. That Paul Skenes is already an all-star, and we can. We don't have to get frustrated about that. We can say that justice was served there. He was worthy of being an all-star. We all thought that, and it did indeed happen. So, yay! Paul Skenes is an all-star. Okay, that's it for me. My name's Nicholas Callis. Nice to be with you this morning talking about the Pirates. Fan weather. Let me give you that real quick. Fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions can be found at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 91, low of 67. It's going to be clear all day, all morning actually, and then the afternoon is going to be overcast. Then tomorrow, high of 93, low of 70, overcast skies expected. So expect another hot week. Tough. Okay, now it's time for the end of the show. My name is Nicholas Callis. Jeff Hathorn has the Fan Morning Show coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The perfect show for your drive home. The Tony and Muller Show. The PM Team. Weekdays 2 to 6. The perfect way to cap off your workday. And the latest in Pittsburgh sports. Here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Bird. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site, with seasonal selections every month. And during these hot months, pick up the Hopper House 32-ounce crowlers all month long. Great for vacations, weekend outings, or get-togethers. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the Southside works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Last week, I probably did a lot of the same things you did. I had places to go, people to see, parties to attend, drinks to drink, and food to eat. And it wasn't all ice water and green vegetables, if you catch my drift. There were a few beers, a few transfusions, the unofficial drink of golfers everywhere, plus some hot dogs and burgers along the way, with a little pulled pork thrown in. And after the long weekend was over, I got back on the scale, and guess what? Not 1 pound gained. Know why? Because besides helping you lose the weight and keep it off, besides making healthy eating a total lifestyle change, Awaken 180 really helps your metabolism get firing and stay firing. I've had the 35 pounds I lost stay off for 2 years, and it feels great to know that I can indulge here and there and not even think about a number on a scale because I know it isn't going anywhere. If you want to feel that same kind of control and confidence over your weight, just make the call. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Let us explain. If you buy a diamond at Diamonds Direct today and decide in the future you want to upgrade to a larger diamond, Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. For example, let's say you bought her a $5,000 diamond last year, but now she wants to upgrade to a $6,000 diamond. Diamonds Direct will give you $5,500 toward the new one. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Whether that first diamond was $3,000 or $30,000, you get 10% more. Who else does this? And unlike other stores who claim to offer diamond upgrades, at Diamonds Direct, there's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Come and discover real value and buy with confidence. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Pittsburgh's a great place to ride a bike, but sometimes cars don't pay attention and bicyclists get hurt. If that happens to you, call Goodrich and Geist, the good guys.
Introducing Lumi for Men, and we named him Mando. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman, the inventor of Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, packages, and feet, because we all know our pits aren't the only place we get odor. Mando Whole Body Deodorant is different from anything you've ever tried before. It stops odor before it starts, powered by our acidified technology. Mando controls odor anywhere you have it. My patented whole body deodorant formula has over 200,000 five-star reviews. And because Mando has a 60-day stink-free guarantee, you can try Mando risk-free. Give Mando whole body deodorant a try today and smell like the stink-free man you were intended to be.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 1515 and get an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, 2 free products of your choice, and ships free with code 1515. Go to shopmando.com, code 1515, for an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack. That's shopmando.com, code 1515.
1-800-GOT-JUNK recycles because it conserves our natural resources.
We donate the donatables so they can be loved and used by another family.
Recycling saves us money. The less we take to the landfill, the more we save.
It also saves you money. Spending less on landfills helps keep our prices low.
People love to see a win-win scenario, but we've created a win-win-win-win scenario.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK
or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us the Parkway East, where ongoing construction continues to restrict that roadway between the Churchill and Monroeville interchanges. Meanwhile, the inbound Parkway East just a little heavy into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West also a little heavy into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 28, the Parkway North remains up to speed. So does the Crosstown. And don't forget the HOV lanes along the Parkway North and the Crosstown are closed until tomorrow. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Fan pre-show, Jeff Hathorn in for the guys with Nicholas Harry Callis. Nicholas, how is this? Who's back? One of them's back tomorrow.
Doran's back tomorrow.
And then Adam is back on Wednesday.
Yes.
Okay.
Is this your last day?
For the morning show, yes. I'm doing, then I go to the Pirates game, and then I'm doing Pirates pre and post for pretty much the rest of the week.
Dan Zan's on vacation.
He is taking a little less time off for him. Get a little break, walk away from it. Then there's the All-Star game, so it kind of works out nice for him. He gets a extended time away.
Seems strategic.
Might be. How was your weekend?
Good. It was very relaxing. I caught up on some shows for Star Wars that I've been meaning to watch.
Such as?
Andor, The Mandalorian, The Book of Boba Fett.
And?
Very good. I was missing out.
Best of them?
What's that?
I've watched Mandalorian.
Yeah, that one was touching. It was very touching. I actually watched them out of order because it had been so long since I watched. It had been like years, and I watched the third chapter of the Mandalorian first because I thought, well, they're in order, and I've already seen the first two chapters, and I was curious, not to give too many spoilers, but I was like, why is this one character back? That's bizarre. But then I watched the Book of Boba Fett, and I'm like, oh, no, you got to watch that first, and then the third chapter of the Mandalorian will make sense.
It is amazing to me how that franchise has lasted this long with this kind of popularity over generations.
Well, now they're being backed by Disney, that's how.
Well, that helps. But, I mean, imagine when they're making that story. Here they are in the desert. They're like, this thing. I mean, we've got this, like, Bigfoot Sasquatch character. We've got, mostly no-name actors that were involved, other than Obi-Wan, who was some, I guess, British icon actor. And they're doing they got these weird ships and this space story. This is, I think it was right after Close Encounters or right around it, but that was a more realistic, type thing, or supposedly realistic type thing. And you do this whole, you got to be shooting this whole thing thinking, is this thing going to work? Like, come on. Like, are people going to get into Darth Vader? I mean, look at some of the names. C-3PO, R2-D2. These are character names for this movie. And it just exploded. It's amazing, the longevity of Star Wars. And if you go back and watch the original, of course it's been remastered now, but like how different the special effects. When that first came out, man, that was like crazy special effects.
Yeah, when they would now when they blow up planets, it's real slow. But back in the day, it was just like, oh, we have a giant laser, pew, and just one fell swoop.
Yeah, and it's just
bam.
some stars that dissipated on the screen.
No, for its time though, I can imagine that would be great. It's interesting to think about too. Like when you watch the first one back, A New Hope, it's like it could have ended there. They blew up the Death Star, and Darth Vader was sent hurtling into space. Could have ended there. Well, they all got their medals. Everybody's cheering for him.
I mean, well, and they probably thought that could be it. I mean, they had the 3 ideas. Well, they had the 9 stories, I guess. And if they would have started with number 1, it never would have gone anywhere.
You're right. Phantom Menace.
It would have gone nowhere. It would have been a one-off.
My one friend got me into Star Wars, and he will not watch Episode 2. He said it's too forgettable. There's nothing in there. Count Dooku wasn't doing it for him. So.
Yeah, I mean the first 3, which are not,
we're talking about the
1, 2,
the
and
prequel
3.
series.
Yes,
or the prequel, trilogy. Right.
I mean, maybe 3 just because of the tie-in, going into 4.
Well, 1 you have Darth Maul, which makes it somewhat watchable, other than the politics that just exists throughout.
Yeah, but Jar Jar is just, man, that's brutal to watch.
Yep. No, I hear that. Yeah, I never thought about that. He's not very prominent as the series goes on. Yeah, no, Episode 3 is great. The ending battle.
2, Vader's starting to emerge into his own person. And that battle scene at the end at 3 is pretty awesome.
Order 66 was very sad.
And then I thought, what was the one they snuck in between?
They snuck in 2, Solo, and then Rogue One.
Rogue One wasn't bad.
No, and Andor is a kind of a prequel story to Rogue One. So.
Yeah, Rogue One wasn't bad.
No. Very touching.
I mean, the story, I think, wasn't crazy.
No, it was like, how did the plans get to?
Like, how could you blow up this huge ass planet-size space station with one laser cannon? Because they put a flaw in it, and that's where the plans to the Death Star. That's why they were so important. Like, and this is the guy. Like, all of that made a little sense. The AI of, like, at the end of that movie when they showed Princess Leia, like, the AI is a little bit much because it's like, okay, this obviously isn't her, but
What's the one Empire guy too? I forget his name. They Larkin something. No, Tarkin. That's it.
Oh,
they've CGI'd Tarkin as well.
Yes. Yeah, I
You're not a fan of that?
It's almost, but it's just. Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Well, I'll tell you this: for one criticism of the shows, Luke Skywalker CGI'd as well, and there were some scenes where his lips were not matching up with the words, and that's not great.
Now, what have you thought of the last three with Rey?
See, I'm a fan of The Last Jedi, and I think a lot of people aren't. They're like, oh, different director, and it got steered in a whole other direction. I'm like, I like a little extra. And a little different flavor, because it was starting to feel like the episode 7 was feeling like A New Hope. It was like, here's a bunch of fighting and here's a conflict and okay, somebody important dies and, here we go again. The Last Jedi was like, okay, there's some rules being broken, but it's cool. But then episode 9, too many rules are being broken. They're like, transferring objects in the Force and Force healings and nobody died. They saved Chewbacca out of nowhere, and I was just like, eh.
Yeah, that one was a little bit much. But
people need to. We have to fear for the safety of the characters. I think for it to be an interesting story, and they saved everybody, and then Palpatine killed himself with his own lightning again, and I felt like that was also recycled. You just don't shoot the lightning anymore. Try something else.
Go to the repertoire.
I'm serious. It's not like he was sworded down. It's like he just had his lightning reflected back at him for the second time in the series. It was just frustrating to watch.
The scene of when they're firing all those weapons on Luke, not realizing that it wasn't really him, but
that's cool.
I thought that was when he did the little brush off on the shoulder.
Yeah,
that was a cool scene.
I appreciated that. Yeah. Force projection, sure, breaks a little bit of rules, but also it would make sense. You can't just transfer physical objects through the Force. That just didn't make much sense to me. Man, this is really gone.
Movie. Yeah, and that's the other thing. When people get so fired up, well, you can't do that. It's a movie. It's a movie.
I just think they needed that rule break to force the plot. It felt like the plot was being forced. I'm not mad about it. I have to accept it. It is the movie. I'm not one of those people that's like, I won't accept this. That's what happened. But to me, I'm just watching it like, it feels a little forced. And then the main antagonist kills himself the same way that he had been harmed before. It didn't. Nah.
Did you ever watch the Back to the Future movies?
Yes.
So the guy who played Biff is a comedian.
Oh. Well.
And he does this great riff where he for about a minute and a half he plays this song where about all the questions that he's asked about the movie, about how different people are. And one of the things that I thought was really funny is he says people ask him a lot, did that DeLorean really fly? And he's like, it's a movie. And I guess they're disappointed when he's like, no, it really doesn't fly. Like,
I feel like it's one we all could have figured out.
It is a movie. Furries were in town this weekend.
Yes.
I saw some of them yesterday walking around. I mean, it's not as hot as I guess it's going to be really hot over the next couple of weeks. But it was hot. It was. How do you walk around with all that stuff on?
You got to be you got to be a special level of crazy, I'd say.
I mean, and listen. I'm sure if you're a downtown business, restaurant, whatever, like you're getting money that you probably wouldn't have gotten.
Mm-hmm.
So you're happy. Hotels, you're happy.
Yes.
And do what you will. I just wonder, just for the thermal part of this, when you're wearing that costume in the sun, wouldn't furries make more sense in the fall? I mean, maybe they're all teachers.
Yeah.
And they need to do it in the summer. But it's so damn hot.
You know what? I mean, I think it's the same explanation when I tell people, or when people ask me, they're like, how do you wake up at 4 a.m. every day and come in and do what you do or work 2 jobs? You got to be a special type of crazy. That's my response every time. You got to be a little crazy. So if you want to dress like an animal, the convention's in the summertime, got to be a little crazy. I mean, you got to be a little crazy to put that on at all. What's the heat? There's an extra factor of strange.
I guess it does get a little strange. Those.
I mean, it's not normal, and it's fine. It's whatever, but it's not normal.
Of course, define normal anymore.
Exactly. I mean, it's anything. There's like a line of expectations we have for what is normalcy, and then there's little deviations from that, or maybe big ones. I don't know. Of
course,
beauty's in the eye of the beholder.
There you
Jeff.
go.
I mean,
and as is normalcy.
That's right.
As is normalcy.
Who cares? I mean, I'm fine with it. If they want to do it, that's fine.
Yeah, but hey,
you got to be a little crazy though.
I mean, it was nice to be downtown on a Sunday, and there were people.
Sure.
Like that was kind of welcome. And Picklesburg comes up not this coming weekend, but the following weekend.
Ooh.
And that has become quite a thing. I think
Giant
the
pickle
Pirates
downtown.
I think the Pirates combine that with Yinzer Palooza, so it becomes this whole big thing. And for younger people, it has for our kids. It's become like a destination. Like, hey, it's a really cool thing to do in Pittsburgh. Friends come in from out of town. Like more of that we can do. And if the furries are kind of the first step in that process for the summer, I guess.
Hey,
so be it.
It's all good.
So be it. Do you watch any of the NBA Summer League? Do you get into that at all?
No.
I just watched it for Henson.
Oh, okay.
First game, he dropped 17.
That's pretty good.
He's basically an undrafted free agent for the Lakers. And here he is. He gets to watch all of this. Well, LeBron isn't with him now. He's getting ready for the Olympics. But he's going to be a part of all that. Man, I hope he looks good. 3-point shot. I don't know how he'll do defensively. But it was cool to see him. And of all the jerseys, here's a guy, Pitt star, help turn around the program, be a part of that resurgence. Then to see him in that Laker uniform was kind of cool. Man, I hope he makes it. Or at least gets a good G League opportunity where he can grow his game and show that he could do it. Lakers need a 3-point shooter. And maybe it's not that far off that he could make the roster. That's pretty damn cool. There was an all-star announcement that happened yesterday. That was really cool. Have you seen the video? The Paul Skenes video or that they shot in the Pirates room, and it's Shelton walking back and forth, and he's discussing how this is a big honor. And then it's Brian Reynolds was the first to be acknowledged, and the very always understated Brian Reynolds was understated again. And
I saw some memes about him. Yeah.
And then, of course, the Paul Skenes announcement, which we're going to discuss coming up. We're going to hear from Paul Skenes and what his reaction was. We'll look at some of the other All-Stars. I know you just mentioned a couple of minutes ago, a very special All-Star for you and for those in the Waynesburg community and in the South Hills and all of Pittsburgh and Oakland, for all of the poor fans that are still rooting for that team. We're going to hear what Ben Cherington said a little later in the 6 o'clock hour on some of the news and notes from his show. I mean, it's basically him with Joe Block, and he breaks down every one of those questions that you probably have from his show yesterday. Mark Kaboly's going to come in here, the big boy, at 7 o'clock to join us from 7 to 10, and we're going to talk mostly baseball with Mark.
Wow.
He's a good baseball player in his day.
He keeps posting videos about his
His son, they just won some championship that he said it like 1,000 times. But Mark was a decent player, so we'll talk some baseball with him. We'll also be joined by Kevin Gorman coming up at 9:30 from the Tribune Review. We'll break down Paul Skenes, and we'll also talk about what happened yesterday and the day before and the little mistakes the Pirates are making and Aroldis Chapman yesterday and where they stand in the wild card rankings. Jeff Hathorn, Nicholas Callis in for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson. It is the Fan Morning Show here on 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show here on 93.7 The Fan. Happy Monday. Man, if you're heading to the airport, Nicholas, if you saw those lines for TSA, it's insane.
I've only flown once.
Only once in your life?
Yep.
But you got a
my
vacation
sister in
coming.
Texas. So.
You got a vacation coming at some point here.
No, I don't have one planned.
No, but you're going to have one. You may not have planned it yet, but you've got a vacation.
I guess
as
I
part
could
of your
take
new
one.
gig.
I haven't thought too much about vacations. No.
But yeah, it's pretty insane.
I probably won't fly. I'll probably just stay home or drive somewhere. Yeah, I can't do. Flying's tough. It's tough time.
Last year, Paul Skenes got on a plane and came to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And it was less than a year ago.
Yeah.
And here he is, an all-star. So we're doing the post-game show yesterday from the ballpark and kind of reading through some of the scores and waiting because, of course, ESPN had to go with the American League first. And you're waiting. It's like, okay, who's it going to be from the Pirates? Who's it going to be? And Joel Nelson, it's like almost yells in my headset, Skenes is an all-star. And then to be able to say that the numbers are crazy. It's 10 starts. But I just want to go to like Baseball Savant. And some of the things that he's done. His xERA is 91%. His fastball velocity is 99%. His strikeout percentage is 96%. The lack of walks, he's 87th percentile in walks. And in 10 starts, 2.12 ERA, 78 strikeouts in 59 and a third, and he's 5-0. So a team that has 42 wins, and he's got 5 of them, and he's only been around for a short period of time. But think about that Paul Skenes able to get in the All-Star game, playing 10 games in the majors. Just 10. And it's more than this. We discussed it on Friday, Nicholas. I think there's more to be had there, meaning I don't think it's just hey, maybe he'll get in and pitch at some point in the game. I think it's he should start the All-Star game.
I would have to agree with that. He's the most exciting pitcher of them all.
I'm sure the Chris Sale fan club and the Ranger Suarez fan club in Philadelphia would tell you something different.
Chris Sale won a World Series. Ranger Suarez is having one good season.
And listen, if you want to play the argument, you have to earn it, you have to go through this is an exhibition game.
No, I'm tired of that mentality throughout baseball, Jeff. Break the rules a little bit. Give us some excitement.
And All-Star games need excitement. All-Star games are dying on the vine.
I think Paul Skenes is starting a trend where maybe you'll see this a little more with players starting to come up faster for teams that need the help. I feel like it's the start of a trend because it felt like there were so many times before where teams would be like, yeah, we got to put a guy in there for a year. We got to go through the process. I think the process is going to change drastically here coming up.
You know, it's amazing. It's just a few months ago we were all complaining, why isn't he with the team now? Why isn't he with it now? It seems to have worked out well. Credit to the Pirates.
Yeah,
right?
he was dominating AAA. He was barely giving up runs.
But it seems to have played out well. He's been I won't even say it. But he's come through AAA, made his debut. The question, at some point in the future we'll get into whether he can finish the season. But, man, this is incredible what he is doing right now. He is a face of baseball, and he plays for the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's what is so cool about this is for Pirates fans that have waited for somebody. I mean, Andrew McCutchen was great. He was recognized. He came onto the scene, was helped turn a team that had lost for 20-some straight years with losing seasons, get into the postseason. And he was a huge part of that, MVP. But even he didn't burst onto the scene like this. I mean, MLB TV is breaking in all the time. They're leading with talk about a Pirates player. That's what's made it so cool. And then you wonder, okay, are these, because it's now voted by the players, and then the MLB executive or commissioner's office fills in the rest, which leaves so much ambiguity of how this whole process happens. And it's better that it's not the managers, because then you put them in an awkward situation. Why didn't you pick this guy? Or if there's somebody on your own team, hey, why didn't you pick me, man? I'm one of your best players. So that part I get. Player vote, all right. But I love all right, maybe if there's somebody missed, then there's a commissioner's selection that fills out the roster. However, what had happened with Paul Skenes, and now it's time to take the next step and to have Paul Skenes start the All-Star game. You want eyes? You want social media attention? Few as popular as Livy.
Yeah, get the Livy Dunn fan club interested.
I mean, she already had she had a party for him last night with the All-Star balloons.
Yeah, I saw that.
And champagne and pizza.
Man, that was that's great.
How many million views did that thing get? And now you're going to have an All-Star game where, you could start Chris Sale. What kind of buzz is that going to bring? Okay, he deserves it. That's nice. Fans in Atlanta will like it, and maybe some upset Boston fans will watch because of it. But outside of the baseball world, but hey, if you're a casual baseball fan or not a baseball fan, hey, I heard about this rookie. Throws at 100 miles an hour, and he's only been in the league for, a couple of games, and now I'm going to check this out. Because I heard of Aaron Judge, this monster with the Yankees that is putting up incredible numbers, and they really are incredible numbers. I want to see that to start off the game. I don't want to wait till the 7th inning and have Paul Skenes come in with the reserves from the other team. Let's see Paul Skenes start it. And if it's such a big deal for Chris Sale or Ranger Suarez, tough.
Without the buzz contributing, do you think that Skenes is still more deserving than anybody else in the National League?
To start or to be on the
Let's
team?
Let's not even put past season's precedent in there. This season, what all these pitchers have done, not factoring in the buzz it would get, just from the attention that Skenes is getting. Do you think, based on statistics and performance, that Skenes is more deserving than any of these other pitchers?
Probably not than Sale. I mean, Sale's numbers are pretty insane. He's got 127 strikeouts and I think 19 walks on a really good team. Like, Chris Sale's been really good. Good for him.
Well, then I guess
he's dealt with a lot in his career. But I'm saying you could argue that Skenes is the best pitcher in the game right now. Forget the history of it. I'm not saying the best overall. But is anyone throwing better than Paul Skenes right now?
See, I would argue not.
At least a starting pitcher.
No, I hear you. I still think that he's, if we're talking about deserving, I still think that he's the best of any of the selections right now. Because, I mean, Sale's doing all right, but he's getting more crafty in his old age. Ranger Suarez has figured something out this season. Paul Skenes he's set a foundation for how good he seems he's going to be for a good while here.
Well, he's the talk of baseball.
He's electric. Now, sometimes I think I would worry about setting a bad precedent with these players because you don't want players to get frustrated on other teams for actually deserving things. But even when I look at it, though, and I reflect on it, I think that Skenes still deserves it most. Not only because of the buzz it would get, but he is a solid performer out there as well.
Well, I think from a baseball standpoint, the buzz is important. Like, you want that buzz starting the game.
Yeah. Sometimes I do worry, though, because, if you set a bad precedent, then, it's going to become a popularity contest, and I think you don't want that. I think you still want to put the most deserving guys out there. But like I understand from a temporary like hype up point where the All-Star games have been, you want those guys to get in there. So I'm glad that he got elected right, at all.
So the other 8 position players and DH are all voted, right? They're a fan vote.
Yeah.
That's who the starters are.
Yes.
If the pitchers were a fan vote, I feel pretty confident Paul Skenes would win that vote.
Do we know why they're not? Like why there wouldn't be an option where you can select among a list of starters and
maybe at some point I don't know, because at one point it was picked by the managers.
Right.
So
I think was it always a fan vote with position players?
It's been for a long time.
Okay. I wasn't around back in the 80s, so I don't.
I remember back in the day when you used to you'd have the paper ballots. You go to the stadium and get paper ballots, and you'd have your punch ballots.
Oh, that's cool.
And you'd punch out the players that you wanted.
Oh, well, that's nifty.
Now, you're only supposed to do it a few times, but, you could grab 100 of them.
Well, now they just let you vote multiple times online anyway.
Yeah, but I think, aren't you cut to...
You get 5 a day.
Yeah, there's some limit.
But
it used to be at punch cards, so you'd look at it and you'd say, oh, okay, punch this dude. The only thing is, if you mistakenly hit the wrong one, then...
Oh, tough.
Or you thought one lined up with another. Then you have a hanging chad, which is a whole other topic.
But, I don't know why they couldn't just give you a list of, I guess there's so many. That's probably why. There's a lot now that I think about it, because you've got 5 starters on a team. So you have a list of, what would that be, 5 starters a team, 30 teams. Yeah, it's 150 names. That's a lot.
But he should start the game.
For sure, yes.
I mean, I saw that Jeff Passan had something where, some veteran players are saying they're, a little wary of having. It's not that these veteran players aren't getting into the game, and this is an exhibition for the betterment of the sport. Paul Skenes betters the sport for all of them. Yes, he's only pitched 10 games, but more eyes will be on it because he pitches than probably anyone else. And here's the thing, too, and you hear a lot of when you hear rule changes, like purists hate the pitch clock or the purists that hated that. Well, baseball's not trying to attract you. They have you. They have the hardcore fan. They're trying to get the fan that's kind of like, maybe I'll go to a game, but, they're too damn long. Similar thing with the All-Star game. They got the diehards. They're looking for some kind of baseball fix. The home run derby gets some marginal fans to watch.
It's so much better now. The clock has really helped the sport altogether.
Yes.
Where they just could take infinite amount of pitches before you get 10 outs. Now you have a clock.
It's funny. Yesterday, I think it was Nick Gonzalez got called timeout and got out of the box and actually went into the grass, and the umpire scolded him nope, you're not allowed over there. You got to stay within this within this area. And as I'm watching that, I was thinking, damn, that used to happen every pitch.
Yeah.
Especially if a pitcher was rolling and you were trying to use some time to slow him down or to throw him off. I mean, it's been smart. And for people to say, you can't have but the beauty of the game is that it doesn't have a clock. The beauty of the game is the beauty of the game. And the fact that it has a clock now makes it so much better.
I always argue, too, that the players aren't going to police themselves. That's what rules are for. Right? They're not going to rush if there's no incentive for them to rush.
And it's a strategy for some of the guys. Let's take that out.
You out here, Molina.
It's like, you see 2 hours and 5 minutes, the complete game Steve Blass World Series winner?
Mm-hmm.
Because guys didn't step out of the box.
Mark Burley for the White Sox, too, is real good. When I was growing up, I remember he would just stand on the mound and the hitters would feel pressured to keep getting back in the box, and his games were real quick. Things need to change, though. And Paul Skenes, yes, put him in there.
So what does Skenes think of all of this? All the early attention. If you saw the video online, the Pirates had a camera in the clubhouse when it was announced, and he said it was pretty cool. But what does Paul Skenes think? What are his thoughts on being named an All-Star? And congratulations to Brian Reynolds as well. Reynolds had a huge June, and he's carried that over into July. Obviously had that monster game on Friday with the 6 RBIs and the grand slam and a couple of home runs. We'll hear from Brian Reynolds a little bit later. But the talk of baseball has been Paul Skenes. And what Paul Skenes is saying, that is next. It's Fan Morning Show. Jeff Hathorn for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost yesterday 3-2. Aroldis Chapman blew a save. Pitched the 9th inning and gave up a couple runs. So Pirates went from up 2-1 to down 3-2. And they ended up losing. They didn't score at all in the 9th. Mets lead the series now 2-1. Going into the 4th and final game of the series, Pirates have an opportunity to split still. That game's going to be played at 12:35 today, and if you want to listen to it live, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. For more fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike.
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Post-game sound from the clubhouse. A reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Praise the Jolly Roger.
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to Staples, young man.
Tomorrow's my big day.
Big day?
First grade.
Aw. Well, Staples has crayons, markers, glue.
I need a laptop.
Oh, yeah, sure. With Staples Hot Deals, you can save up to $300 on select PCs for school.
Wait. The finances are Mom's department.
Right.
I'm looking for performance, like a Core i7 processor.
Boy, first grade has really changed.
Tell me about it.
Save big on tech for school with super low Staples Hot Deals. Right now, get up to $300 off select PCs at Staples. Ends 8/24.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
People talk about trailblazing, but how do you really blaze a trail? With all-terrain tires, tubular roof rack, a lifted suspension, and a rugged build that craves adventure. This is the off-road unlocked. Find your path in the Nissan Pathfinder Rock Creek.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Mostly sunny today, the high 91.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy you happiness, but money did help you buy an RV, which means an excuse from working Saturday with your insufferable coworker, Dave. So money is helping you listen to birds chirp instead of Dave chirping about how his toddler is fluent in 3 languages. And it's also why you'll be smelling pine trees in the air, not Dave's tuna melt reheating in a microwave. So save money by bundling your RV or boat insurance with home or auto from Progressive and buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS. Protect your home from water damage and eliminate water woes with Gutter Helmet. GutterHelmet.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. In a stunner at Wimbledon yesterday, number 2 Coco Gauff was upset by new favorite player. That would be number 19 Emma Navarro. Quarterfinalist Navarro's grandfather, Frank, played on the University of Maryland's undefeated 1951 national championship football team. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Are you the parent of a 2 to 7-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting free radio offer. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the Parents' Choice Award-winning online learning program that's actually changing the lives of early learners everywhere.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Right now, we're offering a special radio promo to try it free for a month, but you have to go to abcmouse.com/radio to claim your free month. That's abcmouse.com/radio.
Sponsored by Age of Learning.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A little bit of a rough start to the Monday morning rush. This report brought to you by NJM Insurance. Crews in the final stages of clearing an earlier accident in Penn Hills, the intersection of Sandy Creek and Verona Roads. Meanwhile, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway West. A little bit heavy now as you approach the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East getting in line near Edgewood, Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 remains up to speed. So does the inbound Parkway North into Crosstown. Don't forget those HOV lanes are closed alongside those roadways as PennDOT continues to do system upgrades. They're expected to reopen by tomorrow. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Does our waiter look familiar?
I think he was the Plum Insurance mascot.
If all insurance companies were like NJM and didn't use gimmicks, then their mascots would have to get real jobs.
That explains the long purple hair in my soup.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Paul Skenes is an all-star, and a little bit later we'll get into the games itself, not just the game, but that ninth inning from Araldis. Mistakes we've seen in the last couple, that fun game on Friday. The final game against the Mets comes your way in a rare Monday afternoon matchup on a non-holiday. 12:35 first pitch. You can hear that over on our sister station, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, with pregame starting, with North Shore Tavern leadoff show starting at around 11:40 for Mitch Keller's start against the Mets, as the Pirates have a chance to at least split the series against New York. But we start the day with Paul Skenes being named to the All-Star game, drafted just under a year ago. First time that a player has basically gone from the draft to the All-Star game. Never happened before. And here's what Paul Skenes said about that honor right afterwards.
Paul, just 10 games into your big league career and you're an all-star. I mean, has that set in yet? Are you able to kind of process all of this?
Yeah, I don't know. It's happened quick. Hopefully I'll have some time when I get out there to take it all in and you know, be able to experience it all. But just a really cool opportunity all around.
You said the All-Star game was a family event for you. That was something you guys really were into. Do you have any favorite All-Star memories, or something you'd like to make one? I mean, one you'd like to make this time?
Yeah, I'd definitely like to remember as much as possible. I would imagine that it's probably going to be, you know, a blur. A lot happening over a short span of time with the home run derby and then the All-Star game, but just try to meet as many people as possible and pick their brains, and because the concentration of talent and knowledge at the All-Star game is unlike anything that I'm ever going to experience in my life. So just going to want to experience that and learn as much as possible.
Was this something you even considered being a possibility when you debuted in May? Just because, I mean, you came up mid-season. Did you even think this was a chance of happening?
Not really. I haven't thought about it a ton. Up to this point, obviously starting the year in AAA, the odds of going to the Major League All-Star game are pretty slim, and so that wasn't one of my goals necessarily or expectations of this season, but just a huge honor that I'm able to do it, obviously over a short period of span in the big leagues.
That said, Paul, I remember after your first start in Wrigley, you said to me, I'm going to do something cooler than that at some point in my career. Is this pretty cool? I mean, have that washed over you so quickly?
Yeah, and I still hope I do something cooler than making an All-Star game too, so that kind of still stands.
Well, one of the reasons you're here and one of the reasons you've been picked is your numbers are really good with runners on base, runners in scoring position. You've quelled a lot of rallies. You've managed to keep the games at the opposing offenses at bay. Why have you been so good with runners on base so far this season?
It just comes down to executing, and I think that's something that really good pitchers are able to do. It just comes down to executing pitches and getting guys out, because hitters' approaches change. Our approach needs to change in terms of getting them out too. So, ultimately it just comes down to executing those situations.
Paul, I'm sure you've watched a lot of All-Star games growing up. Do you have a favorite memory of just anything that happened in an All-Star game when you were watching as a fan of the game?
I don't know. I always I go in visitor locker rooms, around the league. You see pictures of some really good players. Like we went to Detroit and Chapman was on the wall with two different teams and like 6 years apart in like All-Star game photos. And you see, as a grown up an Angels fan, I saw Mike Trout on there. Obviously Chapman, Miggy, and guys like that. I think the cool part about the All-Star, or one of the cool parts about the All-Star game is, seeing the MVP and getting the car at the end of it. So I definitely remember that. But it's been cool to be able to kind of reminisce over that kind of thing as I grew up, watching the game and seeing little things like that, little mementos in opposing visitor locker rooms. So it kind of puts things in perspective.
Safe to say you want a chance to win a car?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the statistics are on pitchers winning it, but I definitely remember Mike Trout winning a car or two. Who knows?
Paul, what does it mean to you just to be able to represent this organization in this event, be able to share this with Brian as well?
Yeah, means a lot, and it's a little bit bittersweet because I think that we have 3 or 4 other guys that are deserving of going, and it's just the rosters are small, and there's public voting and that kind of thing, and so there's a lot that goes into it, but it'd be really cool to share it with more people than just Brian, and let everybody see how good of an organization and the talent that we have here is. So it's an honor to be able to represent the city of Pittsburgh and the Pirates in the All-Star game, but definitely wish that we could kind of share that with more people.
You got to face Shohei already this season. Who would you like to face on the AL side?
I don't know. Soto and Judge are the two guys, within their own lineup, and then they'll probably be back-to-back again in the All-Star game too. But it's tough to pick one, just because of how concentrated the talent is. There are so many good players around the league.
What do you think about the possibility of starting, Paul? Is that crazy Would you welcome it? I know it's not your choice, obviously, but you're probably aware of people like wanting to see you start for the eyeballs that it would attract, that sort of thing. How do you process that?
That'd be cool. I no expectations. I don't know how that works. I don't know what who gets to decide that kind of thing, but that would definitely be cool.
Oh, you went from winning the national championship at LSU to being drafted first overall to making your major league debut and now making the All-Star game all in basically the span of a year. What's that been like for you? What kind of a whirlwind has it been, or is it pretty much kind of things coming together in a way you expected?
Definitely can't expect it. I think it's just a product of probably being present and doing the work that it takes and that kind of thing. The expectation was definitely to win the national championship when we were there. That was the only thing that we wanted to do. But in terms of getting drafted first overall and getting called up when I got called up and now the All-Star game, there were no real expectations for me. It's kind of just about doing as much as I can and then putting allowing others to make the decision for me. And so I it's been a lot that's happened over the course of a year, obviously, but I don't know. It hasn't necessarily been a whirlwind or anything like that. But looking back, it's gone quick.
Paul Skenes, after finding out that he is a Major League All-Star representing the National League, whether he will start or not, says it would be cool. Yes, it would be. Paul Skenes, an All-Star. There's some other All-Stars, some with Pirates ties, some with Pittsburgh ties. We'll take a look at that as we continue. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. Jeff Hathorn for Adam Crowley and Torrin Dickerson this morning. Mark Kaboly is going to join us for the rest of the show coming up at 7 o'clock here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost yesterday 3-2 to the New York Mets, and now the Pirates are trailing the series 2-1, but the fourth and final game of the series is going to be played this afternoon. 12:35 is the scheduled start time. If you want to listen to the game live, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now this message from Torrin Dickerson.
The intense summer heat is imminent, and if you're concerned about excessive heat pouring into your home, it's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law's playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
DQ presents Picture This. Picture the DQ freezer, home to all the Blizzard flavors of the past. Picture it opening to bring back the salted caramel truffle blizzard for a limited time. Picture that salted caramel truffle blizzard in your hands. It's all yours. No, really, it's all yours. This treat is too good to share. Everyone will have to get one for themselves. Hurry in to get this flavor before the DQ freezer closes. DQ, happy tastes good.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Catch 2024 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year, Cam Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and many more celebs smashing softballs for charity at the 4th annual Three Rivers Celebrity Softball Game presented by the Corey Firm at Wild Things Park Saturday, July 13th. Tickets are available now.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo. Order the smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar crispy onions, and chipotle ranch. The smokestack will have you coming back for more all summer. Plus, the Roadhog Rib Sandwich is back. A juicy rib patty with sweet and smoky barbecue sauce, cheddar, pickles, and crispy onions. Served on a King's Hawaiian bun. Order the smokestack or Roadhog in the GetGo app before you hit the road. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Time's a-ticking to get that house on the market. But like your realtor told you, you gotta clear out all that junk first. Book us online. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
You make the world fun. Fago makes it pop. Visit MakeTheWorldPop.com to register for prizes delivered directly to your door. Come back weekly for your chance to win. Don't forget it's Fago time at your local Giant Eagle location. Visit them for weekly specials.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
My friends at Craig Galka Roofing stand behind their work. They've been in the business for well over 30 years, and here's something unique. Craig has never asked for a down payment. What does that mean for you? It means they'll complete the job to your satisfaction before you pay a dime. That's how confident they are in delivering top-notch craftsmanship and results. Craig Galka Roofing is all about quality from start to finish. When you reach out to them, you receive excellent customer service that sets the stage for the whole project. Their team works with precision and care, ensuring your roof is built to last. And Craig's reputation speaks for itself. That's why they've earned the trust of so many satisfied customers over the years. So if you want peace of mind with your roofing project, give Craig Galka Roofing a call at 412-664-7679 for a free, no-obligation estimate. You can also visit CraigGalkaRoofing.com. Licensed and insured, Craig Galka Roofing is where the details make the difference.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes. Because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels and kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car really needs a wash.
The $20 McGuire's bundle includes Gold Class Car Wash for a showroom shine.
Get in the zone,
And what about my tires?
Just spray the included Hot Shine tire coating and you're all set.
Get in the zone.
The inside is not great.
No problem. The quick interior detailer in the bundle can help with that too.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Granger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Celebrate Christmas in July with us. Odyssey and the Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh, HARP, invite you to join Stuff the Doghouse on July 13th and 14th. Drive through, donate pet supplies at HARP's North Side or East Side locations, and help make a difference for our furry friends. Items to donate include dry dog and puppy food, treats, and more. Visit the events page at 937thefan.com for the full list. More than just Paul Skenes and Brian Reynolds going to the All-Star game. Bruce Bochy and Torey Lovello are the managers. And 17 first-time All-Stars. Jose Altuve and Salvador Perez from the Royals, the most familiar names, each making their 9th game. There are no double-digit All-Stars, which is rare because typically you see those guys that have been around forever, the Pujols type players that get in the game year after year after year after year. And the most veteran will only be making their 9th appearance in those two. Mookie Betts will make his 8th consecutive appearance. The Phillies are sending 7, including Bryce Harper. The starters for the National League, if you forget, we'll go over them really quickly. Contreras, Harper, Ketel Marte, Trey Turner, Bohm, Profar, Tatis, Yelich, with Ohtani as the DH. A couple of other names. Luis Arraez, who was traded to the Padres, had started off the year a little slow. He's doing okay. Freddie Freeman from the Dodgers. Ellie De La Cruz for the Reds. I hate to see it in his own division, but, man, this dude is a rising star as well. Marcell Ozuna from the Braves. Of course, Brian Reynolds. Pitchers, we know about Paul Skenes. Tyler Glasnow from the Dodgers. And, I mean, Glasnow didn't have the hype of Skenes. But when people say, oh, we haven't seen stuff like Glasnow's stuff was pretty close, but it wasn't working for him. Like, it just didn't click mentally. Like what the Pirates were saying, where he was, what he was listening to, any of it just wasn't clicking here. He's now an all-star with the Dodgers. And Housley has been lights out for the Cardinals. Chris Sale has been really good. I mean, 127 strikeouts to 19 walks. Very deserving. All of those will be all-stars. All-time series, the AL leads 47-44 with 2 ties, which really irks some people, which made for some crazy rules that no longer existed as an exhibition game. We're going to do a open phone segment. Get your thoughts at 412-928-9370 next on, it could be whether Paul Skenes should start. It could be on, was Mitch Keller snubbed? It could also be on the Pirates' last couple of games and where they sit as we are a week away from that all-star break. All of that continues here on the Fan Morning Show. And we'll do that coming up next here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates sending 2 to the All-Star game. Brian Reynolds and Paul Skenes. Pirates lost yesterday against the New York Mets 3-2. Aroldis Chapman blew the save. Now the Pirates are going to try to at least split the series. They've got that opportunity still today. They can't win it, but they can split it. Today's game against the Mets, 12:35. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway East. It's now jammed from the Britton Road overpass down through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. While the Parkway West, you're heavy coming up the backside of Green Tree Hill and then jammed from Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Route 28 steady for the most part, a little heavy exiting off at East Ohio Street. And the Parkway North, you're fairly steady there. Don't forget those HOV lanes closed along the Parkway North and the Crosstown until tomorrow. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's wrong with Rick? He's kind of spacey.
That's Rick's identical twin, Scott. He's not used to answering to Rick.
What's going on?
Rick asked me to keep it secret, but he asked his twin to cover his shift so he could go to Diamonds Direct to shop.
But this is a jewelry store.
Exactly. But the prices and selection are so much better at Diamonds Direct. Rick doesn't want the boss to get suspicious, so Scott's here in case the boss sees Rick at Diamonds Direct.
But that would mean that the boss is at Diamonds Direct too.
Yeah, we have a lot of secrets.
You never know who you'll run into at Diamonds Direct. With unbeatable direct importer prices, the highest quality diamonds, the most sought-after designer rings, the best customer service, the strongest guarantees in the industry, it's just a no-brainer.
You think if Scott had a mustache, he'd look like me?
Go where everyone goes. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane as Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Ready for all those warm weather get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Giant Eagle's Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items, so you can save more on what you like most. Barbecue parties, graduations, communions, they're all easier to plan when you buy a Giant Eagle. These low prices are available for a limited time at your Giant Eagle and Market District, so save today. Find more information on Deals for Days at gianteagle.com.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down, and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call to talk to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. 888-475-1763. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free. So don't delay. Call 888-475-1763. Again, that's 888-475-1763.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app. Search 93.7 The Fan and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. Should Paul Skenes start in the All-Star game? Absolutely, or maybe not. Absolutely leads at 78% so far. You could do that at X at 93.7 The Fan. If you have a thought on Paul Skenes or on how the Pirates did over the weekend, 412-928-9370. We'll do that right now. 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. So Skenes goes to the All-Star game. Brian Reynolds goes to the All-Star game. Mitch Keller, not selected. 9 wins. Been the most consistent pitcher. Obviously, Skenes has been dominant. Jared Jones has had a really good year. I heard people mention Colin Holderman as a possibility to be an all-star. He was scored on in 3 of his last 6 opportunities, and that probably ended it for Colin. But he has been their most consistent reliever so far this year. Friday was such a fun day. 14-2. You're down early in that game. You get a couple of solo home runs to get you back even. Skenes just didn't seem like the same guy, or didn't seem as locked in as we've seen him in other games. Just wasn't as sharp. And, of course, the bar is so high. Still hadn't given up much, but it just wasn't as sharp. Then Brian Reynolds hits the 2-run homer to make it 4-2, and fireworks went off. The last couple of games, little mistakes here and there. Guys getting picked off bases. Drop, pop-up. Bad relay throw into a cutoff man yesterday that, maybe if Cruz catches that, well, Cruz has to catch that. But if that ball is thrown where it needs to be, instead of up high for Cruz to try to go up and make a play, maybe that's a different result. But too many of those little mistakes. And it's a team that isn't deep enough at this point to be able to overcome little mistakes. There are teams, Dodgers can overcome little mistakes. They've got hitting. They've got ways to make up for making those errors. Grandal catching that 3rd strike. Aroldis Chapman just, blow away Jose Iglesias. And, credit to him, 8-pitch walk. I don't want to take anything away from him battling in that situation, but Chapman needs to finish off that play. And you kind of go in after that 14, okay, they got a chance in this. It's a possibility. This is still here for them. And then the last 2 games, especially when you get 2 more really good pitching performances. 43 times this year, the Pirates have had a quality start. And yet the Pirates have lost 47 games. Just not getting the consistent hitting. You get guys that will streak. Even Brian Reynolds struggled at times in the season, then got really hot in June and in July and led him back to the All-Star game. Rowdy Tellez obviously had the horrible start. He's been really good. Good for him. He's picked it up. He's figured it out. Maybe Brian Hayes is turning it a little bit. He had a couple of hits yesterday. And in fact, his out was probably the best hit ball he had to center field. Hayes has to hit. Sawinski's made better. He's made contact. He wasn't even making contact. Now he's making more solid contact. You could see a little bit upside. You see him going in the right direction. But he's been too streaky. And you've got all these teams between the Pirates and returning to the playoffs. And as each day clicks closer to the trade deadline, Ben Cherington said for him, nothing has changed. When he said that most of their answers are internal, nothing has changed. They are now 4.5 back. The wild card is the Braves, Cardinals, and Padres. The Arizona Diamondbacks and New York Mets are 2 games back. Giants are 3.5. Reds are 5. Nationals are 5 back. And the Cubs are 5.5. There's a lot of teams in that mix. Braves, Cardinals, and Padres. I still think Cardinals have had great relief pitching. I'm not sold on them in the second half of the season. I mean, Arizona was in the playoffs last year. The Mets have a monster payroll. Giants have a decent roster. The Reds have some young talent. Maybe the Nationals are playing above their heads. But, I mean, the Braves and Padres, you kind of figure they're going to be in this thing. So you're playing for one spot. Pirates still in this thing? You still feel the same, as aggressive as maybe you felt a few days ago about the trade deadline with this group? We'll discuss that as we continue. Mark Kaboly is going to join us from The Athletic. We'll talk coming up next. I want to get Mark's thoughts on Paul Skenes going into the All-Star game as Pirates righty makes history by being the first to be drafted and within a year be in the All-Star game. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. KDKA TV will handle the weather.
Good morning. The heat continues today. I have us hitting 91 for today's high. Out the door temperatures are in the 60s most places. This morning should be mostly sunny, mostly cloudy this afternoon. New temperatures will be in the upper 80s with light westerly winds. Now, Tuesday it's going to remain hot with highs near 90. The remnants of Beryl brings a rain chance for Wednesday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smile in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Do your dress shoes, casual shoes, boots, and even your sneakers hurt? And are you starting to wonder, isn't there any shoe out there that'll get rid of my foot pain? Well, maybe you don't need a better shoe. Maybe you need better support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help.
When I went to the doctor and got diagnosed with plantar fasciitis, he told me that I could only wear sneakers. So there went all my summer collection of shoes and all my dress shoes I couldn't wear. It was just too painful, too much foot pain every day. I wanted to take off my shoes as soon as I got home every day. But as soon as I got my arch supports from the Good Feet store, I have no foot pain whatsoever, and I can wear any dress shoe that I want.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Summer sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
Crowley here. The dog days of summer are here. It's gonna get hotter. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support your furry friends. Visit SullivanService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Head to the mountains to win big and have a blast at the Casino at Nemacolin. Newly renovated, the Casino at Nemacolin features 26 table games, 500 slots, and new high roller lounge for the bold. Tickle your taste buds at the Royale, the new dinner restaurant, or stop by the bar for a bite to eat. Dining is available 7 days a week. On Friday and Saturday nights, stop in for live music with no cover charge. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ouch! Check from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan, Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month. It's also the month of the 4th, and Zero Res, they're celebrating by offering 3-room Zero Resified starting at just $129 and giving you a 4th room free. Carpet, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Get the pros in there. Perfect time of year to get your air ducts cleaned as well. $75 off right now on air duct cleaning. Help alleviate allergies, asthma, less dust, lower energy bills, and your home stays cleaner longer. Don't forget about dryer vents, too. We've had all of it done by Zero Res before, and it legitimately changes the feeling of your home. Everything feels cleaner once Zero Res has been in there. Like I said, leave it to the pros. You don't want to deep clean yourself with those nasty, dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call, 412-701-1188, and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush getting a bit crowded down. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at the inbound side of Route 51 Sawmill Run Boulevard with multi-light delays now approaching the intersection with Nobles Lane. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, you're jammed just about near the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 remains mainly steady from Harmon to the north side. Same story for the Parkway North from the I-79 ramps all the way down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge and onto the Crosstown. Those HOV lanes closed until tomorrow as PennDOT does some system upgrades and makes repairs. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Tired with being tired? Sick of feeling sluggish? Bored of being bloated? Maybe you're fed up with feeling foggy. Whatever your reason, your solution is only a click away. Reboot your life and enhance your summer at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Jeff Hathorn, joined by the Athletics' Mark Kaboly. You got nothing else going on. You're waiting for training camp to start.
Never waiting for training camp to start, Jeff. You can't wait till it ends. I don't think I've ever waited for it to start.
But you're a baseball guy. Like, you were playing growing up.
Oh, yeah, I love baseball. One of these days it will return to Pittsburgh. No, I mean, seriously, I mean, baseball is really, it's one of my loves. You love to watch baseball, love to play baseball. And I agree what everybody says is if this team ever gets into the playoffs again, this city will go crazy. They're just looking for a winner, looking for something to cheer for.
All right, before we get into the team itself, I mean, you could be skeptical.
I thought you were going to talk about the Portview Bulldogs 8-under championship, but go ahead.
Yeah, we've heard a lot about that on social media. Paul Skenes, what do you think when you watch him pitch?
Wow. Right? I mean, it's more than – I mean, we like to tend to focus a lot on the 99, 100, 7 straight pitches of 100, the most consecutive 100-mile-per-hour fastballs. But the other stuff, the able to pitch, to be able to use that slider, and I hate to use the word splinker because it drives me nuts when I hear it 175 times every broadcast, but that splitter/sinker pitch, I think he's more advanced than we gave him credit for of being a pitcher and just not a thrower. I think that's where it comes in right now. And he's very rarely phased either, it seems like. He can come up there and he can walk 3 guys in a row hypothetically, then you have a good feeling that he's going to get out of it. So I think he's very much mature for his age. I don't know if that came from his time in Air Force, his time pitching in the College World Series or whatever it is, but that's what I noticed from him more than just the fastball, because we knew that fastball was there. Jeff, when they last year at this time, it was like, oh, this guy can throw 102. We know that, and we're fascinated by that. But the other pitches and the command of those pitches so far have been really impressive to me.
Yeah, and I think you hit on it, because there are guys that can throw 100 miles an hour that are not effective, that do get hit.
Who pitched in the 9th inning yesterday? Yes. You have to get the ball over the plate.
If you don't get the ball over the plate, if you don't adjust, if you don't know when, hey, if the fastball isn't working, I got to go to slider, I got to go to the splinter, I got to go to changeup. I've got to figure out a way to have something else to be able to go to when the fastball isn't there. And I think that is what separates the Skenes from other guys that just throw hard. And that's why, and his ability to make those adjustments and not just get bullheaded of like, oh, I'm just going to throw at 100. No, I need to be able to do this or execute this pitch or study guys I'm going up against. All of that is shouldn't be lessened in what he's done, because it is more than just a guy who can throw at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, you look the past couple of starts. I mean, he's given up first inning home runs, and it's not affected him at all. I mean, he's pretty much pitched better from that point forward, where, you know, a younger player, a rookie, who had 25 innings pitched in AAA or whatever it was, you think he'd be more affected by that. I don't know if it's the scouting report that they give him, if it's Grandal or whoever it is, but knowing what the pitch and where has been more impressive than anything else to me. And he's just his maturity level too. I mean, the guy seems like the real deal. He seems, I mean, you know him more. I mean, you've interacted with him. He seems like he's down to earth too, a grounded individual, when he very well, I mean, we've seen many athletes get early success turned into you-know-whats. And he doesn't seem like that type of guy. So, I mean, he's everything what he was, presented to us and more so far. So, I don't think you could really expect more from him.
I will say, and this is an unfair comparison, and this comparison gets made all the time, but I'll make it anyway. He reminds me of Crosby, and Sidney Crosby, and the focus that he has, the attention to detail that he has, how he goes through his routines even on off days, of doing what he needs to do to put himself in the right position to be really good. And I think that focus does come from his family. It comes from his coaches that he's had to this point, and obviously it comes internal.
You know, another tough thing is he's probably had a couple no decisions that he should have won. And that doesn't – I mean, I know he's young and he probably shouldn't say anything, but that would have to be getting frustrating after a while. You come out after pitching, giving up 2 hits over 6 innings, and you end up turning it over to the bullpen, you end up losing. You're like, oh, my goodness, what is going on here? You have to think that, but he doesn't outwardly show that emotion. So, I mean, unless something crazy happens, this guy is – you know how everybody always says after, 7 or 8 starts of somebody, or a couple a year of, sign him to an extension. Hey, sign Skenes to his extension. Right? I think, barring an injury, I think this guy is a guy that's going to be around 14, 15 years and be a guy that's going to be something to deal with for a while now. So, like I said, I mean, look at the other option they had last year in the first round. I think they picked correctly right now. It's early.
Oh, can you imagine, Mark, and Jeff Hathor, Mark Kaboly here on the Fan Morning Show, brought to you by Guardian Protection, if they would have made another selection, they would have picked one of those position players, and Paul Skenes were killing it with somebody else, and in the All-Star game, I mean, think about what that reaction would be here. I mean, think of how people were bent out of shape, and I think you have to give some credit to how the Pirates handled this. It seems like they have handled it very well. He pitched a couple of games in the minors, just a few innings at the end of last year after a long college season, obviously winning the national championship, and then this year to start in AAA, as much as it was an issue for people, it seems like whatever it was, he has been on the perfect path because he has not had a real hiccup. He's given up some home runs. He's given up some runs. He's been in some situations he had to work himself out of. But how they handled it, when you look at the results, the Pirates handled it well.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and rip on the Pirates how they handled him because it's working, but he seems like a guy that was pretty ready-made, man. You could have did anything with him. You could have brought him up in April, and he could have been doing the very same thing.
But when you look at workload over the course of a season, like if he would have come up here and started and just thrown a couple of innings, like I think it has. I mean, like I said, the results show it that he is where he is and should start, in my opinion, the All-Star game. That's the fan Twitter poll right now. You could go to X and vote. What are your thoughts on that? Should he start the All-Star game?
I go to Twitter, but okay. I would start him. I would start him just for the circus that could provide the Major League Baseball and the Pirates. Everybody wants to see Paul Skenes. I mean, there's only a handful of people. Everybody, if you're a baseball guy, you know who Paul Skenes is, right? But not many of you have been able to see him. Not too many Pirate games are on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. Isn't it the Yankees and Red Sox every single week or something like that?
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Yeah, so, I mean, people would like to see him. People would like to see – I mean, I know I would. I mean, All-Star game to me gets a little bit boring after a while. But if I know that Skenes is pitching and he has a possibility of facing guys like, Judge and Soto and so on and so forth, who doesn't want to see that, right? I mean, honestly, depends on how that lineup goes, too. I mean, I know you can't do that, but if somebody like Judge and Soto are batting 4th and 5th or 5th and 6th, maybe I don't start him because I want to see him to go there, but you can't do that, of course. But I think it's in the best interest of the league, the Pirates, the All-Star game, to have your best young superstar who can throw 100, 102 to pitch. I mean, I don't know how it's going to work out. I mean, is that his his work day? I don't know. I mean, unless we're doing – I mean, what are we looking at? They play all 7 games this week?
Yeah, so he'd have another start. And then it would be – yeah, I mean, it kind of fits.
It fits. Go with it. I mean, I'm not too up with my National League pitching starting rotations of who's going to be available
Chris Sales
or not.
had a really good year. There are some other guys you could.
We might have to go to Harry Callis on that one, but if it all lines up, yeah, I mean that seems like a no-brainer to me.
I would love the idea of, to your point, like Judge is hitting 4th, Soto's hitting 5th. Skenes walks up there. Altuve comes up. Intentional walk. Yeah. Intentional walk the next guy. So I have to face these guys with runners in scoring position. Here's the thing. They don't have that crazy thing where the winner of the All-Star game determines home field for the World Series anymore. It's an exhibition game. They've come to the realization that it's an exhibition game, rightfully so. And more eyes would be on this thing with Paul Skenes than anyone else starting. And on social media with Livy and on all of her hype.
Have her playing the softball game
Absolutely.
The day before? Yeah. I think I remember an All-Star game in the mid-'80s. I think it was in Houston. I'm not quite sure. I think Clemens was pitching, and he, struck out first 3 batters in, 9-10 pitches, and it was, amazing. And he was only throwing at the time probably 93, 94. That reminds me, how many years does that go? I mean, that's 40 years later. I'm still remembering that. Imagine a guy throwing 102, striking up, the heart of the American League lineup. I mean, that's something that people will remember forever.
Oh.
At least I would.
I mean, I'm trying to think of the Red Sox pitcher, the skinny Red Sox pitcher.
Oil Can Boyd?
No. Pedro Martinez.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I think he struck out 5 in a row in an All-Star game. He went up and he was mowing down the National League.
I also remember in one of those All-Star games.
He started in '99.
Is that the time? And he just mowed down the entire National League line.
Yeah, he was pitching at Fenway Park too that year. That was when they introduced Ted Williams to everybody.
Yeah, didn't they do that? Didn't they bring all the future, what was it, 100, all 75 team, all 100, whatever it was.
The Futures game?
No. I'm talking about that 99 All-Star game. When they did bring out Ted Williams, they brought out all the stars. Was that the infamous Pete Rose one, too? Where, was it Jim Gray asked him about his... Maybe I'm messing things up here.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But, I remember this 80 whatever All-Star game when the announcers were going nuts because the pitcher threw like 7 straight pitches of 90-plus mile an hour. How far have we come in 30 or 40 years when if you don't even touch 95, you're probably not going to be very good in this league now?
Well, think about with Clase, with Miller, with Skenes. 100 miles an hour is going to be the average in this game. It's crazy how fast these guys.
Mason Miller, man, he has a lot of local ties here.
It's awesome for him.
He played at Gardner Webb, who is coached by Jim Chester, who went to Sarah Catholic and who coached at Penn State McKeesport. Look at that. 6 people removed from Mason Miller.
You know who his teammate was in college, right?
Hopefully it was not Harry Callis.
It was. I played with him for a couple years.
Who was better?
Oh, me or him? Yeah. Come on now. What are we doing here? Yeah,
you ever hit against him?
Yeah.
Was he wasn't throwing. What was he?
He was throwing about 93 when I was with him.
You take him yard?
I did not take him yard. I faced him one time, and his slider is very deceptive, and I got beat on that. He threw me a slider low that I swung and missed at. I fouled off a fastball high, and then he struck me out with another fastball.
If anybody's out there listening, can we somehow get video of this? Mason Miller.
No, I don't think there's any video. It was in a full game. No.
Somebody with a camera phone.
I'm sure you can
Mason
ask.
Miller striking out.
If any of the players, the only people that were there were the players because it was an inter-squad game, like practice after classes. So if anybody would have their phone out, they might have gotten in trouble. So it's rare.
By the way,
I also caught his bullpens too because I was a catcher my first year. So I caught, I think, 3 of his bullpens.
And
he throws hard. He threw hard, and I can only imagine what it's like now. Yeah, it's not surprising that he's there now.
Mason Miller, an all-star, and Harry Callis, an all-star producer that can't eat more than 4 hot dogs.
I had 5.
I heard that
quarter pounders.
I heard that you choked that away there, Harry.
I did. I ate 4 in 3.5 minutes, and then that was that.
Right now, the poll on should Paul Skenes start the All-Star game, 77% say absolutely.
I'm surprised that the 23% are undecided or say no.
Well, that's people that have in New York that have found out, or in Atlanta that have found out, and are just hitting no as much as possible.
Now, sometimes I just hit no on there just to be an idiot too. So
I'm not shocked.
That's not shocking at all.
Don't tell me that anybody out there doesn't do the same thing. Whenever Pony or Mueller puts up a poll, you hit the opposite of what they want you to say.
See, but when everybody thinks like that, then we have people to do the stupid votes. So there you go. Yeah.
All right, coming up, let's get reaction to the last few games the Pirates have played. As the Buccos will play 12:35 this afternoon. Mitch Keller starts for the Pirates against the Mets. 11:40 will be the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Paul Alexander over on our sister station, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. So we'll get into those thoughts as we continue. A reminder, don't be a statistic. Get your heart checked by the experts at UPMC.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pittsburgh Pirates lost 3-2 yesterday against the New York Mets, and now the Pirates trail the series 2-1. Fourth and final game is today. Pirates can only split. They can't win this series. Today's game, 12:35, as Jeff just said. You can listen on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. And you can listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join Allegheny County Parks every weekend now through September 1st for the 2024 Summer Concert Series. Each week, you'll have the chance to enjoy live music on Fridays at South Park Amphitheater and Sundays at Heartwood Acres Amphitheater. Each concert's free and starts at 7:30 p.m. Local food trucks, craft beer, and wine will all be on site at concerts starting at 6 p.m. For the full lineup, visit AlleghenyCounty.us/special events.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
Jane, I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
Or being a dog person and a cat person.
Who wants a treat? Who's a good boy?
Or like being an extrovert and an introvert.
Woo! This is so fun! I can't wait to go home.
At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose. You can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how much you can save with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, when you switch, you can keep your phone, and we'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
No one knows the importance of a great assist more than Lowe's and Leo Messi. That's why we've teamed up to give MVP's Pro Rewards members 10 times the points when Messi makes an assist during CONMEBOL Copa America USA 2024. Activate this offer starting June 20th, so when Messi assists, you score. Shop the day after an assist to earn those extra points. Not an MVP's Pro Rewards member? Join today. Visit Lowe's.com/Messi for more details.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman ad. Sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. We knew that Paul Skenes had serious talent, but last night the Pirates rookie flamethrower was selected to the All-Star team after only 10 starts. He's 5-0 with a 2.12 ERA and 78 strikeouts in just under 60 innings. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Summer savings are heating up at Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. Whether you're looking for a car, SUV, or a truck, Spitzer has it. Panda's been busy tracking down the most competitive pricing to make sure you always get the lowest price possible. The Panda price. Plus, with every new vehicle purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Don't miss out on new Tacoma savings today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Excludes select new EV and commercial vehicles. Visit Spitzer.com for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
And the morning rush getting dangerous in spots. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Crews checking reports of an accident now in Whitaker Borough at the intersection of Whitaker and East Mifflin Streets. It's just off of the Rankin Bridge. Meanwhile, the Cordell and Cordell traffic camp with a look at Route 51 Sawmill Run Boulevard. Multi-light delays on the inbound side at Nobles Lane. Parkway West, you're jammed at Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Call Pittsburgh's exclusive Gutter Helmet dealer. Schedule a free gutter assessment and estimate. 888-5-HELMET. Before gutter problems arise, protect your home from costly water damage with Gutter Helmet. Enjoy maintenance-free gutters for life. Call 888-5-HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free assessment and estimate. Save up to 35% for a limited time.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there is never a fee unless we get money for you. HM3 Partners Independence Fund presents Celebrity Care Fest, benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment, July 26th and 27th. Pat Benatar, Neil Girardo, Smokey Robinson, and a superstar artist so big we can't say it on the air. But you can learn who at hm3.org. Tickets on sale at hm3.org. That's a cool event, Mark. You ever been to that one of those concerts? HM3 concerts?
I don't go to many concerts anymore.
What?
I went to Metallica maybe 2 years ago.
And?
Oh, it was tremendous. That and I forget who they were with.
What did they encore with?
Man, I can't remember what I had for dinner yesterday. You're asking me what they did 2 years ago. I'm not quite sure, but it was a great show at PNC Park. But before that, man, you have to go back to like the 90s when I was listening to like skater music of CKY and stuff. The last concert I went to, so
jeez, I
don't do much.
Jeez. Mark Kaboly with us, Jeff Hathorn for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson here on the Fan Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis. Some breaking-ish news from your buddy and colleague Rob Rossi of The Athletic.
Robert Rossi.
He reports that the team and player are confident, and we're talking about the Pens and Sidney Crosby, the team and player are confident a deal will be agreed upon and formalized soon, sources told him.
Wow. Of course, right? Can you see Sidney Crosby going somewhere else?
No.
I mean, sources, it's sort of like they already know that he's going to sign. It's just a matter of when they're going to announce it. And we were making light of this yesterday on the Pomp Show. He'll probably announce it on August 7th because he's so crazy about his 8 and his 7. His number 87. He was born on 8/7. He gets $8.7 million. You think he's going to get $8.7 million again?
He might. It's work for him at this point.
Well, that's sort of cheap right now. I mean, hockey standards.
But how much has he made?
I don't know how much he makes outside of it. I mean, I'm guessing he.
I don't see him as a guy that has to make. If he was a guy that had to make the most money, or had to be regarded in that way, he probably still wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I think he has some deals in Canada with like the donut shop up there. What was it called? I want to say Ethan Horton, but that's not
Tim
it.
Hortons.
Tim Hortons, that's it. Tim Hortons and stuff like that. So he's
With
paying
the
his
donut
bills
shop.
okay, but he could probably get more than $8.7 million somewhere else.
Probably a pizza place, and some of those Nova Scotia restaurants. Yeah, he's doing okay.
Yeah, come on. If it was up to me, and obviously, this isn't breaking news, but if you have to get rid of everybody else, Sidney Crosby's going to remain on this team, right? And it should be.
Right. Do you look at a player differently that leaves at the end of his career?
Depends. We talking about, the Joe Namath and the Franco Harris and the Mike Webster type guys.
Well, I mean, Franco was cut, so that's
well, Franco,
a
I
little
think,
different.
wanted money, so they told him to, I believe. But are we talking about a guy that's just like, well, Emmanuel Sanders?
Well, I
still
mean,
has a lot
we're
left
talking
in
about
it.
somebody who has some
Just
staying
holding
power.
on for a year.
More like Namath, deciding like, hey, I could still play. I'm going to go somewhere else. Joe Montana.
Yeah. Well, Montana had a good year in Kansas City, right? A year or two. Probably should have made.
But do you look differently on him because he went to Kansas City?
I don't see Joe Montana as a Kansas City Chief. When I think of Joe Montana, I think of him as a 49er. Even if they do leave, I'll give you a prime example. Coming back to what we do is with football. When James Harrison left, I thought how he left and where he went to with both Cincinnati and New England was going to tarnish his reputation here forever, and that obviously didn't happen. So I think time heals a lot, and I think regardless of going anywhere, you say Crosby does go play in Ottawa, Montreal, wherever for a year or two, I think he would always be remembered as. I don't think people would look down on that.
All right,
over time.
We'll get back into some Pirates talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how much at T-Mobile.com/switch. So we'll get back into the Bucks as we continue. Jeff Hatham, Mark Kaboly for Adam Crowley and Doran Tickerson here on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Paul Skenes is going to be an all-star, as is Brian Reynolds, those two representing the Pirates this 2024 season. Pirates recently played last night, or excuse me, it was more like the afternoon. But either way, they played yesterday, and the Pirates, they lost 3-2. Aroldis Chapman blew the save. Pirates are going to play the Mets again today. It's the fourth and final game of the series. Pirates trail it right now 2-1. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Adam Crowley.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call The Pickle. That's right, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of five-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchgard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call The Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hey, Donnie Football here. It's not often we hear a company, a weight loss company at that offers a 1-week trial. Well, Awaken 180 isn't just any company. They feel so strongly in their program, if you aren't 100% satisfied with your results in the first week, you can get a full refund. I'll repeat that in a different way. Awaken 180 works. They know it. I know it. Over 22,000 others know it. Paige and her coaches want to prove that to you. If the results aren't what you expect in the first week, you can stop and get 100% of your money back. Where's the risk? Where's the catch? There is none, and it's nothing new. This is the Awaken 180 policy because they know you'll succeed. You know my results. I dropped 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180, and it was easy. In just 10 weeks, I dropped 45 pounds, and it stayed off. Everyone here has seen the same results. Awaken 180 is no risk, but every reward. Reserve your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Download the Par-Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrilli here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par-Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splash-tastic slides, wave pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
Fan Morning Show, Jeff Hathorne, Mark Kaboly from The Athletic here for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson with Nicholas Harry Callis. Pirates dealing with some injuries, most notably to their rotation. Started with Jared Jones with the lat injury that at first didn't seem like it was going to be that bad. And not only was he put on the 15-day injured list, but also dealing with not throwing for 2 weeks. And then, as Ben Cherington said yesterday, it's more about weeks than days. So if he's not throwing for a couple of weeks, let's just say it's just a couple of weeks, and then he starts throwing again, he's going to have to ramp his way up. I mean, July's out, and you have to wonder at what point in August that he might be available. Where's this team going to be at this point? I mean, that's a big loss for them.
Yeah. That seems like an injury that you can aggravate that really quickly,
Yeah.
especially a guy, he's not very big.
And well, he throws with a lot of torque.
And he
It's
throws,
flat.
and that's where you got to be, you know how it is with hamstrings and stuff like that. That if you're not 100%, man, you could pop that sucker real quick. And especially with him, and like you said, how hard he throws and how much he puts behind it, and not being a big guy, is if that sucker's not 100%, you can be right back where you started from. So I would imagine they would be a little bit cautious with him. But I mean, it happened at a time where you got the All-Star break coming up, so it might help a little bit. But I mean, depends on how long Falter's out, right? I mean, all of a sudden your pitching staff is, I mean, unless you're getting starts like this from Ortiz every single week.
Well,
which
and
I don't know if you
Ortiz,
can count on that.
last 12 innings, no walks.
Yeah.
And he's been really good. And that's been his thing. When he came up and everybody's like, oh, Ortiz. Ortiz was the talk 2 years ago of being the potential ace.
Him and
Roanzi.
They can
But
use him
Ortiz was the guy. Look at that stuff, man. Ortiz, man, he's going to be awesome. But he threw last year, if I'm remembering right, I think it was 59 strikeouts to 48 walks. Man, a 1-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio is not going to work in Major League Baseball or in any form of baseball. Even with Your son's team.
Yeah, it's coach pitch, so. But, yeah, I understand what you're saying. You know, I think it's time now is Quinn Priester's going to have to show that where he was drafted at was worthy. I mean, he's going to have to step up his game. If this continues, if falters out, if Jones is out for an extended period of time, I mean, who else you go to? I mean, you probably give Priester another shot, don't you?
Yes. And to be quick on Bailey Falter, his diagnosis is left tendinitis, triceps tendinitis, which left obviously is his throwing arm. They don't expect him to be out as long. Maybe he was just going to have a start between now and the All-Star break, so it may turn out that he'll be back pitching in July. It won't be as big of a deal, hopefully, for Bailey Falter. And then Henry Davis is off the injured list for his because of his concussion, but he's going to remain at AAA. And I think that's the right move. Let him consistently show that the bat is where it needs to be, as opposed to having him come up here, start sporadically. Charrington took a lot of heat when he used the phrase, well, you know, we really believe in Yasmani Grandal and Joey Barton. We like the two catchers that we have right now. I think it's more about getting him straight, because there's no doubt that Henry Davis has to be a part of their future offensively.
He has 300 career at-bats.
But that's the guy they're counting on
to be a part. He needs at-bats. If it's a AAA level, if it's in a major league level. And if I'm anybody associated with the Pirates, I don't really care about his fielding right this moment. We'll figure that out. If it's DH, if it's right field, if it's catcher, we need you to hit the ball like we saw you hit in college and why we took you 1-1. Figure it out, then we'll move on from there. But 300 at-bats, you can't make a decision on anybody. The guy needs – I mean, look at a guy like Cruz. He has one season of at-bats under his belt. He has like 179 games. What does he have, like 600-700 at-bats in his career? That's not much. You need at-bats in Major League Baseball, and Henry Davis needs at-bats wherever he is.
To finish the injury news, Ryan Borucki, the left-hander reliever, who is someone who really came on to scene. What a find he was for the Pirates last year. He has been throwing well in AAA, but he's going to continue down there at this point. They want to get at least one more appearance for him down there before they consider him. And David Bednar, Pirates closer. Been nice to have had him yesterday.
Yes, it would have. It would have.
Bednar threw on Saturday a live bullpen session, and he is going to go down to AAA in the next couple of days and start a rehab assignment, hopefully be ready after the All-Star break.
Never knew a closer can have a rehab assignment. You just go and throw him out there for an inning regardless of the situation? Or
It was interesting to watch live BP. It's like, don't film this because people aren't really supposed to see it, but it's like Bednar got in there and he may or may not have like hit a batter who's out there just kind of helping out.
Allegedly.
Like, hey, I'm going to help out. I'll stand in the box for you. You know, live BP, I'll take a couple of swings and then you get plunked. But everything was he looked good in that session, and he will be down in the minors starting a rehab pretty soon. This injury report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Injuries playing a part, to your point earlier, Mark. I think Priester gets a shot. Here's the only thing. If you stick with Ortiz, you work the rotation as it is. Do you just bring up Marco Gonzalez? He pitched the same day as Bailey Falter on Saturday. You bring him up and just put him back in the rotation, even though his last outing, giving up 4 runs and 4 innings with like 4 walks, isn't exactly something that gives you confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they have anybody in AAA that would give you a ton of confidence, but either one. I mean, I would like to see Priester up here. I mean, he's a guy that hasn't had a ton of success in this level. I mean, he's been decent in AAA, I guess, but I mean, if you're going to make a decision on him long term coming up here in the next, whenever it is, a year or so, you want to know if he's going to be the guy.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean,
at least if he's middle, you can move him to middle, wherever you can put him at. Let's see if he has starter capabilities.
He's shown some flashes, and you never know when these guys lock in. Maybe Luis Ortiz, who went to the bullpen, accepted it, worked on some things, and he's gotten another opportunity, and he's taken advantage of it.
Trevor Bauer.
Coming up, a special golf rewind. We'll discuss a local event coming up in a couple of weeks, a national event here in Pittsburgh as we continue. Jeff Hathorn, Mark Kaboly, for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson. It is the Fan Morning Show on this Monday morning.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost 3-2 yesterday to the New York Mets. Aroldis Chapman blew the save. And now the Pirates are trailing the series 2-1. Pirates are also 4 games out of a wild card spot in the National League. Fourth and final game will be today at 12:35. Pirates have an opportunity to get a split in the series. But that game, 12:35. If you want to listen live, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Doran Dickerson.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina. Brad's mother recently passed away and was suddenly in a position where he needed to sell her house in Scott Township. He reached out to Gina and her team and said that Gina immediately jumped in and guided him through the entire process. Brad said that Gina was always quick to respond to any questions that he had and was flexible with his timeline of selling her house. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty, and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Richland Township, crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident at the intersection of Hart Drive and Ewall Road. Meanwhile, an earlier accident cleared in Whitaker Borough, reopening the intersection of Whitaker and East Mifflin Streets. Parkway West, you're jammed at Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East lines up at Edgewood Twistvale. Route 28 now heavy, jamming up around the Route 8 at the bypass toward Shaler Waterworks, then heavy from the 40th Street Bridge in toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month. It's also the month of the 4th. And Zero Res, they're celebrating by offering 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at just $129 and giving you a 4th room free. Carpet, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So it's time to call my cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Get the pros in there. Perfect time of year to get your air ducts cleaned as well. $75 off right now on air duct cleaning. Help alleviate allergies, asthma, less dust, lower energy bills, and your home stays cleaner longer. Don't forget about dryer vents too. We've had all of it done by Zero Res before, and it legitimately changes the feeling of your home. Everything feels cleaner once Zero Res has been in there. Like I said, leave it to the pros. You don't want to deep clean yourself with those nasty, dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call, 412-701-1188, and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Red.
Catch 2024 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year Cam Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and many more celebs smashing softballs for charity at the 4th annual Three Rivers Celebrity Softball Game presented by the Corey Firm at Wild Things Park Saturday, July 13th. Tickets are available now.
Thinking about getting a home security system? Right now, homeowners can unlock a free security camera from Guardian Protection, Pittsburgh's hometown security company, with the purchase of a monitored security system that Guardian will professionally install at no additional charge. Get 24-hour protection and effortlessly control your home with our app. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. That's GuardianProtection.com/FAN. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Golf Rewind brought to you by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you're not getting fit outside, you're not getting fit. Davis Thompson, a first-time winner on the PGA Tour. He won the John Deere Classic at 28 under, which set a tournament record. He is the 24th first-time winner of that tournament. Hayden Springer had the 59 in the first round, finished tied for 7th at 21 under. Brendan Todd was 20 under. Speaking of locals, coming up August 1st through 4th is the U.S. Senior Women's Open Championship at Fox Chapel Golf Club. Joining us is the assistant director of the event, Catherine Corey. And Catherine, we're closing in just a few weeks away now. What could fans expect that go out to see that national championship here in a couple of weeks?
Yes, it is. It's coming up fast. We are so looking forward to being back in the Pittsburgh area with our great relationship with the USGA and a great relationship with the Pittsburgh, and really excited to be back at Fox Chapel. So the championship is, like you said, August 1 through 4, and we're looking forward to welcoming 120 female players ages 50 and older. Some of those notables would be Jill McGill, Annika Sorenstam, Laura Davies, Julie Inkster. So really some of your famous female players who have been around for a long time, they're coming back to compete in this championship.
So a lot of the ones that were at the U.S. Women's Open at Oakmont. So if you watch them there, you might get a chance to see them at Fox Chapel for some of them.
You will, that's right. Yeah, several in the field were there in 2010 when the Women's Open was played at Oakmont. So I know the ladies are very much looking forward to being back in Western Pennsylvania.
What we hear so much, and we think of U.S. Open conditions. What are conditions going to be like at Fox Chapel? What will the course setup be like?
It's going to be tough but fair. It is a true USGA championship where we want all the players to use, as we like to say, every club in their bag. We want to challenge them, but we want to be fair. And I think Fox Chapel sets up as a great golf course for that. We're really looking forward to seeing how it's going to play for this championship.
And I know there's opportunities to volunteer. There are gallery tickets, there's pavilion tickets, and really you could get up close and personal and see some good golf.
You really can. So we do still have volunteer opportunities available, ranging anywhere from working at our admissions and information services in our volunteer program to being a marshal on the golf course. So those opportunities are still open for registration. And then we do, as you mentioned, we have gallery tickets, which are, they run about $16, gains you access to the golf course. We also have our new ticket this year. It's going to be the Pittsburgh Pavilion. So it's an upgraded ticket, about $32, gains you access to a facility out on the golf course that's got food and beverage for purchase, but also has kind of an open-air sports bar feel. You've got a great view of golf out there. So really kind of an elevated experience as a fan. But I do think that one of the coolest things is Not that we don't offer this at any of our other open championships, but you can actually walk the golf course with the players. So we only rope the tees and the greens at the Senior Women's Open. So you can actually walk behind them in the fairway, which just kind of provides that up close and
That's pretty
personal,
cool.
as you mentioned, opportunity. Yeah, very cool opportunity.
And I find with some of the older players that they appreciate the opportunity more, and they're more interactive with fans. Not that the younger players aren't, but I think there's a lot more interaction than you see with some tournaments.
There's very much more interaction. You have to remember when, this group of players, when they were on the LPGA tour, they were really out there mixing and mingling with fans and really wanting to have those connections with fans, and they have not lost that spark by any means. So they are one of my favorite group of players. They love to talk with fans, interact with fans, really put on a show, if you will. They are still here to compete for a national championship, and they're here to win, but they understand that fans are what grows this game, and they want to be sure that they keep people coming back. So they love to get up close and personal and interact with fans.
Catherine, thanks so much for your time this morning. You can check it out at championships.usga.org/US seniorwomensopen.com to find out more information. We'll see you in a couple of weeks, Catherine.
That sounds great. We'll see you soon.
All right, Catherine Corey
right.
from the USGA. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 91 today, but no rain. So if you want to go check out the Pirates game this afternoon, it might be a bit warm. Tomorrow, high of 93. We are in a warm stretch that Mark Kaboly is convinced will end before the Steelers go to training camp. What do the Pirates need to be a legit contender? We'll discuss that as we continue. Jeff Hathorn, Mark Kaboly, with Nicholas Callis on the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today, or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Hey golfers, isn't it time you experienced Hickory Heights Golf Club? Conveniently located in South Fayette Township, just 20 minutes from downtown and the airport, you'll enjoy the region's finest public course with a perfect blend of unparalleled golf and natural beauty. Bring your foursome, outing, or league to Hickory Heights, or consider their affordable membership options. Follow you around at their pub for panoramic views of the course and an incredible menu. Book your tee time online at hickoryheights.golf or call 412-257-0300.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
If winning is part of your game plan this season, then it's time for a trip to Pure Hockey. We've got the newest inventory in sticks, skates, and more, arriving now through year-end. So it's time to gear up and unleash your potential. At Pure Hockey, you'll find the biggest selection for on and off the ice. You'll also experience industry-leading personalized skate fittings with the newest in advanced 3D scanning technology. Plus, our rewards program is unbeatable. Head to your Monroeville Pure Hockey store plus 2 other nearby locations and start earning today. Pure Hockey, your ultimate hockey headquarters.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Biana's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey everyone, it's Boomer Esiason here. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your game, all with the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Flat tire, low tread. The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Derry Township, Westmoreland County, crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident closing down Route 982 between Mobile Park Entrance Drive and Kingston Club Road. Meanwhile, an earlier accident cleared in Richland Township, reopening the intersection of Hart Drive and Ewald Road. Parkway West are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays from the Route 8 at the bypass slow to the north side. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Dorn will be back tomorrow. Adam will be back on Wednesday. Jeff Hathorne, Mark Kaboly here with you. Fan Hotline, which Kathy was on, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mark, Pirates they're still in the wild card race. They're still in the playoff race. However, 4.5 back of the Braves, Cardinals, and Padres. With Arizona, the Mets, and Giants in front of them, the Reds and Nationals a half game behind them, and the Cubs a game behind them. So Ben Cherington said, especially right now with everybody getting ready for the draft, it's kind of a slow time trade deadline-wise, that there isn't a lot of talk. And even if there is, don't anticipate them to go out and make a major move or do anything, that it's going to be internally where the Pirates improve offensively. So who is a player or players that you think could move the needle for the Pirates offensively?
Well, for them to make the playoffs, I mean, they need, obviously, offense, right? So there's 2 guys on the team who are just screaming that they need more offense. First of all, Brian Hayes. It's very difficult to put him in a category of him having a bad season, in my opinion, because of the back, right? How healthy is he? I don't know, but he needs to be that Hayes of August and September last year. He shows flashes of it. I don't know if he's able to do that.
Dude, it's August. He had 320.
Yes, he was unbelievable. He was unbelievable. But they need that. You can go out and trade for whoever you want. First of all, if you're thinking that this team is only one bat away from making the playoff run or a legitimate playoff run, you're fooling yourself. They need more than that. They might need a bat. They might need an outfielder, which obviously I think they do, a bat in the outfield. But they need some of their stars to step up. Hayes is number one. But he's number two. Number one, in my opinion, is O'Neal Cruz. The guy, he has a full season under his belt now, right? 170 some odd games, 671 career at bats, right? Career at bats.
And he's got 80 games since his injury.
This is a year preseason in March. We were looking at this guy, 40, 45 home runs, maybe a 40-40 guy, right? A guy that's not going to be batting 240. And that's not only that is, I'm sure they take their stats for everything in baseball, right? I would like to know when some of his bigger games have come in meaningless situations. You know what I'm saying? Up 8-1 in the seventh, he hits a 3-run homer. Down 8-1 in the eighth inning and hits a 2-run homer. He needs to be more clutch. He needs to be more consistent. And I think that grace period of saying, he's still young, he's coming back from that leg injury, that ankle injury last year, I think that's past us. He needs to become the person that we all assumed he was going to be in March right now for this team to go. And that's why I agree with Cherington. It has to come internally, and I think it starts with him.
Same slip. Listen,
did I say it too?
Yeah, you did.
Eternally,
listen,
whatever.
I'm not going to get too worked up in batting averages with O'Neal Cruz. He's not Aaron Judge. He's not going to hit for power and RBIs and batting average. He's one of one almost. He's shown some flashes. I think the thing for me with O'Neal Cruz is just put him in the lineup every day. I know he doesn't hit lefties well. He's had 2 homers against lefties this month. I think he's the player like Brian Reynolds that I don't care who's on the mound. Yeah. I want him out there.
And another thing is I don't like the shuffle of the lineup, sometimes 3rd, 4th, 7th, whatever it is. I mean, to me, I think a guy needs to be put in a spot. If it's 1st, if it's 3rd, if it's 4th, if it's 5th, let him be in that position, regardless of lefty-righty, regardless of splits, let him own that spot. But he has to turn it up for this team to be legitimate. You're not going to get a O'Neal Cruz talent out there for a Tamar Johnson, whoever you might trade to go. There's nobody out there who's going to do that for you. This is the guy that's going to have to turn it up and be that guy that produces. Look at yesterday. They brought him in, pinch hitter in the 6th, had an opportunity, struck out. In the
Trying
ninth,
to do too much.
And in the 9th, I know that he's just blown the lead. He comes out and looks foolish on 3 or 4 pitches and gets struck out by Diaz. I mean, those are times you wanted to see him. You want to see him get the ball in play, hit a gap, be that clutch type of guy. I think, of course, he's very young, but I think if you want to be there in October, that's the guy that's going to have to take it up a notch.
I think he and Tellez at this point need to be in the lineup. A guy who's another one of those key players who I thought at the beginning of the year, we did the superlatives predictions, and I said Sawinski would have the most home runs on the team. That's not going to happen.
I would not be shocked if he goes on a run here.
But he is swinging it better.
This whole team does that. I mean, you look at him. McCutchen had a great month. Then all of a sudden he slides off a little bit. You could go down the lineup with everybody. Connor Joe was once batting 380. Taylor was once batting 390. Triolo, Gonzalez, all of them play well. I mean, it goes back and forth. Tellez, back and forth. You need more consistency out of the lineup. So I wouldn't be shocked if Sawinski, trust me, they're giving him multiple opportunities here. Probably more opportunities than he deserves right now. I mean, we're talking 180 with 7 home runs, 6, 7 home runs. I mean, he probably shouldn't be thrown out there as much as he does, but you don't have much option. I think he's the next one who's going to step up, but you need multiple guys hitting on all cylinders at the same time. I can't have, only 2 hit, and then all of a sudden Tellez batting, going 0 for 30. I can't have that.
It was because of the injury they needed an outfielder because they had the injury and they had Taylor go on paternity leave, I think, a couple of weeks ago. So they had to call him back up. He wasn't ready to come back up. But he has seemingly worked through some of the issues because you watch his at-bats now. Like, he had a home run on Friday. On Saturday, hit the ball into the notch where anywhere else in the ballpark, it's a home run. Like, he's starting to make that type of contact again. But, you went into the season, you kind of assumed Sawinski was going to have that, a 25, 30 home run year. And you mentioned O'Neal Cruz. I think more of where this team failed was – go ahead.
I was going to say anything from the catcher would help.
Well,
I guess Bart's okay.
I mean, the Andy Rodriguez injury was really kind of threw everything off in the offseason. Yeah. But where the Pirates could have done better for themselves. And listen, Rowdy's come on, and credit to him. I mean, he's getting booed at home. It seemed like the wheels had just fallen off. And he rebounded. He's now batting like 240 when he was down at 170, which is a major climb a couple of months into the season. And good on him for, now being chanted at home and being some kind of hero at home. But they didn't do enough in the offseason to have this team ready to compete this year.
That's why the trade deadline coming up, I would be a little bit hesitant because I would much rather see them go to the offseason and fill legitimate holes with legitimate players. Do that, then make that run next year with a full roster. Right now, there's just too many holes right now that he tried to patch with what I don't even know what he tried to patch with Scotch tape, right, in the offseason. It didn't work out. For the most part, it did not work out. Get some legitimate players in here. Make that run next year rather than dumping a potential good player this year where you might or might not get in there. I think it's always been, and you've been around the team more than me, Jeff, I think it's always been 2025 in my eyes. They thought that would be the year, okay, let's do it.
I don't know. Well, they didn't know what to expect of when Skenes was going to get called up. Who expected this from Jared Jones? I mean, Jared Jones always had the arm, and I mean he was the best arm in the system until Paul Skenes, but he had some inconsistencies at times. There were issues with walks that just didn't happen. I mean, again, who saw that? You kind of hope Bailey Falter would be a pitcher after that first game on Miami. Who thought, okay, I'm glad Bailey Falter's in our rotation. You brought in a couple of veteran lefties to kind of fill out. And listen, if you're bringing in guys like Perez and Gonzalez as 4 or 5 guys, I'm okay with that. But they just, I don't think they anticipated they would get the pitching that they got this year. And I agree with you.
That was the issue. You remember that?
This is more like 2012 than 2013.
You remember February, March, we're like, who's going to be pitching for this team? Who's pitching? Because Jones did not emerge yet. Skenes, was he going to stay into the minors or not? Who else do you really have? And that was the biggest issue. Who knew? 5-6 months later, it's the other way around. Like, okay, this pitching staff's pretty good. I worry about Jared Jones now having that lost season. Did so well right so far, and this just sets him back. And before you know it, you look at the stats, and they're pretty much the same now as they were at the end of the year.
What is Jared Jones' injury? Has that altered your opinion as to why you're saying no real moves at the trade deadline?
No, I just don't. First of all, there's 9 teams within 6 games of 2 wild card spots. There's going to be a lot that has to. Okay, they're still available. They're still able to get to the playoffs easily because just the numbers show that. But you still have to maneuver around a lot of teams to be able to get there. And I just don't think they have the overall roster and talent to do that right now. Address it in the offseason where you can go out and spend that $30, $35, $40 million that you spent this year with legitimate ball players.
I think there is a time for them to empty the farm system, to make those trades of top prospects for someone that could help now. Being 4.5 games out without Jared Jones, not knowing if Paul Skenes can finish the year because of the workload limit that you're going to put on him, with other questions in the lineup, plus the fact that you have to already leap not only the 3 teams that are locked into the wild card right now, but the Diamondbacks, Mets, and Cardinals all with pretty decent rosters. The Mets with a ton of money spent in theirs. The Giants have a good team. And then you got Cincinnati, Washington, and Chicago right on your heels. Yeah, you're 4.5 back, but because of the number of teams that you're competing against.
Plus the next 14 games.
I don't think this is the time to do it.
The next 14 games, they got one with the Mets. Then they got Cardinals, Brewers.
Well, so you're at the Brewers.
Then you're at the trade deadline, right?
After today's game against the Mets, 12:35 over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You got the Brewers for 3 out on the road
at Milwaukee,
at a White Sox team that's 40 games under 500, and that's not an exaggeration. They're 40 games under 500 before the All-Star break. Like, what happened to the White Sox?
They turned into the A's.
They're horrid. But then you go to then you have the Phillies here. Then you have the Cardinals here. Then you go to Arizona, the aforementioned Diamondbacks. Then you go to the Astros, another team that obviously has a lot of talent that's really had a hot month or so, and they're working their way back into the playoff chase. If you make a run against that competition, then maybe I'll change my mind come July 30th.
Yeah, because, if you're still 4 to 5, if you tread water in those 14 games, and you're still 4 to 5 to 6 games out of a wild card spot with 2 months left, that's a tough task. And at that point, that decision might be made for Cherington and company over there. That's like, hey, we're just holding on to this, and let's just move on and deal with it after next year. But on the flip side, if they win 10 of 14 games and within a couple, then you can go out there and make a real run at it. But I still think in the back of their minds they're thinking 2025 is where we're going to be a legit contender here. And depends on how the offseason would go, and if it's some people they can get in here, I don't see that as a crazy statement.
Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. When we come back, we'll hear from Brian Reynolds, and we'll talk about Paul Skenes, the All-Star, and get back to where should he start. We'll check our fan Twitter poll and see where the voting lies. Jeff Hathorn, Mark Kaboly from The Athletic, in for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson on this Monday morning with the Buccos. 11:40 airtime over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You're listening to 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates played today against the New York Mets. They lost yesterday 3-2. Aroldis Chapman, he blew the save in the 9th inning. Pirates couldn't come back, and they lost. Also, 2 All-Stars were named from the Pirates. It'll be Brian Reynolds making an appearance. He's in the reserves. And Paul Skenes is among the pitchers that were elected into the All-Star game this season. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
The work week, it's the Joe Starkey Show. 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. Monday through Friday. Getting you the expert insight you can only find here. If it matters to Pittsburgh, get it all here first on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When plumbing problems strike, you need someone you can trust. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi, and you need the plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh staff of skilled technicians are here to fix leaks, clear clogs, repair your water heaters, stop that running toilet, or clear that sewer line. You can count on McVeigh to deliver honest, reliable, quality workmanship at a fair price. Whatever the plumbing problem, save the day. Call McVeigh. McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, the local plumbing experts you can trust. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or visit McVeighPlumbing.com.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Celebrate July 4th with the hottest deals at Lowe's. Right now, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for $10. And buy 2, get 1 free on select paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Annuals offer in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/rebates for details while supplies last.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Protect your home from water damage and eliminate water woes with Gutter Helmet. GutterHelmet.com.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sportsman Edge, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Time to lower the boom on the International Cycling Union. The stuffed shirts at the ICU find French cyclist Julien Bernard roughly $225 because while riding on the Tour de France, Julien stopped to kiss his wife. Isn't that what the French do? I'm Boomer Esiason.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at WeatherGuard.com.
Get Bosch Pure Vision wiper blades, buy one, get one free at O'Reilly Auto Parts, in-store only. We'll install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to move along. This report brought to you by Scandinavian Design. Derry Township, Westmoreland County. Crew still on the scene of an earlier accident, closing down Route 982 between Mobile Park Entrance Drive and Kingston Club Road. Parkway West are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Inbound, outbound delays from I-79 out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays from the 40th Street Bridge in toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Scandinavian Design.
Don't miss 4th of July savings at Scandinavian Designs. Save up to 60% on select Nordic-inspired furniture and decor. Shop our Cranberry location or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. You know who's going to be joining us on that Fan Hotline next hour? Kevin Gorman.
Gormy the Owl.
From the Pittsburgh Tribune Review, who covers the Pittsburgh Pirates. We'll talk to him. Paul Skenes, first ever to go from draft to all-star game. Should Skenes start in the all-star game? You can vote on the Fan Morning Show poll on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. Right now, absolutely is 77.8%, and maybe not is 22.9%. 28.2%. You can vote on the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll or X poll at X right now and at 93.7 The Fan. Of course, he's not the only Pirates All-Star. Would you have voted, before we get to Brian Reynolds, you think Keller's deserving?
Oh, he's deserving. I think he is. I think he's having a good year. 9 wins with 3.5 ERA. But if I'm choosing between one or the other, you have to go with Skenes, but I think Keller's deserving him. However, I mean, National League pitchers aren't a bunch of schlubs either. I mean, wouldn't it be great if Glasnow gets to start instead of Skenes?
No, it would not be great if Glasnow gets the start instead of Skenes. No, it would not be great if that indeed happened. But good for him. I mean, he went through a lot. What a resurgence in his career. I mean, he was kind of left for whether or not this guy would ever pitch in the majors after he left, or at one point when he was with the Pirates, he gets traded to the Rays, and the Rays magic works. He becomes this stud pitcher, and then he signs that monster contract with the Dodgers. And, yeah, he might start the All-Star game.
Weren't the Pirates maybe 5-6 years ago interested in Chris Sale? Wasn't there a time when they were talking
so interested
about him?
in what fans, it's thrown
interested.
out there.
I use the term I hate when people talk about the Steelers. Interested.
Every team is interested in Chris Sale, But yeah, what his thing is ridiculous. It's like 7-1 strikeouts to walks. I mean, he's had a really good year. He pitched here earlier this year.
Who else has an opportunity to start other than Skenes? Who would you?
Ranger Suarez.
It could be Glasnow.
Yeah, it could be Sale. It could be Suarez. I mean, they're
which one?
The starter. I don't think they're going to be bullpenning. Although, I mean, isn't the All-Star game the ultimate bullpenning game?
Yeah, shouldn't it?
Right?
Wouldn't it be great if they did with the opener?
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection. Brian Reynolds is an All-Star for the second time. 101 hits, 19 doubles, 3 triples, 16 homers, 54 driven in. 281's the average. The on-base is 344, and the OPS is 828. And it's really because, I mean, his numbers since June 1st are top 5 in pretty much every category in the league. He got hot at the right time, Mark.
Yes, I mean, he needed to. I mean, he's a very consistent, solid ball player. I think he starts out every season slow. So you knew it was going to come around, but I think this might have been, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, his most dominant stretch of his career, really. I mean, where was his hitting streak get to?
His hitting streak was 25?
25, 26. Plus he's knocking in runs. I mean, I always felt that Brian Reynolds was the marquee player on this team, even with the Cruzes and the other guys coming up in the run. I always thought he was a solid guy, and I just love that he just plays every single game too.
And Brian Reynolds is a bit understated. Let's hear what Brian Reynolds had to say after he found out he would be an All-Star for a second time.
Brian, congratulations. How did you get the news?
Shelton always gets us all together and does a little team meeting before the game starts, so he let us know during that.
This is number 2 for you. Previous players have kind of said how, the second one means a little bit more maybe just because it wasn't a one-time thing. You belong in this conversation. Do you feel that way? Is this any more special than the first?
I wouldn't say it's any more special. I think it means it's a little different. Just feels a little different, and when we get there and go through it all, I'll have more of an answer for that. But yeah, it's been a few years since the last one, so it's nice to know I can still do it.
How important was it to you? Because you said you felt like you belonged, like you felt you deserved it.
Yeah, I think it was one of my goals. Kind of an unsaid, unwritten goal. Just because, if you do that, you're probably having a good year. You're probably helping the team. So.
Do you take pride in that, what you've put forth the first half? Like you said, I mean, not an unwritten goal, but what you've done to help this team be a constant in the lineup.
Yeah, I'm feel pretty good about what I've been able to do, the last month and a half especially. Started off a little cold and was able to respond, so, yeah.
Why is it important to you that you play every day? Even if you weren't in the field, you were at DH?
I just think it's something that just kind of who I am. It's kind of always how I've been. I just feel like that's kind of how it should be, and if I'm healthy, might as well go.
What's kind of your favorite part of that first experience? What do you kind of take away from it? Being able to go to the All-Star game the first time.
Oh man, it's kind of a blur. Kind of runs all together. What I'm looking forward to this time though is getting my boys out on the field for the home run derby, because we kind of botched that last time. Didn't do that, so that was kind of one of the bigger reasons I wanted to go.
Brian, making the trip with Paul, he's got 2.5 months in the big leagues. What would your reaction? How would you have handled you going 2.5 months into your big league career? Would that have been crazy?
I mean, yeah, it's really impressive, but he obviously deserves it. He's been one of the best pitchers in baseball since he got here, so I think it's obviously the right call.
Ryan Reynolds, always understated and willing to push attention to somebody else, Brian Reynolds.
Yeah, we don't like that in the media.
No, I appreciate that as a man. I think it's cool that he wants to get his 2 kids out there.
Oh, that's really cool. I mean, that's awesome. I don't know what happened last time, what he was referring to, but that's very unusual in today's sporting world to have 2 low-key stars like they do in Reynolds and Skenes. Very monotone, very team-oriented, very, don't look at me type of situation. I mean, it's refreshing if you're a baseball fan. As a media guy, you're like, come on, man, give me something. But I can respect that.
Well, speaking of, a bunch of guys that are just all team first, the Steelers start camp in a couple of weeks, as you're aware. And since we have Mark here, Mark Kaboly from The Athletic covers the Steelers, let's compare our top 10 Steelers off-season stories between the two of us as we continue. Then we'll get back into some more Pirates talk. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's Fan Morning Show here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost 3-2 to the New York Mets yesterday. The Pirates took a late lead, but then Aroldis Chapman came in and blew the save through about 40 pitches and ended up getting the losing decision. Pirates now trail the series 2-1 and are 4 games back of the third wildcard spot in the National League. Fourth and final game of the series between the Mets and the Pirates will be today at 12:35. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Oh, and real quick, let's do this too real quick. We got a message coming up now from Doran Dickerson.
Dunkin's dropping a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. It's energy for the fun of it. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. It's what you need when your afternoon needs you to get going. Participation may vary. Limited time offer. America runs on Dunkin'.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon-Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapin Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Before Team USA was competing on the world's biggest stage, they were competing in backyards. Before they qualified for the Olympic Games, they were qualifying for regionals. Before they were hometown heroes, they were kids with a dream. Watch those dreams become reality during the Olympic and Paralympic Games with Xfinity. Stream every nail-biter, comeback, and record-breaking moment on any device with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi coverage and a reliable connection even when everyone's online. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Get ready for the Olympic Games with 300 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com/TeamUSA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Offer ends 7/25/24. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Last week, I probably did a lot of the same things you did. I had places to go, people to see, parties to attend, drinks to drink, and food to eat. And it wasn't all ice water and green vegetables, if you catch my drift. There were a few beers, a few transfusions, you know, the unofficial drink of golfers everywhere, plus some hot dogs and burgers along the way, with a little pulled pork thrown in. And after the long weekend was over, I got back on the scale, and guess what? Not 1 pound gained. Know why? Because besides helping you lose the weight and keep it off, besides making healthy eating a total lifestyle change, Awaken 180 really helps your metabolism get firing and stay firing. I've had the 35 pounds I lost stay off for 2 years, and it feels great to know that I can indulge here and there and not even think about a number on a scale because I know it isn't going anywhere. If you want to feel that same kind of control and confidence over your weight, just make the call. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Crowley here. The dog days of summer are here. It's gonna get hotter. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support your furry friends. Visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
I'm Kelly Burris, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. If you're a business owner, navigating through divorce presents unique challenges. You're thrust into a world where every penny you've earned is examined and your assets are on the line. These situations demand a tactical defense rooted in nuanced financial expertise. When your life's work is at stake, you need a partner who's as invested in your case as you are in your business.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Kelly Burris, licensed in Texas and Oklahoma only. Online at CordellCordell.com.
1-800-GOT-JUNK recycles because it conserves our natural resources.
We donate the donatables so they can be loved and used by another family.
Recycling saves us money. The less we take to the landfill, the more we save.
It also saves you money. Spending less on landfills helps keep our prices low.
People love to see a win-win scenario, but we've created a win-win-win-win scenario.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK
or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at WeatherGuard.com.
Get Bosch Pure Vision wiper blades, buy one, get one free at O'Reilly Auto Parts, in-store only. We'll install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Coming up at the top of the hour on the Fan Morning Show, Neil Walker will join us.
Neil and Gormy.
He may have some Steelers questions for you.
You can have some Steelers questions, but I might not have the answers he wants to hear.
And a really cool story, really special Pitt player who did some amazing things. Bobby Greer passed away. Well, we're going to recount his story and what he did. But right now, Steelers segment. And we've each come up with our top 10 Steelers offseason stories.
Okay, this is not like future. It was
no,
as
this
of
is
right
like
now.
things that happened in the offseason that impacts this year that may be surprising. For me, it's more like the surprising, impactful offseason
Top
stories.
10.
Yes.
Are we going to go 10-10, or are we just going to me name yours and you name yours?
I don't know. Maybe I'll name mine, and then you
Okay.
name yours, and then we'll compare.
Okay. I got mine listed here, so I'm just going to
All
go
right.
straight with it.
I'll start. Number 10, Bill Hillgrove retiring.
Oh, man, it's not even on my list. Darn it.
I mean, he was it's the voice we all grew up with. And,
Absolutely.
And Bill obviously will still be doing pit games, but Bill retiring is number 10. Number 9, Steelers add to the offensive line again with the top 2 picks in the draft. Number 8, they finally get that middle linebacker. Patrick Queen is number 8. Number 7, there were so many rumors, Justin Fields would be a fit here, and you thought, there's no way Justin Fields is coming here. And Justin Fields came here.
Yep.
That's number 7 story. Number 6, Cam Hayward's unhappy, wants a new contract. There's a lot of positioning, it seems, back and forth. Number 5, I know some people hate him. They thought all he did was drop passes, but Deontay Johnson was a good receiver for the Steelers, and they traded him without really a guy behind him who was ready to take over. That's my number 5 story. Number 4, Steelers have success with Mike Sullivan and also Eddie Faulkner, but they're not even considered. They go outside and find Arthur Smith as the new offensive coordinator. Number 3, Mike Tomlin's contract extension. I don't know if you heard, he's never had a losing season, and it seems seemingly he's never won a playoff game. Number 2, Steelers get Russell Wilson to be the starting quarterback. And my number 1 offseason story is the man who they gave the reins to, that they drafted in the first round from Pitt, that they not only traded Kenny Pickett, but they emptied the quarterback room, which is so rare to see the entire room gone, but they did, and obviously Wilson and Fields. So those are my top 10 Steelers offseason stories. Mark?
I think we have 3 different, which is kind of surprising.
That's good.
It's kind of surprising. A little mixed up a little bit compared to what I have and what we consider. My number 10 is, as you mentioned, Patrick Queen signing. Not only did they finally get the middle linebacker, the inside linebacker, he's young, and they gave him a good amount of money, but didn't break the bank. He got him under market value. Huge signing. You'd never have thought that was going to happen. Number 9, I put Mike Tomlin signing. I put that at 9 because we all knew it was coming. Maybe I can add in, I'm a little bit surprised it's 3 / almost 4 years of a contract, so he's going to be here for the foreseeable future, so we don't have to talk about that for at least 3 more years, right? Number 8, another thing that we saw coming, but still a little bit of a surprise, and I'd ask him, but he doesn't like to talk to us. Najee Harris not getting that 5th-year option picked up. You're using a first-round pick 3 years ago, the 20th overall, I believe, on a running back, and you're basically saying goodbye to him by not picking up his 5th-year option. Number 7.
And you know what's funny about that is I think we all thought that option wouldn't be picked up, and then he had a pretty good year last year, and then you thought, well, maybe it makes sense to do it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Number 7, the Justin Fields signing, because he just came out of nowhere. Mine's a little bit higher up on there at 7 because I don't think he will see the field much at all this year. Number 6, low key, but I do believe that we saw this coming. Deontay Johnson was traded for a cornerback. I forget his name.
Jackson.
Oh, I was going to say Dante Scott. Who's Dante Scott?
No idea.
Darnay Scott.
Darnay Scott.
Okay. Deontay, well, like you said, I think that's a guy that if it's all even, they would love to have on this team, but it's understandable why they got rid of him, mostly because he wanted out. Number 5, basically saying, Arthur Smith, you want the job. Finally getting a coordinator that has done it at a high level and it fits into a package of what they want to run and how they want to run it. I don't know. They brought a couple other guys in, but I don't know how serious they were. They were pretty much sold on Arthur Smith. Number 4, the absolutely surprising, and this was your number 1, Kenny Pickett traded. Who would have saw that coming? Nobody, especially last year at this time, right? That was kind of surprising and still talking about it. Russell Wilson with the signing, the old Twitter announcement of Renegade. Russell Wilson, after basically being rumored to want to come here, actually came here and signed, and he's their QB1. Number 2, I'm going with the Cam Hayward contract because
Wow.
that is a big story because there's at least a couple more months, in my opinion, of this talking. And we're talking about one of the all-time great Steelers who I still believe is a very good player at 35. He's a difference maker. He can play 2 or 3 more years. They should sign him. It's unknown whether they won't or not. And my number 1 story of the offseason is going to be a little bit to be determined here, Jeff. That's still that wide receiver 2 spot open / the Brandon Ayuk can't even make a tweet or wear a Pirates jersey or a cap without people thinking he's coming here. So right now, my number 1 offseason story is basically nothing has happened yet with their wide receiver 2, and that could provide huge consequences down the line.
So what do you think is going to happen there?
I don't know. You see Brandon Ayuk's Instagram page, and he's putting up posts of Washington Commanders practice and Jaden Daniels Heisman trophies. It's a guy that looks like he doesn't want anything to do with the 49ers. So I don't know. I don't think he comes here. I think it will be too expensive, as in, I mean, the longer they wait, the better off it is for the Steelers. But my number 1 story is definitely the lack of addressing the wide receiver 2 position.
So if Brandon Ayuk, is there any concern on your part that Brandon Ayuk would come here and then after a game where he doesn't catch any passes, he starts tweeting how unhappy he is, how he should have gone to Washington, and that, yeah, maybe it sounds great, but that the reality of what he would be might be a distraction?
Yeah, it's hard to say right now because what he's putting on social media is for one thing and one thing alone, and that's to get out of San Francisco because he wants paid. Now, does that carry over into the next place he goes if he gets paid? I don't know. I don't know him personally that to make that decision, but what this team has done over the past couple of years have really gotten rid of any potential quote-unquote troublemakers. Guys that don't want to be here, they get rid of. If it's Deontay Johnson, if it's Kenny Pickett asking for a trade, whoever, even back to, James Harrison wanting out. Now you're going to bring a guy in who is actually trying to force his way out of San Francisco. Now, is that what you want on the team? I'm sure people in Pittsburgh would say, heck yeah. But I don't know, but I think this just might be a ploy. This is 2024 NFL players or athletes in general of trying to force their way out into a better situation and more money. And they use social media.
We all try to find quick answers in OTAs and mini camps because everybody's asking us, oh, what about this? What about how's this team going to be? The one thing I take from Arthur Smith as offensive coordinator is, and you hear the players telling us this, the crispness, attention to detail, accountability, that seems to be different with the offense. I don't know if that means they're going to score any more points at all, but from a preparation standpoint and how they're doing drills and that focus, all of that stuff, it seems to be at a different level this year.
Yeah, I mean, I take that with a grain of salt. Let's see how that translates onto the field. Now, if you're putting up points and
don't believe in the preseason because we're fooled by that last year.
I mean, you think that I've been covering the Steelers 22 years that I wouldn't be fooled by the preseason, but I got fooled by Kenny Pickett. It got me good, man. Last year, I mean, who wouldn't? But Arthur Smith is going to. I mean, I think it's pretty easy to look at Arthur Smith and look where he came from, look what he's done, and say it's an upgrade over Matt Canada. How much of an upgrade to be able to win? That's why they play the game, so to speak, here. But I think they're in a better spot than they were last year.
One of the most impactful Panthers football players unfortunately passed away. And we're going to relive what Bobby Greer did that made him so special and so courageous as we continue. Jeff Hathorne, Mark Kaboly here on the Fan Morning Show at 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pittsburgh Pirates lost 3-2 yesterday to the New York Mets, and the Pirates have now lost 2 games in the series. 3 games have been played. The fourth and final game is today at 12:35. Pirates can't win the series, but they do have an opportunity to split the series with the New York Mets at PNC Park. If you want to listen to the game live today, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You can always listen free on the Odyssey app, AUDACY Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident in the Wilkinsburg area in the final stages of clearing on Ardmore Boulevard at the ramps to the outbound Parkway East. Meanwhile, down the road in Forest Hills, crews are also working to clear an accident now on Route 30 Ardmore Boulevard at Lafayette Road. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound delays from 79 to Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays from Millvale to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Does your job require you to be on your feet all day? Teachers, postal carriers, salespeople, and restaurant staff. Many of us need our feet to get us through the day. I'd like you to hear from Donna. She's a nurse and a real customer of the Good Feet store who wanted to share her story.
Oh, I have to tell you, I have struggled with pain in my feet. I was diagnosed with plantar fasciitis. I work in a hospital. I'm a registered nurse, so being on my feet, walking throughout the hospital during the day, I am free from any type of pain. And after working a 12-hour shift, I go home and my feet do not hurt.
Whether you're a nurse like Donna or anyone wanting to enjoy work without your feet getting in the way, come see us today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Evening, Frank. What's up?
Officer Lamo, hey, how do I know if I'm getting the best rate on my savings?
Really?
Navigating deposit rates is no joke.
Night-night, Frank.
You have savings account questions? We have the answers at clearviewfcu.org. Clearview, clearly different.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns, and here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Listen to the Starkey Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week. From Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Neil Walker coming up in a few minutes. Sadly, Bobby Greer passed away on June 30th, just announced yesterday. He's 91 years old, and he played 3 consecutive seasons where he lettered at fullback, linebacker, and defensive back for the Panthers. He led the team in interceptions and helped Pitt to a 7-3 regular season back in the 54 year. So, the 55 years. So the Panthers that year were picked to go to the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. And that's when racial segregation was still ramping, was still going strong, sadly. Bobby Greer was a key part of the Pitt team, and they basically said, listen, we're gonna send this to you, but if he comes, you guys can't play. And Pitt got together and said, no Greer, no game. The support also came from Georgia Tech, who was their opponent, and basically said, listen, if he doesn't play, we don't play, there's no game. Following the game, there was a banquet in New Orleans, and as Greer stepped off the Pitt team bus, there were Georgia Tech players there as well because the hotel only served white patrons. And some Georgia Tech players were there saying, no, he's eating with us. And they allowed him in. And, I mean, you hear about courageous people and people that have dealt with things. And imagine, like, the stuff he was dealing with. There was no social media at the time, thankfully. But the threats that he would hear and the courage that he had. And then he went on to the Air Force. He was a supervisor at U.S. Steel and then was an administrator at CCAC for years. Quite a man to be able to deal with all of that and persevere and help open the door for others.
And put in perspective, this is what, 6-7 years after Jackie Robinson?
Yep.
And still
going.
Still dealing with this. And it reminded me of Reggie Jackson a little bit. I mean, when he was talking not long ago about all the stuff he had to put up with. And we're talking about, what, late 60s, early 70s there for him. So guys like that are guys that...
John Mitchell.
Yes, John Mitchell, another one. These are guys that probably don't get enough credit for what they've done. Jackie Robinson obviously broke down the barriers in baseball, but guys like Bobby Greer needs to be talked about in that same light as well.
91 years old. What a life for Bobby Greer. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 91 today. High of 93 tomorrow. It's this afternoon Bucco game. It's going to be a wee bit warm. Neil Walker will join us next here on the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
Step into paradise at Rocky Gap Casino, Resort, and Golf. Home to Maryland's best casino, experience premier excitement on all your favorite video and table games. Nestled in Allegheny County, relax in the luxurious comfort of an award-winning resort at Rocky Gap Resort Casino. Book your stay or learn more at RockyGapResort.com.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
Big things are happening at CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center this summer. Here with Patty Byrne. Patty, tell us about the big announcement.
We just finished our beautiful new showroom, making CGR your destination to see your projects come to life. Our displays feature Trex and TimberTech decking, Montgomery trusses, West Virginia metal panels, and much more.
That's great, Patty. And you also carry Owens Corning Duration shingles and all the beautiful colors, plus Provia siding that's made right here in America. And everything is on display to make it easy to finalize your project.
Plus, CGR Wholesale hands down has the best customer service around.
No doubt about it. Stop by and check out that new showroom on Route 51 South in Ross River, or check them out online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
Catch 2024 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year, Cam Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and many more celebs smashing softballs for charity at the 4th annual Three Rivers Celebrity Softball Game, presented by the Corey Firm at Wild Things Park, Saturday, July 13th. Tickets are available now.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get-Go Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorites, smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Road Hog rib sandwich are back. Download the Get-Go app today to order and get free tots. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush still a little tough in spots. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Crews still on the scene of an earlier accident in Wilkinsburg, tying up Ardmore Boulevard at the ramps to the outbound Parkway East. Also in Westmoreland County, crews still dealing with an earlier accident closing down Route 982 between Mobile Park Entrance Drive and Kingston Club Road. Meanwhile, the Parkway East jammed inbound at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West stacked over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound delays from 79 out past Campbell's Run Road, and Route 28 jammed from Millvale to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Tired with being tired? Sick of feeling sluggish? Bored of being bloated? Maybe you're fed up with feeling foggy. Whatever your reason, your solution is only a click away. Reboot your life and enhance your summer at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show. Presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. Should Paul Skenes start in the All-Star game? Absolutely is leading at 78%. Maybe not. is 22%. Well worded, Callis. We're at nearly 500 votes. I like how you worded that.
Yeah, I got to keep it interesting. Yes or no are boring words.
Yes, they are. We are joined now by former Pirate Neil Walker. Neil, thanks for taking time here on this Monday. And we'll start right there. You played in the league. You would understand, I guess, if veterans would be like, hey, what's the deal? Should Paul Skenes start this All-Star game?
Well, I think it's safe to say that the word is out as far as Paul Skenes' ability and pitch arsenal and pitch ability. So when you're talking about veterans and in the All-Star game, certainly I think there will be some raised eyebrows to some capacity. But unless you were in the All-Star game and you hadn't yet seen Paul Skenes throw a pitch for some reason, maybe you were living under a rock, which is not the case. I'm sure everybody has at least seen him throw. You'd probably defer to the fact that he probably is one of, if not the best pitcher as far as arsenal and velocity and all those things combined. So, yeah, I think there's a great point to be made for him to start the All-Star game. I think it would be great not just for him and for the Pirates, but for all of baseball and highlighting their assets and I keep going back to, at least in my brain, to Mike Trout in his prime and how Major League Baseball didn't necessarily do the best job of putting him on as their poster child, and you wonder if Paul Skenes is kind of in that same realm from a pitching perspective of, well, he's not necessarily in a huge market, but should we do what we can to promote not just him, but to put him on a pedestal and somewhat make him the poster child for all of baseball.
When Pirates drafted Skenes, we all knew he could throw 100, 102 pretty much consistently. But there's more to pitching than just throwing 102. Is that surprised you of how quickly he's become a pitcher, which means using the other pitches at different situations, and how unusual that is for a guy of 10 starts in his major league career?
Yeah, I would certainly say it's been surprising, and not from the sheer fact that you see the velocity, you see the arsenal, the 5-pitch mix, but you're also wondering, because in most instances, I remember Garrett Cole being called up as a 1-1 in 2013, and thinking to myself, well, the stuff is there, he's got the wipeout slider and the upper 90s on the fastball, but the league will adjust. And when the league does adjust, or as pitchers, sometimes you hear guys say, I didn't have it in the bullpen. And you're like, really? Like, what do you mean you didn't have it in the bullpen? And they go out there.
Oh, I think we lost Neil there for a second. So we'll try to get him back. He's on the fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Go ahead, Neil. Sorry.
Oh, did I lose you guys?
Yep, we got you now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, to get back to Mark's point, I think, you think about how he's approaching the game-by-game situation and lineup constructions, and you hear sometimes guys say, well, I didn't have it in the bullpen. Well, this guy is not having to go to his third best pitch when he doesn't necessarily have it in the bullpen. He's going to his fourth or fifth best pitch at times. Not only is he able to, not only does he have the stuff to do that, but he has the pitch ability to execute. So I think that's what makes him so special to this point through 10 starts of his career.
Brian Reynolds has had a special month plus. He has been an offensive leader for the Pirates for years, and it probably takes you to another level when you get to a second All-Star game. What really impresses you about Brian Reynolds, Neil?
Well, he's just steady. I mean, he's in my opinion, he's just the epitome of a baseball player. He switch hits, he plays good defense, he hits in the middle, second, third in that order, usually second in most instances. He's being relied upon to get on base. He's being relied upon to score runs and drive runs in. and he's capable of all those things. And when you look at the actual swing from both sides of the plate, it's not what you would consider a modern type of swing. It's much more handsy. It's a little more rigid, as most switch hitters are. But at the end of the day, when he gets going, in this instance now, especially starting going into June, he's been swinging the bat well for both sides of the plate. So it's not like you can in the value of having a quality switch hitter in the middle of your lineup. You think back to those 2008, 2009 Yankees teams that had, Teixeira and Jorge Posada. They were so difficult to navigate for opposing managers to try to figure out, especially late part of the game. And we're seeing that. We're seeing teams trying to bring lefties in to get him off of his rhythm, and they're not able to do it. So, more than anything, Brian Reynolds is just a steady baseball player. And we saw him kind of go through it in April and May, and all of a sudden the calendar switched to June, and it was like, he put the rocket boosters on and he's off to the races.
It looks like Jared Jones is going to be out for a little bit of time. If it was up to you, who needs to take that spot? Who do you think should be inserted into that pitching role in the minors or even within the team to be able to make up for his loss?
Oh man, yeah, it's kind of tough, especially when you saw Bailey Falter leave the game the other day. At least I was racking my brain, going, well, Marco Gonzalez is on the mend, Quinn Priester's on the mend. Ortiz has done a really nice job in the role he's been asked to do. Do you want to try to kind of flip the script with him and say, hey, you're going to be throwing every fifth day now, as opposed to being somewhat of a higher leverage middle long relief type guy that can spot start at times. But I think it almost feels like at least from now, dating back to before Jones got hurt, you're sitting there looking, going, man, we got to win series. We got to find ways to especially take care of business at home and maybe just try to go 500 on the road and climb back into this thing, being whatever it is, 7, 8, 9 games behind the Brewers now. So you've almost gone from thriving to surviving and hoping that this, hoping you get Bednar back here in short order, hoping that if Priester or Marco Gonzalez is throwing the ball well, do they slide right back into the rotation, even though they'll probably be on some sort of pitch limit. It's certainly getting to nut cutting time here, and you wonder if Ben Cherington has something up his sleeve as far as bringing somebody in on a trade or what the case may be. But I like for the time being Ortiz being going every fifth day to because he's just done such a great job. And you would have to assume once either one of Gonzalez or Priester is ready physically, that they will probably slide into a spot. And they obviously have the All-Star game coming up, which is four days of off time. So I don't know. You feel like they shouldn't be thinking about treading water and just kind of trying to stay where they're at until guys get back. But that's just the reality of where things are at right now for the Pirates.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection. We're joined by Neil Walker, Jeff Hathorne, Mark Kaboly from The Athletic, in for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson. It seems like, Brian Hayes had a couple of hits, had a loud out. Jack Sawinski over the last week or so seems to have locked in. His timing seems better. Do you see those same things? Do you see that there is some potential for those guys to maybe help raise the level of consistency from this offense?
Yeah, and I think coming into the season, you somewhat hope that both of the guys you mentioned, especially Jack and Key Bryan, they're the things that they do. We know Jack kind of has been somewhat of a low average, high slugging and high on base type of guy, a modern baseball type of player more than a lot of guys, if you will. And Key Bryan Hayes almost on the other end of the spectrum, guy that makes a ton of contact. He sprays the ball around the yard. He can. We see him use the 4-hole a lot with 2 strikes and with runners in scoring position. And, it wasn't until last year, right around this time, that we saw Key Bryan really, really take off. So you hope that in some sense of the order that might be the case with him, because we're just not seeing him lift the ball. We're not seeing, like you said, Jeff, we're seeing him hit balls hard. We're seeing him hit a lot of balls on the ground and on a line, which is what we've become accustomed to seeing from him. But at the same time, as a corner guy, a corner infielder, a corner outfielder, you have to have some sort of slugging in there. So, I mean, in a perfect world, I'd like to, in a really, really good Pirates lineup, you'd love to see those guys somewhat hidden from the 6th spot down, whether it's 6-7 or 7-8, because those are the guys that you can't take for granted when they're going well. But at the same time, if you're kind of relying on both of those guys to be huge run producers on a day in and day out, that just hasn't necessarily been their skill set to this point. But like you said, Jack gets hot at times. We're seeing him run a couple balls out of the ballpark on a series-to-series basis. The swing and miss is going to be there. And for Key Brian Hayes, he starts to get hot and he starts to find some holes and hitting some doubles here and there. And then all of a sudden you see him start lifting balls. Then you got something to work with to go along with the the resurgence of Rowdy Tellez and as well as Brian Reynolds swinging the bat. And so, but like we said before, the time is now. If there's any time that this Pirates offense should get going, it's now, just based on where the Pirates are from a pitching perspective, both from the starters and relievers.
Okay, Neil, I'm going to put you on the spot here. You got to answer this truthfully. 2-part question. How many touchdown passes does Russell Wilson throw this year, and what's the Steelers' record?
Oh man, I got the Steelers around 10 wins this year. Okay, I'm somewhat of a go to the grave optimistic Steelers fan. So you'll rarely hear or see me go underneath that double-digit win column. And you hope that we get the form of Russ that we saw in Seattle several years ago, which is probably not the reality, but I like the thought of him and the animals and arsenal around him on the offensive side of things. So if I had to put a number on it, I'd say 25 touchdowns from Russ.
There we go.
So here's your chance, Neil. I mean, you see all these takes, all these opinions from Mark Kaboly. Mark's right here. What's one that's really bothered you? I mean, there's got to be takes that
about
Mark's
the
had.
Pirates or the Steelers?
No, about the Steelers.
Oh man, no. Mark is really good.
Well, we know you're lying now.
I do like his content, and you know what, Mark doesn't get caught up with the with the highs and lows. In a long baseball season, a long football season, you got to find a way to ride the wave and stay somewhere in between. So I appreciate Mark for this.
No, that's called being old and doing it for 20-some-odd years. That's what that's called.
Neil, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Hey, guys, great talking to you. Have a great week.
All right, Neil Walker here on the Fan Morning Show. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We'll get into more Buccos through the rest of the hour here. Kevin Gorman is going to join us.
With his flow. You're getting him on
serious flow.
You're getting him on the camera, right?
No, because he'll be driving into the stadium.
I want to see the flow. You got the massive
Buccos
flow.
take on the Mets at 12:35.
We also have a not-so-surprised guest, by the way, too. Dan Zangrilli. He's usually scheduled this hour, so he's going to join us next, if that's okay.
Okay. We'll do that next.
Let him ask Gormy the Owl some questions.
We continue. It's the Fan Morning Show here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost 3-2 yesterday. Aroldis Chapman blew the save in the 9th inning, ended up getting the losing decision. Pirates have now lost 2 of 3 that have been played so far. The 4th and final game of the series is today at 12:35. If you want to listen, you can go over to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. Pirates can't win the series, but if they win, they'll get a split. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey there, it's Dan Zangrilli for LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbutt, Kelly in Georgia, Western Pennsylvania injury firm and institution. They've been invested in your success and well-being for some time now. So if you're ever injured in an accident or wronged by somebody else's negligence, you need someone who lives here, works here, and knows how the Western PA court system operates. And you have to care. And my goodness, does my friend Larry Kelly care?
I care deeply about the people that we represent. I give them everything I've got. And if we are not successful, which doesn't happen very often, I hurt as much as they do because I know that this might be the only case that they have. You might have a mother who's lost her husband. If we're not successful for her, she may have to go out and get another job. She will not be able to be the best mother that she can be to her 2 or 3 children that remain.
You feel that burden, huh? You feel that burden.
Oh, it's heavy. And I bring it home sometimes.
LGKG Injury Lawyers. Visit lgkg.com today. LGKG, your home team.
Head to the mountains to win big and have a blast at the Casino at Nemacolin. Newly renovated, the Casino at Nemacolin features 26 table games, 500 slots, and new high roller lounge for the bold. Tickle your taste buds at the Royale, the new dinner restaurant, or stop by the bar for a bite to eat. Dining is available 7 days a week. On Friday and Saturday nights, stop in for live music with no cover charge. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's hot, and the deals at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township are even hotter. Choose from a 24 Grand Cherokee starting at $299 for 27 months, or the rugged 24 Ram 1500 for $299 for 42 months. If speed is your thing, look at the all-new 2024 Dodge Hornet with 0% financing up to 84 months. The only choice is South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
How many Rock and Roll Hall of Famers have been on the Talk is Jericho podcast with me, Chris Jericho? Well, gee, let's see how many I can name off the top of my head. Metallica, Kiss, Slash, and Duff from Guns N' Roses, Angus Young, Brian Johnson from AC/DC, Chad Smith from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. You want more? I got so many more, but I'm all out of time right now. So come rock with me, Chris Jericho, on Talk is Jericho. Listen to and follow now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection.
Let's do this.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Celebrate Christmas in July with us, Odyssey and the Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh, HARP. We invite you to Stuff the Doghouse, July 13th and 14th. That's coming up. Drive through and donate pet supplies at HARP's North Side and East Side locations and help make a difference for our furry friends. Items to donate include dry dog and puppy food, treats, and more. Visit the events page at 937thefan.com for the full list. We are now joined by Pirates pre- and post-game show host, or will be soon.
Almost there. I'm getting them on.
Dan Zangrilli. Dan is brought to you by the injury lawyers of LGKG. LGKG, Western Pennsylvania Injury Lawyers for over 90 years. LGKG.com. Of course, Dan has seen a lot of baseball. He's seen a lot of Paul Skenes, a lot of Brian Reynolds over his career. And he's actually joining us from vacation, Mark.
Talk about dedication.
He's going to be taking a few days off.
Unless this is his all-star break.
And then he gets a little all-star break, so a little time to recharge the batteries with Dan and his couple of kids. So it's a cool thing for him.
I remember back in the early 90s when Bob Walk made didn't make the all-star game. It was Bob Walk was pitching for the Pirates, and all-star break saw him at Kennywood. So that was his
You saw Bob Walk at Kennywood?
Like in the early 90s.
What was he in line for?
Come on, I can't remember. Once again, I can't remember what happened yesterday. I just remember Bob Walk was at Kennywood during the All-Star break.
Is there anything as like summer as potato patch fries? Like
I haven't been to Kennywood in so long.
There's a smell. It's like just being at Kennywood. There's just something that you instantly.
I just took the kids to Hershey Park, and I literally rode the monorail. That was it. I mean, you're getting old when the only thing you're riding is the monorail.
Yeah, that's like getting on the train.
And I was like, yeah, I mean, I'm like the old guy. You remember Kenny would, the old people would just sit on the bench and just sit there? I would do that right now if that
Like
was
Grandpa
possible.
Joe.
Yeah, I would do that. Grandpa Joe Rudder.
No, everybody gets your picture with Grandpa Joe. Isn't that the dude that was on the
cowboy?
The Cowboy Joe.
Okay.
Yeah.
If Grandpa Joe, I'm thinking you're talking about Rudder.
Sorry. Oh, wow. Dan is with us now. And are you going to Kennywood at all during your break, Dan?
That's a good question. I probably should. A couple years ago, did the season pass for the little guy because he was about 3. So that's a really good value. Not to sit here and sell you amusement park tickets, but I think it had like a combination of Kennywood, Sandcastle, and Idlewild. So maybe.
Dan, you sound like a gravy type of guy on your potato patch fries.
Oh, how about gravy and cheese, Mark?
I'm just strictly cheese.
Well,
I'm not going gravy.
Sometimes the cheese could get a little thick, but then you can sort of thin it out with a little gravy, and then it just creates some sort of combination that is very Pittsburgh.
Don't they have a potato patch ride now or something to that effect?
I don't know. I haven't kept up.
There you go. You go and report back to us, Dan.
This is true.
Dan, were you surprised that Paul Skenes was named an All-Star?
No, not really. I think Major League Baseball, just on merit alone. Let's talk about the baseball ability and how he's kind of taken the league by storm. So there's that storyline. But I think baseball is very much paying attention to what happened with the NFL and the benefit that Taylor Swift brought to the league and the whole Travis Kelce dynamic of a power couple. And I'm not necessarily comparing Livy Dunn to Taylor Swift here, but I'm sure that a lot of the marketing folks in Major League Baseball, the social media folks in Major League Baseball, are saying that, and this is a really powerful asset, Livy Dunn, to be able to help drive our game. There was an article, I think, in the Sports Business Journal, even the Post-Gazette did something about these politically themed Skenes Jones 24 type of election shirts that Livy Dunn, just because she wore it, sales went up 1,400%. So, yeah, there's that element of it as well. So as Skenes is throwing on the mound, over under 2.5 camera shots towards Livy Dunn. What do you guys say to that? So
let's hope it's over.
She's a great conduit to the TikTok and Snapchat crowd, I think, and Skenes is very popular in that space as well, just from a social cultural subject as well. So that's probably a motivating factor as much as anything.
I think she should play in the All-Star game. I mean the All-Star softball All-Star game before that, but that's just me. I mean, Dan, you know Mitch Keller very well. How do you think he took not making it? Because I think you look at his stats and how consistent for the most part he's been. He was deserving as well, but it makes sense that Skenes goes over him. But how do you think Keller takes that? I know he made it last year, but do you think he's a little disappointed?
Probably to a certain extent. It's kind of hard just with the numbers, the dominant stuff that Skenes has. I would think that he gets it, Mark, that, hey, there's only so many arms and so many slots, and Mitch Keller is a lot of things that you mentioned, but he's not Paul Skenes. So I think that, and Derek Shelton said it on his radio pregame show yesterday, that there's a lot of people that the Pirates have that are deserving, and I think that he was talking primarily about Keller because as he was giving the interview, I'm pretty sure he had a pretty good indication of who was going to go, and they were embargoing the news. So, yeah, I would think disappointed but not ticked, if that makes sense.
Dan, it seems like with Jarrett Jones down, Bailey Falter now going to miss some time. You go to Milwaukee, you got Philly on the schedule, and you've got the deadline at the bottom of the, at the end of the month. This seems like, this week is huge for whether the Pirates are indeed in this race or not.
Yeah, and that's assuming that they're in it here, Jeff. They're going to have to really roll off and check off a number of wins, and I just don't see a pathway forward or the propensity to do what they did on Friday night on a fairly consistent basis, which made yesterday's game so infuriating. 5 games under 500, right? That's just too big of a hole facing what you just laid out. So they better get busy. Starting today at 12:35, and then against the teams that you just mentioned, do you have to win 5 of 6? Probably.
And you can't stumble against the White Sox.
That's a great point, too. So, for the first time all year, you're in a basically must-win a lot of games in a row. And with a lineup and a bullpen, with all 3 phases in the game, with offense, pitching, and relief pitching having to come together overnight, the chances aren't very good. Crazier things have happened. I don't think anybody had Friday night occurring the way that it did against the pitcher that it did. But, yeah, big uphill climb. And unfortunately, I'm not showing a pathway forward.
Dan, next Monday you'll talk to the real hosts of the Fan Morning Show.
What do you mean? What is that supposed to mean?
That means that Adam and Dorn will be back.
Well, I kind of like you and Kaboly. This is a good thing going here. So
there you go. We're kicking them out there, Jeff.
Yeah, I don't
Forget
think so.
Crowley and Dickerson.
Yeah. Hey, Dan, enjoy it. Thanks for coming on this morning. We appreciate it.
You got it, guys. Thank you.
All right, Dan Zangrilli brought to you by the injury lawyers of LGKG. LGKG, Western Pennsylvania Injury Lawyers for over 90 years, LGKG.com. We continue. Kevin Gorman from the Tribune Review. We continue this Pirates Hour here as the Bucks take on the Mets. Last game of the homestand, last game of the series, coming up at 12:35 over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost 3-2 yesterday to the New York Mets, and now the Mets lead the series 2-1, going into the fourth and final game, which will be played today at 12:35. Also yesterday, it was announced that Brian Reynolds and Paul Skenes are both All-Stars representing the Pirates this season at the All-Star break. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now this message from Doran Dickerson.
Maximize the efficiency of your HVAC equipment with the Southside Plumbing and Heating Technician Inspection. Whether it's HVAC equipment or a new hot water heater, Southside Plumbing and Heating will give you a shoulder to lean on. They're not just a family-owned business that's been around for decades. They make you feel like you're a part of their family from the time you give them a call until the job is done. Their quality and intent to get the job done makes them the absolute best plumbing and heating company in the city of Pittsburgh. Give them a call today, 412-431-7455, or go to their website, SouthsidePlumbingandHeating.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Forest Hills, crews have cleared an earlier accident from Route 30 Ardmore Boulevard at Lafayette Road. That's near the ramps to the outbound Parkway East. Meanwhile, the Parkway West is jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound is cleared out. You're clear all the way out toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Northbound 79, extremely heavy in the construction zone now, just north of Clever Road up through the S-Bends. Parkway East, you are jammed at Edgewood Swissvale. Route 28 is cleared out, so has the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your home from water damage and eliminate water woes with Gutter Helmet. GutterHelmet.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman ad, sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. 2 rookies share our Players of the Weekend award. How about Caitlin Clark in Indiana's stunning upset of the New York Liberty? Clark became the first rookie in WNBA history with a triple-double. Meantime, Ben Rice became the first Yankees rookie to blast 3 home runs in 1 game. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed Your Ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned for just $129. Get a 4th room free and take $75 off air duct cleaning. Call now 412-701-1188 or book online anytime, ZeroResPGH.com.
I'm PJ Glasser here to help you beat the books with BetQL. On October 19th, Georgia visits Texas and Austin for what's likely to be a showdown between 2 of the best teams in college football. Right now, the game of the year line on BetMGM is Georgia -1.5, which I think is a little too low. Texas is very good, and the game is in Austin, but if you're giving me essentially a pick'em with a Kirby Smart team and he isn't playing Nick Saban, I'm going to take it. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're joined by Kevin Gorman of the Tribune Review. Thanks for joining us again, Kevin. Although a very special treat here as Mark Kaboly is in studio with us.
Mark Kaboly's favorite Pirates player is Jack Sawinski and the Parrot.
You know it. And my favorite team is what? The Portview Bulldogs, 8-under champs.
So you have to explain that real
them?
quick. Explain that what he just said about Jack Sawinski and the Parrot.
Well, my son, he's 7, and he likes Jack Sawinski. So my sister-in-law made him a jersey that said because he once said this, my 2 favorite Pirates are Jack Sawinski and the Pirate Parrot. So he wore that to the Pirate game the other day. Gormy was there, came. I talked to him. He took a picture, showed Jack Sawinski, and I guess Jack Sawinski wanted to know where he could purchase one. I might be able to handle that for you, Jack.
Yeah, Jack Sawinski told me it had to be custom made, and I said they might be selling them in the strip. He said, I can guarantee you they're not.
What was your surprise or not surprise that Paul Skenes was named to the All-Star game?
No, I thought it was a no-brainer. I thought that was something baseball needed to do. You have a guy that is a rookie sensation, who's the talk of the sport, with his meteoric rise to, leading LSU to the national championship, being the #1 overall pick, surpassing his teammate Dylan Cruz, who was kind of the consensus guy. And Skenes, run in the postseason last year really changed that narrative. And then goes from #1 pick to making his major league debut 10 months later, and his 5-0 through 10 starts is electrifying. The crowds. I think this is what baseball needed to do, is have him in that game, and it's pretty amazing when you find out that he's the first number 1 overall pick to be in the All-Star game the following year. That kind of gives you an idea of what type of a historic run we're watching here. But I think the bigger question now becomes, should he be the starter?
And
I don't think so. I mean, I understand, for the must-see TV part of it, and I certainly think there is an element to everyone who watches that game, myself included, that would love to see Paul Skenes face a American League lineup that has, let's just say, Gunnar Henderson, Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, Jose Ramirez, and Vlad Guerrero in the top 5, and to see him kind of go through that order the way that he did. The Dodgers, I think it was on June 5th when he had to face, Mookie Betts, Shohei Ohtani, and Freddie Freeman, and struck them all out, not in succession, but struck all 3 of the former MVPs out. So, I mean, I think people want to see that. I think this is a showcase event, and that's the spectacle in the showcase. But I also think there's some guys that are very deserving of that honor, maybe more so than Paul Skenes, just because of their body of work in the first half and their careers.
I don't know, Gormy. If it was up to me, I don't care if he starts or not, but I think you hit on it perfect. Have him come in somehow. I don't care. Call timeout, whatever. Whenever the Judge, the Guerreros, Altuve, whoever, Soto comes up, I want to see it against those guys.
No
because
doubt.
that is must-see TV right there. But
I think if you have, Chris Sale or Tyler Glasnow or even Ranger Suarez, if one of those guys is the starter, and no offense to the other guys, but you name one of them the starter, and the second time around the order, you bring in Paul Skenes, whether that's the 3rd or 4th inning, all of a sudden you've got your audience staying in, knowing that Skenes is pitching at some point. And maybe, they're not tuning out after the first time through the order. Maybe they want to watch a little deeper into the game. Or, no offense to any of the closers, but imagine Paul Skenes coming in the 9th inning with the game, very tight like it was when David Bednar pitched the 9th a couple years ago. There's a lot of ways you can get eyeballs on that game and on TV sets by deploying Paul Skenes in a certain way.
Kevin, before we ask you another question about the Pirates, I think one of the cool stories in the entire All-Star game is a Pittsburgh native and Mason Miller to be in there, what he's dealt with, what he overcame. I mean, that's pretty amazing that this kid, and the fact that he's able to have that success with, one of the worst teams in the game in front of him. What an accomplishment for him.
Yeah, I mean, to think that this guy, I think he played the bulk of his college career at Waynesburg, right, Division III school, and it kind of shows you just that when you have the talent and the work ethic and you can put them all together, that there's you can find superstars anywhere. It doesn't have to be at the top of the draft like a Paul Skenes. David Bednar's proof of that. I think he was a mid 30th round pick. Who came out of Lafayette. It doesn't have to be a traditional powerhouse program or a guy who's at the very top of the draft, although they're more likely. But certainly, when you think about Mason, that Bethel Park team, I don't know if they were on the team at the same time, but they all came through the program kind of around the same time, but had a couple Pirates farmhands. Justin Mice, is one that was a teammate of his, and then Magdi Alcoto, who was a draft pick for the Pirates last year, also came up through that time. I'm not sure if he was a teammate of Mason's, but he came through right around the same time, and so that, that's a pretty impressive group to have come through Bethel Park High School. So that's a wild thing, and I think it's very deserving. I think it's not just because the A's need to have a representative. I think this is a guy who is another guy who's living in above the 100-mile-per-hour mark, and when you're tossing triple digits, I think you're the type of guy that people want to see, especially at the end of an All-Star game.
Gormy, I don't know if you know this, but he once struck out Harry Callis.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
They were teammates at Waynesburg.
He struck him out. And Callis.
I was celebrating a little, too, because I work in Bethel Park now, and I've covered the team this season, so like Bethel Park. And Mason, of course, yeah.
So. Well, Gormy, I want to get back to the current team here. I guess the Pirates obviously need some offense, right? where do they find it at? I think they need to find it within the current lineup right now. If there was one guy you would look at the starting, 9, 10, 11 guys they switch in and out, who would that guy that needs to elevate his level of play that has the capability to do this, to be able to grab this team and carry it to the next level? Is there one guy that sticks out to you?
I mean, O'Neal Cruz is the obvious choice. I mean, this is a guy that, when he's on, is as talented as anyone in the game. And there's a little bit of a boomer bust, storyline with him, and that he's, he kind of goes through his funks or his lots of strikeouts. But, the majestic home runs that he hits, he's put a couple on the river already. He's certainly a guy that could carry this team. But I'll go a step further and say the guy that could really be a catalyst for this team and is so much more has been expected of him, and I thought he'd take a step forward and be an all-star this season, is Ke'Bryan Hayes. And if they can get him right, if they can get him hitting as a gap-to-gap guy, I don't expect him to be a 25-homer guy, but if he can put up 15 home runs and 75 RBIs and bat, somewhere between 275 and 300 and play Gold Glove caliber defense in the second half, I think that could really spark this team, because I think the Pirates desperately want Ke'Bryan Hayes to be one of their franchise cornerstones. They locked him up long term. He showed that he was a Gold Glove caliber guy 2 years ago, or even 3 years ago. He finally got his first last year, but I think he should have at least one platinum glove, if not two. That's how good defensively he's been. But this season, the back problems, I think he's had a little extra weight on him. He has just not looked like himself. And you can't have a guy like Ke'Bryan Hayes be having a down year, a guy like O'Neal Cruz not quite living up to his potential, and then having, Jack Sawinski, Yasmani Grandal, Michael A. Taylor having their struggles. You can't have a lineup full of that. You have to have some consistency, and I think Brian Reynolds has showed the way in terms of, being a constant presence in the lineup and a consistent presence at the plate. And I think some of the other guys have to start to follow his lead.
Kevin, last one. I know you got to get in for pregame interviews before the Bucks and Mets, 12:35 over on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. This would seem to be a monster week. I mean, you go to Milwaukee, then you go to the White Sox, an opportunity potentially to gain some ground there, and then you get Philly when you come home. I mean, if you're a contender, it would seem like you got to really show something this week.
No doubt. I was just looking this up. Last year, the Pirates won 8-16 in July. They were 11-15 in June. This year, 14-12 in June. So far, 2-4 in July. They need to have a big July. They need to show to the front office and the ownership that they can be a contender and that they are worthy of being buyers at the trade deadline. Because so far, they've given the front office no reason. The players have. The fans are certainly basically begging the team to go out and add a bat or add whatever they need to become a contender, and saying, you're only 4.5 games out, despite being 5 games under 500. So certainly this is a huge week for the Pirates. This is a huge month for the Pirates, because, I feel like there's been some patience with this turnover in the front office and the managerial staff, that the Pirates fans have said, okay, we're going to do a complete rebuild. They're going to draft high. They're going to bring in some guys. And now those guys are here. And now it's time for the Pirates to perform. And so this isn't just, blame the front office or blame the coaching staff. This is a widespread problem for the Pirates if they fall flat on their face in the month of July. And don't give the team any reason to do anything but sell the guys who are on one-year deals and take the wind out of the sails once again. This is a team that should be playing into August and September with the idea of contending for a wild card spot, because it is wide open.
Kevin, thanks for your time. Appreciate it. We'll see you down at the park.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
Gorman got some fabulous hair. Fabulous
Yes, he
hair.
does.
You know what he does?
Yes,
he just
he does.
uses juices and berries on it. Harry Callis does not have the reference.
That'll be $10. One of the best movie scenes.
Nothing more than Ultra Perm.
He beat Joe Lewis's. We're going to come back with social media's biggest loser. We'll find out who that is. And then Mark's got to get down to Yinzer's to sell that T-shirt idea. My favorite Pirates, Jack Sawinski and the Parrots.
That's about. I might agree with him.
Jeff Hathorn, Mark Kaboly, and for Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost yesterday. Old Aroldis Chapman blew the save. And now the Pirates are going to try to split the series against the New York Mets today. They have the opportunity to do that if they get a win today. Game time at 12:35. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush easing down, but here come those midday construction delays. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Edgewood Swissvale. Northbound 79, you have delays from Clever Road heading up through that construction zone toward the S-Bend. Now through August 2nd, weekdays between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. Watch for single alternating lane traffic patterns on Route 910 for work between Nicholson Drive and Franklin Park and Divine Drive in Marshall Township. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Call Pittsburgh's exclusive Gutter Helmet dealer. Schedule a free gutter assessment and estimate. 888-5HELMET. Before gutter problems arise, protect your home from costly water damage with Gutter Helmet. Enjoy maintenance-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free assessment and estimate. Save up to 35% for a limited time.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
DQ presents Picture This. Picture the DQ freezer, home to all the Blizzard flavors of the past. Picture it opening to bring back the salted caramel truffle blizzard for a limited time. Picture that salted caramel truffle blizzard in your hands. It's all yours. No, really, it's all yours. This treat is too good to share. Everyone will have to get one for themselves. Hurry in to get this flavor before the DQ freezer closes. DQ, happy tastes good.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Okay, the hot summer months. You got to get to Schultz Ford and get that great deal. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And how about always online at schultzford.com. They have a gigantic selection of inventory, everything that you want for this summer. Hey, how about a Bronco? Take the top off, cruise around. Mustang, convertible, great summer car too. And maybe you're going to the beach. What about an Explorer? That gets it done for you. Great family car to get all the way down to the beach and back. So, again, those great locations and always online at schultzford.com. The customer service cannot be beaten. You go into Schultz Ford, you are treated like family all the time at all the locations. Again, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, now in Wheeling as well. And check it out online, too, schultzford.com.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Green Tree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar, 8.
What a perfect day for a small business loan. Wouldn't you say so, Robert?
Absolutely, David.
And they're off. Right away, Big Bankarama has disqualified the loan.
Yeah, sadly, that is just all too common.
What's this? Suddenly, Owners Bank, the bank made for small business owners, pulls ahead.
The big banks don't even look like they're trying.
And Owners Bank approves the loan in record time.
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, Siding
Hide your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. At the Disc Institute, our treatment, intradisc arthrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. 412-906-9600.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Century 21 Fairways Real Estate, a proud sponsor. Have we ever showed up at your son's game?
No, you should have, though.
Why have you not emailed 93.7 The Fan?
Because they don't play Saturdays, so you'd have to come out like a Wednesday or a Friday. Legendary team, man. Legendary. I was just telling Jeff off the air that I used to be a pretty decent baseball player back in my youth. Back in my youth, you know, but the other day we were playing some wiffle ball with the 8-year-old, and an 8-year-old struck me out.
Ouch.
8-year-old struck me out. I wasn't even close.
Like a curve, some kind of curve?
It was just right down the middle. I had
Straight gas.
I mean, that wiffle ball bats are small, but I didn't even come close.
Yeah. Why don't you get like the big, like when you're dead, you can get the big red barrel.
That's what I need. That's what I needed. I mean, I was so embarrassed. I'm like, how did I not even come close to hitting this? I felt like Harry Callis against Mason Miller.
Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. And the aforementioned Harry Callis has found social media's biggest loser.
I have. So the Mets announcers, I guess, weren't familiar with the furries. And they're going down the Allegheny, minding their own business. They're on a boat. And the Mets announcers said this on the broadcast of the Pirates-Mets game.
I mean, they're all out in the sun in those very warm costumes.
I understand. And they smell.
Kind of like the area near our truck. They put our production truck right next to the dumpster.
That's not very kind. So the Mets
announcers. The Mets muck them.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
What?
Yes. You know the muck the Feds.
No, Harry Callis going to dump that, right? You know what? I was on Route 51 the other day, and somebody was riding a motorcycle down the street. He had his furry hat on. I'm thinking that might not be very safe. His furry, unless it was Doran. Doesn't Doran dress up like that?
Well, you
never heard that story back in the day?
You showed off today as a multimedia. I mean, we're rolling through baseball topics right there.
I can talk about anything, man.
Did a little Steeler take, and then the 9 o'clock hour went from one guest to 3 in a hurry.
And Neil Walker knew who I was.
How about that? And he likes your stuff.
Nah, that's just people don't know.
No, he followed. He likes your stuff. He knew.
Yeah,
he knew that you have a steady take through the span of a season.
That's
for the
like
most part.
meeting some old guy at Walmart, and he goes, I like your stuff. I'm like, dude, you've never read it. What are you talking about? There's no way. But
How many times in a span of a week do you get You're that dude on TV.
It mostly comes from the pump show.
That's what I mean.
It's unbelievable. The pump, the nightly sports call is just not nightly sports call. Was it #1 Cochran Showdown? Unbelievable. I mean, you have to be a 75 or older to watch it, but my goodness, they are on it. I thought they would go to sleep by then. I mean, it's constant. I don't know about you. Hey, you're on that pump show. I remember the other day I was walking outside of Sheetz, and some old guy stopped me. He goes, "Yeah, that I like you and that kid, that other kid from Beaver Falls." I'm like, "Kid, what?" "Oh, Pompiani." I'm like, "Oh, well, Pompiani's a kid. I love it."
I had a guy come up to me with a Pitt shirt on, and I thought, okay, this is going to be about Pitt stuff, and it was. And he's like, "Listen, I like what you're doing." I'm like, "Thanks, but you got to stop pumping all the Penn State stuff. I know you went to Penn State. You got to stop all the Penn State love on social media. But other than that, I love your stuff, Eric." He thought it was Hagman.
Oh, that's terrible.
And which is great because Eric is unbelievable. But he thought I did all the Pitt stuff, and he's like, "Why are you putting all this Penn State stuff out?"
Imagine if he found out you went to the Ohio State.
Well, I told him. He's like, "Well, where did you go to school?" I said, "Ohio State." He's like, "Oh." And then he kind of walked away.
Well, people are always nice to your face, and you go on Twitter and check your mentions, and you're like, "Oh, geez."
Oh, there's always that. There's always that stuff.
Let's not look at this.
Our thanks to Neil Walker, to Dan Zangrilli, to Kevin Gorman, and Mark, for you for coming in at 7 o'clock in the morning to join us on the Fan Morning Show. Thanks, man.
I appreciate it, Jeff. Anything for a hardworking son of a gun like you.
Nicholas Harry Callis, 3 great days. Appreciate all of your hard work. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 91, low of 67. Tomorrow, high of 93. Enjoy the ball game. Remember, it's over on KDKA AM 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. We'll see you next time. Doran's back tomorrow here on the Fan Morning Show at 93.7 The Fan.
Here, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Summertime savings is always hot at Salem's Market on Center in the Hill District. From fresh produce, halal meats, deli, and special treats. Stop by and see for yourself. 1850 Center Avenue. Salem's is your passport to global cuisine. Join us for one great weekend. Register today for the 2024 Richard S. Caligiuri City of Pittsburgh Great Race, presented by Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's happening September 28th and 29th and sponsored by Allegheny Health Network and Dollar Bank. Window Nation can help beat this Pittsburgh weather with a buy 2 get 2 free offer on insulated, energy-efficient windows, plus 0 down and no interest or payments for 2 years. Schedule an in-home estimate now at 866-90Nation or windownation.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or apply stopped, opt out. Minimum purchase required. Interest accrues from the date of purchase but is waived if paid within the promotional period. Go to windowappointmentnow.com for full offer details.
Attention homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? Fog between the glass? Spending too much and expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's time to replace.
And right now, you can get a free in-home consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen. Plus, during the month of July, buy one window or door and get one 40% off when you buy 4 or more.
Just text DISPLAY to 200-300 for your free consultation on top quality, affordable windows or doors for no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months.
That's right. You don't pay a dime for 12 months. Plus, for July only, buy one window or door and get one 40% off.
Don't wait. Text DISPLAY to 200-300. Text the word DISPLAY to 200-300. DISPLAY to 200-300.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with Deals for Days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District.
Hey, Donnie Football here. It's not often we hear a company, a weight loss company at that offers a 1-week trial. Well, Awaken 180 isn't just any company. They feel so strongly in their program, if you aren't 100% satisfied with your results in the first week, you can get a full refund. I'll repeat that in a different way. Awaken 180 works. They know it. I know it. Over 22,000 others know it. Paige and her coaches want to prove that to you. If the results aren't what you expect in the first week, you can stop and get 100% of your money back. Where's the risk? Where's the catch? There is none, and it's nothing new. This is the Awaken 180 policy because they know you'll succeed. You know my results. I dropped 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180, and it was easy. In just 10 weeks, I dropped 45 pounds, and it stayed off. Everyone here has seen the same results. Awaken 180 is no risk, but every reward. Reserve your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Hey everyone, it's Boomer Esiason here. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your game, all with the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Well, you've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of STP full synthetic oil with an STP extended life oil filter for just $29.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Dunkin' dropped a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. Available in Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. Order ahead on the Dunkin' app and get a medium Sparked Energy for $3 in July. Fruit flavored. Contains 0% fruit juice. Caffeine from caffeine and guarana. Participation may vary. Limited terms apply.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain in the letter X.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Join Allegheny County Parks every weekend, now through September 1st for the 2024 Summer Concert Series. Each week, you'll have the chance to enjoy live music on Fridays at South Park Amphitheater and Sundays at Heartwood Acres Amphitheater. Each concert's free and starts at 7:30 p.m. Local food trucks, craft beer, and wine will all be on site at concerts, starting at 6 p.m. For the full lineup, visit AlleghenyCounty.us/special events.
O'Reilly. Eliminate carbon and varnish deposits with Lucas Fuel Treatment at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Simply add it to your tank at your next fill-up. A clean fuel system can increase performance and fuel economy. Right now, get 2 bottles of Lucas Fuel Treatment for just $9 and get 2 times O Rewards points. In-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush continuing to ease down. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Traffic on the Parkway West remains jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Edgewood, Swissvale. Route 28, the Parkway North pretty much up to speed. No HOV lanes today. They're expected to reopen by tomorrow as PennDOT is doing some system upgrades and doing some gate repairs there. So you'll be using the mainline Parkway North in Crosstown until then. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wetco Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. The 4th game of the series against the Mets will continue today for the Pirates, but had a chance to win the series today. The Mets will have the opportunity to take 3 out of 4 from the Pirates, a 3-2 loss to the Buccos yesterday. It was a disappointing one as the Pirates scored 2 in the bottom half of the 8th inning to take a 2-1 lead. The Mets stormed back 2 off of Aroldis Chapman in the top half of the 9th. Chapman threw 40 pitches and did not even get out of the inning. Kyle Nicholas had to come in with the bases loaded to record the final out. Chapman in 2/3 gave up 2 hits. He walked 3, allowed 2 runs, and also struck out 2. Nick Gonzalez with an RBI base hit drove in 2 with the bases loaded for the Pirates in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Was not enough as the Pirates are now 5 games under 500 at 42-47. The final game of the series is today, a wraparound series at 12:35 from PNC Park. Mitch Keller will throw for the Pirates. You can hear the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA beginning at 11:30. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
PNC Bank, rooted in communities big and small.
Now, more Joe. Joe. The Joe Starkey Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You know what that means? It means that we've got no Joe today. It's me and Bob Pompiani. I'm Paul Zeiss, and of course we always get you started when I'm running the show with a little soul food, right? A little Earth, Wind, and Fire. Always good for the soul.
lasts the test of time, that soul food. It really does. I love Earth, Wind, and Fire.
It's one of those things that, if you really think about it, they started touring in 1972, Bob. 52 years on the road. How about that?
Yeah, and they're still going.
That's a hell of a run.
They still have little venues they play or whatever. They were at Celebrity Care Fest. They've been around at different places, and people love the music, And like I said, it lasts the test of time. It does.
There's no question about it. I mean, they've been rolling for 52 years, and of course, on a Monday, we all like to get started the right way. So, a little Earth, Wind, and Fire. How you doing, Bob?
I'm doing good. Beautiful day. Wish we were golfing, but that's another story for another day.
No, absolutely. It is a beautiful. How's
the paulsice.com tour coming, by the way?
It's good. Yesterday, I was supposed to play yesterday. I got really sick in the morning, so I couldn't play. I was actually stuck in bed for a while. So Paul Alexander had to take it for me yesterday.
So tell me more about it. Is it like regular members?
No, we just play. There's a group of us that play Saturday morning. We go to Cedar Brook Saturday mornings. We usually play the gold. Sunday we'll play the red, or vice versa at Cedar Brook. It's a great course, and it's usually Paul Alexander's a regular. My buddy Barry's usually a regular. My buddy Doug and Tim and other people, I've had other people reach out and say that they want to play with us. But you know what? In order to play with us, you have to be willing to get up at 6 in the morning because
that's not going to be me.
We tee off at 6:15. We're the first ones off the tee.
There's a lot to be said for that because you get done at a time when you have the whole day in front of you.
Yeah, well, that's the whole point about it. I mean, the last time we did it, we were done by 9:30. Able to have a few cocktails by 10:15, 10:30. We're
but is your body ready to handle 6:15 tee time? See, to me, I have to go through a regimen of stretching, hitting balls. Can you do all that at 6:15?
Well, I mean, if you want to get out there that early. But I'm always the guy that goes, straight to the course. And I only,
3 deep knee bends, pull out a club and hit it.
I don't have time. A lot of people, they play golf. They make it a religious experience. But I don't have time to go hit balls, putt, all that other stuff. I just show up and really grip it and rip it.
Well, there you go.
And see what happens.
That's the best way to do it. And forget about the last shot, whatever it may be.
Exactly.
Just move on.
Just move on and have a good time. And you know what? Because the one thing, because I don't go to the range and all that other stuff, I don't feel guilty about taking a breakfast ball.
No, you shouldn't anyway.
Off the first
tee. On local golfers, amateur golfers, you have to have that.
Right, right. But it's funny, there's some people, I got a buddy.
Let me ask you this. Do you putt them all out? Because that becomes a little bit of a controversial item. If you're in a group and somebody says it's good, but somebody else may say, wait a minute, let them putt it, if you're playing for money, I'm talking about.
Right, yeah. It all depends. I mean, if you're out of the hole.
Well, that's different. I'm talking about if there's if
there's a birdie putt or a par putt, you have to putt it.
Okay.
If it's for more than that, and you know what, let's go. It's good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know what? You got to keep the pace of play going, especially if you're the people out front at 6:15.
Right. That's what we try and do, and so it's good. I mean, we have a good time with it, and we always have fun, and of course. There's always a little bit of money. We have a bunch of games that we have going. So it's one of those things where we try to play at a good pace. But the thing about it is, people think if you're playing at a good pace, that means that you're not taking your time and guys aren't. I mean, Paul Alexander shoots in the 70s regularly. Playing at the pace we play.
I've seen that.
And we've other guys that shoot low 80s. I mean. You can play at a good pace, and you know what I mean, and still take your time on your shots.
Yeah, you just don't need 16 practice swings.
It's the practice swings. It's all the stuff. I don't understand. A couple weeks ago, I played at 10:30 in the 10:30 in the morning, and I don't understand what guys are doing on the greens for as long as they're on the greens. Yeah. And the other part of it is. You know what? If I hit one left and you hit one right, drop me off at my ball. You go to your ball, so that when I hit, you're ready to hit, and we meet somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
But it's amazing.
There are little things that make a big difference when it comes to pace of play.
And I think, honestly, pace of play is important, Bob.
No, there's no question. There are some clubs that now require you to go 4 hours.
Right.
And if you don't, they'll come and remove you from the golf course. The ranger will come out and say, that's enough. You guys got to abide by this.
Right.
And if you start getting that into heads of people, that's okay. Then they'll adapt.
Right. I think most people can play at a pace. That's the big thing. It's just a matter of do they want to or not.
Yeah.
So I just feel like sometimes, it just gets ridiculous when you're. I just don't have 5.5 hours. It's 5.5 hours to stay on a course. As much as I like to golf, I just don't want to be on a course that long ever.
Especially on a day like today. It's a little bit too hot out there, especially if you play later in the day.
Right. That's true. That is so true. When it's hot out, you know what I mean? You just when it's hot out, you just don't want to
you can gauge the humidity and the temperature by judging the amount of water or whatever you're drinking, and never have to go bathroom.
Right.
Never. You need it.
Right. I mean, I just feel like that's the biggest thing. Like, to me, pace of play is important. That's what and I'll tell you one thing that I do like about Cedar Brook. There's a lot I like about Cedar Brook, but one of the things I like the most is I've played during the day. People there play at for a public course, they play at a reasonably good pace. I mean, you go to some private courses, and they're supposed to play at a pace. And I've had long rounds on private courses too, so you just try and navigate it as best as you can do it.
Well, listen, there's going to be plenty of golf time available once all these seasons are over. And I'm wondering now about the Pirate season. I thought it might extend a little bit into October, but I'm having my questions and doubts about it now after another situation which kind of mirrored the entire season yesterday, Paul, right?
Yeah,
they get a great start and they don't win a game, and they take a lead into the ninth and they don't win a game.
Well, I thought, and I hate saying it like this, but yesterday kind of felt like the game that sort of, now I don't know that they're going to, make even like late August and September all that interesting. You have Jared Jones hurt for, he's probably shut down for a month. Falter's hurt. You're going to have to piece together your rotation here for the next, 20 days or so. And then you're now 5 games under 500. You're going on the road. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, listen, if you look at their schedule, they got after today's the final game with the Mets. It won't be easy. At best they're going to split that series. Then they go to Milwaukee, which will not be easy for them. Then the White Sox, and the White Sox you may say are a bad team. They're looking to dump players, but the one thing they remind me of the Oakland A's when the Pirates went out there earlier this year and lost 2 of 3, and they're a team that's perfectly capable. They have some good young pitching on that team. We'll see, but after the break is where it really ramps up, Paul, because you have the Phillies, then you have St. Louis, both home series, but those are 2 really good teams. After that, it's L.A., San Diego, those teams, Arizona. It's not going to be easy, and the further you fall behind, the harder it will be to overcome it, which makes you wonder what they'll do at the trade deadline, if anything.
Right. I mean, I think that's probably, would you say, not much of anything now.
Or selling.
I mean, here's the thing. I actually think they were going to probably move a couple of guys anyway, those expiring contracts. That's sort of what they do. But now.
Yeah, but if they wanted to move Chapman, what happened yesterday and throughout this season is not going to make many people interested.
No. I mean, that's part of the problem is that when they signed him, I think, with the idea that at $10.5 million, he was going to have a real team-friendly kind of contract that they could move at the trade deadline, and the hope obviously was Bednar and Holderman and all these guys were ready that they wouldn't need Chapman the rest of the way. But Chapman hasn't really helped his value by the way he's pitched. And I thought yesterday, one of the things that's happened with him that's really kind of frustrating is he's just so wild. He just throws way too many balls, and it's like, listen, when you got stuff like you have, you should throw a lot more pitches in the zone. That's the way I look at it. I mean,
he had guys down 0-2 and 1-2.
Right.
And so those guys walked, and it's the stat that just jumps out at me, Paul, because I haven't seen many from relievers like this. 32 innings pitched, 32 walks. 20 runs. That's just, you can't do that in that role, especially with Bednar out.
Right. That's the biggest thing. I think it's a frustrating thing, but that's the biggest thing to me is just you have a guy who has really good stuff who could be, a lockdown, shutdown kind of guy, but he can't throw strikes right now. That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah. And Andrew just texted me. He's right. I forgot they actually got swept by the A's. I thought it was 2 out of 3, but it's whatever. The point is the White Sox appear to be easy, and they may not be easy just because of some of the young talent that they have. So, the bottom line there is if you don't win these series at home, like I remember the start of this series, you were in here with Joe. We were talking about 13 games, right? It was at Atlanta, then it was St. Louis, then it was New York, and then Milwaukee.
Right.
We were talking about how many wins you'd need in those 13 games. Well, so far, the record is 3-6 out of 9. So I thought if they can go somehow 7-6 at worst, 9-4, hopefully, they would be in a good set. But so far it's 3-6, pending today and 3 with the Brewers.
This was supposed to be moving week, and I think that's the problem, Bob. It's like this was supposed to be the week where they made a move, where they had an opportunity to try and make a move, and they didn't because they lost games that were winnable. That's the big thing. The games were winnable. They were right there.
Yeah, and yesterday was a prime example. If you had a microcosm of the way this season has gone, yesterday is the day. Because they couldn't score, but yet Luis Ortiz gave them a quality start. They take the lead, and then they blow the lead. And again, after 14 runs on Friday, it's 2 on Saturday and 2 on Sunday, and therein lies your problem. It's inconsistent hitting. Given 1 or 2, offensive outburst kind of games, they don't have a lot of people coming through in big situations. The offseason was filled with guys who, look like veteran names, could maybe help, but they haven't delivered much. Michael A. Taylor, Grandal, you look at all the people they've brought in. They haven't done much. And then those who are still here are struggling, like Hayes and Sawinski and Henry Davis. So you roll that all together, and you get what you got yesterday.
Right. And again, you played 2 teams that were ahead of you. There we go. There we go. We like that.
Oh, is this a Paul Skenes thing?
Look at this.
Michael Spack comes in here with a Paul Skeen mustache.
Look at that shirt.
You're gonna grow one?
Wait, does that fit you? Is that size fit?
Oh, what are you insulting me now? Okay, what is it? What size is this? XL. Okay, then yes, it better fit, or else I'm not fit. Thanks, Mike.
Well, yeah, there you have it, the Paul Skenes shirt. So
how about him?
Absolutely. Well, real quick though, you're in a situation where you have to take advantage of being at home with 7 games against 2 teams ahead of you. And they just didn't do it.
Mm-mm.
And so, I'm not trying to be fatalistic and say the season's over, but it's going to be a tough one, I think.
Yeah, again, with the injuries factored in, the fact that they still, I don't know, you're going to tell me who besides Brian Reynolds is going to be able to uplift their current batting production and carry them. I don't know if I have an answer for you. It should be people like O'Neal Cruz, who's shown enough, he's got the raw talent, but doing it on a regular basis is important. He hasn't really done that. Can it be Brian Hayes? Haven't seen evidence of it other than a couple of months last year. That was it. What are you getting out of your catching position offensively? Nothing, really.
Right.
Tellez, okay. He came on a little bit. Give him credit for that. Can he continue? Not sure. He can very well go back to what it was, and I agree with you. You don't want to be to the point where you're saying, well, it's completely over, and then they put together a run. We haven't seen evidence they could put together a run. It's going to take winning 6 in a row, 7 in a row, something like that.
Right. And not just that, they're going to have what's tough about this time of year is that teams start to kind of round into form.
Oh, yeah.
And
there's separation.
Right. That's what I mean. Some of these teams are going to start finding their form a little bit. And so when you fall behind, a couple of teams, now you need those teams to fall back a little bit, And I don't think the Braves are coming back. I really don't. I think they're going to be in the wild card.
No, if anything, they're going to get better.
Yeah,
they got Austin Riley back. He's swinging a hot bat. They got guys like Olsen, and those guys never leave the lineup unless it's an injury like Acuna. Harris was out with a little bit, but then they have guys who step in too. So
I mean, really, if you look at it, the Diamondbacks, Mets, Giants, Reds, Nationals, and now the Cubs are all bunched up within 3 games of each other. You're not going to get all of those teams to play. Some of them are going to play well.
And maybe it could be the Pirates.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
Again, they're going to have to show it and do it on a very consistent basis.
Right.
So, I'm not sure it's going to happen.
That's the biggest problem that you have right now if you're them. You're in a situation now where you're going to have everything go right for you. And if you remember, the Penguins at the end of their, the last month and a half, right? They had an opportunity because everyone in front of them was losing.
They did.
But eventually, the Capitals and one other team figured it out and won enough games that, if you fall behind, it's hard. Sooner or later, the other teams that you are going to be battling, I got to be honest with you, some of them are going to figure it out. So unless you can, the Pirates are in a place now where if they can't put together one of these runs where they go 10 out of 12 or something, it's going to be really hard for them to make up ground.
I agree. And that's the thing. Have we seen evidence they can do that? No. I don't know what the longest win streak of their season is. City limits back
games,
there. What is it?
Games.
Is it 5 games?
5 games.
And it was the first 5 games of the season.
Right.
All right. Well, that's why it's so vague in my memory then. It happened against 2 teams they really should have taken advantage of, and they did. So 5 games, and that's it. They haven't since then. Probably 3 in a row is the longest, I would imagine.
They have not won 3 in a row since May 5th, 6th, and 7th, or May 4th, 5th, and 6th, something like that. They have not won 3 in a row since then. And so, to me, like I said, you when you had Jones and Skenes and Keller and Falter, I mean, you had an opportunity 4 nights in a row to send, and then if Martin Perez gives you, which he did give you a really good start, I mean,
that's another one wasted.
Yeah, you got to be able to win some of those games, and they just keep losing. That's the problem.
Yeah, I think they've blown 16 saves or leads late in the game, and they also, again, with all these 6-inning quality starts, so-called quality starts, you've got to put up a better number than they've put up, and that's going to make it very interesting. I listened to Ben Cherington yesterday. I did not get the feeling that he was in any rush to make any kind of deal. So, the internal options aren't many.
Right.
And, you can look at, again, Hayes and whoever else you want to put up, Sawinski, you name them. They got to do better. If they don't, then the internal options don't really exist from an offensive point of view.
Right. There's no question about it. So, I mean, I think that's the thing. That's the thing that they have to figure out quickly is that what can they possibly do to be able to go out and what can they possibly do to be able to go out and either add offense or get some guys hitting or yesterday what's frustrating is as bad as you played offensively, you had a lead with 3 outs to get.
1 pitch to get.
That's it.
They were 1 pitch away from winning that game.
Right.
And again, it didn't when you're Chapman in that situation with the overpowering stuff that he has, just get it over the plate somehow.
Right.
Take your chances.
Right.
Walking people, you're giving them an opportunity that the Mets really, I don't think, deserved.
Right. There's no question about it. I think that's where we're at. So, to me, it's a frustrating week because this was supposed to be moving week, and they didn't move at all. In fact, they probably went backwards a little bit. Now you're 5 under. I mean, you got a lot of ground to make up.
Well, it starts today. They have to win this game today. They have to go Milwaukee, win 2 out of 3, and then sweep the White Sox the way I see it. That should at least give them an opportunity to move up a little bit in this wild card chase. So what I'm saying is they got to look, of these remaining 7 games, they got to go 6-1. Can they go 6-1?
I mean, they got to play in Milwaukee, don't they?
Yes.
There's 3 games in Milwaukee. Good luck there. They never play well there. 6-1, probably not. Let's see what else they got. I think they have the White Sox. Hopefully you can handle 3 against, But even then, you kind of feel.
But look after the All-Star break.
Yeah.
That is going to be
right.
the brick wall they're going to run into.
Right. The White Sox,
Phillies, St. Louis, both at home. Phillies are as good as any team in baseball, and they've been consistent.
Yeah, of the 7 games, they've got Keller going twice, and Skenes going once, and Perez going twice. So you figure Ortiz will take one of those other games, and then who? Quinn Priester or somebody? Who are they going to bring up? Or
Ortiz should be in the rotation now.
Ortiz will probably.
His ERA got down to 2.95. There's no reason after yesterday to do anything but start him.
He pitched yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
So 1, 2, 3. So you figure Friday it'll be Ortiz, which means Thursday you got to get like Quinn Priester or somebody like that, right?
I suppose.
I mean,
I don't know who else you bring up. There are guys, Bubba Chandler's in Double-A. He's doing very well, but he's not ready. They're not going to do that anyway.
They're not going to bring him up.
So is there someone down there? I don't know. I mean, they've gone through a lot of people in the bullpen here for sure.
Right, but if you're going to use Ortiz on Thursday, it's going to be hard to do a bullpen game.
I still think
right?
I would never have gotten rid of Contreras so quickly. He's too young, and he was acquired in a trade that they expected big things from him. Sure, he was through a bad stretch. Sure, he wasn't looking good, but just work with him a little bit.
Yeah.
Instead of just giving him away. And at last I looked at Anaheim, he's doing a pretty good job with them.
Well, like I said, that's the question now. Is since you're going to have to use Ortiz as a starter, is Marco Gonzalez ready to come back?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you could use him.
Ryan Borucki is somewhere close. I think. I'm not sure.
Right, that's what I mean.
Like, in the bullpen, but he's not going to start.
You need a starter because, again, you're going to have to use Ortiz as a starter, which means the bullpen game thing probably isn't going to work. I guess you could go Mulzinski. I mean, I don't know that you got anybody else really. You could bring up Priester, but if Gonzalez is ready, okay. So you have Marco Gonzalez going one of those days and Ortiz going the other. You can
always bring in Trevor Bauer, and there's a lot of calls for him. We talked about it last night on our #1 Cochran Sports Showdown show. I'm sure you guys kicked it around. But I thought if that were the case, they could have done it at the beginning of the season. But no takers on him, and yet he's a former Cy Young winner, and all of his problems seem to be in his background.
Yeah.
Seem to be over. Why not take a shot, especially now?
Especially if you're the Pirates and you're really kind of desperate.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is if you brought him in and he pitched well, you could trade Perez and really not hurt yourself. And Perez is making, $8 million or something like that, I think?
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, at the end of the day, you could free up some money, not necessarily change, the trajectory of the, $8 million. Save a little $4 million bucks. But I think what's frustrating to me, they're just not proactive when it comes to stuff like that.
No, they're reactive.
Yes.
And when you're reactive, you normally don't get what you need. Sometimes, you got to do something that you're not accustomed to doing. Maybe you're not comfortable doing. But you have to send messages to both your fan base and I think your team that, hey, we still believe it. Now, maybe he doesn't. Maybe Ben Cherington down deep thinks there's still a little bit of time away. Maybe he does. And if that's the case, he's not going to give up on people he foresees here in the future. Then you're going to be judged on those people when they get up here, and they better make a difference.
Right. Well, either way, you have to be proactive if you're the Pirates, and they just weren't. They've been sort of kicking the can down the road to the point now where you got 2 pitchers hurt, you've fallen kind of out. I mean, the biggest thing here is they've got to figure out a way to salvage today against the Mets, and then you go to Milwaukee where you haven't had a lot of success.
So they have Keller on the mound. Do you think he got a snub in this All-Star selection, or do you think Paul Skenes actually took a spot that could have been his if not for Skenes?
I actually think, to be honest, if it wasn't for Paul Skenes, Keller would be in the game. But they probably weren't going to give 2 Pirates pitches.
Especially for a team that's where they are in the standings, and that would be 3. Now, I think Keller is deserving.
No,
on another year, he would have been the Pirates' representative, but Skenes is such a phenomenon that they can't afford not to have him on that. Well, as a showcase of your game and young studs coming up,
right?
He's very important to them,
right? I mean, I think that is really in my mind, what we're looking at here is, the thing about Keller, I will say, he's 35th in ERA. So even though he has a lot of wins, it's not like it was like the greatest snub ever. He's 35th in ERA.
What is his ERA, though? It's pretty impressive. It's under 4, I know. It's 3.48.
And here's the other thing about Keller. Unless I'm looking at this chart wrong here. Yeah, he's 53rd in WHIP. So, yeah, I would have liked to see him in the game, but I don't necessarily know that it was a huge snub. I mean, his ERA is 3.5 essentially, 3.48.
In today's baseball, that's pretty good for a guy who has as many starts as you would take it.
But it is. But if you look,
and there are too many young pitchers who have better stuff now.
If you look at the top 14 guys in ERA, they're all under 3.
Right.
It'd be a hard case to make for Mitch Keller.
If Skenes wasn't around, however, I think he would have gotten it just because.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe because of his wins. The wins. I know that there are a lot of people who don't think wins in baseball, pitching wins are that significant. I don't think they're insignificant. I think it shows that you go deep into games at least, and that you know what I mean, and that you give your team a chance to win.
Right.
That was off the top. Rundown of what we were going to do on today's show. Brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia. Peters Township, visit them at southhillskia.net. You can always tweet us at 937thefan. And, of course, if you want to interact with us, the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service provided trusting plumbing HVAC service for over 50 years. The Fan Hotline is 412-928-9370, but it's also, that's the number, 412-928-9370 for the Fan text line. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll talk about Skenes next.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Mitch Keller will try to salvage the series for the Pirates and make it just a 2-2 series after 4 games, as the Pirates will play the Mets at 12:35 from PNC Park today before traveling to play Milwaukee for 3 games. You can hear the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. It's Mitch Keller against Christian Scott for the Mets. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Hello, Joe.
JP Roofing and Siding. The story of a man and his mustache. Soon to be a full-length feature film, I might add, with the mustache starring as JP and JP starring as the mustache. It's going to be like a Freaky Friday situation. Yeah, and this one will have a soundtrack. I may actually do the soundtrack for the JP epic that will be coming to theaters soon. Listen, this guy's been doing this for 43 years in this town. 43 years. Nobody does it better. And they've been out to the house a couple times. Did everything they said they would do. Platinum Preferred Company, a nationally recognized company. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call at JP Roofing and Siding. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law's playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room
weapons.
nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet arch support system.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely and out of pain means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Come in for a free test walk today.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
Okay, picture this. It's Friday afternoon when a thought hits you. I can spend another weekend doing the same old whatever, or I can hop into my all-new Hyundai Santa Fe and hit the road. With available H-Track all-wheel drive and 3-row seating, my whole family can head deep into the wild. Conquer the weekend in the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Lowe's knows owning a project means owning the right tools. And during Craftsman Days, you can save big on what you need from a brand you trust. Get a free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select Battery 2-pack. Plus, get your choice of the V20 string trimmer or leaf blower for only $99. Find these savings and more today. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 7/10 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit ConsumerCellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. History is being made in Major League Baseball by Pirates pitcher Paul Skenes. For the first time in MLB history, the #1 overall pick was named an All-Star in the very next season. Skenes is doing this all despite being called up on May 11th and having only 10 starts under his belt. I'm Maggie Gray.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Flat tire, low tread. The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
Where do you go when you want great greens? Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf, home of the only Jack Nicklaus signature golf course in the state. Relaxation, the spa at Rocky Gap for massages, facials, and more. Dining options, Rocky Gap for upscale cuisine and low-key sports bars. Visit RockyGapResort.com.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Starkey here. You know how much I love Shooters Golf and Event Center in Wexford. The Baranowski family owns Shooters, also Barry's Pub, the original North Park Lounge in McCandless, just opened at their North Park Lounge location across from La Roche University. The Chillin' Drive-Thru. Specialty coffees using La Prima's coffee from here in Pittsburgh. Energy drinks, refresher drinks. The food is delicious. Egg sandwiches. I've tried almost all of it. Wrapped salads. So check out Shooter's new concept, Chillin' Drive-Thru, open 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, located at the North Park Lounge in McCandless.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call to talk to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. 888-475-1763. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free. So don't delay. Call 888-475-1763. Again, that's 888-475-1763.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car really needs a wash.
The $20 McGuire's bundle includes Gold Class Car Wash for a showroom shine.
Get in the zone. And what about my tires?
Just spray the included Hot Shine tire coating and you're all set.
Get in the zone. The inside is not great.
No problem. The quick interior detailer in the bundle can help with that too.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
PNC Bank, rooted in communities big and small.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
There we are, and we're back. And, of course, we've got the Bob Pompiani. Bob, what is, hang on one second here, what is this over here? The John Deere Classic.
The John Deere Classic, it was good. Davis Thompson won.
Do you want to
set a tournament record?
Do you want to see guys that are...
You don't know about Michael Thorbjornsen?
No,
He's a very good, he was at the Ligonier at Laurel Valley when they played that international match.
Is
earlier.
it a good thing, though?
Well, the only difference is you don't know who these guys are. If you watch them for quality golf,
is this a PGA event?
Yeah, and so it's been an established one for years.
My point is you've got guys shooting 20 under, 25
28 under, set a record.
28 under?
Well, that's how you get to know who they are.
Would you rather see that, or would you rather see 5 under win?
Oh, you're talking about the actual course. Like, yeah. I mean, on events like this, you're always going to get that. And by the way, I've been there. That is not an easy golf course. They make it look very easy. Yeah. But look at this shot here, Paul. For those of you not watching, I'll describe it. It's a par 3, 167 yards, bunkers everywhere. Left is water, right is no good. You got to hit it perfect. And so look at those two shots. Right over the flagstick. If you could play like that, you're going to score no matter what the conditions and no matter how difficult the course is. Now, with that in mind, next year Oakmont is going to host the 2025 U.S. Open.
Right.
And that course is designed not to, to relinquish so many birdies. So I'm going to be wondering what the scores may be there.
That's the biggest thing is.
Because normally U.S. Opens, if you get to be 5 under, you're doing pretty well for the entire tournament. That's, there have been times when +5 is won.
Right.
So, would you rather see people struggle, or would you rather see legitimate birdie opportunities?
I would rather see them play well. You know what I mean? But I don't want to see them, knocking the ball over the course and shooting like 5 over. But I don't want to see them shooting 27, 28 under either, because it's just that feels like a completely different game, And there's the problem they have is the equipment, technology, and everything else has made it so these guys just destroy most of these courses.
Well, they're young and they get the proper, you got to have the proper teaching assets. And there's a kid here who finished tied for second, Paul. His name is Luke Clanton. He goes to Florida State University, your Seminoles.
Yeah. Okay.
And he was at 24 under par. He's an amateur. He's 20 years old. He just unbelievable shot making, unbelievable swing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the only thing, they're like robots. That's the only thing about them. I would love to see some personalities come out of this. They need the personalities. I'll say that even about the live guys. You still need the personality-driven and a little bit of the competition and maybe a rivalry, whatever.
That's the thing. Almost all of the personality went to the live.
Right.
If you think about it. I mean, that's why, these guys – but the other part of it is that with the nutrition and workout regimes and all the other stuff that, has just completely –
Well, Tiger Woods made that.
Right.
The fact that he was as jacked as he was and as hardworking as he was, it set an example and a standard.
I love those videos of like these guys playing in the U.S. Open or the Masters or whatever in like the 70s and 80s, and they all look like, out of shape, smoking cigarettes, whatever. These guys are all like, you can tell they all work out, they all take care of their bodies, they all.
Well, how do you think you mentioned hitting the ball as far as they do, 340 off the tee? That has nothing to do with anything but flexibility,
right?
Core strength, all of that.
Right.
So back when you described those guys, the Jack Nicklaus era, they weren't hitting the ball 340.
That's why it's so impressive when you watch John Daly hit the ball. I mean, he's just a freak of nature.
He was just in town at a Pleasant Valley Golf Club for a Hearts of the Lion event. I MC that every year. And you should see, he doesn't need any practice time. He has a cigarette in his mouth, a beer in his hand, lays the beer down, hits the ball, boom, 310, 20 off the tee. Now, he's playing in the British Open next, or the Open Championship.
He's one of those guys, too, where if he maybe took things a little more serious, in
his prime, he could have.
He could have been really, really something. But then by the same token, it might have taken some of the charm of him away.
Yeah, but personalities like that are good, I think, for the game.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. But my point is, if he had like become more serious person, and everything else, and didn't have some of the things that sort of make him interesting.
Yeah, it's always good to have personality in your field. And right now, I don't know that there are many.
A lot of these guys aren't that interesting to me. They just aren't. Even Scotty Scheffler is really not that interesting.
Well, I mean, he's a different personality.
Yeah.
But if you're watching just to watch good golf, you wouldn't be displeased with this product.
No. I mean, obviously they're really, really good, and they hit shots that most of us only would dream of hitting. But then when you do hit a shot that's really good, it makes you feel good. But then you realize what these guys do, that's every shot they hit, just about.
Well, they have a shot for every occasion, which we don't.
No.
We know, if they have to pinch it, if they have to, do one of those high cut shots, whatever, they can do it. We can't.
If I get one or two good shots in a round, I'm happy. Like really good shots.
Nah, you wouldn't be happy. Come on.
Well, I mean,
one or two. How about one or two birdies?
I'm talking about you hit. You hit a lot of reasonably good shots. But I'm talking about if you have like one or two dimes, that look like you really know what you're doing. That's all. I mean, that's all I know. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things where if you play a hole the right way, you feel good.
No question.
And then if you blow up, you don't feel so good.
And you got to forget about it quickly. A lot of people can't do that.
No.
A lot of people bring it with them to the next hole, try to make it up quickly. You just can't do that.
Right. I mean, that's just it. I mean, I always say, the difference between like shooting 100 and shooting like low 90s is you don't have the blow up holes.
Mm-hmm.
And then the
Absolutely.
difference between shooting low 90s and high 80s is you take some of those 6s and turn them into 5s, you know. But it's, I think, a lot easier to get from 110 to say 95 than to get from 95 to 80.
Oh, how about 95 to 90?
Yeah.
How about 80 to 78?
Yeah.
You don't think that's a big jump, but it
is.
represents
It is. As
two
you go
putts
lower like that, lower and lower, because at the end of the day, to go from 80 to 78, you almost have no margin for error.
Zero, and you have to make good on it. You can't three-putt, you can't do anything.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, that's the beauty of it. But when you watch these guys play, man, they're just so good at everything they do. It's incredible to me. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep. Dodge Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Also listen to Starkey's, the Starkey Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle. Cranberry contest run every Wednesday through Friday, 12 p.m. 937thefan.com contesting page. Bob, are you a fan of Pat Benatar?
I love Pat Benatar.
Yeah?
Yes.
How about Smokey Robinson?
Love Smokey.
Yes. Well, HM3 Partners Independence Fund presents Celebrity Care Fest.
Always a great time.
Yes, benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment, July 26th and 27th. Pat Benatar, Neil Giraldo, Smokey Robinson, and a superstar artist so big we can't say it here. How about that?
It's a big name, too.
Learn who at hm3.org. Tickets on sale at hm3.org. And, of course, let's see, fan weather. It's Chevy Summer. Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com, high of 91. Today was sunny skies. Well, we were talking about golf there. We didn't actually get to Paul Skenes. But in the All-Star game in general, we'll talk about Skenes, I guess, after the top here. But Brian Reynolds made.
And he deserved it.
He definitely deserved. I mean, you know, certainly in June, he was maybe the best hitter in the National League in June. He had that, what was it, 25, 26-game hitting streak, whatever it was.
25 games, and he's been as consistent as anyone in baseball.
Right. The question with him is, can he continue to do that? Because that's the other part of when we talk about the discussion of, you know, them winning or losing or getting, you know, on a winning streak or whatever. I mean, people talk about, well, you know, this guy's got to get better and that guy's going to get better, but is somebody like Ryan Reynolds likely to regress a little bit?
Well, probably, and that's why other people have got to step up. And while I would expect him to, by the end of the year, have the kind of numbers you would expect from him, he goes about it in a way that's very streaky. And when it's very streaky, you know, you're not going to get, you know, him to carry you every single night. And until someone else steps up and help him, I think that's what's impressive about Brian Reynolds. He's doing this even though he is probably the most potent guy in this lineup, and people know not to pitch to him to avoid him at times, given what this lineup looks like. So, I mean, they need help. They did not have a good offseason. Ben Cherington could have done more. He didn't, and now they're paying the price for it.
Yeah. Well, again, we've talked about it for the last month, that it felt like they needed to go do something. And so, anyway, we want you back after this break to talk more Pittsburgh sports. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Schedule your heart screening at UPMC today.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lineup is out. Andrew McCutchen will lead off with Brian Reynolds batting second and playing in left field. O'Neill Cruz will play shortstop and bat third. Rowdy Tellez in the cleanup position, playing at first base, followed by Nick Gonzalez, Josh Palacios, Jack Sawinski. Joey Bart will catch. Jared Trillo will bat ninth to play third base, with Mitch Keller on the mound at 12:35 first pitch. Hear the pregame coverage beginning in half an hour on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, as well as on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District.
Summer savings are heating up at Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. Whether you're looking for a car, SUV, or a truck, Spitzer has it. Panda's been busy tracking down the most competitive pricing to make sure you always get the lowest price possible. The Panda price. Plus, with every new vehicle purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Don't miss out on new Tacoma savings today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Excludes select new EV and commercial vehicles. Visit Spitzer.com for details.
Ireland Contracting has all your home's bases covered, from roofing and siding to windows and gutters, and even electrical. Let Ireland Contracting knock it out of the park for you with its unbeatable grand slam of value that includes free estimates, 0% financing, award-winning customer service, and free premium product upgrades. Be a winner. Get your home in championship form by contacting Ireland Contracting. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF today to learn more. We are booking appointments as early as tomorrow. Visit IrelandContracting.com.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG injury lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit LGKG.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
PNC Bank is committed to making a difference in the lives of their customers and communities by helping all move forward financially. As a Main Street bank, they try to do right by their customers with every encounter. Their local teams offer personalized financial advice to help guide customers to making the best decision. They're proud to be part of the Pittsburgh community. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you at pnc.com. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
1-800-GOT-JUNK recycles because it conserves our natural resources.
We donate the donatables so they can be loved and used by another family.
Recycling saves us money. The less we take to the landfill, the more we save.
It also saves you money. Spending less on landfills helps keep our prices low.
People love to see a win-win scenario, but we've created a win-win-win-win scenario.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK
or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Are you getting the connection you deserve? 5G home internet can be spotty, and no one should settle for that. Save 50% over T-Mobile and Verizon 5G home internet in your first year with Xfinity. It's reliable internet with the speed you need at a great value. You'll get consistently fast speeds, even during peak hours, with 99.9% network reliability. For the internet experience you deserve, switch to Xfinity and bring on the good stuff. Now through July 25th, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. That's 50% savings over T-Mobile and Verizon 5G home internet for your first year. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. Compares promotional pricing for Xfinity Connect More Internet versus T-Mobile or Verizon 5G home internet at $60 a month. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $80.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com. Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through July 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your fan headlines. Brian Reynolds and Paul Skenes are going to the Major League Baseball All-Star Game on July 16th in Texas at the home of the Texas Rangers. Reynolds and Skenes will represent the Pirates. Reynolds in 25 games had a 25-game hitting streak earlier this season. All throughout June, recorded a hit in every single game for Brian Reynolds, and has also been hot, heating up in July with over 50 RBIs and 16 home runs in the season. Paul Skenes is the first player to ever be drafted #1 overall and make the All-Star game in the following season. Skenes in 10 starts has a 2.12 ERA. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I'm your host,
Joe. Back to more of the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. And the fan text line, Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. 412-928-9370 is the text line, and also the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That number is also 412-928-9370. Bob, Paul Skenes, we've seen guys come up with incredible expectations. We've seen, players that have been drafted in the NFL or players that have been, drafted in NBA, NHL, whatever. I cannot, for the life of me, think of any who so quickly have probably even exceeded expectations already. I mean, there are guys, obviously, that get drafted in the NBA, for instance, and maybe a year or two later, they really start taking off and becoming, you know what I mean?
You're more likely to see it in the NBA or the NHL
NFL,
even.
Yeah, or the NFL. I mean, I think, the great players that have come into the league, great quarterbacks.
But they're ready for it. They've been 4 years of a minor league system, essentially, some of them.
But there's always like a learning curve and a growing pains and all that stuff. Paul Skenes came into Major League Baseball with a lot of people saying he's one of the best pitching prospects ever. One of the best pitching prospects ever. And from day one, he's done nothing but basically show that's who he is.
Yeah, I mean, the expectations were extremely high, as they would be for any number one pick overall. And he just come right in, and his attitude, man, that's the thing that separates him. He knows, he's confident. Confident comes from knowing what you're doing. And the other thing about him, he's just not some guy who's going to throw the ball 100 miles an hour. He can. But when he gives you those other looks that he gives you, and to have it mastered at the age of 22 now is pretty remarkable, because normally guys can throw. It takes them a while to learn how to pitch. In his case, though, he can throw and pitch. He knows how to maneuver. And he has 4 different pitches that he can throw at you at different times. And so you can be guessing, fastball one time and get a splinker. You could be guessing, sweeper and get a fastball. So it's just about balance. He knows how to keep guys off balance, Paul, and that's a rare thing to see in a 22. It's also extremely rare. We've never seen it before. 10 games into a Major League career, and he's in the All-Star game. But that's how good he has been for baseball and why baseball knows that he has to be in this game. The question is, does he start? Does he come in? Does he close? Or you pick a spot where all eyes will be on him against like 3 of the top hitters in the game. You can do that as a starter, but you can also do it later in the game when you know who's coming up.
Right. I just think he's such a phenom. Everybody in the national writers, everybody, that follows baseball knows him, follows him, wants to see him. It's incredible.
And a lot of people haven't seen him yet. They see the difference is today with all the social media stuff, you can see whatever you want to see. Back in the day, if Paul Skenes were just somebody that you heard about but you never saw, you'd want to see him. It still holds true today, but it's, you've seen the videos of him over and over again on so many social media or highlight packages. So you know what he can do. But still, you have to tell me the other night 37-037 came out. It wasn't because of a buckethead hat. It was because of Paul Skenes. He was the guy. It just so happened to be on a Friday night, which is good, on a holiday weekend, which makes it easier. But still, that many people came out because it was a Skenes night. And I bet going forward, when they know it's going to be him, you're going to see huge crowds.
Yeah,
here and wherever.
No, I mean, I think that's the thing. When he pitches, all eyes are on the Pirates. They just are. And the other day, I think what was impressive, the one start he had where he quote unquote labored, right? And
2 runs
and fought through it, and he still struck out like 8 or 9 guys or whatever it was. I mean, he's just that guy where he's that good, It wasn't his last start when they won. That was a game where they scored 14 runs or whatever. It was the start before that. So it would have been, I think did they lose 2-1? Yeah. Like Skenes, if you look at what he did in that game, they played Atlanta, they lost 2-1, but he quote-unquote labored. He got through 6 innings, gave up 6 hits, 9 strikeouts.
Well, the thing is, he's been able to minimize jams. Whenever he gets into one, it's rare. I don't think he's left the game where he's ever trailed.
He hasn't.
And all these starts, which is pretty remarkable in and of itself. So, this is a guy who knows how to get ahead of you in the count, but he also knows if he gets into a jam, he's confident enough in how he will throw to you that he can get out of those jams. So all he needs is run support. Out of 10 starts, he's 5-0. He could very easily have 9 wins.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the thing. He's a guy who, if he stays in the rotation and stays healthy, which he will, he'll have enough starts and innings and everything to qualify for all the awards at the end of the year. I mean, one of the things is, isn't there some weird thing where if he wins the Rookie of the Year, whatever extra year or whatever.
Yeah, it affects the Pirates.
Doesn't it affect the Pirates in some ways where I forget exactly what it is. I think it's one of those years of control thing where if he gets Rookie of the Year, maybe they lose that extra year.
I think that's there's something similar to that. So, City Limits, maybe you can help us out with that if you look into it.
Yeah, they would gain a draft pick, but they would lose a year of control of Skenes.
But then that leads to this question. If you're the Pirates, how proactive should you be about, you see guys get contracts all the time now, even before they play, some of these guys. So would you be willing, he's only making less than $600,000 this year, whatever he's making, it's a pittance compared to the most. In an effort to keep him here a little longer, would you be willing to open up? Now, I probably know the answer to this already, but if you're going to sign him to anything, this would be the time to sign him, knowing full well, Paul, that there could be a time where he suffers an injury, because it seems like all these guys suffer, and you lose a few years or a year and a half or whatever the case may be.
Right.
So, but I would be willing to engage that right here, right now. Would you?
You have him, through 2029 maybe? I think is his third arbitration year. He becomes a free agent after
but it could change again if you get to the point where that Rookie of the Year comes into play. My point is, would he be willing to do it?
Probably not.
Well, but he cannot control that narrative. Only the Pirates can. If the Pirates don't want to pay him, they don't have to.
It would have to be a lot of money.
What's a lot of money for a 22-year-old after 1 year?
Yeah.
Tell me what that looks like. 6 years, how much?
Well, they have him signed through 2029.
Not signed.
Well, under control, whatever you want to say. He's under control through 2029. The next 2 years, they're still at the 700,000 or whatever the pre-arb numbers are, right?
Well, if he goes to arbitration, just imagine the jump.
So the arbitration in 27 and 28 and 29. I mean, he could be $20 million pitcher.
20,
right?
More than that.
Whatever. So let's say he could get 50. By 2029, they'd have to pay him like a total of, say, like 40 or 50 million bucks, probably.
Yeah, but if you sign him, you can get rid of all of that now.
But if you can sign him to 2020, say, listen, we'll sign you through 2031, which is
7 years.
7 years, 140 million.
He'll still be 29. He'd get another contract.
140 million. Would you do it?
I'd want more.
Well, I'm saying if you're him, I'm guaranteeing you $140 million. It means you get Tommy John, you get hurt, you get injury. All you're going to do is give me two of your free agent years.
The logic there is you get guaranteed money to secure yourself from any kind of thing that can happen.
Exactly.
But the other side of it is you could be costing yourself money by signing now.
True.
And there could be big money involved in this. So, that's always the question. When Andrew McCutchen signed his deal here, a lot of people thought he should have waited, he would have gotten more. But he had the peace of mind knowing that he had $51 million in the bank, that no matter what happened to him, he was going to get the $51 million. So if you're more of a conservative person, but Paul Skenes strikes me as someone who's more a bet-on-me guy. Bet on me. I'm going to bet on myself. So I'll bet on myself. And if that's the way he feels, then there's nothing you can do other than whatever his demands are, come close to him.
Well, I would say I don't know that he would do $140 million, but if he would, I would jump at it. Because here's the other thing, Bob. 4 years into the thing, say you in 2028, you feel like you're going to have to rebuild a little bit. You'd have like a 26-year-old phenom for guaranteed $20 million a year for three more years. You should be able to get a king's ransom for that.
No, I get it. There are a lot of variables in play here.
I don't know that he would do that, though.
I think he's I'll bet on myself guy, and he strikes me that way. And those guys are tough, to take less when they think their value is more.
Right. What was his signing bonus?
We got like $9 million. He got a big one. The one thing about the Pirates, they haven't been shy about giving those big bonuses.
He's won one, so he got a signing bonus, $9.2 million bucks. So I mean,
he doesn't have to do another thing the rest of his life, really.
He already has $9 million.
Yeah, but he may, again, these guys are after, you know how it is. They want the largest contract. If they feel they're worthy of it, then they want it.
Yeah. The next 2 years, he's still going to make like the $600,000. That's what's incredible.
And the Pirates don't have to do anything,
and that's why.
But that would send a message. I'm telling you, Garrett Cole got wrangled. Remember when Garrett Cole didn't like the fact that he had a great year? It may have been the 19-9 season, and he didn't get a pay boost at all, and they didn't. And
they argued with him about $20,000 or something like that. It caused a problem.
And that's a PR thing. If you're the Pirates, you don't want that. You don't want to look like the team that's never going to do that.
If Paul Skenes comes in next year and says, you know what?
How about if he wins Rookie of the Year this year and is in contention for Cy Young this year and then wins a Cy Young next year?
The big thing is, if you're him, you're like, listen, I make $560,000. Next year, pre-arbitration, I know that the number goes to like $650,000 for my second year. But guess what? I want $1 million. If you're the Pirates, you have to pay that. But here's the thing. If you're the Pirates, you have him and Jared Jones for the next 2 seasons after this one, where both of them are going to combine to make about $1.5 million tops. Combined. For those two guys at the top of your rotation. If you don't actually go out and try and put together a team around those two guys the next 2 years, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I don't know either. To me, that's a big part of this. The way they look at it. And if you're Jared Jones, a different case. Jared Jones, very effective pitcher, but you don't have to respond the way you would for Skenes at this point.
Right. I'm just saying.
When do you expect Jared Jones to come back, by the way? They made it sound yesterday, Ben Sherrington, like it was, even though he didn't give a timeline, it sounded as if it's going to be later in the year.
Yeah, it's at least a month.
When you shut someone down for two
and
weeks,
here's the thing,
you got to build them back up. It takes time.
Here's the thing. Don't think for 1 second if they go on like a 5 or 6 game losing streak that it stretches into 5 or 6 weeks, that they, shut him down for 5 or 6 weeks. You know what I mean?
Well, he's not yet at his career max in terms of innings. He set that last year, I think, at 123. So he's still got, I don't know. I'm to the point where I just want to see guys pitch. If you're healthy, pitch. And if he's legitimately not healthy, then he can't pitch. I get that. But I would hope that whatever the case may be, that he would be back when he's capable of being back.
Right. I just think that they're not going to bring him back. I would be willing to bet if they're so cautious with him. Because the bottom line is if they could stretch him out to 5 or 6 weeks, now all of a sudden they probably don't have to play nearly as many games in terms of, shutting him down innings-wise and skipping starts and all that stuff. I mean, the one thing that was pretty clear was when they started talking about his innings count and where it was at. You kind of knew, okay, they're really monitoring these things. And I'm not saying that his injury is false. I'm saying now that they have, he's 91 innings pitched. Now that they have, soreness, discomfort, whatever it is, they have a reason to shut him down for a while. Because I don't know that they want him to get to 150 innings.
Well, whether or not that stuff goes on behind closed doors, I don't know. All I know is that when they're healthy, I want to see them pitch.
Right.
You can't control all of this. And sometimes you can baby things to the point where you actually hurt them more, I think. You got to let guys pitch a little bit. And they build those innings up. You can't be always afraid that they're going to exceed a certain amount and then presume there'll be an injury. Just pitch. This goes also with my thing about this. Some of these lineups that we see on some days that are very important games, and I want to see my best players out there most every day. Reynolds hasn't missed a game all year, I don't think.
Right.
And has his production had gone up? No, it's gone better. Maybe sometimes you just got to work it out by being in there.
Right. But again, they're just going to be really cautious with those two. We got some calls. Who we got on the line there, Austin?
We got Doc in Claysville.
All right, Doc. How we doing, Doc?
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. Hey, the key word is proactive. Here's the key. In other words, they got to go get a couple veterans during this tough stretch coming up. The next 20 games, they got to win at least 14, and they need 2 bats. I got out of Toronto. Toronto's out of it. You go up there and you get Justin Turner, a nice veteran, and the other veteran is another good guy, Springer.
Both of those guys have not had very good, consistent years, by the way.
No, but in the past, they've done really good. They can't be any worse than what we got in our lineup. We got 3 of the automatic outs, and you guys everybody's defeated. Attitude really burns me up, and I think that this is now they wet the bed here in the next 3 weeks. Then I'll say, you probably get rid of some people like Chapman and that, but got to be proactive. Another guy that is real, I don't know how to put it, but anyway, they had a guy named William, utility guy, could play second and short. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Bob. And but there's a guy at least can bunt the ball, not like that center fielder yesterday to tried 3 times to bunt it and he couldn't get it down. What kind of coaching they got on that team is terrible. I just think that they're still in it, but this is D-Day now. They got 3 weeks to make it. They got a team now. If they get a couple veterans in there with that great pitching and that.
Well, thank you, Doc. Yeah, I mean, we all know that, but again, we've been saying it's D-Day for three weeks. Now they've wasted 3 weeks. Right?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be proactive, the time has come and gone. They could have done that a little earlier and try to avoid some of these losses with a bat or two. But I know it's not easy to do, but at the same time, the responsibility is on the general manager to do stuff like that when you think you can help your team. And there was a time when they could have done that, I think. But now, if you wait, and all of a sudden things go the other direction, you're under no urgency to do that. And so you'll keep your prospects and keep treading in that direction. But again, this is 5 years. Results matter. They need to have better results. They should be further ahead than this. I look at the Orioles and I watch what they've done with some of their guys, and they're young guys. Last year they were terrific. This year they're better. And it's year 3 of their new regime. So it can be done.
Well, again, but he did say the word proactive. And the Pirates are never proactive, or they haven't been very proactive. They usually are very reactive. And that's never good. Who's next?
Here's Jesse in Point Breeze.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Hey, what's up, guys? First time, long time.
Thank you.
Yeah, a couple quick things. First, back to the last caller. Absolutely right. Terrible coaching on this team. They don't develop anyone. Mostly everyone underachieves under Shelton, and I think he's proven that in a couple of years. On to Skenes. I agree. If he's healthy, you got to pitch him. Every win matters for this team. They're not 10 games above 500. They don't have the talent to sacrifice games with Sunday lineups and not pitching their bulls. They got to use everyone when they're healthy and get a little more out of them to get those couple critical wins. And as far as Skenes goes, look at this guy. He is built different. He's a 16-year-old Mike Tyson. He's a rookie Ben Roethlisberger. This guy has legs. This guy's a bull. Get him in there and pitch him and sign him now. What does this organization have to lose? Sign him now. And back to your original question, original point, like other players, in my lifetime, this guy's one of 3 players that have absolutely passed the eye test and live up to expectations instantly. One was a rookie Ben Roethlisberger, like I already said. The other one was a rookie Sidney Crosby, and then Paul Skenes. There you go. Sign him, pay him, play him. Out. Later, guys.
Thank you. Again, takes 2 to tango. And if I'm Paul Skenes' agent, I'm not sure I'm jumping at. You know, but if they're gonna if they want to come up with like a big number, like what if Paul Skenes says, "I'll tell you what, you offered a 10 for 140." What if he counters? How about, or I'm sorry, the 8 for 140? What if he says, "Give me 10 for 280"? It's $28 million a year. Would you do it?
Again, I think he's going to bet on himself and listen to his agent, and they're going to try to shorten this window here, I would bet, and try to get to that area where you can cash in on a free agent. And he still can do that, even if you give him 10, he'd be 32. But if you give him 8, he's 30. Yeah. You know, if you give him 6, he's 28. Right. He will have a second contract if everything goes the way, and he's healthy. But again, the guaranteed money is a lure. If you can get it, knowing full well that you will never have to work another day in your life and you can set up your family, that's attractive to some.
93.7 The Fan. The Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for your youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at usports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Century 21 Fairways Real Estate. Coming up, we've got what's he call him? The Noah Constrictor or something like that?
Something like that.
That's
the Noah Constrictor.
The Noah Constrictor. That would be Noah Hiles. That's next on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Rob Rossi of The Athletic is reporting that the Penguins and captain Sidney Crosby are closing in on a contract extension, with the deal not yet known what the terms are going to be. But Crosby does have 1 year remaining on his existing contract, worth $8.7 million. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Hickory Heights, Shooters Golf, Southwest Greens at PA, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Old Stonewall Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooh, I'm so ready for this weekend away with my girl.
Hey, hit the road? How about some free gas?
Free gas? How?
Try new Febreze car for some serious freshness, and you can win gas for a full year. Visit Febreze.com to learn more.
Say less.
You may not win, but you're gonna have a fresh smelling whip.
Thanks, DJ Fresh. Now how about some music?
Hey, yo, this next one goes out to new Febreze car for giving you a chance to win free gas. La, 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 la.
No purchase necessary. Must be 18 to enter in 73124 for rules and how to enter. Visit Febreze.com.
Mostly sunny and hot this afternoon. The high 91.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car really needs a wash.
The $20 McGuire's bundle includes Gold Class Car Wash for a showroom shine.
Get in the zone. And what about my tires?
Just spray the included Hot Shine tire coating and you're all set.
Get in the zone. The inside is not great.
No problem. The quick interior detailer in the bundle can help with that too.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. History is being made in Major League Baseball by Pirates pitcher Paul Skenes. For the first time in MLB history, the #1 overall pick was named an All-Star in the very next season. Skenes is doing this all despite being called up on May 11th and having only 10 starts under his belt. I'm Maggie Gray.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Third Eye Blinds. And Yellow Card. Summer God's Tour 2024 with special guest Arizona. The Pavilion at Star Lake, July 9th. Third Eye Blind with Yellow Card and special guest Arizona live in Pittsburgh. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
With a 90-year reputation, LGKG is known for its highest standards and ethics among injury attorneys. I promise you, we're different from the others. Fighting for the little guy is what we do. I'm Joe George. Find us at lgkg.com as we expand into Pittsburgh. LGKG, your home team.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lame as Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? You've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of STP full synthetic oil with an STP extended life oil filter for just $29.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Celebrate Christmas in July with us. Odyssey and Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh invite you to join the Stuff the Doghouse on July 13th and 14th. Drive-through, donate pet supplies at Harp's North Side or East Side locations and help make a difference for our fur friends. Items to donate include dry dog, puppy food, treats, and more. Visit the events page at 937thefan.com for the full list. Also, the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler. Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Going to the phone line right now, Bob. We've got our good friend, Noah House, who is down at the stadium getting ready to are you down at the stadium, or are you off today?
I am not at the stadium. I have a flight to Milwaukee in a couple of hours.
Oh, okay.
So wonderful place to be this time of year, Noah. The Noah Constrictor.
Hey, I'm happy to go anywhere, Mr. Pompian.
No, I know. I'm saying that's actually a nice city, but the results haven't been all that much going on there. So we've been talking about the last 7 games before the All-Star break, and to me, you got to go like 6-1 if you're going to be in this situation, don't you?
Well,
I completely agree. I mean, just looking at where this homestand started, that was the big conversation. They had 10 huge games, 7 of them at home against the Cardinals and the Mets, and then 3 against the Brewers. And I said on these airwaves that you got to go 6-3 or 7-3, 6-4 in those games right there in this stretch. And right now they're 2-4, so they've got to get hot real quick. And I guess the easy part of that is the final 3 games before the All-Star break should be very, very winnable because you're going against the worst team in baseball, who probably all have, vacation reservations already made for the break. But, this is a challenging game. You've got to get this split with the Mets today, and you've got to find a way to grind out a series win in Milwaukee. Otherwise, I mean, you're really losing ground here.
But visions of Oakland pop in my head when you say Chicago is easy. I get it, but you never know about baseball.
You do. You never know. And, I mean, you've got guys who on that team who are maybe trying to make a case to become a player for another team. And maybe they have a little bit of extra motivation at this point in the season because of that. I don't know. Like you said, Pomp, I mean, baseball is so unpredictable. Nothing is guaranteed.
Well, I think that the biggest thing is, they had a chance to gain ground, and they haven't the last week. If they were to go 3-3 on this road trip, even if they go 3-3, win 2 or win 1 in Milwaukee and 2 in Chicago or whatever, I mean, at that point you have to really start to wonder: are they going to gear up, or are they going to maybe sell a few assets and sort of just say, hey, we're gonna wait till next year?
I mean, the way things are trending right now, I think it would make sense to start building for 2025. That doesn't necessarily mean a complete fire sale, but I think that you need to make moves that are going to be in the better interest of the future, which means, getting younger guys such as Kyle Nicholas more opportunities in high leverage situations, getting at bats for guys like Henry Davis and Jack Sawinski, who clearly need to figure out their issues. And that might come over a priority that might be the priority rather than trying to find a rental who can come in and provide a bigger impact for now. I also think, as far as 2025 mentality is concerned, you can make moves that make your team better now and in the future. I think that right now they'd be wrong to consider any rentals. I don't see how a rental really benefits this club considering where they're at in the standings. It's just the overall quality of baseball that they've played this season. They've proven to be a slightly below 500 team. That's what they've been pretty much all year. And if you're going to be that, then get someone who, sure, they can make you better now, but make you better in the future. If you can acquire an everyday position player with multiple years of control, that's a good move to make. And I think you can make that move while also maybe dealing off some of these guys on 1-year contracts who would have some potential value at the deadline.
I look at the situation now specific to injuries, Noah. Now that we know that Jared Jones is going to be shut down, now that we know that Bailey Falter is going to be out likely until after the break or maybe then some, What do they do? Ortiz is I always, and I told Paul earlier in this show here that I didn't like the trade of Rones and Contreras. I know he struggled. A lot of guys struggle. Ortiz is somebody who I think has to be in the rotation now with the way he pitched yesterday, and I think there's a lot to like about him. What do they do to kind of augment their pitching staff with these injuries? And how long do you think Jared Jones will be out? Because it sounds to me like it may be a long way before he comes back.
I don't think we'll see Jared Jones before August. I don't think we'll see him for the rest of this month, just with the All-Star break. And I mean, the fact that he's not throwing for 2 weeks and then they'll start his, evaluation and they'll reassess everything. I just think the calendar lines up for him to come back in early August. I don't think it's that serious of an injury, but at the same time, they're going to treat it seriously because he's a very important piece to this puzzle long-term. So I wouldn't expect him to be back anytime before August. I think Charrington even said as much yesterday on his radio show. Falter, I don't know when he comes back, and I don't know what kind of role he has when he's back. When you look, he's already eclipsed his career high in innings pitched as a major leaguer, and he did that in the first half of the season. So, to see him do that and then also go down with an arm injury, that might be enough for me to say, okay, well, whenever you do come back, you're taking Luis Ortiz's role as a long inning reliever in the bullpen, and Luis Ortiz is hanging on to your role in the starting rotation. And it's not merit-based, although Luis has proven that he deserves to be in this starting rotation with how well he's pitched. It's more his arm's healthier than yours right now. And so how do you manage that without Falter and Jones available for the foreseeable future, I guess, and speaking, weeks, maybe a month or so? I mean, you rely on your depth, like we saw yesterday. Luis Ortiz can go right in there and be a very viable option as a starter. You got Quinn Priester coming back from a rehab stint here soon. I think he's going to be big league ready, and you could bring him up. Marco Gonzalez is a guy that I think will be ready for big league action probably toward the back end of this month, and you could maybe bring him back and add him into the rotation after the All-Star break. So right there's 5 starters right there. Braxton Ashcraft's backed off the IL. He threw 3 innings this weekend of relief. You could go Domingo Herman as well as another option. Michael Burrows is working on a rehab stint right now in Bradenton. That's a little further down the line, but I mean, they have options is what I'm trying to say. And if they continue to fall further out of this thing, Pump, then it might be in their best interest to give more young guys like your Ashcrafts, your Burrows opportunities in August and September, because those are guys that are going to help you win next year.
Well, I think is Marco Gonzalez, is he back this week, do you think?
I don't think so. I think just because, I mean, he's rehabbing in AAA. So I don't see how Marco can only need 1 or 2 starts.
Okay, so then if you
major league action.
Yeah, the question then is, like, if you look at, they're going to have 2 holes in their in their rotation this week with Falter and Jones being down. You figure one will be Ortiz. Is the other one going to be Quinn Priester? Because I think it's going to be really difficult to do a bullpen game if you have to use Ortiz as a starter on the day before.
Yeah, it will probably be Quinn Priester. That would be my assumption. And again, that's just speculation. But I think his start day lines up, I believe, with Mitch Keller's. So I don't know if he's scheduled to start. I haven't looked in Indianapolis's game notes today. But if that is the case, then I think maybe they could just move him straight to Milwaukee today and he could start tomorrow. And they don't have a listed starter for tomorrow, to my knowledge. Again, I didn't check the game notes this morning. That could be different. But it would make sense for him to just fill into that 5th spot, because he kind of falls in line with where Jared would need to be anyway, because Jared's spot in the rotation would be up tomorrow. So that would be my guess, is Quinn Priester's probably the next guy in line, and it'd be him and Ortiz filling Falter and Jones's spots.
No, I want to ask you about looking back in the season. If it does end up being another season where they miss out, I have to question the offseason and some of the stuff that Ben Charrington brought in and his expectations of those. And, you can look at Chapman, you can look at Grandal, you can look at Taylor, you can look at a lot of guys. But he hasn't gotten the kind of bang for his buck I would have thought he would have expected. Did that kind of doom this season? Because if you look at it, there's so many teams, all you have to do is be right around 500 and you'd have a chance to get in this. Looking back, would that be the number one reason why you think they missed out on opportunity, if in fact they do?
I think it plays a big part in it. I would combine the guys they acquired in the offseason and the young players that the front office trusted to be a big part of the lineup. I mean, the main thing missing from this team from opening day until now is power at the plate. I mean, they're not hitting enough home runs. That's what you need to do to win baseball games in today's game. And you look at the guys that they thought were going to be home run hitters for them this year: Henry Davis, Jack Sawinski, Rowdy Tellez, Brian Hayes to even a certain extent. They haven't gotten anything. I mean, Rowdy's come on lately, but I mean, the rest of those guys, if you make Michael A. Taylor a league average hitter this year, I mean, this was a guy who had 20 home runs last season, and he's given nothing offensively this year. If you make him a league average hitter this year, if you make Jack Sawinski a league average hitter this year, Brian Hayes, Henry Davis, I mean, this is a team that's probably in first place. So when you talk about the offseason acquisitions, I mean, Rowdy Tellez, he's been great these last 5 weeks, but he hurt the team by not hitting the ball well in April and May. Michael A. Taylor has been a detriment offensively this whole year. And you look at the pitching acquisitions, I mean, they've been okay, but the guys you already had have been the best of the bunch. And Grandal, I don't think, has really added anything. I mean, the biggest acquisition Charrington's made has been, as far as 2024 is concerned, is Bart, really. When you look at it, I don't know who else you can really point to as far as free agency or trades focused on this year. Maybe Chapman, but Chapman's been up and down. I would say, especially offensively, Bart's really been the biggest biggest guy they brought in.
Yeah, I think Bart has been interesting because he's sort of been a breath of fresh air in some ways, based on what they did. I just think that if they're going to have next year, I hate saying this because it feels like we say this every year, but if they're going to kick the can down the road a little bit, next year absolutely has to be the year where everything comes together, doesn't it? I mean, there can be no more excuses. There can be no more, we're young. There can be no more, this. You've got two young superstar pitchers at the top of your rotation who are both going to have a full year under their belt, so they're not rookies anymore. You've got, obviously, Mitch Keller, who is, a really good pitcher as your third pitcher. The two rookies that you have are going to make almost nothing. So you should have money to go out and do what you have to do to fix a couple of the positions where you need help. I mean, doesn't next year absolutely have to be it?
It absolutely has to be it. I said at the beginning of the year, I felt that 2023 could be the equivalent of 2011, which would make this year 2012. And people look back at 2012 and remember that team was, I think, as many as 20 games over 500 at one point, which this team hasn't been. But in the end, they finished beneath 500. They were just slightly better than the year prior. But 2012 was important because that's when pretty much the whole core was up and got a year together, with the exception of Garrett Cole. That's when you got Marte up. That's when you got Pedro and Neil and Andrew and all these guys kind of playing together. But they still had to add to that. And that's what's got to happen this offseason, if this is the 2012. Because you did have players establish themselves as a superstar this year. You had two of them, starting pitchers, show that, hey, my first full year in the big leagues, I can make an impact. So now you need to identify these needs. They need to find their Russell Martin for this group. And I don't think it needs to be a catcher, but it needs to be a veteran, an established veteran that's not well past his prime, that's here on a multi-year deal. It's hard to invest in a leader in the clubhouse when the guy's on a one-year contract and could be gone in July or will definitely be gone in November. So I think when you look at what this team has going for itself heading into this upcoming offseason, you really know what your strengths are and what your strengths are going to be for years to come. You know what areas you really need to add to, and you have money to spend because pretty much all of the big contracts on your books, with the exception of proven commodities that you've extended to multi-year deals, but you're getting Chapman off the books, you're getting Perez off the books, you're getting Gonzalez off the books, Rowdy. You can reinvest that money into something more long-term. The one-year deals need to stop. with this. That's what the difference needs to be this offseason. It needs to be a multi-year contract on a proven commodity rather than a one-year deal on a guy where, hey, if he does well, good for us, because we can either flip him at the deadline or hang on to him if we're in a place to compete. That's where the mentality has to change.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just you feel like the Pirates for too long, especially under Ben Cherington, just haven't been all that proactive. We've said that word about 15 times today, but it's so true.
And we've been talking. You mentioned the word proactive, so Noah, we'll ask you this because we kicked this around. And again, I look down the road. It's hard to do because there are a lot of things that can happen. But a guy like Skenes strikes me as I'm going to bet on myself kind of guy. And we're talking about money. We're talking about down the road money. What he makes now, what he may expect of the Pirates down the road. Would you be in favor of doing something sooner rather than later with regard to his future money, knowing that if you don't, then the window is going to be the window, and that's the end of it?
I think the window for that might have already been closed, if we're being completely honest. I mean, why in the world would this guy? Why in the world would this guy sign anything before free agency with his talent? I mean, you can try. I certainly would make it a priority, him and Jones. Extend them both right now. And you can go to them and say, look, sure, if you wait till free agency, you probably will get a lot more than this. But this gives you security, knowing if you do get hurt, you'll have this to fall back on.
Give us a number.
That would be,
I'm curious how many years and how much money we're talking about.
I mean, it's got to be 9 figures. It's got to be. And I mean, you look at how young they both are. I can't even begin to speculate what kind of deal, what that would look like. Because normally when you lock up a young talent this early in their career, it's a position player. You don't see typically that type of deal extended to a pitcher because of the arm injury risk and everything. But with Skenes and Jones, especially Skenes, I mean, he's a guy where it's everything's kind of different for him. So I don't know if it would be in his best interest to sign any type of extension with any team, not just the Pirates. Like if he was on the Dodgers or anybody anywhere else, it might just be in his best interest to say, nah, I want to get to free agency when I'm still in my late 20s, still have a good decade of baseball still to play. And because, I mean, the way it looks right now is he's going to be making way more money than the Pirates could ever pay him.
Baseball coverage on the Fan presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon using their savings calculator to find out at T-Mobile.com/switch. Noah, I saw that they brought Henry Davis up to AAA. They started his rehab assignment or whatever they're doing in AAA. Will we see him again on the Major League team this year?
Yeah, I think we will. I don't think it'll be anytime soon. I think they want to continue to let him work through what he's going through. I mean, there's some issues that I didn't necessarily see corrected in his short time during his return to the big leagues in June. And this is a guy where, and again, based off of how the season's trending, fixing him is probably one of your biggest priorities as the postseason picture looks to not include the Pirates here as we're moving forward. Getting guys like Sawinski, Davis, Hayes, getting them right, that's got to be your biggest motivation for August and September. So if that's the case, then I think you got to let him really figure things out in AAA. I know he's hit the ball there well, but it's got to be more than just results. It's got to be how he's doing it. It's got to be showing a difference in mechanics. How is he hitting certain pitches? What's he barreling? Where is he hitting the pitches in the zone? Stuff like that. So that way, when he can come back up here, it can be a little different. It won't be as many strikeouts. It won't be just hitting the ball to one little area in the field. It'll be, what you need him to be. So I think, yes, we will see him back here, but I think they're going to take their time with him, and it would make sense to do so.
Well, Noah, I appreciate you jumping on with us as always. Great
Good talking to you, Noah.
Good talking to you.
Have a nice trip in Milwaukee, by the way. Are you going after that to Chicago?
I'm not. No, I'm heading back just for the Milwaukee series. So,
okay.
And then that schedule gets tough after the All-Star game, too, huh? I mean, you got some big-time teams coming in.
Yeah, that's. I mean, the month of July was going to be the big test for the Pirates altogether. And, there's 3 easy games right before the All-Star break. But after that, I mean, they're going to have to earn their stripes. And if they don't, then they're out of it. Mm-hmm. So I'll be there to cover it, though. Thanks for having me on, guys.
All right, we'll see.
Thanks, Noah.
There's Noah. Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 91 with sunny skies. It is Paul's Ice Ball Pompiani. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lineup is out. First pitch in just about half an hour as Andrew McCutchen will lead off for the Buccos. With Brian Reynolds batting second, the Pirates will throw Mitch Keller today as O'Neill Cruz will play shortstop and bat third. Rowdy Tellez in the cleanoff spot, followed by Nick Gonzalez, Josh Palacios, Jack Sawinski. Joey Bart will catch Keller. Jared Triolo will play at third base and bat ninth. If you want to listen to the game, go to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. First pitch at 12:35. Pregame coverage right now on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Here's Paul.
Men suffering from erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it. She knows it, too. New Flow Men's Health is Western PA's leader in treating ED successfully with long-term positive results. It's time to quit lying to yourself. If you're serious about eliminating your ED issues, New Flow is your only serious option. No pills, no injections, no games. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call New Flow today at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000. Tell them Paul sent you.
And now a message from Starkey.
Roseanne needed to sell her home in Ross Township after hearing about Gina on the radio. She contacted Gina to learn more about her options. Roseanne said Gina was straightforward, always able to answer any questions, and helped her set a realistic asking price for her home. Because of Gina's expert knowledge of the local real estate market, she was able to sell Roseanne's home in less than a week. Here's the thing, you can't lose with Gina. She sits down with you, you agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes, home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh, Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. That's 724-602-9752. Google Giampetro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona New Smoker on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, July 12th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distillery. Meet National Event Manager of North America, Gary Shear. Save 40% on CAO box cigars. Buy 5, get 2 free specials, plus raffles for great prizes. It's the Verona News Cigar Smoker, July 12th from 7 to 10 p.m. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. Listen, they're smart, aggressive, experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
You know, it's called spring cleaning for a reason. You don't want to be clearing out that junk in July. Enjoy a clutter-free summer and book us online. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Last week, I probably did a lot of the same things you did.
I had places to go, people to see, parties to attend, drinks to drink, and food to eat. And it wasn't all ice water and green vegetables, if you catch my drift. There were a few beers, a few transfusions, you know, the unofficial drink of golfers everywhere, plus some hot dogs and burgers along the way, with a little pulled pork thrown in. And after the long weekend was over, I got back on the scale, and guess what? Not 1 pound gained. Know why? Because besides helping you lose the weight and keep it off, besides making healthy eating a total lifestyle change, Awaken 180 really helps your metabolism get firing and stay firing. I've had the 35 pounds I lost stay off for 2 years, and it feels great to know that I can indulge here and there and not even think about a number on a scale because I know it isn't going anywhere. If you want to feel that same kind of control and confidence over your weight, just make the call. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorites, smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Roadhog rib sandwich are back. Download the GetGo app today to order and get free ties. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
There are a lot of so-called fast food deals out there. But do any of them have the Wendy's Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, crispy fries, everyone's favorite nugs, and a drink for just $5 like Wendy's Biggie Bag? Nope. And that's why no other deals can be called the Wendy's Biggie Bag. That and a little thing called plagiarism. When the deal is as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh. Includes choice of JBC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject.
Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school.
Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue.
You got it.
And markers?
Of course.
Oh, geez.
Can we get a cart, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 30.
Ireland Contracting has all your home's bases covered, from roofing and siding to windows and gutters, and even electrical. Let Ireland Contracting knock it out of the park for you with its unbeatable grand slam of value that includes free estimates, 0% financing, award-winning customer service, and free premium product upgrades. Be a winner. Get your home in championship form by contacting Ireland Contracting. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF today to learn more. We are booking appointments as early as tomorrow. Visit IrelandContracting.com.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Catch 2024 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year Cam Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and many more celebs smashing softballs for charity at the 4th annual Three Rivers Celebrity Softball Game presented by the Corey Firm at Wild Things Park Saturday, July 13th. Tickets are available now.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So, let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Before gutter problems arise, protect your home from costly water damage with Gutter Helmet. Enjoy maintenance-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free assessment and estimate. Save up to 35% for a limited time.
Our area loves boating. Unfortunately, bad things can ruin a good time. If you're injured while boating, call the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Summertime savings is always hot at Salem's Market on Center in the Hill District. From fresh produce, halal meats, deli, and special treats. Stop by and see for yourself. 1850 Center Avenue. Salem's is your passport to global cuisine. Join us for one great weekend. Register today for the 2024 Richard S. Caligiuri City of Pittsburgh Great Race, presented by Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's happening September 28th and 29th and sponsored by Allegheny Health Network and Dollar Bank. Window Nation can help beat this Pittsburgh weather with a buy two, get two free offer on insulated, energy-efficient windows, plus 0 down and no interest or payments for 2 years. Schedule an in-home estimate now at 866-90NATION or windownation.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your fan headlines. Paul Skenes and Brian Reynolds are all-star representatives for the Pittsburgh Pirates in 2024. The all-star game is July 16th in Texas, hosted by the Texas Rangers. Skenes is the first number 1 pick ever to be drafted number 1 overall and make the all-star game the following season. Reynolds, who heated up in June and into July with a 25-game hitting streak, makes the All-Star game for his second time. It's Skenes' obviously first appearance in the All-Star game. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. We got Joe.
High five.
With the Joe Starkey Show.
All right.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Feeder Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say they never give a fee unless we get money for you. Bob Pompiani, Paul Zeiss. Bob, one of the sentiments that I keep seeing a lot of people try to say is that, I just saw a couple other people, on social media talking about this, that Paul Skenes, he's behind Ben Roethlisberger and Sidney Crosby in terms of the best rookies that we've had, say in the last 20, 30 years. I don't understand why where Ben Roethlisberger was never considered the best quarterback when he was a rookie in the league. Never. Not even one of the top 10. He had 20 touchdowns or 20, whatever it was, and 17. I think he had 17 touchdowns and like 11 interceptions and like 2,600 yards. Crosby, for as good as he was, nobody thought that year he was the best player in hockey. A couple years later, he started to become the best player in hockey. But his first year, Paul Skenes legitimately is in the argument as the best pitcher in baseball right now. And there's a good chance he's going to win the Cy Young Award. Not forget about the Rookie of the Year. If he continues doing what he's doing, he's probably going to win the Cy Young Award.
Well, I don't know about that so much because that will depend on how many starts he actually gets. And the Pirates may be precautionary, as they seem to be with a lot of these guys, so that may influence it. But I think it is harder in baseball to do what he's done. And you won't find somebody who's come in 10 starts and ever who's done what he's been able to do. Now, those other guys, I think the expectations were very high for Crosby as well, and he met the expectations.
Right.
And Roethlisberger, there were no expectations in the first year until there was an injury, and then he, got an opportunity to play. So,
right, but I'm talking about as far as being the best player, the best rookie. I mean, this guy is in the conversation as the best player at his position already. There are probably, if you talk to all the national insiders and everything else, he's probably no worse than, 5, 4, 3?
Well, he's certainly must-see right now, and there's no question about it, just because of how he goes about his business and what he's been able to do, and he's doing things that's never been done before. So I get that, but you got guys like Ohtani and some of these other young pitchers who are dealing as well. He's getting a lot of attention and deserves it, but there's some pretty good ones in there as well. So
there are.
They're all three different cases, though. I don't look at them similarly, and to make one as the number one is hard for me to do, just because I respect. Sidney Crosby was 18 years old, Paul. That's young
fine. I'm talking about being the best rookie. This guy is in a different.
Well, Sidney Crosby was the best rookie.
Well, I'm talking about in Pittsburgh over the last 30 years. This guy, what he's doing is at a different level.
Totally agree.
Than Crosby did, than Ben did, than Troy did.
Crosby had like 101 points on a very good team at 18 years of age.
Right.
That's pretty remarkable.
He was pretty good. What this guy is doing is maybe making a case that he's the best pitcher in baseball already. That's all I'm saying. This is a different level than we've seen from just about any rookie that you can come up with.
No, it is. That's why he's an all-star in 10 starts.
Who are the great rookies that we've had? You know what I'm saying?
Well, Crosby and Roethlisberger in a different way, but Crosby just because of – I find it always difficult, and Skenes has done this just as Crosby has. They have come into their leagues with enormous expectations through no fault of their own. I mean, here they are, these guys, and this is the expectation. Go do it. When you do it and when you exceed it, pretty special stuff there. And I would put them both in the same category that way.
Right. I mean, I just think it's pretty impressive, really. What he's done has been incredible. Now, there are some really good pitchers at the top of the list in the National League, by the way, right now. I mean, Philadelphia's got 3 guys right now that are
And Ohtani hasn't even pitched again, but when he does, it will be interesting to see what he does for the Dodgers.
But I'm just saying, if you look at the numbers of some of these guys and then compare what he's done, it's almost incredible. Now, there's a lot of guys that that have some of the numbers that he does, but across the board, his numbers are ridiculous. You know what I mean? That's what's impressive to me about him, is that he's across the board been so impressive that I don't know.
Well, listen, I would draw this similarity. His effect on baseball and attendance is very similar to Caitlin Clark, and what it means to the game itself. That's why he's in a different classification, I think, because it's hard to get people to respond by paying money to go to events. And that's what people are doing. They're circling dates that he pitches just as they're circling dates that Caitlin Clark comes to their arenas.
Right.
And that's a whole different conversation, I think, when you include those kind of things.
I mean, if he had the numbers, if he had the innings, he would be second in strikeouts per 9 innings.
And he's going to get you hope he does anyway.
He would be second in strikeouts per 9 innings, which is really incredible. If you think about it. I mean, like I said, he is already in the conversation as the best player at his position, not just rookies, everybody. That's what makes him different.
But it's 10 starts, and I want to see more, and I also want to see – I hope the Pirates, they're going to talk about skipping starts for him and lessening the workload, I think, based on how it sounds, which could affect him, in terms of voting on different awards. So we'll see. But, I mean, it's unbelievable to watch. And, again, the command of just all the pitches, it's not just his fastball. He knows how to pitch, and he will pitch to you and get you to swing at his pitch, which is not easy to do for anyone, let alone a 22-year-old rookie.
Right. I mean, I think that's always, to me, what he's done is just incredible. It's just, I mean, it really is, if you think about it.
Well, that's why, to your point, you have next year, we're no more excuses. You know, you talk about results. This is year 5. You got to start seeing results. Next year, if you don't see results, then things have got to change, because you're going to have Jones, you're going to have Skenes, you're going to have Keller, all 3 of them there, and you'll probably add to it with somebody else in their system who's doing well enough to come up and play. It's your responsibility in the offseason then to go out and improve this offense dramatically, because it's just not going to get – I don't care how good you are, and all you have to do is look at Skenes. He's had 10 starts. He has 5 wins. He's never trailed when he's pitched, and yet 5 no decisions because of offense mostly.
Right.
So
right.
they got to change that.
I just think, again, he obviously is not going to get to, like, the big win totals, but his whip and his strikeouts per 9 and his ERA – are going to be among the best in baseball. I just think that it's incredible. But when I look at a rookie, you know, like a superstar, great rookie, it's one of those things where how does he measure up to the rest of the league? That forget about rookies, to the rest of the league. I mean, let me see. Let's go with, for instance, Michael Jordan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sorry. I'll give you the greatest. I think the greatest example of rookie who is otherworldly, right, is if you go to Wilt Chamberlain. Have you ever looked at his rookie numbers?
Oh,
Wilt
yeah.
Chamberlain, he's like 37.6 points, 27 rebounds a game as a rookie.
I mean, you'll never see that again.
Never.
Never.
But
no matter who we're talking about.
He won the MVP. And the Rookie of the Year, but he won the MVP that year. All I'm saying is, you know, there's a difference between being a great rookie and already being a great player. On the scale of everybody that's looking at the sport is saying this guy is one of the best.
He is.
You know?
And I've already seen some backlash from maybe players. I saw a couple of anonymous, things. And I guess players don't want to see him start that game just because he's 10 starts into his major league career.
Right.
Well, you're seeing a little of that from, Caitlin Clark and the backlash as some of the stuff gets just too much too soon. Well, you earned it too.
Well,
now, he's going to pitch in that game. I'm just going to be very curious to see how they utilize him, whether it's at the start, in the 4th inning, a second time around with whoever's in there, 3rd inning. I want to see that. And I think everyone tuning in wants to see it too. He's already, you remember when the Dodgers came here? He made quick work of Mookie Betts, 3 MVPs of the league, Ohtani and Freddie Freeman. Now, later Ohtani got the best of him, but the fact is he struck those guys out, and he made it look rather easy,
Right.
That's not easy to do with 3 MVPs of the league or the top 3 of the rotation.
Right. Well, again, I just think it's absolutely ridiculous just how good, really. It's just how good this guy is. And so, now, again, it's interesting we have Mitch Keller coming up here, right? Isn't he starting today?
Yep. Going for win number 10. They need it badly.
So if you think about it, I mean, to have him and Skenes and Jones and be 5 games under 500, you almost have to work to do that. I mean, and you throw in Falter. And even like Perez and Ortiz and whoever, you know what I mean, outside of maybe a couple of blow-ups by Perez and maybe a blow-up by Priester or whatever, for the most part, for the last 2.5 months, they've sent their starting pitcher has given them a really good opportunity to win the game.
Well, and that's the crime of it all. When you get 6 in, yesterday, again, I keep going back to yesterday as kind of a microcosm of the season, 6 scoreless innings from your starter and you don't win the game. How many times have they had guys go into? And the funny thing about this, at the beginning of the season, I think most people looked at the Pirates and said, just get to the bullpen. If you get Holderman, Chapman, and Bednar in the succession, all you have to do is get 6 innings. Well, the starters have delivered that. They've gotten the 6 innings. What they haven't gotten is hitting or the back end of the bullpen doing its job on a consistent level.
Right.
They have 16 blown saves, Paul. Well, okay, so it's a combination of both of that. The offense and the lack of closing games when you have opportunities to close games.
Right. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing, too. That was so frustrating about yesterday. Yeah, they didn't score a lot of runs, but you got to the ninth inning with 3 outs to get and a lead. And your $10.5 million reliever on the mound. And to me, he's your highest paid player. And so while he's done some good work this year, he's also had far too many of these kind of games where he didn't get the job done.
I mean, totally.
So it's fair to criticize him. It's fair to say
he has not been anywhere near the pitcher they thought he was going to be. I think that's safe to assume. He's been wild. He's given up 20 runs in 32 innings. He's walked 32. You wouldn't expect that. He's got, I'm sure, one of the worst whips going in the game from a reliever point of view. If you're looking at all these different metrics, he just hasn't done it. And yesterday was another good example of that. So, your hope was that he could solidify that with Bednar. It'll look good on paper. I'll be the first to admit that. When I saw it, the pressure's on the starters. The starters have given you everything you could possibly want, and yet they're in this situation.
Right. Absolutely. You got to, you have to, if you get starting pitching like they've got, you've got to win more games. I think Dan Zangrilli has, 21 games or something now they've lost where their starters gone 6 or more innings?
Yeah, and normally in those situations, you should win 90% of them.
Help me, Dan, please. I can't take it anymore.
Right. That's the biggest thing. It's just one of those things where, to me, it feels like they have wasted a month. We've been talking for a month, Bob, about them going and getting help for the offense. Maybe going and trying to get some help for their bullpen.
Right. They could have done it earlier. I know everybody tells you, well, it's harder to do. Okay. Well, sometimes you got to make hard decisions and try to help a team out that needs some help.
That's
in a very tightly contested race that's still, if you're 500, you're in a good position.
Right.
So you would think you should be 500 at this juncture of 5-year plans.
Well, I'm just saying I really, really struggle to understand why, when it became apparent early in June that this team needed offensive help, when it became apparent early in June that this starting rotation was as good as it has been, why not go out and make a move then?
They could have. I don't think anyone would have blamed them to do it. They would have been encouraged by it. Now, if it doesn't work, okay, you live with that. And I hope, because previous ones didn't work, influences how they choose to do it now. Because I think Noah said it well, too. I don't know if it's worth now rental players. Depending on the next 7 games or so, how much will a rental player help you? You're going to need more than one.
Right.
And when Ben Cherington talks about internal solutions, okay, fine. Show me where they are. They have to come from Hayes, Sawinski, Taylor, Grandal, all of them, and they haven't gotten them.
Right.
So what other internal solutions are there?
I don't know that there really are. I keep hearing, well, this guy's got to get better, that guy's got to get better. Yeah, but again, Rowdy Tellez and Brian Reynolds went crazy in June. They're both likely to regress some, which means you have to, whatever improvement you're going to get from Cabrian Hayes or whoever you think you're going to get, it's probably going to be offset because baseball is a 162-game season. It's a long-haul sport. These short sample sizes do nothing for me. Over the course of the long haul, what is your team going to do? Well, again, okay, maybe Cabrian Hayes gets a little better. Maybe Sawinski gets a little better. Who else? Maybe Bart.
Cruz can get better. Henry Davis can show up and actually do something.
Right, but when's he coming up?
I don't know.
Bart is obviously an upgrade over Grandal, but at the same token, like I said, Nick Gonzalez went crazy in May. Well, he's regressed a little bit.
Yeah, but he came up with a big hit. I still like him, and I think that's the one guy who's developed.
He's not going to hit 305 this year like he was.
No, they need others to chip in on this. There's no question about it.
Hit like 480 or something in June. He's not going to hit like that the rest of the year. He'll hit, but he ain't going to hit like at that clip. Mm-hmm. Brian Reynolds had that stretch of 25 games where he couldn't get him out. But he's going to come back a little bit to the mean. He's going to regress a little bit. So you've got regression maybe from those two, and maybe a little regression even, but just kind of holding steady for Nick Gonzalez. And then, okay, so that happens. Now you have to offset that with other guys getting better. It's not realistic to sit here and say, oh, we got internal options, because you don't.
No, the internal options are on your team already. And if that's what he's referring to, then they better all start doing it.
Right.
I find it interesting next year what they do with Henry Davis. If you're going to have Endy Rodriguez come back healthy, and you hope he is, and then you have Bart, who they acquired, and I can't see them departing with Joey Bart, given his number 2 overall selection. I think it was Sue overall, and the fact that he's actually somebody you could work with. Where would Henry Davis figure in on this? Does he have to go to a different position? Is he a DH? What do
he's
they do?
a DH probably.
Well, if he's a DH, only if he can hit. You got to hit. If you can't hit, then that's going to go down as one of the worst picks ever. So hopefully he gets it together and gets up here and does something quickly.
Yeah,
they need him to.
But I don't think he will. I think what they're going to do is let him down there, let him hit as much as he can hit.
But let's say after the break they need a right. I mean, let's say he's hit. He goes through this week and he's showing progress. Do you just leave him down there or do you bring him up? What do you do? It's time to get somebody who can hit, and maybe he's worth a try. But if so, where?
Yeah. I'm just saying, if he comes up and, maybe he's your DH next year, right? And you have Endy Rodriguez and Joey Bart maybe next year as your catchers. I think there's things to be said, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, again, I don't know that there's all that many solutions on this team. That's what's frustrating. We can sit here and say O'Neal Cruz has more to give. Yeah, he does. Absolutely. But he's kind of still a rookie,
Yeah, he is.
There's just not that many realistic options to get better other than going out and getting some help, going out and getting a couple of guys that actually can hit, that can put the ball in play, that can move runners over, that can get on base, that can hit, that can drive the ball a little bit. They need to go get those guys. I don't know who they are or where they're at. There's all the names that we hear all the time from the White Sox or the Marlins or the Rockies or whatever. But to me,
the problem there is that a lot of teams are going to want the same people. There are only so many teams that are going to be supplying these kinds of players. And so you're going to have other teams making offers.
Yeah.
And now you've invited all that to come into play. So,
but it wouldn't put it this way. I think they probably could live the rest of the season with Joey Bart as mostly their catcher.
I agree.
I think if he continues to just kind of do what he's done a little bit, they could live with Rowdy Tellez as their first baseman. They got to get 2 outfielders. That's the biggest thing.
That's going to be hard to do.
If you can go get 2 outfielders, then you can put the Connor Joes and the Olivareses and the all those other guys, put them all on the bench. Keep Sawinski around as a left-handed bat off the bench. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could actually make some moves like that where you have some flexibility with some guys, where you all of a sudden can get –
and they're better in their roles. They're not better the longer you start them, the worse results you'll probably get.
Like Jared Triolo.
No disrespect, but they're not everyday guys.
Like Jared Triolo is a great example. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's been rather inconsistent at the plate, too. They all have. I just – that's the immediate correction you need to make. Score more runs, make this pitching staff win more games because they're giving you that opportunity.
Right. That's the biggest thing. Anyway, let's see. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing HVAC provider for over 50 years. Coming up, we're going to talk a little bit about the Steelers. We'll do that next. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Just about set for first pitch at PNC Park between the Pirates and the Mets. The Pirates are trying to make the series 2-2 in the 4-game set and avoid dropping 3 out of 4 to New York. You can listen to the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You can also listen to it on your Odyssey app. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
That's a fair argument. But this whole Arthur Smith doesn't use wide receiver 2 thing is poppycock. Yeah. What? Poppycock? The definition is empty talk or writing. Nonsense.
Where did you why did that word pop up?
Don't know.
In your mind? You've never used that before.
Poppycock.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
DQ presents Picture This.
Picture the DQ freezer, home to all the Blizzard flavors of the past. Picture it opening to bring back the salted caramel truffle blizzard for a limited time. Picture that salted caramel truffle blizzard in your hands. It's all yours. No, really, it's all yours. This treat is too good to share. Everyone will have to get one for themselves. Hurry in to get this flavor before the DQ freezer closes. DQ, happy tastes good.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car really needs a wash.
The $20 McGuire's bundle includes Gold Class Car Wash for a showroom shine.
Get in the zone.
And what about my tires?
Just spray the included Hot Shine tire coating and you're all set.
Get in the zone.
The inside is not great.
No problem. The quick interior detailer in the bundle can help with that too.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's your anniversary, and she's been with you a lot of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will take our time to help make this anniversary a lasting memory at a price you can afford. Stop in today for a free consultation at one of our 2 locations in Castee Village or Peters Township. Urbanowitz Jewelers, like having a jeweler in the family.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? You've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of STP full synthetic oil with an STP extended life oil filter for just $29.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Bronny James made his Lakers Summer League debut Saturday. 2 for 9, 4 points, and not much else. It was a wake-up call for anyone who thought this was going to be easy. The Lakers could force him into the rotation, but he's an undersized shooting guard. If it doesn't look great in Summer League, it could look really bad when the real thing starts. I'm Andrew Perloff.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
If you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Butler, or Beaver counties, guess what? You're eligible to join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Great rates, including their ultra-competitive HELOC product at just 3.99% for 6 months. Terms and conditions at AllegiantFCU.org.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through July 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
The wait is over. Dell Technologies Black Friday and July deals are live. Check out incredible savings on select laptops and more, like the XPS 15, powered by Intel Core processors. The XPS 15 brings you the perfect balance of power and portability, plus stellar visuals and immersive sound. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics, plus free shipping on everything. Don't miss out on Black Friday and July savings at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Well, I guess Mitch Keller wants to send a message that he ain't exactly happy, that he was not included in the All-Star game. What do you think?
Yeah, made quick work of the first couple batters.
He struck out the first two, and then I didn't say he got the third one out. Was it a strikeout or was it a ground out?
It was a strikeout.
Okay, 3 straight strikeouts. And that's all you need to know there, right? It's just amazing to me, really, if you think about it.
I would imagine that he is going to eventually get in as a replacement for someone, whether it be – now, he could be in line to start Saturday or Sunday. Could that take him out of line to pitch Tuesday? We'll see. But I would think that whether it be an injury that comes up, somebody that pitches on Sunday, Keller's going to be named to the All-Star game.
Yeah. Well,
it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Well, it is one of these things where if you look – I did not realize that his numbers in terms of his ERA and his WHIP were that far down. I thought he was closer to the top. So there's other guys that actually probably have.
You mean closer to 4 or closer to 3?
Closer to the top of the list.
Yeah.
I didn't realize his numbers were. I thought he was. I thought he was top 10 in those categories.
Well, he gave up 6. I think 5 of them were earned in his last start over 5 innings. So that ballooned his ERA a little bit.
That certainly doesn't help, for sure. But like when we looked at his numbers before, his whip, his whip is actually he's actually behind Falter and Jared Jones on that list. I mean, he's outside the top 50. He's 53rd in whip, which is, there's a lot of guys in between him and the top. Strikeouts for 9. He's, 46th in strikeouts per 9. ERA, he is 35th. So, I mean, if you look at all these numbers, and I guess if you have to have a WAR, right? WAR, he is 41st. So, I mean, I don't know that he would be the next guy, would he? WAR. W-A-R, WAR. Yeah, I don't know that he would be the next guy or the next 3 or 4 guys.
Yeah, there's a possibility that he would not be.
Yeah, I didn't realize, like I said, when I started looking at all his numbers.
He had a 3.2 ERA against Cincinnati before that start against St. Louis where he gave up the 6.
Right. It just feels like it's one of those situations where, there's other guys in between him and the top of the list. I do find it, amazing that the one stat that he probably is closer to in that conversation is wins, and there's a lot of these new aged baseball guys who don't think wins are all that important for a pitcher. I don't know. What do you think?
Keller, I'm just pulling up the NL instead of just all Major League Baseball. In terms of wins, is currently tied for 4th.
Right.
The guys that are higher: Chris Sale, All-Star; Ranger Suarez, All-Star; Aaron Nola, I think, is an All-Star.
Yeah, he is.
And Sonny Gray of St. Louis.
And he's tied with Wheeler.
Yeah, and he's tied with Zach Wheeler, who's an All-Star, and Gavin Stone of the Dodgers, who's had a good year so far.
That's the thing. If you look at the Philly staff right now,
Philly's had, 7 All-Stars?
but again, they probably deserve that many.
Yeah, they do. As the best team in the NL. Their bullpen, I think, got a couple guys in.
Yeah, their best team. They're not just the best team. I mean, they've got 3 guys on pace to have 200 innings and 200 strikeouts. Think about that.
Yeah, that's unreal. Longevity and health.
And for all of the, analytics wonks out there, all 3 of them have a whip of 1 or less. So, at the end of the day, 200 innings, and frankly, they're all on pace to win 20 games, which we don't usually get 20-game winners anymore.
No. It's only happened, I think we said once 2 years ago. I don't think it happened at all last year. There was 1 year in the last 5 years that it did not happen at all. And it's either happened 1 or 2 times.
If you think about it, 20-game winner with 200 strikeouts, 200 innings. Like, how many of those guys probably in the last 25 years?
Say 3 or 4?
20, 25 years. The Phillies might have 3 right now, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, the bender that they're on right now is unstoppable.
And the thing about them, they've got lots of money. They've got lots of trade chips.
They have a lot of depth in that organization.
They have a lot of depth. They're going to probably make a move or 2 to get better.
Yeah, I've seen reports that they are in talks on a lot of different guys to try to make a big splash and try to get another bat.
Yeah.
To add to a lineup that already has Schwarber, Bohm, Realmuto, Harper, Trey Turner. Like, where do you fit a bat in that lineup? Castellanos probably in the outfield.
Aren't they the ones that they've been talking about Cody Bellinger?
Yeah, Cody Bellinger. Would you DH him?
Well, you got Schwarber to DH.
Yeah, because you don't play Schwarber in the outfield anymore. So Bellinger would be your starting center fielder then.
Right. So that's the key to me. But it'll be kind of fun to sort of see how it all plays out. That's the big thing. How does it all play out when it comes to now? The other thing is for the Pirates. There are conversations to be had about possibly trading, like we talked about the other day, and everybody got all mad at me because I suggested that if the right deal came along for Mitch Keller, you would make it. But people lost their minds about it. And, of course, added all the usual numbskulls who act like they're experts on baseball, and clearly they don't know. First of all, they don't know a thing about the Pirates. They're just fanboys. And secondly, they don't understand baseball.
Oh, they also didn't watch the video. They just went off of a caption and made their own assumptions.
Exactly. But the reality of the situation is that if you think about it, his contract is something that is actually a strength in terms of what you might be able to get for him because he is signed. That's the big thing.
Yeah, but he's signed for a reasonable number.
That's the point.
And he's pitching over that reasonable number in terms of the quality of...
Which is the point.
Which is the point of why you keep him.
Well, no, I'm saying that is the point. He's 20. He's going to be 29 years old next year. But you have him signed 15, 16, 18, 20. You think, let me ask you a question. Do you really think in 2027 the Pirates are going to pay Mitch Keller $18 million?
It's a very difficult question to answer. I think yes.
31-year-old pitcher, they're going to pay $18 million?
I think yes, but it's very easy to say no because of just the history that we've seen in this organization.
2028, a 32-year-old pitcher, they're going to pay him $20 million?
Yeah, that I don't see.
Okay. So really we're talking about 2 years.
You're talking about 25, 26, 27. Maybe 3.
2. I don't see them paying him $18 million at 31 years old. So my point with him is you have him signed to a very team-friendly deal. His value as a pitcher right now is as high as, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but 31 for a pitcher, the cliff doesn't fall off at 30. Not for a lot of major league hitters.
But they like their guys to be younger than that.
They do.
All I'm saying is you've got 4 years of control at a very team-friendly number for a pitcher, right? And again, I'm not saying give him away, but if someone came along with a really knock your socks off kind of deal, I would say you have to think about it.
But that is like you keep rebuilding. It's just, all right, well, we have a good player. Let's trade it off.
Are you really rebuilding when you already have Jones, Skenes, Falter, you have Oviedo coming back, you have Ortiz, you know what I mean?
But you're not talking about trading a 3-starter. You're talking about a top-of-the-rotation guy.
Well, he's your 3rd starter. Behind Jones
I think he's better than Jones.
Behind Jones and Skenes, he's your top two, and those are your top 2 guys. I mean, numbers don't lie. All I'm saying is those 2 guys are at the top of your rotation. You've got, Falter, who is pretty good. You've got Oviedo coming back. You've got, you got the Ashcraft. You've got Bubba Chandler. You've got guys that are already, you know what I mean? It's not like your rotation. If you trade Mitch Keller, you're basically saying, oh, well, our rotation can't compete next year. Actually, I think your rotation will be fine. But here's the thing. You would have to guarantee me that the $15 million you're saving, you're going to spend on another player. That's the key.
Yeah, do you think that they're going to do that?
Well, that's the key.
That you can't
that's
guarantee or hold your breath on. And your teams dream of having this type of big 3 at the top of their rotation. I just don't understand. I can't fathom getting rid of it when you have it. At least at this point, especially.
I don't completely disagree. But I think the idea that it should not even be on the table is silly.
Well, we've also seen Ben Cherington's trades. Like, what prospects has he brought in that has really done anything? Andy Rodriguez, I guess you can say so, but he's gotten hurt. He's not playing at all this year. Like, out of the trades that they've made, the Starling Marte was the first deal that they made. They acquired Liover Peguero, who's stuck in AAA, and a pitcher who's, I don't even think has reached AA. Who else have they traded that have been valuable guys? I mean, the deal that they got Oviedo in for Jose Quintana is probably one of the better trades.
Right.
That's basically it. Right? I mean, the Colin Holderman deal, trading away Vogelbach for Holderman, those are the main 2 that stand out to me. Other than that, there's not a lot of moves that Ben Cherington has made on the trade front that I've been impressed with.
No, but again, I mean...
So that's why I hold my breath.
Right, but my point is you got to give him the opportunity, right?
Well, he's had opportunities.
I'm saying
with other deals.
He's in charge right now. He's in charge. So if they're going to make deals, it's going to be him making a deal. No matter what the deal is. No matter if it's getting rid of Perez or Chapman or whatever. You know?
Well, yeah, Reynolds at this point are probably going to go. They're going to go to other teams like Chapman and Perez and Gonzalez and maybe even Rowdy Tellez.
I was going to say.
Why not sell high on Rowdy Tellez right now?
If you can,
if you're
you might
selling,
as well. Right.
If you are selling, Rowdy Tellez is potentially going to be able to bring something back. Like that Jose Quintana deal. I mean, he was on an expiring contract, had a pretty good season, and you were able to acquire a 4, maybe a 3 starter in Oviedo.
Right. All I'm saying is I think if you're the Pirates, you have to be proactive. And proactive doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to go out and get Reynolds or you're going to – I mean, you might make a deal for somebody like a Mitch Keller or even a Bednar. I know that. Well, he's – listen, my question to all of the people that lose their minds and were spitting at their monitors and saying I'm doing hot takes and all that other crap last week when I suggested that Mitch Keller and Bednar could be traded. Do you want a team that's going to be 78 wins this year, 79 wins this year, and 79 wins next year? Or do you want to have a team that might have a chance next year if you make the right moves to win?
I think Bednar would have to be in the offseason because his value is not very high right now.
Well, he's hurt, obviously.
Due to the injury and the inconsistencies this year.
He's hurt. My point is, I think I look at your bullpen with the Holdermans. I mean, the Nicholas kid, I think, is whatever his name is, Nicholas. That kid's getting better. He's got a good arm. He's got a live arm. You got Holderman. You know what I mean? You've got guys down there and they've never had a hard time finding somebody to close the game.
Yeah, but their lack of depth has been exposed this season.
Well, they keep getting guys hurt. I get that. But you can go get relievers to do your 6th, 7th, and 8th innings. The biggest thing is who is going to shut the door at the end of the game. I think you have some options. All I'm saying is if you were able to get something of value back for Keller or Bednar or both, plus the money that you were saving on Keller, you should be able to make your team much better next year. And you might acquire enough prospects that at the trade deadline next year, you might be able to go get a real legitimate player or two with the chips that you have to trade to make the final stretch, you know what I mean, at the end of the year.
I'd be much more willing on Bednar than Keller.
All I'm saying is it's not out of the realm of what would make sense.
No, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
And especially since they have never had a problem identifying the Martin Perez's, the Marco Gonzalez's, the Rich Hills, all those kind of guys that you can sign one of those guys to be your 5th or 6th starter. You know what I mean?
But you're talking about an innings eater compared to a guy at the front end of your rotation that's made the All-Star game a couple times.
But my point is you have those guys. It ain't like you don't have those guys. My point is you have enough options to fill your rotation out that it should be good. With or without Keller, your rotation should be good next year.
So if a Keller trade were to happen, you would trade it for bats?
I would trade it for maybe a couple of controllable bats. And, maybe a reliever or a relief arm or something. I don't know. I mean, I would have to see what the deal looks like. But obviously, yes, that would be something. Now, again, here's why I wouldn't do it now. Well, I might. I don't know. I'd have to see the deal. Everybody says, oh, you're crazy. You wouldn't do that. Okay, well, you don't even know what the deal is.
Yeah, Baltimore's offering their 2 top prospects who are blocked right now, who are supposed to be like big-time hitters, and everyone knows it. Then you have to significantly consider it.
Right.
I don't think it'll happen.
What like I said this the other day. I was talking to somebody about this, and they were going on and on and on. Oh, you're crazy, blah, blah, blah. There's no way. I said, okay, let me ask you a question. What if Baltimore offered you Gunnar Henderson and their 2 top prospects? You wouldn't do that?
Oh, yeah, that's just an absurd offer.
Well, my point is, so there are some deals out there that you would think about.
Realistically.
Yes.
Like, Gunnar Henderson's going to win the MVP of the American League.
I get that, but my point is there are deals out there if someone were to knock your socks off.
If you were blown away.
Obviously, the Orioles aren't going to do that. It'd be stupid. That's not what I'm saying, because that'll be the next thing. Oh, he's saying that. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there are deals out there. Before you shut it down, there are some deals out there that I might have some interest in.
Yeah, my point is 2013, 2014, 2015, when you had Garrett Cole at the front end, Burnett winning 15 games or so, Jay Happ's revelation in the second half, Liriano doing what he did. Teams that are winning playoff games and go to the playoffs and are good are built on the starting rotation.
Right.
Now, that was also the argument that you can make this year, that the front end of the rotation get the job done, and clearly we've seen that it's more than that.
Right.
And if one lever turns on, the other one turns off. The rotation does well, the bullpen flounders. Or if the bullpen's doing well and the rotation's doing well, they can't hit anything. So it's got to be a little bit more of a combination of that. But if you have three horses, if you have it, I just think it's dumb to get rid of it because everyone's chasing it.
Well, everyone is chasing it, but you have those guys, right? You do have those.
Well, we don't
guys.
know. Bubba Chandler hasn't thrown a major league pitch.
No, yeah.
He hasn't thrown a pitch in AAA.
He hasn't.
Braxton Ashcraft had an arm injury that kept him out for a year.
Right.
How good is Thomas Harrington? I don't know.
Well, I mean, all I'm saying is if you look at 2013 when they really won the wild card and probably should have even won the NLDS, right?
There's no doubt.
They had Burnett, obviously. Burnett actually had a losing record that year. Did you know that?
No.
Yes.
In 13.
In 2013. But if you look at those guys that, Liriano, Burnett, Locke, Garrett Cole, I think it was a rookie, wasn't he, that year?
Yeah, 13.
Charlie Morton. Obviously that's a pretty good rotation. And Wandy Rodriguez was on that team. I forgot all about him. But I'm just saying, like I said, I think sometimes that people get so caught up in our guy. It's like, well, you need to have an entire team. And now you're probably not going to sign Rowdy Tellez again next year because they don't do that, right? They bring these rental guys in for 1 year.
Yeah, and that'll be it.
They'll
end up trying to put Henry Davis or Andy Rodriguez at first base.
Yeah, which wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. So
which one?
Well, Henry Davis, how many positions are they going to try him at before they realize he's probably just not a good defensive player? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And to me, the thing about Andrew McCutchen is he still does get on base.
And he still has pop.
And he still has a little
12
bit of
home
power.
runs?
But my question is, are you going to continue to run him out there next year?
I would think so. But it also blocks Henry Davis from being the designated hitter.
I just say, that's a problem to me.
Double-edged sword.
Sun Chevy, it's Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 and rebates, terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 91 today with sunny skies. I think I hit everything that hour, so we can roll.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Top half of the third inning at PNC Park. No score. 2 runners are on. And a bouncing ball that is stabbed by Rowdy Tellez to Mitch Keller is able to get the final out for the Buccos in the third inning. So a crisis is potentially avoided for Mitch Keller and the Buccos, who strand 2 against the Mets and will bat in the bottom half of the third inning. If you want to listen to the game, go to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Hello, Starkey.
JP Roofing and Siding. The story of a man and his mustache. Soon to be a full-length feature film, I might add, with the mustache starring as JP and JP starring as the mustache. It's going to be like a Freaky Friday situation. Yeah, and this one will have a soundtrack. I may actually do the soundtrack for the JP epic that will be coming to theaters soon. Listen, this guy's been doing this for 43 years in this town. 43 years. Nobody does it better. And they've been out to the house a couple times, did everything they said they would do. Platinum Preferred Company. A nationally recognized company, $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Ready to unleash your full potential this season? Then head to Pure Hockey. We've got inventory of the top gear arriving from now until year end. So don't miss your chance to score the best selection of sticks, skates, and gear for on or off the ice. At Pure Hockey, you'll also experience industry-leading personalized skate fittings with the newest in advanced 3D scanning technology. So get ready to dominate in the newest skates for the season. Plus, our rewards program is unbeatable. Head to your Monroeville Pure Hockey store plus 2 other nearby locations and start earning today. Pure Hockey, your ultimate hockey headquarters.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects, but you got the idea. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh. At participating U.S. Wendy's.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Ireland Contracting has all your home's bases covered, from roofing and siding to windows and gutters, and even electrical. Let Ireland Contracting knock it out of the park for you with its unbeatable grand slam of value that includes free estimates, 0% financing, award-winning customer service, and free premium product upgrades. Be a winner. Get your home in championship form by contacting Ireland Contracting. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF today to learn more. We are booking appointments as early as tomorrow. Visit IrelandContracting.com.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo. Order the smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar crispy onions, and chipotle ranch. The smokestack will have you coming back for more all summer. Plus, the Roadhog rib sandwich is back. A juicy rib patty with sweet and smoky barbecue sauce, cheddar, pickles, and crispy onions, served on a King's Hawaiian bun. Order the smokestack or Roadhog in the GetGo app before you hit the road. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Flat tire, low tread. The best way to save money on tires is with Champ Tires. My tires were bare, and one new Bridgestone cost more than $400. At Champ Tires, a like new Bridgestone in the exact same model cost only $81, saving me $320 on 4 tires. Champ Tires inventory is huge. They carry all brands and sizes. They have 2 Pittsburgh locations and offer free shipping. Head to champtires.com/thefan for a special coupon to save even more.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Don't miss 4th of July savings at Scandinavian Designs. Save up to 60% on select Nordic-inspired furniture and decor. Shop our Cranberry location or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Before Team USA was competing on the world's biggest stage, they were competing in backyards. Before they qualified for the Olympic Games, they were qualifying for regionals. Before they were hometown heroes, they were kids with a dream. Watch those dreams become reality during the Olympic and Paralympic Games with Xfinity. Stream every nail-biter, comeback, and record-breaking moment on any device with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi coverage and a reliable connection even when everyone's online. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Get ready for the Olympic Games with 300 megabit Xfinity Internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com/TeamUSA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Offer ends 7/25/24. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bixel with your fan headlines. It remains a scoreless game at PNC Park in the top half of the 4th inning as the Pirates look to try to even the series against the New York Mets in the final game of the wraparound series, as New York took the last 2 games in the series on Saturday and Sunday after a blowout victory 14-2 by the Pirates, which included grand slams by Brian Reynolds and Rowdy Tellez in Game 1. Mitch Keller on the mound, top half of the 4th inning. He's only thrown 29 pitches and faces the leadoff batter Francisco Alvarez in the inning in a scoreless affair. You want to listen to it, go to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show. Joe. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It looks like we got another barn burner here.
We really love offense at PNC Park, don't we?
I mean, really.
It just comes in one nice little wave, goes away for a couple of days, maybe more.
I mean, anyway.
And you long for its return.
0-0. Your heart care matters. Get your heart checked at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute. As always, fan Twitter is at 93.7 The Fan. It's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So again, it's a 0-0 game so far. And, it's really what's really troublesome for these games is that there's not even really all that much intrigue.
You don't like good pitchers' duels?
It's fly out, ground out, strike out. Every so often you get Rowdy Tellez diving on the floor, diving for, diving to make a stop at first base. Right?
Yeah, that's what he just did to record the first out.
So, no, it was the last out of the last inning.
He did it again.
Oh, wow, another one.
For the first out, and then there's a little flare to Nick Gonzalez.
Yeah,
now 2 gone.
2 gone.
Keller hasn't allowed a hit since the first inning.
Pete Alonso, he makes Pete Alonso makes an incredible swing to hit a low, drooping line drive to Nick Gonzalez.
It doesn't seem like he wants to be traded here with how he's played at PNC this weekend.
That's what I'm saying. It just is amazing to me how bad. It's one thing, like I said yesterday on Twitter, on social media, I said, every single pitcher in baseball right now looks like Sandy Koufax against most of these hitters. Right?
But will moving the mound back really make the ultimate difference? As we heard, was it Michael McHenry that told us that it will make stuff play even better for pitchers?
No, that was Joe's idea, moving the mound back.
Right.
No.
And that was quickly shut down.
I don't think there's much you can do about it. Maybe lowering the mound again, I don't know.
Maybe shorten up your swings? I mean, how much has that been? When you say, every time there's a game on TV and you watch it, you always see that there's no hitters, maybe just a couple, that'll shorten up on the bat, choke up a little bit,
right,
and try to get quicker to the baseball. Is that a part of it, especially with the velocity these guys are facing? Now, I'm not a major league hitting coach, but I would think that, in times that I've played baseball and everything else, the shorter you are to the ball, especially because a lot of these guys, the ball's just getting blown by them.
Well, and the other part of it is, what if I hit the ball where it's pitched is what I hear quite often.
Well, that too. Don't be afraid to take it the other way.
Right. But everybody's trying to hit the ball mile, velocity and all this other stuff. Exit velocity, launch angles. Everyone's trying to hit home runs. It's just crazy.
Keller with another clean inning, 1-2-3.
Yeah.
Going to the bottom of the fourth, still scoreless.
Right.
Yeah, Paul, this offense, that's the main. Everybody knows it. The main problem with this team, why they're likely not going anywhere this year, and why, Noah talked about it. A rental just does not make sense this year, whether it be like a high-priced rental. And now, what? Remember when they brought in Ben Gamble a couple years ago, or Corey Dickerson? Somebody like that at the deadline? I don't know. Dickerson was at the start of the year, but is that type of move really going to do anything instead of playing a young guy like Sawinski to see if he is completely shot or if he can still find it?
Right.
Like, what do you value more?
No, for sure.
Because that's probably why you give Jack Sawinski the play, at least if you're out of it. Then you give Jack Sawinski that playing time, and you have no more use for the rental.
But again, I mean, obviously a rental makes no sense this year. I get that.
No, not in the position that they are 5 under.
But, a month ago it did.
Yes, a month ago it did.
A month ago it did, but now it doesn't. Now, I mean, I hate to be fatalistic, but I'm supposed to get excited about this if they win this game? Wow, yay. They're exactly where they were a week ago when the season – actually,
they're exactly where they were a month ago.
I mean, if you look
they're worse than they were a month ago.
If you look at it, right, they win this. Let's say they win this game, okay? Hooray for the Buccos. They win this game. This is what I keep trying to tell people who don't seem to understand why there has to be a sense of urgency. Okay. May 4th, Saturday, May 4th. Do you know where they were at? What record-wise?
I think they were like a game over 500.
15-19, 4 games under.
Ugh.
May 4th, 15-19, 4 games under, right? Okay. May 17th. Do you know where they were at?
3 games under 500.
21-25, 4 games under 500. May 22nd, they were 23-27, 4 games under 500. Let's see. June 1st, 27-31, 4 games under 500. June 13th, 32-36, 4 games under 500. Right? June 24th, 37-41.
4 games under 500.
Okay. If they win today, they'll be 43-47, which is
4 games under 500.
Exactly.
The same spot that they've been hovering around the whole entire season.
The time to make a move was a month ago. It's too late now.
It also takes 2 to tango.
Right.
And did anybody really want to trade with them? But at the same token, look what the Padres did and got Luis Urias for basically nothing from Miami. The Marlins, 8 money. How great would he look playing somewhere in the Pirates infield right now? Batting anywhere for this team, and I think he might be going to the All-Star game. Or at least he's good enough to.
Again, you go out and get a couple of guys a month ago. Maybe you're not 4 games under 500 if you win today. And if they lose today, they're 6 games under, which actually is not true. I have this argument quite often with many people. They're actually 2 games under 500, not 4.
Considering.
Well, if you're say you're 43-47, which is what they would be if they win today.
Right.
43-47. How many wins would you need to be 500?
If you're 43-47?
You will have played 90 games. What's 500 if you've played 90 games?
45.
Exactly. What do you have? How many wins do you have?
43.
So you're under. You're 2 games under. It's one of my pet peeves quite often. You've played 90 games. 500 is 45. So 43 wins, you're 2 under, not 4.
Makes sense.
Now, there's a lot of people that would argue with you, well, you need to win 4 games to be back at 500, but that's different because being at 500, when we say you're how many games under 500, it's based on how many games you've played.
Yeah, but it's based off of your record compared to your wins and your losses. At least I think. 500 is viewed by your win total compared to your loss total.
It's based on how many you've won
how many games you've won or lost, yeah.
It's based on how many you've played. So if you played 100 games, what's 500?
50-50.
50-50.
Yeah, but when you're 45-47, it doesn't say winning percentage 500.
When you're 45-47, you're under 500.
Correct.
By how much?
2 games.
1 game. Because you will have played 92 games, 500 is 46.
Yeah, I just don't agree with that. It's just, and I'm not good at math, but
what I'm saying is 500 is you've won half your games and lost half your games. So here's a great example. For an entire season, what is 500?
81-81.
Exactly. So your X amount of games under 500 based on how many wins you have with respect to 81.
I see your point.
So if you have 76 wins, you're really technically, I mean, you actually are 76 and 86. Most people would say, well, you're 10 games under 500.
A couple of the texters are agreeing with you as well.
You're actually 5 games under 500. 76 and 86, even though you're – anyway.
It's all relative.
That's one of my old school newspaper guy, journalist guy, editor guy, whatever. One of my old school things that it's a little pet peeve of mine. There we go. O'Neal Cruz is up. And he is, let's see, 2-1. Is this where he hits a home run?
It'd be ideal.
Huh?
It would be nice.
Can we live feed this?
We can.
Let's live feed this play right here.
And a blast it was.
Look at that. How about that?
Wow.
And so that
you saw the notification before I did, Paul.
I didn't see it. I just said, I swear to God, I just said, can he hit a home run here?
He hit a moonshot into the bullpen.
He destroyed that ball. Yes.
So he's homered, what, twice in the series?
Yeah.
Homered on Saturday.
You know what I forget? I often forget that the video feed is behind
right, yeah.
the audio. So we actually didn't hear him. We actually didn't hear the call of the home run, right? Because it was behind the audio. But he apparently destroyed it. But looking at it, he destroyed the ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was that into the Pirates bullpen?
Yeah, he killed
That's
that.
about 440.
Yeah. Yeah, he destroyed that one. I'm sure we'll get the numbers on it. That was over the Mets bullpen and into the Pirates bullpen. So that is a long way to hit a baseball.
Here's how it sounded on KDKA 100.1 FM.
2-1. And the pitch. Swing, high fly ball, left of center and deep. Bader back to the wall. There it goes. Home run. O'Neal Cruz into the bullpen. The Pirates bullpen. That was a long one. And the Pirates take a 2-0 lead on their first hit of the day.
Almost got him first time up.
That's yeah. You heard the crack of the bat there, by the way. He hit the heck out of that one. That's for sure. Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at Awaken 180 weightloss.com. That's obviously Malsey or Donnie Football. And, of course, let's see. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And the 15-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We're talking baseball, obviously. The Pirates are up 2-0. There we go. Rowdy Tellez, did he get enough of that one? He did not. Okay. But the Pirates scored 2 runs, which in this series feels like, although they did score, 14 on Friday night?
Yes.
The problem with scoring 14 on Friday night is that they came back and basically didn't score for 2 games and lost. So regardless of what happens here, they're going to split a series, even though the run differential in this series is going to be like, plus 12 or something,
it
plus
gives
13.
You false hope that they're actually going to be able to score a ton of runs in the series.
Right. So that's to me. I'll tell you one thing, too. When you talk about run differential, we look at different ways to quantify things when we're talking about the Pirates. If you look at the wild card race, the Braves and the Padres are 2 teams that are really comfortably in the positive. Believe it or not, the Reds are 14, plus 14. The Reds have a run differential that is 43 better than the Pirates. And they're behind the Pirates.
The Cardinals have scored 1 more run than the Pirates have this year.
And the Cardinals' run differential, and this is what tells me the Cardinals are probably going to fall out of contention here. The the Cardinals' run differential is ridiculously bad.
-39.
Yes.
The Pirates is -29.
Now you combine that, you compare that to the 4 teams in the top of the wild card in the American League. The Yankees are +101, Twins +51, Red Sox +36, Royals +56. And you look at the teams in the National League just kind of floundering around, right around 500 and right around a negative run differential. It's absolutely absurd.
-29 for the Pirates.
Yeah. 412-928-9370 is the fan text line. We got texts in the city coming up. Do we got some texts in the city?
We got a couple.
All right, we'll get some texts in the city coming up. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
End of 4, Pirates lead 2-0 on an Oneil Cruz 2-run home run. Mitch Keller has been strong. He's not allowed a hit since the first inning. You want to listen to the game, go to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Brian Reynolds and Paul Skenes were named All-Stars yesterday. It's Reynolds' second appearance, the first since 2021. First for Skenes, and he's the first #1 overall pick to make the All-Star game the year after he was drafted. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Paul.
Men suffering from erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it. She knows it too. New Flow Men's Health is Western PA's leader in treating ED successfully, along with long-term, with long-term positive results. It's time to quit lying to yourself if you're serious about eliminating your ED issues. New Flow is your only serious option. No pills, no injections, no games. Pittsburgh guys helping Pittsburgh guys. Call New Flow today at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000, and tell them Paul sent you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room
he's got weapons.
nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Crowley here. The dog days of summer are here. It's gonna get hotter. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support your furry friends. Visit SullivanService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Welcome to Staples, young man. Tomorrow's my big day. Big day? First grade. Aw. Well, Staples has crayons, markers, glue. I need a laptop. Oh, yeah, sure. With Staples Hot Deals, you can save up to $300 on select PCs for school.
Wait. The finances are Mom's department.
Right.
I'm looking for performance, like a Core i7 processor.
Boy, first grade has really changed.
Tell me about it.
Save big on tech for school with super low Staples Hot Deals. Right now, get up to $300 off select PCs at Staples. Ends 8/24.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Silent Guard Brakes. We already have 67 MLB All-Stars because 3 players have already been ruled out for next Tuesday's game in Arlington, Texas. With that many, it's hard to have snubs, but Orioles third baseman Jordan Westberg, Arizona first baseman Christian Walker, Brandon Nimmo and Francisco Lindor of the Mets, and Red Sox closer Kenley Jansen should probably be in the game. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Looking for a way to elevate your engine's performance? Start with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. It provides faster oil flow for hot and cold temperature protection in the harshest driving conditions. Regular use can help your engine run cleaner and longer by defending against sludge and buildup, improving overall engine performance and fuel efficiency while increasing the time between oil changes. Make the switch without slowing down. Feed your ride Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. Available now at Napa locations nationwide.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Do your dress shoes, casual shoes, boots, and even your sneakers hurt? And are you starting to wonder, isn't there any shoe out there that'll get rid of my foot pain? Well, maybe you don't need a better shoe. Maybe you need better support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help.
When I went to the doctor and got diagnosed with plantar fasciitis, he told me that I could only wear sneakers. So there went all my summer collection of shoes and all my dress shoes I couldn't wear. It was just too painful, too much foot pain every day. I wanted to take off my shoes as soon as I got home every day, but as soon as I got my arch supports from the Good Feet store, I have no foot pain whatsoever, and I can wear any dress shoe that I want.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Summer sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
Before gutter problems arise, protect your home from costly water damage with Gutter Helmet. Enjoy maintenance-free gutters for life. Call 888-5-HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free assessment and estimate. Save up to 35% for a limited time.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. Listen, they're smart, aggressive, experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain in the letter X.com.
The forecast for hot summer weather should come as no surprise, and the forecast for high energy costs shouldn't either. PJ Fitzpatrick has a great plan to cool your electric bill. Replace your leaky old windows with energy-efficient and budget-friendly insulated windows. The PJ Fitzpatrick team has replaced hundreds of thousands of windows, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews. Call today and save thousands on your windows and your electric bill. Visit trustpj.com today for a free window consultation.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The text in the city. What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. It's Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High today of 91 degrees with sunny skies. Did I say this correctly before we get started, that it was 14 years ago or 15 years ago today? 14 years ago today that LeBron James sat in front of the TV world and said, "Hey, I'm taking my talents to South Beach." And everybody lost,
the Miami Heat.
And everybody lost their minds because they said, "Well, why is he, holding people? Why is he holding television audiences captive here? This is an ego play." He raised like $150,000 or $200,000 with charity, by doing that.
The decision.
The decision.
A day that'll live in TV history forever.
Absolutely. I mean, I didn't think it was that big of a deal. People were upset about it, but what did he do? All he did was basically And he did it now. I mean, what's going on in the sports calendar right now that you can't have a primetime event like that people will watch?
The fact that it was that huge of an event, the decision of where he was going, whether he was going to stay or leave, just shows the magnitude of importance that LeBron has to basketball in the sports world. Crazy.
I will say this, too. And this is probably a little bit of I don't know, this ventures in the hot take category. Would you agree with me? That his time in Miami, they underachieved a little bit?
Even though they went to the finals every year?
Well, they went. He was there, 4 years?
4 years. They went 2 and 2.
They won 2-2.
Yeah, they underachieved. The team that they had.
They put together. They put together one of these super teams. And again, here's what's so funny to me. Is that everybody gets all worked up when you say, yeah, they kind of underachieved. Now, I will say this. The Spurs were better than them, but I thought they should have beat the Mavericks.
I thought they should have beat Dallas, too.
I thought they should have beat the Mavericks.
It seemed evident that they were going to.
Yes.
And Dallas just outplayed them.
And Dirk Nowitzki went crazy. But to me, he was there for 4 years, I think, right?
He was.
And the other part of that is, I'm sorry. You put together a super team like that. They were all healthy in that series. They just didn't quite get it done.
They underachieved, but it seems like every super team now underachieves.
Yeah.
Like, look what Brooklyn did with Harden
well, I mean, again,
Durant.
I could have told you that wasn't going to go well.
That one, I think, was pretty evident to everyone.
I could have told you that, but like Golden State put together, they actually were never a super team, except for the 2 years they had.
They had Durant and they won both of them.
They won 2, but my thing is, I thought the Heat should have won at least 3 of those 4 years. Now, they were obviously really good. And it's not like I'm saying they stunk or whatever. I know people get, sensitive when you say the word underachieved, but I felt like they should have done more. Okay, let's get to text in the city.
Steve asks, can Paul use his creative mathematics to do my taxes next year when it comes to being under 500? A lot of texters wanted to get in on this one.
Yes, it's not creative. It's true.
So somebody said, Paul, the number 2 games under 500 is how many games you have to win to get to 500. You're overthinking it. If you finish 78 and 84, you finish the season 6 games under 500, not 3 games
left. There's not 6 games left.
So why does it automatically change?
It doesn't change.
The qualifier changes.
That's the point. It never changes. It's based on how many games you've played. So if you've played 100 games, 50 is 500. If you played 120, 60 is 500.
Rob in Wilkinsburg says, Paul, you talk about overthinking. Next, you're going to tell us that 4 RBIs is actually 4 RBI. You're killing me, man.
Well, it is. I mean, it's runs batted in, isn't it?
Yeah. So when you write it out in the column, you put RBI or RBI.
Is it runs batted ins?
That's a weird thing about baseball and what's the proper grammar would be the proper word. People just you don't put home runs, HRs, but RBIs, people put the S.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. That works. So I can live with that. I like those. Those were funny texts. I like them. They were good. I give them all 9s. Okay. They're good.
Here's another one. Zach and Latrobe. I agree if you find the right deal for Keller, make the deal, but I don't trust the Pirates to develop the prospects they receive.
You don't trust what?
The texter does not trust the prospects.
Yeah.
That the Pirates would develop them properly.
Well, I mean, there's always that, right? But to me, it just is amazing when I say this. But to me, I look at it and I say, then you basically don't want anyone to make a trade. You don't want them to make any trade or any deal because you're basically saying you think he's incompetent or he can't make deals or Eventually, you got to make a deal, and you hope that he makes the right deal. So I'll give that one like a 6. Go ahead.
That's pretty much about it, except George and Plum chimed in. We wanted to point this out to Pomp, but we were talking earlier about how Doc in Claysville joined us.
Right.
Right, Paul?
Right.
And Doc in Claysville has provided us with one of the best drops that we can think of that, maybe we should have played it for Bob, but if you missed it, here it is.
Dirtbag Dan is what I call him.
Dirtbag Dan.
We love it.
Why would he call Dan that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, and I asked Dan about it, and he said he thought he had a good relationship with Doc and Claysville.
I thought he did too. Dan's feelings hurt.
No. Dan's got thick skin, But anyway, I like I said, I think one of the things, if you're going to talk about, he's not good enough to make deals or makes trades, or you don't trust him to make trades, then you know what that tells me? It's time to get a new general manager. You know what I'm saying?
One more text. Mike Z in Washington. The Bucs need to use the All-Star break to teach bunting and hit and run.
Yes. How about Michael A. Taylor found a way twice in the same weekend to bunt a third strike? I mean, here's the thing, and I mean this in all sincerity. If you feel better about a guy bunting with 2 strikes than swinging away,
tells you all you need to know.
You need to get out. You need to get him completely out of your lineup. Period. I mean, that's just how it is. So anyway, so I think I'm on my own the next couple of days. Then I'm out.
Yes, that's correct.
And I think, there'll be a hodgepodge of nothingness for the last couple of days of this week, right?
Donnie, football's on Thursday.
Yes.
And Josh Taylor is on Friday.
Okay, well, there you have it.
We'll have some fun.
We'll have some fun tomorrow. We've got Derek Shelton, right? We've got
right.
Shelton. We've got
Destiny's Child.
Michael McHenry. So we've got a lot of baseball to talk tomorrow. We'll do all that. Until then, have a good night.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Mitch Keller has pitched into the 6th. It is 2-0 Pirates. Brandon Nimmo is at the plate, runner at second base with just 1 out. Keller at 67 pitches in the 6th inning has a chance to go deep into the start. As Keller was not named to the All-Star game, Brian Reynolds and Paul Skenes are the Pirates' 2 All-Star game representatives. As Nimmo hit a deep drive out of the ballpark, and it is now 2-2. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Colorado heads to Cincinnati for a weekday series as the 2 struggling NL teams look to get on track before the All-Star break. Ryan Feltner will take them out for the Rockies. He's 0-4 in his last 10 starts and has given up at least 4 earned runs in 5 of those outings. The BetQL model likes the Reds to keep bashing that Colorado pitching. Their BetQL 5-star best bet is the over between the Reds and the Rockies. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Last week, I probably did a lot of the same things you did. I had places to go, people to see, parties to attend, drinks to drink, and food to eat. And it wasn't all ice water and green vegetables, if you catch my drift. There were a few beers, a few transfusions, the unofficial drink of golfers everywhere, plus some hot dogs and burgers along the way, with a little pulled pork thrown in. And after the long weekend was over, I got back on the scale, and guess what? Not 1 pound gained. Know why? Because besides helping you lose the weight and keep it off, besides making healthy eating a total lifestyle change, Awaken 180 really helps your metabolism get firing and stay firing. I've had the 35 pounds I lost stay off for 2 years, and it feels great to know that I can indulge here and there and not even think about a number on a scale because I know it isn't going anywhere. If you want to feel that same kind of control and confidence over your weight, just make the call. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
It's hot, and the deals at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township are even hotter. Stop in this month for a new 24 Jeep Wrangler or a 24 Jeep Grand Cherokee with only 2.9% financing up to 84 months. How about a 24 Jeep Compass Limited with payments starting at $199 a month for 27 months? The only choice in the South Hills is South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence dyne test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, "Hey, freshest scent ever." Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing." Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. I was having a plumbing issue the other day, and I didn't know who to call. I didn't want to call a corporate company where the owner wasn't involved in the business, so I went online and I found Southside Plumbing and Heating. They've been in business a long time, 3 generations of ownership, competitive pricing, and now the best part, over 400 Google reviews. Give them a call today, 412-431-7455, or find them online. Southside Plumbing and Heating, your local plumber that cares since 1947.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona New Smoker on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, July 12th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distillery. Meet National Event Manager of North America, Gary Shear. Save 40% on CAO box cigars. Buy 5, get 2 free specials, plus raffles for great prizes. It's the Verona New Cigar Smoker, July 12th from 7 to 10 p.m. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
It's time to start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. From the everyday essentials to your must-have branded favorites, Deals for Days has low prices on more than 1,000 items across the store. Don't delay. These discounted prices on your go-to groceries will only be available for a limited time. Learn more about Deals for Days at GiantEagle.com or dive into savings today at your local Giant Eagle or Market District.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Honey,
I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZzzQuil.
ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZzzQuil nights. Explore our products at ZzzQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Ireland Contracting has all your home's bases covered, from roofing and siding to windows and gutters, and even electrical. Let Ireland Contracting knock it out of the park for you with its unbeatable grand slam of value that includes free estimates, 0% financing, award-winning customer service, and free premium product upgrades. Be a winner. Get your home in championship form by contacting Ireland Contracting. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF today to learn more. We are booking appointments as early as tomorrow. Visit IrelandContracting.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
It's a battle of two-run homers at PNC Park right now as the Pirates try to get a split with the Mets. O'Neal Cruz, a two-run blast, a no-doubter in his case, to put the Pirates up 2-0. Brandon Nimmo, a two-run shot of his own off of Mitch Keller in the 6th inning to bring the Mets back even. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open at 937thefan.com.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sid's an ultra competitive person and wants the team to, be a contender, right? And I think as long as you have someone like Sid on the team and like the players that we have, the process we have to follow is to, as urgently as possible, acquire younger, hungrier players that can help us get back to that time. And the real goal is to try to take where we're at and the era that the team has just been through and return us to be able to hand that over to the next era. But we have to build that era up started last year, goes to the trade deadline. Not a popular decision, but something we felt we had to do.
Kyle Dubas right there about a week ago talking about Sidney Crosby and the remaining window and trying to compete with the big dog still here and still playing at damn near the top of his game. It's the PM team. Donnie Football's here, fresh off of, was it a long weekend? I don't know, kind of. Thursday's a weird day for 4th of July. I'll tell you who it was a long weekend for. The people that do not work on the air in this building. I walked in on July 5th, Ghost Town. Now, there were a few people, our boss Craig, few salespeople who will remain nameless, even though I should be honoring them, who were in the building that day. But they weren't in there for an overly long period of time. It was very much a business, a white-collar holiday, Donnie.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're catching yourself with a nice 5-day weekend.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
4th of July is on a Friday next year, so there's something we can look forward to.
But that's not as good. I think the Thursday is the perfect one. Who's working after the 4th? Who's working on the 5th? I'll just see you on the 8th. That's basically, I think, how it got treated. Pony, by the way, not taking some sort of extended 4th of July holiday. He's on I call it dad. Well, he's on dad leave, parental leave for the week. And he's, I think, at this game right now, grousing about everything. He can't stop the tweets. When I go on parental leave, Donnie, I was always trying to take a nice even, put the phone down, put whatever down. No, not him. That was Kyle Dubas, though, a week ago, talking about Sidney Crosby. And we start today with that because there's a new report out from Rob Rossi in The Athletic. Sidney Crosby nearing new contract with the Penguins per sources. Multiple team and league sources who've been briefed on these negotiations have informed The Athletic that they are closing in on a new deal. Rob's just very first sentence and second sentence say that, and then say that the team and the player are confident a deal will be agreed on and formalized soon, according to those sources. This was Dubas, by the way, talking about the specifics of a Sid extension.
It's a private matter with Sid, Pat, and myself and our ownership, and we'll keep it that way.
All right, so he's saying keep it. It's me and the agent and the player and owner and FSG, and it's our business, and we're not going to tell you. But this is the one domino that does need to fall. In Rob's story, he does go on to say towards the very end that both parties here are aware that the longer this drags on with no extension, the more people start to wonder about what Crosby's future here is. I'll throw this out there. Everything in Rob's story that was notable to me was notable because at no point was there any kind of acknowledgement of how hard of a rebuild this is going to be. All the analysis done in Rob's story, everything he wrote, suggests that Crosby might get a little bump in pay because he's over 35. You can't do any of these goofy deals anymore. The NHL has a very specific rule where you can't just backload deals to try to make them more palatable for your team. Deals that you have, like, essentially no intention to honor, let's say. He goes into all these details. He talks about how at no point does he say, like, hey, both sides know this is going to be a tall order. He talks about it like it could be $10 million for 3 more years, $10 million annually. We know Crosby's made 8.7 in terms of cap hit in his last 2 deals because he's superstitious, but Rob thinks this could be primed for a little jump here. Everything I took from the story, everything I took out of it, sort of suggested one thing to me. There is, I think, a disconnect between how people internally with that organization feel about that team's chances and how people on the outside are starting to view the Penguins. On the inside, I get the distinct sense that Kyle Dubas, even though he is aware that they need some serious retooling and that it's not going to be necessarily an easy process, Kyle Dubas thinks he can build a winner here. I don't get the sense from anything he said or anything that gets written about them that he's paying lip service to the idea because he knows that's who he works for now, and that's the only expectation ever, is that you always find ways to win. I also get the sense from reading this story that Sidney Crosby genuinely believes that he and the Penguins will compete again. That signing a deal here does not preclude him from competing for Stanley Cups as he enters into his 40s. And that's like really what matters here. We're not talking about a team that would be happy to get to the postseason, for whom that would mean something, or win a postseason series. These are not the Columbus Blue Jackets. Hey, let's get in and maybe something cool will happen. These are the Penguins. This is a team where cups were supposed to be not a birthright, but an expectation more years than not. One of the rare teams in any professional sport where you could honestly say about them, they expect to compete for a championship year in and year out. And more or less for the entirety of Crosby's tenure, minus the last couple of years, you could squint and make that true. There were even people who shall remain nameless who said they were going to win the Stanley Cup this past year. I wouldn't know any of those people, or maybe I would. And maybe they would normally be sitting in the chair that I'm in right now. But it was notable to me that at no point in this story did Rob hint at, like, the enormity of the task here, how far away, or hint at the idea that anyone involved views this as anything but we're going to sign him, we're going to lock him up, and then we're going to build a contender around him. That's how they're all looking at it. And that's nice and all, but if you're a fan of this team, I feel like you've probably got a better handle on how things are really going to likely shake out than the people running it do. And get the distinct sense that most fans of the Penguins understand that they will be very fortunate to even get back to a conference final in the rest of Sidney Crosby's career. That's how much work has to be done. Evgeny Malkin's probably a lock to retire after the 25-26 season. Chris Letang has his deal alter a little bit after that season. Crosby wants to play, I would think, even well beyond that. Takes him through that point. And he seems to feel like this team is on the right path to being a contender. They got a lot of work to do. My question would be this, very simply. Crosby is, according to Rob Rossi's reporting, Sidney Crosby and the Penguins are very close to coming to terms, formally getting the I's dotted, the T's crossed on a new contract. Bottom line question is this, 412-928-9370. Because I think the answer, unfortunately, is no, even though I would never put anything past the player himself. But I'll get out ahead of it and say it's no. 412-928-9370. Assuming if and when Sidney Crosby inks this purported 3-year deal that seems likely to happen, will the Penguins ever make it back to the Stanley Cup final while he's still wearing their sweater? Has the door fully shut on them getting that close to a championship under Sidney Crosby's watch? 412-928-9370. Like, you would think normally, and by the way, that's the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. They're a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Like, there would be, it would be, I guess, reasonable to think, they can build something around him. This isn't going to be just a farewell tour. This isn't just going to be a nostalgia act while you try to build up youth around him. But that seems more reasonable than real contender forms coalesces around 87 and team ends up winning multiple playoff series and looking like a serious threat. It looks more likely right now like the Penguins are just structurally much closer to being a team where Crosby is the novelty that gets fans to come in the door in about 2 years because he's still playing at a high level, because of course he still will be, and that the team is rebuilding around him, but there's some goodwill because you're getting to watch this guy play the last years of his career out here and still produce, then it looks more likely that that's your situation than it does Sidney Crosby is still the best player on a team that is surrounded by up-and-coming young talent, has figured out its goaltending situation, is getting contributions, significant ones still in the next 2 years from its aging core of veterans, and retools on the fly into a real nasty outfit that is tough to beat in the Metro and the East. I just have a hard time with that. 412-928-9370 to get involved. Do you think the Pirates, do you think the Penguins will play for another Stanley Cup for as long as Sidney Crosby is still on the roster, still with the franchise? And he wants to play his whole career as a Penguin. That's another detail in this story. It's very obvious that Crosby sees value in being a one-franchise guy. He thinks that matters to his legacy. I think there's a loyalty factor here. There's this idea of commitment, that he feels obligated, that there's a sense that he maybe doesn't feel obligated to the Penguins, but that it matters to him to commit to them so that they can commit to trying to build something around him. I just feel like that's going to be way more of a one-way street than it otherwise should be. I think if he's that committed to them, I think they're going to have a hard time reciprocating said commitment. 412-928-9370. Donnie, you get this this news here that they're close on a deal. Do you think they ever play for anything significant again for his, let's say he plays, what? Would be 5 more years? He's got 1 more year left on this year, so maybe four more. Let's say he plays 4 more years here. Do they see a Stanley Cup final in his tenure the rest of the way?
I don't know if we see another Stanley Cup final. I think we could see another playoff run that maybe gets them to a Eastern Conference final. But, I mean, right now we're kind of just pulling at straws and hoping that they can win a playoff series. I mean, I know that they gave us back-to-back Stanley Cups within the last decade, but we're kind of reaching that territory that we get on about the Steelers to make that comparison. Like, playoff wins have been dry. It's a little bit different in hockey, obviously. You have a whole series, but playoff series wins have been very dry. I don't know if we see the Penguins get back to the final round, a chance to hoist the Stanley Cup.
Do they even get to an Eastern final?
I think they can maybe get to one in the next 5 years.
So if he tacks on 3 more years, he'd have 2 beyond the end of Malkin's contract and then 2 beyond when Letang's no-movement clause shifts and becomes less punitive. My thing here is he's signing on. It obviously, matters to him, like I just said, to be a one-city guy. And maybe if he wants to, he would have a career here post-hockey if he wanted to stay involved at the front office level. It just feels like everything else about them other than his play is slowly going down a hill in the wrong direction. And signing him to a deal that's more or less fair market value or close to it doesn't really do anything to help them alleviate their other issues here. That's what I can't get past here. He seems gung-ho, they seem gung-ho, and everybody else watching on the outside is going like, you sure about that?
Yeah, it depends how much faith you have in Kyle Dubas and I guess Mike Sullivan. I mean, if he's here 5 years from now, then I guess things should have gone in a more positive direction than what they currently are. I have no fear that Sidney Crosby will continue to play at an elite level. Like, that's how much I believe in his ability.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he just seems like like a Tom Brady type that he can get close to or well into his 40s and still be a very, very, very good player.
Tom Brady won titles in his 40s. Will Sidney Crosby get another crack at one? Maybe when his age counter hits 40. 412-928-9370. Rob Rossi reporting Penguins and Crosby closing in on a new contract. Do you think, if and when this happens, do you think the rest of Crosby's career here is going to yield another try, not even another cup, but a try, a chance at a Stanley Cup? 412-928-9370. Get some of your phone calls, what you make of this latest Crosby news. Get you updated with Donnie here in a second on what's going on in Pirates and Mets. We'll be talking about that one as soon as it goes final. Here he is with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
A big 6th inning for the Buccos. Nick Gonzalez just moments ago. A 2-run double. I don't know how they will score that one. Some shenanigans going on in the outfield. Before that, Rowdy Tellez broke the tie, so the Buccos lead it 5-2. Bottom of the 6th inning over the Mets at PNC Park. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for July is Old Thunder Brewing's False Kingdom IPA. And the charity is Partners for Quality.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to fight pain. It's basically unavoidable right now. Check any sports news outlet this morning, and you're going to get smacked right in the face with it. Unfortunately, I'm talking about Brawny Mania. Brawny Mania is quickly turning into Brawny Fatigue. Look, I already have Brawny Burnout, and it's only been 1 game. I'm Jim Rome. As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
New jewelry may not be in this year's budget, but have you considered refurbishing or redesigning your existing jewelry at only a fraction of the cost? Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our expert craftsmen can breathe new life into an existing piece of jewelry that maybe hasn't been worn in years. Or let one of our designers help you repurpose some of your unused jewelry into exciting new creations using your own diamonds and gemstones. The leftover gold can be used to offset the cost. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Cassie Village, and Peters Township.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR. Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
It's Dan Zangrilli for the injury lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbutt, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. Their flagship office located in Newcastle, but now 7 offices canvassing the Pittsburgh region. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
The moment of truth comes down to when you get an offer in a personal injury case. You got to decide whether it's the right offer, the right number, and you got to decide whether it isn't. And if it's not, you're going to trial. And you can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it, whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
So if you're injured in an accident or have a medical malpractice case that needs the attention of LGKG, visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Are you getting the connection you deserve? 5G home internet can be spotty, and no one should settle for that. Save 50% over T-Mobile and Verizon 5G home internet in your first year with Xfinity. It's reliable internet with the speed you need at a great value. You'll get consistently fast speeds, even during peak hours, with 99.9% network reliability. For the internet experience you deserve, switch to Xfinity and bring on the good stuff. Now through July 25th, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. That's 50% savings over T-Mobile and Verizon 5G home internet for your first year. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. Compares promotional pricing for Xfinity Connect More Internet versus T-Mobile or Verizon 5G home internet at $60 a month. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $80.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
PM team. We'll be talking a lot of Pirates when that one goes final. Some interesting bullpen usage by the opposition at the moment. That is helping the Pirates a lot. But I wanted to talk Sidney Crosby. Rob Rossi, a report out in The Athletic, that a long-awaited, and by long-awaited I mean we talked about it during the season, immediately after the season, and then when we were actually allowed to start thinking about it seriously after the draft and free agency got started. Rob Rossi telling us that the long-awaited Sidney Crosby extension, he's only got 1 year left on his current deal, should be getting close to getting agreed upon, put in ink, etc. Sidney Crosby looks like a 3-year deal probably if and when it gets done. That would take him through the, 27-28 season. Had to do the math there. Rob floating numbers like about $10 million in average annual value. My question's this. Everybody's saying the right things in this story. All of Rob's analysis suggests that there is a belief at the player level, at the GM level, at the ownership level, that this team can compete seriously for a title in these next 4 years, maybe more than one. Like they don't fancy themselves a true rebuilding outfit. Do you agree with him? Is he ever going to play for another Stanley Cup during his time with the Penguins? Let's just assume it's 4 years for argument's sake, that he plays into his early 40s and then hangs him up. 412-928-9370. We got Mike and Homestead on the Fan. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Mosey? What's up, Donnie? Listen, there's absolutely no way, okay? Because let's face it, they have an ownership group. Let's look at what Fenway, since they've basically taken over, what have they actually done with the Penguins, okay, when it comes down to it? The reluctance not to make the correct calls, like Jari. Jari should be gone by now.
Well, they wanted the core, too. They wanted that core kept intact. Crosby didn't have to go in there and put him in like a hammer lock to get them to re-sign Malkin and Letang. The ownership group wanted that.
Yeah. So, it really has to. What Pittsburgh is set with right now, and I'm not drawing comparisons, Penguins at least have won cups. The thing is, two of the three sports teams in this town, the ownership groups are garbage. Okay? They have the reluctance. You have nutting, and basically you have two GMs throwing word salad at us. Okay? And as a fan, I've followed the Penguins since, I want to say probably about the mid-'70s. So I've been around, and I've seen the worst, and I've seen the best. And it's frustrating.
The problem with the Penguins right now, Mike, is they have all the names that brought you the best. You and I think a lot of other people are pretty skeptical that those names collected together are going to do anything great ever again. They're still acting like it's the best, while those names have them hurtling towards a much less sunny future. It just, I don't know. I think that this is one of the rare times I just get the sense that what you're hearing from the team is wildly more optimistic. Like sometimes you'll hear a team talk about their own fortunes and okay, they're going to be more optimistic than fans, especially if the fans are skeptical. Or if it's a team like the Pirates that hasn't been good for a while again and you hear them say, we believe we could do this, this, or this, there's a show me factor there. The Penguins have been good. And not that long ago. Like, it's not a decade ago that they won back-to-back cups. And we might forget this, but some of those playoff exits were actually very surprising when they happened, like the more recent ones. They blow a 3-1 series lead, or they just get stomped by the Islanders in 19, or they go reasonably deep and lose the eventual Cup champions in 2018. Like, they're not a team that's been getting absolutely pummeled. It's only these last 2 years where they've started to fall off, but I feel like fans are much more cognizant of what that actually foretells and portends than the front office is. Colton is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Colton.
Hey, fellas. How you guys doing today, man?
Good, man. What's up?
Nothing, brother. So I kind of agree with what Mike's saying, man. It's hard to see the Penguins winning anything other than maybe a playoff game here or there within the next couple of years, but as far as Sid getting a title, it's hard to say he's going to get anything other than, like I said, a playoff win, just for the simple fact that I don't.
Let me ask you something about that. Okay, so you don't think you maybe get a playoff series win. Say they don't go anywhere. Say he's here for the 3 years beyond this year, so it's one more season, then 3 more, so 4. And just say what you get as a fan. I don't know if you go to games, Colton. I don't know if you're somebody that tries to get down there for them or if you just watch on TV. But say all you get out of the next 4 Penguins seasons is maybe they win a playoff series and Crosby looks like a very good player for all of it, okay? He never really falls off. If that's all you get, is that enough for you?
Me, personally, no. For the city, probably not. We have high expectations in the city. I mean, I'm sure you understand that. But bigger, it's more than what that tells me for the future, though, is that the Pickering's not ready. If that's what they're doing with Sid, giving him a 3-year extension, it tells me some of the younger guys just aren't ready yet. So they need some of that veteran leadership.
Well, no, I mean, they're giving him an extension because he's the franchise. And to be fair to him, I think they're giving him an extension because there's been no actual tangible signs that the man is ready to pack it in. There has been no drop-off in play whatsoever. If he had dropped off in play considerably, the way Malkin kind of did, where, yeah, you could still squint and say, oh, Malkin had 20-plus goals or whatever. But if Crosby was playing more like he was a top 100 player in the league and not a top 10 or top 7 player in the league, I think you'd have a much easier time saying maybe we just need to rebuild this whole outfit around him. It's his level of play that's been the double-edged sword. It's made them continue to believe that they can compete for titles with him as the standard bearer because he's been so good. Mark is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Mark.
Well, hello. How are you today?
I'm good, Mark. What's going on?
I got 2 questions for you.
Okay.
Once upon a time, the Pirates put Kent Kaboly in the outfield for one play so they could bring him in again.
Okay.
Theoretically, could they put a pitcher on first and a pitcher on the pitcher's mound and switch them back and forth?
Just over and over again.
Yeah. So you left up the bat, you got to switch to the other pitcher.
No, I'm pretty sure you can't do that. Donnie, have you ever thought about that in your entire life?
Doing that for an entire game?
Have you ever thought about what he just brought up? This is probably bad of me, but I have never paused to think about what he just brought up there. He clearly was calling just to do his own little trivia questions. I've never thought about what he just brought up there for 1 second in my life. I remember that guy, Pat Venditti, who was the switch pitcher, and they made him declare, I think, eventually, because it would get stupid. He'd go up against a switch hitter, and they'd just walk back and forth.
Yeah, I remember those clips.
I'm quite certain that if you had a pitcher that you thought was good enough in the field that you could stick him at first base, a team would have exploited it. So I'm going to pretty safely say, without even having consulted MLB's rulebook, that is completely illegal now. Would you guess that, Donnie, off the top of your head, to move a pitcher to a position and bring him back in?
I don't think you can do that continuously.
I'm 99. I have never once looked that up, but I feel very comfortable saying that is not legal. That if the Pirates did that once with Kaboly, that it was quickly outlawed. TJ's in Coriopolis. Hey, TJ.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, TJ. What do you got?
So my thoughts on Crosby. Personally, he's my favorite. He's the reason why I started liking the Penguins.
Can you turn your radio off in the background, TJ?
So in my opinion of Crosby, I think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer, like all day.
You think they're going to win another cup with him?
I definitely believe so, yes. Because when they won those back-to-back cups, like 7 years ago or so, they were at the top of their game. And he's still in his prime. Like, he still has a lot to go. He puts up goals, assists, and points in every single game. Hands down, he's the best Penguins player they've had on that franchise in the last 20 years. So I definitely see them making the playoffs, and I could see them go all the way to the finals and win another cup before he hangs it up.
All right, TJ. The problem is, of course, he's not actually in his prime. He's just playing like it. It could fall off at any time, maybe even next year. And even if it fell off only to the tune of he's a 75-point player, which, by the way, he comes back next year with a chance to go point per game or better for 20 straight seasons, which would break Gretzky's record that he currently shares with Crosby. The rest of the guys on that team are not in their primes. And that is the problem. I'm still reeling from Mark's call. I'm not going to lie. I'm still just... I don't know.
Well, Craig stepped in here, so I was just explaining to him how the call went.
Well, you know what? I'll say something quickly here. We got Sean Gentili in a couple minutes to give us more of a sense of the timeline on Crosby signing an extension, what he sees from this franchise in the next 4 years. I used to handle that stuff much better because I just expected it. When I worked 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. or 2 to 6 a.m., that was called a standard call. I just sat there with Mark for 5 minutes and said, let's discuss some of your other thoughts. That's how we got the guy, Donnie, who once told us they should alter baseball by having lefties run down to third base out of the box and righties run to first base. And that depending on the handedness with which you hit, you'd have to go around the bases in 2 different directions. Oh, yes, brother.
Would you just have people collide a second?
Oh, I asked him this. This was drawn out on the air. And I said, can you, really get through the nuts and bolts of this? And he tried to. It didn't work. 412-928-9370 if you want to get involved. It's a Monday in July. I mean, if you got something like Mark had, you think I'm going to turn you down here? Maybe, depending on how poorly it's presented. You can follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. It's brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Sean Gentili of The Athletic is going to join us, get his sense of where things are at with this Crosby contract extension discussion and what he thinks really the next 4 years probably hold more likely than not for the Penguins. That's in a couple minutes. Here's Donnie with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now
heading to the 8th inning at PNC Park, the Pirates with a 5 spot in the 6th, so they lead 7-2. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Kelly Burris, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. We run a lot of ads about our firm, but often we don't discuss the resources Cordell & Cordell has available for men facing divorce. We provide many webinars and town halls on YouTube that contain a wealth of information, including our Men's Divorce podcast. Visit cordellcordell.com/resources for the latest news and to download our guides.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Kelly Burris, licensed in Texas and Oklahoma only. Online at cordellcordell.com.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest yet affordable public facility, conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Rostraver. This season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf. Country club conditions with public course prices.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchgard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Introducing Lumi for Men, and we named him Mando. I'm Dr. Shannon Klingman's brother, the inventor of Mando Whole Body Deodorant for pits, packages, and feet. Because we all know our pits aren't the only places we get odor. Mando Whole Body Deodorant is different from anything you've tried before. It stops odor before it starts, powered by our acidified technology. Mando controls odor anywhere you have it. Her patented whole body deodorant formula has over 200,000 5-star reviews. And because Mando has a 60-day stink-free guarantee, you can try Mando risk-free. Give Mando whole body deodorant a try today and smell like the stink-free man you were intended to be.
There's a special offer for listeners. Use code 555 and get an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack that comes with a solid stick, cream tube, 2 free products of your choice, and ships free with code 555. Go to shopmando.com, code 555, for an extra $5 off a Mando starter pack. That's shopmando.com, code 555.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline here on the PM team is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. On the hotline, we find Sean Gentili of The Athletic, just talking about this report from Rob Rossi in The Athletic about a Sidney Crosby contract update, that things seem to be progressing well, steadily, perhaps even quickly towards a new deal. Sean, what's your understanding maybe of the specifics here? Is it a 3-year deal for sure whenever they get this thing done in your mind, or could they actually try to do something for a little bit longer?
Hold on a second. I'd like to revisit the point that Mark from Swissvale brought up.
Yes, please.
When we were taking calls there.
Oh, I didn't even know where he was from. We didn't even put a location. He was like from Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, or parts unknown there.
Did I just fill in the gap and assume he was from Swissvale?
Yeah, I was going to say that could have been just like you having an anti-Swissvale bias or thinking that Swissvale is full of deep thinkers.
I think what I think should happen is that they should have taken Colby back in the day and played him at multiple positions at once, like Bugs Bunny. That's what I would have tried.
Now, if he had been getting lit up as a pitcher, would the other team have had that conga line of players going around the little diamond like they would?
Yeah, he would have been getting lit up because he was pitching the ball and also trying to catch it behind the plate as well.
Were you aware of the guy who called me very early in my career with what he called a true revolutionary idea for baseball, which was depending on the handedness of the batter, they ran a different direction out of the box?
Was that intern Dom at age 6 coming up with one of his?
It was an older guy who got very upset when I tried to pretend to take it seriously, and then just broke down halfway through and said, "I'm sorry, this is like the dumbest thing I've ever heard." Yeah, he was not happy because he thought he had $1 million idea on his hands.
Yeah, he started to cry halfway through the call and said like he just got divorced or something. He was having a tough time.
Yes, something like that. Probably at 3 a.m.
Crosby.
Yes.
What was your original question?
Rob's story had it at 3 years most likely and probably around $10 million. Are you sensing about the same thing in terms of term and amount here?
I think that sounds about right. Yeah. A big reason for that is because of the way they have to structure age 35 and above contracts in the league. So we don't need to get too far into it, but that
Can you give us the very Cliff's Notes version of that? Because I alluded to it, but I also did not want to get too far in the weeds.
It basically stops how far down they can drop the yearly salary from year to year. So it stops salary cap hits from getting driven down, artificially, basically. Like we kind of just saw it with Toronto. They signed Chris Tanev, who was 34 rather, to a long-term deal. So he was just under the cutoff, and everyone kind of realizes that the last 2 years of that they're going to play someone LTIR or something and have like a fake injury. Mm-hmm. It's just a way to drive down the cap hit. But once players hit 35, they're not allowed to do that anymore because it's like the average salary can only drop by a certain amount of percentage each year, basically.
Sean Gentili of The Athletic joining us. We're talking about Sidney Crosby. One thing I noted when I was just reading Rob's story and kind of reading the way he framed everything and how Crosby and the GM, Kyle Dubas, and how FSG all view like this next phase of his career. And at no point did I get the sense that any of them is waving any kind of a white flag. Instead, it seems like there is genuine belief that they can and will build a contender around him. How realistic do you think that is?
Not particularly. I think they're on the verge of getting passed by a lot of teams in the Eastern Conference. Like, the Ottawa Senators are probably better than them. There's a couple other teams out there. Are they better than Buffalo and Detroit? Like, yeah, I'd say so, but probably not by much. Those teams have more young talent, I think, also on the way and more long-term salary cap space. So that's where they are. Like that's the class that they're in right now. You're talking about them with the Ottawas and the Buffaloes and maybe even a step behind Washington, because Washington, yes, they made the playoffs kind of by fluke last season and sort of by process of elimination, but they also got a lot better over the summer. So for the next year or two, yeah, man, I think they're certainly in a holding pattern. It would be unreasonable to call them, even a legit playoff contender. They're squint, and you can see how it works out, but I don't think anybody with any larger understanding of the outlook of the league is going to pick them to make the playoffs, regardless of what happens with Crosby.
We know Crosby's a very smart hockey guy in general, smart dude, period, a very proud, competitive guy. Do you think it's reasonable if I were to say that his own ability to continue kind of like beating Father Time and being great into his late 30s is almost clouding his vision as to what's possible for the team around him because he figures, hey, I'm still doing it. If I'm still playing this well, like, we can do this somehow, and that's just not realistic?
I think it's a good question. I think there's probably a little bit of that because, I mean, look, man, the dude's about to turn 37 years old, right? And he's past the point really now where we've seen players, maybe not quite at this caliber, but pretty close to it, have fallen off dramatically. Right? Like Joe Sakic was a great player, or, is a great example. MVP caliber player when he was, 35, and then he hit 36 and it was over. We saw it with Yzerman. We've seen it with, top 10, top 15 players in recent history who they have it until the second they don't, and all of a sudden it's just it's over in the blink of an eye. And he's already outpaced that, and I think part of that is, because of how smart he is. Part of it is how dedicated to his training he is. Honestly, part of it's due to how healthy he's been, how physically healthy he's been really since the concussion saga. So I think he's outpaced some of his competitors already at this point, which I think, of course you're going to be optimistic, right? Like if you're 37, you're great when you're 36, you're going to assume that more is on the way next year. There's really no reason not to. But yeah, I think that probably plays a part. How could it not? The dude's already, like I said, he's doing stuff that we haven't seen from elite players in his age bracket, really. So I can understand why he thinks that he could outkick it for another year or two or three or however long we're talking here.
Here's a little in the weeds part of this. We know he wants to play his whole career with Malkin and Letang, that means a lot to him. Obviously, being in Pittsburgh means a lot to him, too, by all accounts. Like, you just kind of use context clues. Little nugget here, though. Malkin's deal's done after 2 more seasons, and then he presumably retires. It would be a shock if anything but that happened. But then Letang's no-movement clause becomes a little bit less rigid, and he actually has a list of 10 where he could approve a trade. Do you think that there would be motivation on the Penguins' part, especially not knowing how these next 2 years would go, to try to deal Letang as soon as they can actually, feasibly do it?
It's a good question, and I think that it kind of goes both ways. What is Chris Letang thinking in 2 years? Potentially. That's where the timeline lines up, is after this coming season and then one more, is if this quasi soft rebuild, retool, whatever you want to call it, works out, we're going to start seeing signs of it 2 years from now. And you can see what the Penguins are trying to do, right? They're trying to tread water, see what happens, don't do anything crazy for the next 2 years, and then once they turn the page on Malkin and potentially Letang, that's when that's when the next phase would kind of start with Crosby, say 1 year into a 3-year extension.
Sean, last thing for you. I know that whenever we on the show do something that could be, perceived as out there, just plain dumb, ridiculous, or whatever, you're always very quick to pounce and be interested in it. Your thoughts on last week's hot dog eating contest won by previous unknown T-Bird?
Where did T-Bird come from? Is it you said parts unknown when it came to Mark the Caller? Is that where T-Bird's T-Bird's
he came from a Grateful Dead show or something like that, or some sort of music festival where there are certain things wafting through the air. I think that's probably where he emerged from.
I was just happy that Donnie finished strong. Honestly, it was a disappointing start for the lad, but he's right there. Right, he finished 5, didn't he?
He did finish with 5. He would have been in second or third. He would have probably been on the medal stand had this gone a little bit longer. Wait, were you tied for third, Donnie? What were you?
Well, I was tied for second with Harry.
Tied for second, so you were on the medal stand. You would have, I think, gotten solo second.
I would have passed Harry. Sean, you should have been here to see it. He hit a wall like I've never seen somebody hit before.
I watched it. Are you kidding me? I watched it. I watched it on the live feed and listened on the app as it was going on. I don't know why I wasn't there.
The big man had.
You were invited. You were invited to be a guest of the hot dog eating contest as a guest of mine.
I made the mistake of telling my girlfriend that we had the invite, and she found out after the fact and was basically like what is wrong with you? Why are we not there right now?
Was she backing a certain horse? Was she very much in the corner of one contender?
Brother, she was all callous all day long.
I knew that was going to be the answer.
He made a fan of her very quickly, and then disappointed her just as quickly on the back half.
He had a rowdy Rooter contingent, and I think we felt like it actually worked against him. That he felt too much pressure. There were a bunch of women from the office cheering him on, and he said, "I didn't want to puke in front of all of them."
I think that's what you saw from a lot of guys. They were weighing the economics, the economical choice of. Do I risk throwing up on camera and in front of all my coworkers, or do I max out here? It's understandable.
And T-Bird maxed out. All right, Sean, thank you very much. Appreciate it as always.
Bye now.
Sean Gentili. Casting sort of similar, not negative thoughts, but just more realistic thoughts about the Penguins. Not a soft rebuild, or not a full rebuild, a soft one that would take 2 years. So really, it would free them up for the last 2 years, I think, of Crosby's run. They could say what they want, but it's about the last 2 years. If he's got 4 more left here, they want those final 2 to be a better team around him, or that's what they intend. I'll tell you this right now. It is very close to the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Pirates look like they are on their way to at least getting a series split now. Forging one against the Mets, I should say at least, to just getting a series split. They don't have any more games with them after this one in this series. Thanks to some interesting bullpen usage by the Mets. As soon as that one goes final, we'll get into that and this entire series, because honestly, it felt like a series that's going to be bookended by 2 feel-good games with a whole lot of the angst that has become the norm for them in the middle. Fan weather, brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates, terms and conditions, sunchevy.com. Clouds and sun, balmy 93. Few clouds tonight and a low of 71 degrees.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You've been walking around and tripping on those things for years. You want freedom? You want space to move? You want peace of mind? You want to book us online. 2menandajunktruck.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Crowley here. The dog days of summer are here. It's gonna get hotter. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support your furry friends. Visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call. 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
How many Rock and Roll Hall of Famers have been on the Talk is Jericho podcast with me, Chris Jericho? Well, gee, let's see how many I can name off the top of my head. Metallica, Kiss, Slash, and Duff from Guns N' Roses, Angus Young, Brian Johnson from AC/DC, Chad Smith from the Red Hot Hot Chili Peppers. You want more? I got so many more, but I'm all out of time right now. So come rock with me, Chris Jericho, on Talk is Jericho. Listen to and follow now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash. Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain. Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wet Go Unlimited today get their second month free. You can wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up right now, getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. So right now, what are you waiting for? You can start a plan with Wetco for as low as $17.99 per month, and that second month is free. Undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer, wax, making sure your car looks fantastic, and every time you go through, you are saving money. You're getting a better deal every time you go because you're only paying that one-time price once a month. So sign up now, getgocafe.com/unlimited, and experience the Wetgo car wash for yourself. It's Wetgo.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities. More golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month. It's also the month of the 4th. And Zero Res, they're celebrating by offering 3-room Zero Resified starting at just $129 and giving you a 4th room free. Carpet, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So it's time to call my cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Get the pros in there. Perfect time of year to get your air ducts cleaned as well. $75 off right now on air duct cleaning. Help alleviate allergies, asthma, less dust, lower energy bills, and your home stays cleaner longer. Don't forget about dryer vents, too. We've had all of it done by Zero Res before, and it legitimately changes the feeling of your home. Everything feels cleaner once Zero Res has been in there. Like I said, leave it to the pros. You don't want to deep clean yourself with those nasty, dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call, 412-701-1188, and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? You've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of STP full synthetic oil with an STP extended life oil filter for just $29.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Huddle up.
Coach, what are my mortgage options?
Excuse me?
It's me, Debbie Diaz, class of 03.
Diaz, get out of my huddle.
No problem.
You have mortgage questions? We have the answers at clearviewfcu.org. Clearview, clearly different. Equal housing lender.
Need parts fast? O'Reilly Auto Parts has fast. Need them now? We've got now. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. We're O'Reilly Fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Getaway Bar and Grill, located on the backside of Brookline. Every Saturday, enjoy $3 Blue Moon 16-ounce drafts and Blue Moon light cans. Getaway Bar and Grill, 3049 Sussex Avenue off McNeely, just on the backside of Brookline.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now's the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates managed to forge a split with the New York Mets. They win 8-2, breaking this one open with 5 sixth-inning runs that snapped a 2-2 tie. Rowdy Tellez, an infield single, provides the winning run. Nick Gonzalez, a whole lot of insurance. Josh Palacios, with a couple of late knocks as well, including a home run to provide the winning margin. Mitch Keller goes 8, gives up 2, season-high 79 strikes on 107 pitches. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser and Genesis in Monroeville, now open at 937thefan.com.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And the pitch. Swing, high fly ball, left of center and deep. Bader back to the wall. There it goes. Home run. O'Neill Cruz into the bullpen. The Pirates bullpen. That was a long one. And the Pirates take a 2-0 lead on their first hit of the day. Swinging a dribbler on the third. No one's there. Vientos diving stop. Throw to first. Tellez beats it out. A run is in. The Pirates are on top 3-2 on Rowdy Tellez's infield hit and an RBI. And the pitch. Swinging a bouncer. Fair right up the first base line. It'll kick off the sidewall away from McNeil. Cruz is in to score. McNeil boots the ball. Here comes Rowdy. Chug it on home. He'll score. Gonzalez to third. Pirates lead 5-2.
PM team Pirates end up winning 8-2. Managed to get themselves a series split against the Mets. And feel good about themselves after the first game of this series and after the last game of this series. And let's discuss the filling in this sandwich. 412-928-9370 if you want to jump on board. It's the PM team. Pony on parental leave this week. Me and Donnie Football have you covered till 6 o'clock tonight. And then Donnie channeling the late, great Ernie Banks. It will be a double dip for Donnie. You have anything planned? I'm going to give you this opportunity 3 hours out to do a brief 30-second tease for your show. Who's producing it, first off?
Gorgeous Charlie Borges.
Well, you're off to a good start then.
Yeah, a great start. Obviously we're going to recap what the Pirates did today and this past week. Their homestand, a little bit disappointing, and I think I'm putting that lightly. Also, a legendary figure in a realm that Charlie and I love announced his retirement Saturday night. We're diving into that.
Oh,
you know
boy.
who I'm talking about?
I think I do, but I won't
George
say
himself.
Yeah, I can't really picture him in my mind's eye here. I can't see him, if you will, but I know who you're talking about, Donnie. It is 3:05. Time brought to you by UPMC Health System. Your heart care matters. Trust the experts at UPMC and get your heart screened. So I have a couple of thoughts coming right out of the chute here on this game. And you can get involved, too, 412-928-9370. That's the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. They're a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It honestly felt like a microcosm of the Pirates season, this 4-game series. They're not quite a 500 team. They're on pace to be something like a 75 or 76 win team. They go 2-2. They go 3-4 for the 7-game homestand. So that really, the homestand itself, a microcosm of their season. Slightly worse than average. Slightly worse than 500. This series, though, has me feeling like specifically a very certain kind of way about them. You have a very feel-good game where they just obliterate the Mets. They get behind early in the first game of this series, then hit 7 home runs, hit so many balls out of the ballpark, they run out of fireworks. They can't even do a fireworks display to celebrate the game being over because they used them all up for fireworks. You've got Rowdy Tellez in that game having like the feel-good kind of vibe shift of the entire season, hits a grand slam. They hit 2 grand slams in that game, 2 different guys with 2 home runs. Reynolds the other, of course. And that place was rocking. I saw people who were at that game Friday night say, this is one of those ones where I will tell people that I was at that game. And it's a random game, admittedly in a big homestand for their hopes of contending for a team that's under 500 at that juncture. It's just a random game in July, but it was so memorable because they so rarely put a hurting on teams like that. One of the worst offensive teams in baseball broke out and scored 2 touchdowns on the Mets. In this game, you feel like you go from, wow, great start, great bounce back by Mitch Keller, to maybe there is a chance that this one starts to churn your stomach a little bit. He gives up a tying 2-run homer. You have no idea what's going to happen. They haven't done anything yet in the bottom of the 6th inning. They have a couple guys on. And then you get a big hit from Rowdy Tellez, and then the dam breaks. And all of that feels good. Feel good stuff. Again, hey, you won the first game in a rout. You won the last game kind of in a rout. You were able to get 8 innings out of Mitch Keller in this game. And you could just throw in the Brent Honeywells of the world to pitch. Feels good. And yet, when it comes to this team right now, I can't help but think that the devil's in the details, or in this case, what happened in the middle of all that. It's still a series where you saw the Pirates fritter away opportunities, both by their own hand and by the hand of an umpire who missed a couple of very crucial calls in the second game of this series in what could have been a game-turning at-bat for Jack Sawinski. And then the game after that, after it looks like it's going to be a hard luck loss, and this is probably the third game of this series is probably the one that I can't let go of. I'm having a very hard time with. They turn what looks like it's going to be a hard luck loss into what looks like it's going to be a feel-good win. You see Chapman getting in trouble in the 9th inning. You see him look like he's going to get out of trouble. Gets a couple of outs, gets 2 strikes on Lindor, and can't put him away and gives up the game-winning hit. And I do think this would look a lot different if they had even gone 4-3 than 3-4. And yet, this is the story of the Pirates in 2024. Some games, some performances, some individual efforts that will make you feel pretty good. Keller, Skenes, the entire offense in these bookend games. But I think ultimately sort of a bittersweet taste, a bitter taste maybe, when you take it all in, when you take a bite out of the series as a whole. Because it felt like they could have done more with an offense that would have done anything in those 2 middle games, but did virtually nothing in both and paid the price for it. Pirates had what I think most people felt was a very crucial 7-game homestand. Because you know who's lurking around the corner here. It's the Milwaukee Brewers. And the Brewers have come back to the pack a little tiny bit, but it's more that the St. Louis Cardinals have caught up to them. The Pirates are now 43-47. In the wild card chase, they have gained a game on the Mets. They are currently 4 games out as we sit here right now, pending the outcome of what San Diego does, and there's a couple teams ahead of them still. What's your big feeling on this team now? Moving forward, injuries to pitchers, Jared Jones on the IL, Bailey Falter on the IL. You'll hear Ben Cherington talk about that. Do you have any confidence after watching the Pirates in this 7-game homestand that they're going to be a player, that they're going to stick around? And what, if anything, did this 7-game homestand mean for what they should do at the trade deadline? Because I have a lot of thoughts on that too. Ben Cherington did not say a whole lot. He was talking about a lot of injuries. I'll just paraphrase it. He said, this is a busy time. The draft is coming up. It's a huge deal. Teams are still picking up the phone, but everyone kind of pauses it for a little bit when it's draft time. They pause the trade talks. Is this team worth adding to? Are they not worth enough that you would rather see them subtract from this group? 412-928-9370. Pirates split with the Mets. Get ready to face the Brewers in what really could be a series that either makes them or breaks them as a contender. Could get them back into the conversation or could bury them with a disastrous result. They get the split that they needed desperately, and yet I can't help but feel a little bit hollow about everything I watched. What about you? 412-928-9370. Let's talk. Pirates beat the Mets 8-2. Does this team still have a pulse? Do you still have belief that they can put a run together? 412-928-9370. It's the PM team. Here's Donnie.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates beat the Mets 8-2 to split the 4-game set at PNC Park. Now they head out to Milwaukee. Bucks and Brewers tomorrow night, 8:10 first pitch. The coverage on 93.7 The Fan will begin at 7, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks. I almost said thanks, Pony. Thanks, Donnie. It is your pal Mulsey for Universal Windows Direct. It's hot. It's humid today. It's sticky outside. Your air conditioner's probably running. In fact, it's definitely running. And what you don't want it to do is run more than it needs to, but it will if your windows don't have good seals anymore, and they're leaching some of that cold air out into the outside, where it's going to do nobody any good. All it's going to do is run your bill up to cool your house. You got to call my friends at Universal Windows Direct if that's happening to you, because they can help you. Their windows last up to 5 times longer than other window systems, and with their super spacer technology, the seal holds a lot longer as well. They last longer, they perform better, and Universal backs them up with a true lifetime warranty. That means as long as you own the home, and then 20 years to the next homeowner. Right now is the time to call. 412-545-6003. For every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 free, and there is no limit. Plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Go to uwd.com, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
Protect your home from water damage and eliminate water woes with Gutter Helmet. GutterHelmet.com.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Bronny Mania is kind of like Beatlemania without the Beatles. It's like Linsanity, but without any shots actually going in. Bronny Mania is essentially LeBron talking about Bronny constantly, which is going to make headlines, obviously. And it happened yesterday, and it will happen again today. I'm Jim Rome.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Celebrate July 4th with the hottest deals at Lowe's. Right now, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for $10. And buy 2, get 1 free on select paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Annuals offer in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details while supplies last.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If winning is part of your game plan this season, then it's time for a trip to Pure Hockey. We've got the newest inventory in sticks, skates, and more, arriving now through year end. So it's time to gear up and unleash your potential. At Pure Hockey, you'll find the biggest selection for on and off the ice. You'll also experience industry-leading personalized skate fittings with the newest in advanced 3D scanning technology. Plus, our rewards program is unbeatable. Head to your Monroeville Pure Hockey store plus 2 other nearby locations and start earning today. Pure Hockey, your ultimate hockey headquarters.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Looking at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, things are moving pretty slowly going outbound into the Fort Pitt tunnels. You're backed up across the river on the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge and to Grant Street on the Parkway West. Then once you get out of the tunnels, you're moving slowly up the hill to Green Tree. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Tired with being tired? Sick of feeling sluggish? Bored of being bloated? Maybe you're fed up with feeling foggy. Whatever your reason, your solution is only a click away. Reboot your life and enhance your summer at awaken180weightloss.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
(8-2) Pirates end up pummeling the Mets. I'll tell you what, Carlos Mendoza, we've gotten on Derek Shelton's case for his bullpen usage and just the way he's handled his pitching staff. Carlos Mendoza is a rookie manager for the Mets, so they came into this game. He was as good as he was bad, 44 and 44 on the season. I do not think he bathed himself in glory in this one, not even a little bit. So you had Christian Scott pitching for the Mets in this game. He was into the sixth inning, 5 2/3 down. He had only still allowed one hit, the O'Neill Cruz home run. They take him out of that game. They bring in a man, Eric Orze, I don't even remember because we were in here by that point, so I wasn't hearing it, Donnie. They bring in a guy who's making his major league debut to try to get out of the situation that they were in the sixth inning. And to say that it went poorly would be an insult to poorly handled situations everywhere. I don't really understand it. You tie the game. You've got Reynolds on base. You've got Cruz on base. So you've got first and third. And you've got this Orze pitching. He's the guy who ends up, walking Reynolds. Cruz singles. He gives up the infield hit. His ERA, Donnie, major league debut, infinity. Hey, honey, how'd your debut performance go? Maybe not great, maybe not, terrible, but certainly your ERA is lower than infinity, isn't it? Well, now that you ask, no. I just don't really understand the logic there of putting a guy in that spot when your starter has been pretty good and I think only had thrown about 75 or 77 pitches. He was under 80 pitches. I was trying to look up Christian Scott's his pitch counts, too, to see if he had gone deep into ball games, Donnie. I got him right here. This is a guy who's a rookie. He has he's thrown in the 90s. He's thrown 84 as his lowest number of pitches, Donnie. So this guy has thrown more pitches than he threw in this game, more or less every time.
His last time out, he threw 99 pitches.
Yeah, so I don't really get that. I think that they kind of now, granted, he had a long stretch between games that he had pitched for them, but still, if he went out and threw 99, that seems a strange reason to yank somebody out of the baseball game like they did. And it obviously worked to the Pirates' benefit in the end. We will have Mitch Keller, who, by the way, threw a lot more than 77 pitches here, joining us in a couple of minutes right now. Or not right now, but you know what I mean, in a few minutes. Really quick here. I want to get to Andy and Monroeville on this team. How do you feel about them right now, the Pirates, after they take 2 out of 4 from the Mets? The bread on the sandwich, very tasty. The insides of the sandwich leave you probably feeling not so good. What's up, Andy?
Hi, guys. Great show as always. Turn out the lights. The party's over for these Major League imposters. July means the Steelers go to training camp. It's time to jump on the Steelers. A month ago, Bob Nutting comes out of his basement and proclaims, we have to improve this offense. This is coming from a guy that has the second lowest payroll in baseball and can afford to spend some money. He's done nothing. So I'm thinking that they should just be sellers at the trade deadline. Chapman, Michael A. Taylor, Grinald.
Who's going to want any of those? Like, what value does Taylor or Grandal have to anyone right now?
Anything. Get a single A prospect for some of these guys. Anything. This is a joke.
Well, two things can be true, Andy. Thank you. Two things can be true. Bob Nutting could be correct to have said what he said about their offense needing to get a lot better, and you could also say that he should have allocated more resources to give them a chance to make it better. I can put at least a healthy chunk of it, though, on Ben Cherington. You could say, hey, you went after a pitcher, you went after a reliever, you went after this, that, or the other thing, and it hasn't really borne out the way you thought it was going to. It hasn't gone the way you thought it would. So I could look at that and say they could have allocated the dollars differently, and it might have worked out better in terms of how they decided to augment this team in the offseason. Out to the fan hotline we go right now, and the hotline's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We get today's winning pitcher on the line right now. That would be Mitch Keller. Went 8 strong innings, season high in strikes thrown. Mitch, congratulations on the win, and just tell us what was working for you out there today.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, everything was kind of working. Sinker was good, cutter was great, sweeper and the slider, both sliders. So the slider and the sweeper were really good today too. So we kind of leaned on that. Joey called a great game, and we were on the same page the whole time. And defense played hell of a plays out there. Gonzo up the middle, Rowdy, Jack was playing great at center field, and then Key there in the ninth, and Reynolds' play to finish the game is just a testament to how good we played today and what we can do.
Mitch, you struck out the side in the first inning in that game. I thought the game was going to set like a new speed record with the way both teams were being set down in order, but is it tempting to go for more of those punch-outs when you get 3 right off the bat to start the game and to start hunting the strikeout as opposed to following the game plan? How do you kind of balance that when you see the first 3 guys go up there and get set down?
Yeah, I'm never going out there thinking about, how many punch-outs or how we're going to strike them out. I mean, if everybody went up there and swung first pitch and got out, I'd be really happy about that. But yeah, that's never in the back of my mind. Obviously, out there when I'm pitching and I get to 2 strikes and we've got advantage count me, then yeah, obviously I'm trying to punch them out. But other than that, I'm just trying to get 3 pitches or less to every batter.
Mitch Keller joining us after the Pirates beat the Mets 8-2. They take a series split in this one, 2 routes on either side of the series, beginning and end of it. And Mitch goes 8 strong innings, 107 pitches, 79 strikes, just those 2 runs and 7 punch-outs. You are, I think, by the admission of pretty much everybody around the team still, the leader of this pitching staff. You knew going into this game that this was a big one, that you guys are still very much in a crowded wild card picture. How do you approach it any differently? What's it mean to you to know that you're the guy pitching a game that even in July has a lot of importance attached to it?
Yeah, it's always fun. When the games mean something, that means we're doing something well and we're right in the hunt. But yeah, I'm not going out there thinking about that. Obviously, we all know in this clubhouse that every game matters, especially for what we're trying to do, and we need to win every single game that we possibly can, and that's exactly what we're trying to do day in, day out. And yeah, we got a really big series coming up against the Brewers here, and yeah, we're just looking forward to that.
Mitch, I know you got only a couple more minutes here, and I appreciate you taking the time. Just a couple quick ones for you. What's it mean to you? It's a hot day out there. You guys do have a lead at this point, but to know that your manager's got the faith and wants to send you back out there for that 8th inning, even with the pitch count getting up there.
Yeah, I think, I mean, if we had a quick 8th, I was going to try and go out for the 9th. Any day that you can not use the bullpen or tax anybody, especially with, what do we got, 7 games coming up here? Yeah, so anytime you can do that and limit the usage there is huge. So, I mean, I pitch once every 5 days, so just let me throw as many as I can. But, yeah, definitely when we broke it open there in the 6th, I think it was, or the 7th. Yep, I'm not really exactly sure. But, yeah, that just definitely gives you a little extra boost and a little extra boost to go out there and just execute and keep doing the game plan.
Mitch, you're an all-star last year. Certainly, I think, have the credentials to be one again this year and still might be, depending on how it shakes out. But we know Paul is in there, first guy to go, #1 overall 1 year and then be an all-star the next. Can you just tell us briefly what you've seen as one of his, starting rotation mates during his time in the big leagues so far?
Yeah, I mean, there's no one really ever to – you can't even compare him to anybody, honestly. It's he's just a special player, special person. He's built for this, and I think everybody can see that. I've got nothing but good things to say about the guy. He's been asking questions, trying to learn just the ins and outs of the game, life within the clubhouse, whatever it may be. He's just open for knowledge and trying to learn and trying to be the best professional that he can be. And it's a testament to him how big of a pro he is. And you'd never know that he was in college last year just by the way that he handles himself.
Is he as serious behind the scenes as we see when the cameras are on, even if he's not pitching, or are there is there a little bit of lightheartedness to Paul Skenes on days when he's not on the mound?
I mean, he's pretty serious not all the time, but I mean, he's very intentional with his work, and yeah, he's definitely we've gotten him to crack open a little bit here, so it's been fun.
Hey, last one for you, and I'm asking this because this guy had the game-winning hit. He had a huge first game in the series, but you and I think almost every pro athlete that's gone through hard times knows what it's like to be on the wrong end of it from the fans and media. Can you talk about what it's been like watching Rowdy Tellez really for the last month plus, about 5-6 weeks, get his season on track and seemingly have this pretty wild vibe shift around him with the way the fans are chanting his name now and just everything you've seen from him when times were lean versus now when he's ripping the cover off the ball?
Yeah, definitely facing him throughout the years when he's been on the other team, we always knew that it's in there. And yeah, like you said, I mean, it's definitely tough when it's not going well, especially when you play at home and the fans aren't behind you, and it just seems like you're lost up there at some points. But within here, day to day, you would never know that he was going through anything or he was struggling at all. And I think that's exactly why he's kind of turned it around the way he has, and it's been fun, and it's been a lot of fun just to hear the crowd and the fans of Pittsburgh just rally behind him and just kind of get behind him. I don't know what day it was. I think it was when he hit his first home run in a while. Fans started chanting Rowdy right before it. And I think that I'm not trying to speak for Rowdy or anything, but I do think that really helped a lot. Just ease him in there, and now look at him go.
8 strong innings and an 8-2 win. Now 10-5 on the year. That ERA under 3.5, and well on his way to surpassing last year's 13-win total when he was an All-Star. Mitch Keller. Mitch, we appreciate it, man. Good luck to you guys in Milwaukee. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
He is definitely, I think, the leader of that staff still. It's kind of a weird dynamic, Donnie, because you just heard him say that about Skenes, how intentional he is with the work, and we know how dominant Paul Skenes can be, but that guy right there carries himself, acts, and on a game like this one, almost is the guy I still feel the best about. Once that lead gets up to 8-2 or 7-2, shutting the door with a quick inning. Good stuff from Mitch Keller there.
You got to admire a little bit how far he's come, too, because think whenever he first came up, he was getting rocked around every single time. And I think we really questioned, as we're accustomed to as Pirates fans, okay, did they miss on another one of these stud pitchers? Like one of those guys we heard about year after year. Once he comes up here, he'll turn into the ace. It took him a while to get there, but I think it's a nice combination of him finding his game, but also he knows he doesn't have to have as much pressure on his shoulders anymore than what he's had in the past. He knows we have some studs right there behind him.
There's a reason I asked him about Tellez, because he went through that same thing. We were tearing him a new one. I mean, we did. We criticized him when he pitched poorly, and he's come out of it the other side, seeming really a much stronger, I think, player and pitcher as a result of having had some adversity early in his career. All right, coming up next, the Pirates right now, I'm going to give you a statistic about them coming up. I'm going to give you a little number about the Pirates, and then I'm just going to pose this question. When you hear this number, think about this question. What do you want Ben Cherington to do with this team at the trade deadline? 412-928-9370. Hit us up on Twitter at 937 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. What do you want Ben Cherington to do with the Pirates at the deadline? Buy, sell, stand pat. I've got a number that might change your mind based on what you might be thinking right now coming up for you next. Here's Donnie.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
An 8-2 win for the Buccos. Mitch Keller goes 8 innings as the Pirates split the series with the Mets. Now they head to Milwaukee. Bucks and Brew Crew tomorrow at 8:10. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn starts at 7. You can listen to it right here on The Fan or on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening. From Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
I'm PJ Glasser, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. On Wednesday, England faces the Netherlands in the semifinals of Euro 2024. England was the pre-tournament favorite at plus 350 coming in, but has been fortunate to win the last 2 games. I think a lot of people are looking forward to betting against England, but I am not one of them. I'll bet them to qualify at minus 130 and advance to the final. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Third Eye Blinds. And Yellow Card. Summer Gods Tour 2024 with special guest Arizona. The Pavilion at Star Lake, July 9th. Third Eye Blind with Yellow Card and special guest Arizona live in Pittsburgh. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah! Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah, 5 years! It's 5 years of gig speed internet. High five for gig speed. 5 years of advanced security. Security win. And 5 years of a great rate that won't change. Our rate ain't changing. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. There it is. He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Woohoo! Now he's got savings. I'm so excited. Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When life spells heartburn, how do you spell relief? ROLAIDS.
What about when life spells fried chicken?
ROLAIDS.
Fourth cup of coffee?
Still ROLAIDS.
Extra cheesy pizza?
Rolaids always spells relief. Rolaids' powerful dual-active formula begins neutralizing acid on contact to fight your heartburn fast. So, when life spells heartburn, Rolaids spells relief. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
So the question with the Pirates after they win 8-2, they get ready for a road trip to Milwaukee and then the White Sox. The question for the Pirates is simple. With the trade deadline about 3 weeks away, what to do if you're Ben Cherington. You may or may not have heard multiple people on this radio station hosting shows saying that the Pirates should be pushing and buying because you never know when your pitchers are going to start not being so healthy, and now we have object lessons in that regard. Jared Jones on the IL, Bailey Falter on the IL. You'll hear Ben Cherington talk about those guys in a couple of minutes. This team, right as presently constructed with their record, I believe the playoff percentage number, chance that they would make the playoffs. What do you think it is, Donnie? If you just guessed off the top of your head. They do that playoff percentage chance thing, like Fangraphs will do it. Everybody kind of has their own metric now.
I think I saw a tweet. I think Alan Saunders put it out there. Is it like 6%?
Yeah, under 10%. I was, granted, now this is one of those deals, though, I will tell you, where if they had won 2 more games in this series, literally that would have goosed their odds significantly. Like, the closer you are to just being in a playoff spot right now, whether a team, like whether the math suggests or like the advanced numbers, suggest that you're going to stay there, you have much better odds. You know, if they were in a playoff spot right now, if they were 4 games better but had some of the same major flaws in their collective game, they would be like at 20-some-odd% maybe. But seeing it visualized that way, they're a 6% likelihood to make the playoffs. Doesn't it kind of make you think that standing pat at this point might be the best bet? Who do they have that's an asset that people want? Maybe Martin Perez. Not Grandal. I wouldn't think Michael A. Taylor unless somebody wanted to give you some very minor, like single A, not even like a single A lottery ticket. I'm talking almost about like, player to be named later, and it's not a very good player. It's just a random guy. Maybe Michael A. Taylor is a defensive replacement, but he hasn't even always been that good defensively this year. When you're a team that has people screaming for you to add because they think if you add hitting specifically, you will be a real contender, and you are just kind of mired in this weird little quagmire where you're going to be, it feels like they're going to be sitting around 4 games out of a playoff spot for the next 2 months, and you don't have really that many assets that other teams in contention would want, it feels like you're in the following boat. You're not good enough to buy. And now with pitching uncertainty as far as health, that gets thrown into even more stark relief. You're not good enough to buy. You're not bad enough, and you don't have enough attractive assets to sell. I'm wondering, and I think this is probably where the Pirates were all along on this. It feels like maybe what they wanted to do all along was be a team that just more or less stood pat, maybe made one move on either side of it, maybe both, and that was it. It feels like they're going to stand pat. What should they do, though? 412-928-9370. JR, before we take a break here. Hey, JR.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
So here's my opinion, and maybe I need a little bit more information, but I was thinking with Jones and Skenes, they're not going to pitch the whole year anyway. Aren't they going to get shut down? So why would we buy if they're not going to continue through the playoffs if we would make it?
So you just say, forget about it.
Stand pat for this year. If they're not going
to, Jones now. You're going to hear about this in a minute. That's why I'm kind of like saving one part of this. So you said you wanted more information. Skenes, I think they are trying again. They're hoping against hope because I think they want him to throw about 150 innings. I feel like they are going to try to sneakily manage those too because I think he's thrown 80 right now. It is or 86 now in bigs and minors this year. I think they're going to try to get him all the way through, JR. Jones is a murkier situation, and now, depending on how long he's actually out with this lat issue, it completely changes the calculus of how many innings that he could throw, how they might be viewing him, and everything else. So if you say stand pat based on all that, again, I think that's probably where they feel most comfortable. 412-928-9370. Pirates take 2 of 4. They got pitching health issues now suddenly, but they at least got a pair of wins against the Mets when it could have gone full catastrophic. Trade deadline's about 3 weeks away. What should Ben Cherington do? 412-928-9370. A 6% chance to make the playoffs right this second. Is that a good enough number where you think this team should be buying? 412-928-9370. Let's talk Pirates. You'll hear from Ben Cherington, specifically what he had to say about a couple of his injured pitchers, because I think that might affect your opinion on how they should handle this deadline as well. First, fan weather, brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions, sunchevy.com. High of 93 today. It's steamy out there and a low of 71 degrees.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A few clouds roll in tonight, a little warmer, lows in the low 70s. For Tuesday, temperatures in the lower to mid 90s, a chance for an afternoon shower or storm, a better chance for rain arrives on Wednesday. In the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Kristen Emery.
Join Mark Patrick Seminar's Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
I always do my best to prep for summer, but sometimes things just come up. And when they do, Kohl's and their great prices are always there for me. I just shopped their summer cyber sale and saved big on everything I was missing, like summer must-haves under $15, floor care essentials for 50% off, and kitchen appliances for 30% off. Plus, I earned Kohl's cash. So no matter what happens the rest of the summer, I'll be ready. Thanks to Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hear that? The relaxing sound of ambient music in a yoga class. And if you were here, you'd listen to 15 people taking a deep breath in sync. But you're not here. Because your self-care happens out on the road, riding your motorcycle protected by Progressive. So if you ride, get a quote today and see if you could save with Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. And find inner peace with a different pose called Pawns on Handlebars. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
4th of July appliance savings are happening now at the Home Depot, so upgrade with innovative appliance brands like GE Profile. Modernize your kitchen with a new GE Profile 4-door French door refrigerator with hands-free auto-fill dispenser. And with the GE Profile Ultra-Fast Combo Washer Dryer, you can tackle large loads in about 2 hours. Save up to $2,400 on select kitchen packages with 4th of July savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing valid June 19th through July 10th, U.S. only. See store online for details.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Come see adult sensation Leah Gotti Friday, July 19th. And Saturday, July 20th, only at Cheerleaders.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today, or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Ready for all those warm weather get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Giant Eagle's Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items, so you can save more on what you like most. Barbecue parties, graduations, communions, they're all easier to plan when you buy at Giant Eagle. These low prices are available for a limited time at your Giant Eagle and Market District, so save today. Find more information on Deals for Days at gianteagle.com.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule.
Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
Crowley here. The dog days of summer are here. It's gonna get hotter. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support your furry friends. Visit SullivanService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Celebrate July 4th with the hottest deals at Lowe's. Right now, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for $10. And buy 2, get 1 free on select paint and exterior stain via Lowe's gift card rebate. Shop these deals before they're gone, because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Annuals offer in-store only. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Actual plant size and selection varies by location. Paint. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for details while supplies last.
Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Around here at Wrangler, we are all excited for spring. The longer days, the warmer nights. When you've got your pick of shorts and jeans, either works just fine. Blue skies, open roads. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Joey Fatone from NSYNC and AJ McLean from Backstreet Boys. A legendary night. Joey Fatone and AJ McLean together, live on stage, performing all their hits. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, August 23rd at 7 p.m. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet Arch Support System.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better.
You have better balance, more energy. You're going to feel better. Being able to move freely and out of pain means everything to me. And good movement starts with the feet.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Come in for a free test walk today.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo. Order the smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch. The smokestack will have you coming back for more all summer. Plus, the Roadhog rib sandwich is back. A juicy rib patty with sweet and smoky barbecue sauce, cheddar, pickles, and crispy onions. Served on a King's Hawaiian bun. Order the smokestack or Roadhog in the GetGo app before you hit the road. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Before Team USA was competing on the world's biggest stage, they were competing in backyards. Before they qualified for the Olympic Games, they were qualifying for regionals. Before they were hometown heroes, they were kids with a dream. Watch those dreams become reality during the Olympic and Paralympic Games with Xfinity. Stream every nail-biter, comeback, and record-breaking moment on any device with wall-to-wall Wi-Fi coverage and a reliable connection even when everyone's online. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Get ready for the Olympic Games with 300 megabit Xfinity Internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com/TeamUSA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Offer ends 7/25/24. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey. I love talking sports with you, but I'd like to talk to you about where I got my start. Westminster College. I was a student athlete on the Titans baseball team and graduated with a degree in broadcast communications. It's a place that means a lot to me. Not only did I learn from great professors, I got hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. 300 beautiful acres in New Wilmington, just an hour from Pittsburgh. 98% of students receive financial aid. Visit westminster.edu to learn how real experiences lead to real success.
It's hot, and the deals at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township are even hotter. Choose from a 24 Grand Cherokee starting at $299 for 27 months, or the rugged 24 Ram 1500 for $299 for 42 months. If speed is your thing, look at the all-new 2024 Dodge Hornet with 0% financing up to 84 months. The only choice is South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Things are already backed up on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're moving slowly from the Bend to Bates through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the land, Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Mitch Keller goes 8 strong innings, just giving up 2 runs, 6 strikeouts, as the Pirates break a close game, a tie game open in the 6th inning, and end up beating the Mets 8-2. Josh Palacios with a solo homer. Rowdy Tellez, there's that man again with a couple big defensive plays and the game-winning RBI. Although he hit a ball, was about a 45-mile-an-hour infield single. Not exactly Rowdy's usual of late, but the Pirates do, with this 8-2 win, manage to get a split against the Mets, and they improve to 43-47. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open at 937thefan.com.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Went to a guy with a lot of experience either. Line drive to right toward the wall. Home run! Palacios hits the seats in right. Home run number 1, and the Bucks are having some fun.
Josh Palacios is a vibe out there. He's definitely a guy, if he joins the old kickball team, you're like, oh, we're going to have a fun game today. And, of course, he came in and did some cool stuff and ended up with a pair of RBIs, really the finishing touches on that Pirates 8-2 win. Joe Block, of course, had the call you heard right there. over on News Radio 1020 KDKA. It's the 50-minute mark on the Fan, and that's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. What the hell do you do with this team, though? Like, that's been the question for a while. It's been more of an anguished refrain, I would say, from most people. And the refrain has been, will you please do something with this team? Please find hitting for this team. That's how people have been talking about the Pirates really since it became evident that they had really good frontline starting pitching, something that was in evidence again today with the way Keller pitched. Paul Skenes has been so good he might start the All-Star game. More on that later in the show, because that is, I think, an idea that's been met with mixed enthusiasm, to say the least. But people have been wondering now, are the Pirates going to do anything? Should they do anything? Alan Saunders, among others, saying on Twitter, this is a team with a 6% chance to make the playoffs that doesn't really have a lot of sellable assets. Because 6% would make you say, you should probably be a seller. Well, who wants what the Pirates are selling? Probably no one. You'd almost be, I honestly believe that in Ben Cherington's heart, a stand pat and just see if you kind of hang in the race like a stale fart and end up somehow sneaking into the playoffs because you maybe put two. Here's what it would take to put the Pirates in a position where I could see them making the playoffs. It would take like a 6-game winning streak very soon in the next 3 weeks. They just get hot and somehow win 6 in a row. And then they continue to tread water otherwise and then win 5 in a row in late August. You have 2 winning streaks, neither one of which like an exceptional amount of time. You get 2 winning streaks like that where you can say for an 11-game chunk of time we were 11-0. I think you'd be right there in the thick of things. That's how muddled and messy this is going to be. And I think that's right what Ben Cherington wants. Hey, we get 1 or 2 streaks. The offense carries us. We win a game or 2 we're not supposed to win. I'll just stand pat. What should they do, though? 412-928-9370. I'm coming around to the idea that they are too frustrating of a team and too limited of a team to really add to. And starting, I guess, believe in the idea of standing pat because they don't have much other people would want. Here's one other reason that I feel like you have to look at the Pirates as maybe a candidate to just do a whole lot of nothing at the deadline. This was on the Ben Cherington show. So this was yesterday. He was asked by Joe Block about Jared Jones's health. We'll get to the phones right after we play this, but I think this tells you a lot about what Ben Cherington's mindset is as he's answering a question about Jared Jones's prognosis for recovery here from this grade 2 latch strain.
Well, when we talk about, up to 2 weeks no throw, obviously that means for a pitcher, that means that if once you do that, then you've got to build up after that. So it just becomes the math of the calendar is how long it takes to kind of build back up and be ready to pitch in a major league game. The good news is, again, we really feel very clear on what the issue is for Jared, and that it's totally manageable and something he's going to recover from during the season. But we need to let it calm down so that it doesn't turn into something bigger. That's really important for us and for him. In order to do that, we've got to actually let it calm down for long enough so it's zero issue. And then once we do that, then it forces us into a calendar of building him back up. So it's going to be, it's not going to be days. It's going to be weeks. And how many weeks, not good enough. None of us know exactly how many weeks, but it's going to be weeks, not days. And, he'll work hard and come back. And we've stated the goal that he's, pitching starting games for us at the end of the season and hopefully beyond the end of the season, and that's absolutely still in play.
I do not hear a close return, though. I hear probably done for the whole month. Is that how you interpret that, Donnie? Just take out your little, how when they're at like a UN meeting and everybody is speaking a different language, and so like that you wear they have those headphones that I guess translated on the fly. I think that's what those people are listening to those headphones for. At least that's what I've always told myself my entire adult life. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. They have those fancy meetings and everyone's got their different headphones on. I assume that whatever's being said is being translated or played in their native tongue. Take your Ben Cherington interpretation headphones and put them on. I do not hear a Jared Jones return there until earliest, like second week of August, probably. All of July. because he might start throwing again by the end of the month, but I don't think they would let him just roll right back in. All of July and then maybe, a rehab start?
Yeah, at first when I saw the tweets come out that he was getting put on the IL, I thought, okay, I'm wondering if this is a kind of a sneaky way to
get him some extra rest, basically.
Because we know that they might run into a conundrum once we get to September if this team still is in it, if they do end up going on a little winning streak here, if they are still alive for a playoff spot, that's going to be a guy you want down the stretch on the mound for you. At first, that's what I thought, but then I hear him say that, I see a little bit more into it, and I think, well, it's a little bit more than just a sneaky way for him to miss a couple of starts. Like, this is a month plus,
right?
Probably what we're looking at here.
The longer I think about stuff like that, the more I think, they might bring him back and feel like he's fresh, and they don't think it's going to have any long-term carryover, so they'll let him pitch. But it also it further underscores that if you're going to be without one of the three guys who I think makes you a potentially special team, Skenes and Keller being the other, because you've got these front-end starters, if you're going to be without one of them for 5 or 6 weeks, I think it lessens the impetus to do anything to this team, because it raises the chances that you're just going to continue sort of floundering and not be able to rip off win streaks. What do you want to see the Pirates do? 412-928-9370. I ask this in part because you just watched the culmination of a 7-game homestand where they went 3-4 against fellow NL wildcard contenders. Did it push you in one direction or another, this team's performance? 412-928-9370. Grant is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Grant.
How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, I mean, most Pirate fans are thinking the same thing. You probably have to stay put, but they don't spend money. They've never spent money. And you need to spend money. You got the Yankees. They got one guy on their payroll that's paid more than our entire team.
Grant, would you say you're the life of the party at most places you go? A high-energy guy?
I mean, no, not really.
All right, I couldn't tell.
I got a little Gentili vibes there. If Gentili
at the very end.
Yeah.
Just the energy level was non-existent there. I mean, he was repeating a refrain that, let's be honest, we've all heard. If you've done this job at all for any length of time, you've heard, but the energy level was just non-existent. I bet you he could give T-Bird a run for his money in a hot dog eating contest. Hey, you want another one, Grant? Sure. Whatever, man. It's not just about spending money, though. It's about spending it wisely. Do we have to retire for the time being they should have gotten Rhys Hoskins then? Chapman still looks like $10.5 million that they should not have spent. I mean, he's the reason primarily that they ended up taking 2 out of 4 and not 3 out of 4, and that's a big deal. Rowdy Tellez is sneaking up very quickly on this reality where he's hitting well enough that you have to stop using him as an example of one of Cherington's mistakes. Been one of their 2 best offensive players basically for the last month. He had the game-winning hit again. The vibes have completely shifted. Still, the fact remains they absolutely should have, I think, done something different than giving. You know what's really cynical about the Chapman move when I think about it? They acquired him. They signed him for $10.5 million. And to hear Jason Mackey tell us before the season, we asked him point blank if they intended on getting him just to trade him, and he said yes, and that might even happen if they're in the race. That's a cynical use of $10.5 million, and it's definitely backfired because he has, just when people I think were ready to say he got over his early season struggles, he's gotten back into it where he can still throw 100, 101, but he doesn't miss bats. Ted is on the Fan. Hey, Ted.
Hey, how you doing? I'm not going to be like that previous guy.
Was I wrong there? Was he very low energy, Ted? Is that fair of me?
He must have been out in that sun all day at PNC Park. I don't know what his problem was. But I got 2 numbers for you, 4 and 72. We're only 4 games out of a playoff spot right now with 72 games to go, guys. I'm not going to say I know a lot about baseball, but I used to work in baseball back in the 90s, and baseball is full of streakiness. And I guess my other question with you guys is, if we were going to go out and spend some money, if you were going to get the guy to actually open up his pocketbook, who would we really need? because they
They
have
need
all of the
bats.
things.
They need bats. They need a real bat, like Luis Robert Jr. The huge cost and trade capital that you could go get. That guy would be a transformative player for their lineup.
I was there Friday night. There were plenty of bats against the team.
You watched their best offensive game of the year, though, Ted.
I'm just saying, the bats are there. They just got to come alive. And the other thing, too, that you guys aren't taking into consideration with that 6% is any of these teams, Atlanta, St. Louis, San Diego, Arizona, the Mets, and even San Francisco, could all have injuries between now and those 72 remaining games. So I'm on the side that the
counterpoint, Ted.
Stay where they're at, and they're going to be fine. And they're going to be in the playoffs, and you guys are going to be some crow.
In the playoffs. Well, that would require them to do something, Ted. I hope you're right. I loved eating crow when I'm being negative and I get proven wrong by a team that behaves positively. But here's something the Pirates are going to have to do if they want to make the playoffs. And today's win, by the way, prevented the bad side of this yet again. Pirates are going to have to win 3 games in a row at some point. The last time the Pirates won 3 games in a row, if I can read this chart correctly, was May 4th, 5th, and 6th. They won 3 in a row. They followed that up immediately, and to no one's surprise, by losing 3 in a row. I don't believe, as I look at it right now, the Pirates have done more than 2 in a row on either side of it since back in mid-May. And today, again, prevented that from happening. They win today, they would have lost. It would have been 3 losses in a row. They have gone about 2 months without winning or losing more than 2 games in a row at any point in time. So maybe talking about a 5 or a 6 game win streak is pretty beyond the pale. Who knows? Ron is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Ron.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, I want to answer your one question, and I wanted to do something in defense of Chapman. I don't know if you watched the game yesterday closely, but the catcher calling the game was horrible in the 9th inning, calling splinkers on 1-2 counts and 2-2 counts.
He also dropped a ball that could have been a strike 3 and would have put everything one out. Yeah, he did not. Trust me, I'm not going to excuse Yasmani Grandal for his role yesterday.
Yeah, he called one curveball, 4 splinkers, and the rest sinkers and very few fastballs. I don't know. And I pitched a lot of fast pitch in my life, and it's hard to go from fast to slow. But that's another thing is, remember, Holderman for a lot of weeks was pitching in the 7th inning position. The 7th inning is always facing the end of the lineup, almost always.
Not always. It's completely random based on how the game has gone.
You figure the games, you look at their games, they're almost at the end of the lineup because you have 6 innings, 2 sets of outs, and then you have 3 or 4 hits and a couple of walks, and you're at the end of the end.
Have you done a scientific study? Hold on. Have you done a scientific study on this?
Yes.
I would be willing to bet. I would be willing to bet that he is not facing the bottom 3 in the order routinely. I could go look, I guess, and see what the splits say.
Because he's in the 8th inning.
I think you're usually just facing, I think most games are random enough, Ron, that you're in the 7th or the 8th. I mean, chances are you've only got 9 slots in there. You might see the 9th or the 8th guy, but you might just as easily see the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th hitters. That's why, that's why a lot of people complain that they wish the best reliever was used before the 9th inning, because a lot of times in the 9th inning, they aren't actually seeing the best part of the lineup.
Okay, well, just check it out a little bit.
I'll investigate it.
Okay, one more thing. I would like to see a change to the manager. Let this team stay as it is and bring in a new manager who wants to play some small ball in the early innings when they need to break open a lead, and has some coaches.
I mean, Derek Shelton's definitely playing small ball. You got guys trying to bunt with 2 strikes lately. What is it today? What is it with me on my own? Now, do we get a different class of caller? Do we get a different set of names when Pony's by himself, Donnie? You're the one who would be most in tune with this. I feel like I'm hearing from names I haven't heard from in a long time today.
I feel like it's mostly the same. I mean, it's hard from my vantage point to remember every single person, though.
No, I know. I'm laughing.
I'm just looking out for the James and Garfields, the Ben and Franklins.
Chester and Lake Arthur. Who else?
The Abraham and Lincoln.
Thomas and Jefferson Hills. Yeah. John and Adams Township.
I don't know if Pomp got hit with any of those.
Starkey must have been on the golf. Oh, you know what?
Well, he's on vacation.
He must have been trying to golf, though. We had the Fine Jim Colony's Lost Golf Balls event at Moon. That event started just after 8:30 on a shotgun start, so the whole course is occupied at that point. Apparently, Starkey was, like, all over them trying to get out at, like, 6 in the morning. Well, come on, let me. I'll be off the course. That's how he is. He's a complete addict now. Text line's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. It's 412-928-9370, and they're a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. What do you want to see the Pirates do at the deadline? You'll hear more from Ben Cherington coming up in a couple of minutes about some of his injured pitchers, some timetables potentially, but is this team good enough to augment? Because honestly, I came away from this 7-game homestand just thinking they are not. Is it really a good enough baseball team and a healthy enough baseball team now that Ben Cherington should be trying to strike? Is this iron even hot? I'm starting to have serious doubts. 412-928-9370. Here's Donnie with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Malsey, we have some breaking NFL news. Cam Sutton suspended without pay for his first 8 games of 2024, if you want to get into that one a little bit later. So he will be out until at least November for the Steelers. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. I'm out on vacation this week, and while I'm gone, I'm in that state of mind where I'm looking to have a good time. And a place to do that in Pittsburgh is right over at Mike's Beer Bar, next to PNC Park. So many big sporting events going on this week. The end of these huge soccer tournaments, all the baseball, of course. And why not get over to Mike's to watch it all? 80 rotating taps of the best local beer from around Pittsburgh. The craft beer, the summer beers from Pittsburgh are there at Mike's. Great food options like steak on a stone, wings. They're right there. Meet me at Mike's, right next to PNC Park.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. So needless to say, I am not the only one who is clearly underwhelmed by that Laker offseason. I'm not the only one wondering how the results on the floor are going to be any different with essentially the same group of players. LeBron said that he would take less, but nobody wants the Lakers' money. I'm Jim Rome.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
O'Reilly. Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 15% off a set of Brake Best Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct brake pads and 2 rotors. Restore quality braking and improve stopping performance with parts and advice from the professional parts people. Save money now when you visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
You don't marry someone you can live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Unlike the chain stores, we don't force you to buy something you didn't ask for or can't afford. We work within your budget. We listen to you. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Castee Village and Peters Township.
Mostly cloudy this evening, the low 67.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
We're seeing some backups on the inbound side of the Parkway West out near Robinson. You're moving slowly from Route 30 through Settlers Ridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's not any conversations that we had recently. It's the totality of our relationship. I met this guy in Knoxville, man, 6-7 years ago, whatever it was, when he came out of school. He's a great guy. He loves football. It's probably the totality of our relationship. And I think I probably represent the sentiment of the organization in saying that it's less about specific conversations, particularly of late, and it's about the relationship established over a longer period of time.
Mike, when you look at the legal situation that led to the end of his time in Detroit, did that give you pause about bringing him back in, or something you have to consider?
Certainly. That's just due diligence. That's what's supposed to happen.
And did you feel comfortable after doing that due diligence?
Obviously, he's here.
That was Mike Tomlin from just under a month ago talking about Cam Sutton. He's a great guy, loves football. I think I can speak for the organization with some of these remarks that he was making right there. And we got this breaking news from Donnie in his Last Fan headline. I was locked in talking Pirates with you, didn't see it. Cam Sutton suspended without pay for 8 games by the NFL for violating the league's personal conduct policy. So he gets reinstated October 29th after the Week 8 game. I'll just start right here, right now, and say this much. I think the length of the suspension here makes the Steelers look worse. The way they talked about the move, you got this strange sense, I think, that they organizationally were expecting it to be fewer games than it was. I tried to infer, I tried to read between the lines, and I thought maybe they think if it's a 4-game suspension, given how bad things looked initially from a legal perspective and how somewhat quickly they got resolved. He was in a diversion program, pretrial diversion program. Maybe they thought they were getting a player that was going to be suspended, yes, but not suspended for so long that it would essentially look like in the NFL's eyes he did something really bad. And here it is, half the season, basically. Functionally a half-season suspension for Cam Sutton. That makes me, right off the bat, think this looks bad for them, even more so than it did when they actually signed him. Because the league in doing that is saying, we've gone through the entire situation. We know that the league really has many avenues through which they can fact-find for these things. We've asked Mike Florio stuff like that. We've asked Aditi Kinkhabwala how the league, and how teams, by the way, teams themselves individually, to say nothing of the league, go through the vetting process anytime there's something legal involved. We know that they have resources and that they are privy to conversations and information that we in the general public, even in the very avidly interested public, are not privy to. And so the implication there is usually if they bring in a guy, maybe, yes, it's because they just want to win, but they might know that there's more to the story, quote unquote. Doesn't seem like in the NFL's eyes there was more to the story or there were mitigating circumstances here. That's a hammer of a suspension. That's the NFL telling you, we reviewed the Cam Sutton situation, and it's every bit as bad as you would think it appeared to be. The league isn't slapping him on the wrist here. The league is saying, you're gone for half the season. You can't play till Halloween, basically. I don't know. That's my initial reaction here. I know we were talking Pirates. I still have more Pirates stuff I want to get to, but this has to be addressed. I didn't like it when the Steelers did it. I'm probably more of a Mike Tomlin defender, and I think Mike Tomlin generally has proven himself to be, by all accounts, a good person who cares about the right things and has like a healthy relationship with life and football. I didn't like it when he said he was a good guy in that clip when it happened a month ago. I don't like it now. And I really don't like the fact that at no point here has the NFL thrown the Steelers a lifeline and said, you know what, it wasn't as bad as people made it out to be. It was still suspension worthy, but maybe everybody got a little bit too far out over their skis. Still not good, but not crushingly bad. This is a crushingly bad situation. This is the kind of suspension you give a guy when you think he's really run afoul of everything as a league that you purport to be important. It makes me... I didn't like it when they brought him in, Donnie. I didn't like it in the intervening days. I like it even less now. We all knew he was going to get suspended. I guess I had told myself it'd probably be in the 4 to 6 realm. Not like... It's like goofy because it sounds like I'm splitting hairs and saying if it had been a 4-game suspension, like, well, gee golly, maybe it wasn't so... No. 8 makes it look like the NFL saying, you really wanted to sign this guy? He's sitting for half the year. Good luck.
Yeah, I don't think any of the three of us, I'm trying to remember, I don't think Pony was a fan of the move either.
He was very vocally not a fan of the move.
So none of us three were in favor of it at all. I mean, let alone the off-the-field stuff. We had concerns with how he looked last season. We had so many people tell us, oh, like this whole thing was misunderstood. Like there was an odd amount of pushback from people that, like, to be honest, pissed me off. Like the amount of people that push back like they do with anything to act like what he did was no big deal or it's misunderstood or, you know, justice will be served like in his direction, like that what he did was, you know, completely fine was absurd to me. Completely absurd.
That he would be exonerated, essentially.
Yeah, like people just think like, oh, I mean, you know, what he did wasn't all that bad. Like he should get a slap on the wrist. Like it was.
Well, Florio even was unaware of how bad it was until I went back and read what they'd found in what was it the affidavit the affidavit about like there being visible signs of injury and all that stuff, and that's when I remember Mike changed his tune majorly and said, "Oh, if he went into a pretrial diversion program, all bets are off." It's just, do you need him that bad? That's what this is the hill you're willing to die on. Like, and I'm not saying this makes it right, but teams make special allowances for special players. Let's be cynical for a second. If a huge name quarterback, and we have seen the Steelers make allowances for Ben, never charged with anything, but in plenty of situations earlier in his career that put egg on their face, and they were willing to deal with it. To use Josh Allen for an example, if he got in huge trouble, but it wasn't something that was definitely sending him to jail, the Bills would definitely make it work. The punter they drafted? No, not happening. Now, a team took a chance on it. The Chiefs took a chance on him, on Ariza, after he essentially got cleared on all of that.
Right.
Like, they really did go through the process with him. So now he's going to be free and clear. But teams make allowances for really good players at the most important position. We're not even sure the guy's good anymore. He doesn't play nearly as crucial a position. And now the NFL is telling you, you won't have him for 8 games. So what? The Steelers felt like this was worth it because they can get him back for the stretch drive and they'll just cross their fingers, I guess, for the first part of the year?
Yeah, I'm sure that they'll make it sound that way. Like they knew that some sort of heavy punishment would be handed down. I mean, you guys had Omar Khan on after they signed Cam Sutton, and he basically admitted to both of you that they had no clue what was going to come from the NFL when it came to this. And I actually believe him there. I know sometimes GMs, coaches can, spew out nonsense. That's an answer that I believe when I hear Omar Khan say it, that they really had no idea what was coming from the NFL. Because I find it hard to believe that he and or Andy Weidel would think this is a smart roster construction move to bring a guy back that we don't think will be here for half the season. I don't care what his price is. This was all about their love of reclamation projects. Well, he's been here before. We know him.
You said it there. I think they let the familiarity they felt they had for him and towards him override maybe what their investigative capacities might have dug up. Like I would be, in fact, I feel like I can almost say this as point in fact without actually knowing it as fact. They knew way more about that case than me or you or Pony or anybody else. They knew more details about that case. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, I mean,
fair
that was
assumption?
something, Aditi mentioned that.
Aditi mentioned it more than anyone. She said that teams have plenty of resources to track down, like, not quote-unquote the real story here, but they just have more access to more information because of the resources that they have, okay? I think they knew more about what actually happened, what they could credibly say happened in this case, than the average Joe Schmo on the sidewalk had. And I think they and I don't think it's just Mike Tomlin, because everything you heard about Sutton after the story first broke was he's such a smart guy from a football standpoint. He's such like he was the kind of guy that would get bandied about as if you could get a player show with Cam Sutton on the radio, man, people would find out, wow, this guy operates at a really, really high level. Like, he's really smart. He's really, like, conducts himself well, etc. And I have to believe that they let themselves get a little bit blinded by that. That's how I read all this. Because an 8-game suspension is a hammer. And that is, you did things that we really hate. They would basically what? They dropped what on Dante Stallworth for a vehicular manslaughter, like the DUI one. Wasn't that he was a full season, if memory serves. And that's about as bad as it gets, obviously, because somebody died. 8 games means we found nothing exculpatory here.
Yeah, he got a whole year.
Yeah, so 8 games to me, with how this played out legally, means that from the NFL's perspective, they found absolutely nothing in their investigation of the incident to suggest that Cam Sutton deserved a break. You know what I mean? Or that Cam Sutton maybe wasn't unfairly accused, but that the initial reporting of the story did not tell the whole story. It sounds like the NFL came to the conclusion that this is exactly what Cam Sutton deserves here, and it's far from a slap on the wrist.
I mean, something makes me even wonder that if they look to see what else is out there, like, do you consider just cutting the guy?
I would think about it.
We already know that they're not paying him anything because that's what everybody was so gung-ho about.
That's the other part. Yeah, they're not. He doesn't even get paid for this, so he's losing half a season in compensation. I would think about it if I were them. I'd do it because I would never have signed him in the first place.
But like, maybe they because right now they're pretty thin there. We already know that. Like, we were worried about corner coming into the season. We knew that Sutton would fill into that nickel corner. You know, people around here love that nickel corner position, the slot corner. And now who are they going to have there? Beanie Bishop, the undrafted guy from West Virginia?
You'll find out
how much he could be a great – who knows? He could be the next Mike Hilton for all we know. I don't know if I want to count on that.
You'll never know. You'll know how much they feel about Cam Sutton or what they feel about him from how they handle it from now on. 412-928-9370 if you want to sound off on that. We're not going to stand on tradition, though, Donnie. We will talk more about Sutton, Paul Skenes, getting to the All-Star game. We got a busy last 90 minutes of this show, but I am not going to just kick the football debrief here out of the way, my friend. No, not for 1 second, because I know you've got something prepped, and we are not just going to let that go by the wayside. You can follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie with more on a fan headline about this breaking Steelers story.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
NFL has suspended Steelers corner Cam Sutton for the first 8 games of the upcoming regular season. He will not be available until after their October 29th game against the New York Giants. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
That's a fair argument. But this whole Arthur Smith doesn't use wide receiver 2 thing is poppycock.
Yeah.
What? Poppycock? The definition is empty talk or writing. Nonsense.
Where did you why did that word pop up?
Don't know.
In your mind? Like you've never used that before.
Poppycock.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Donnie Football Debrief is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread, and we do love Saloni's Italian Bread, and we love the debrief. Donnie, take it away.
The debrief, July 8, 2024. Mulsey, it is the Steelers' birthday. I know that's something you wanted to talk about a little bit later.
No. You can talk about it now. I got plenty of stuff.
Well, it's also the birthday of one of their greatest players. It is Jack Lambert's 72nd birthday. The favorite player, I would say, of every single person, every single male at least, in my dad's generation. It is his birthday.
Man, that is a big statement right there. I feel like there's a lot of Jack Ham. We got a lot of Ham lovers out here.
So,
I think the thinking man liked Jack Ham's game, and I think
but everybody loved Lambert. I think 8 out of 10 people, if you ask them, favorite Steelers from the 70s.
You think Joe Green wouldn't be high up that list?
He'd be high up the list.
Hold on. Time out.
Lambert is.
If I asked 10 Yinzers on the street in 1977, let's say, right in the middle of the heyday, if I asked them on the street, who is your favorite Steeler, you mean to tell me 80% of them are telling me Lambert, and there's only 2 guys in that group of 10 who aren't saying Jack Lambert?
Maybe
you
not
got
that
Franco,
high, but majority.
You got Green, you got Bradshaw. By that point, people loved Terry because he was balling out in big games. You got Rocky Blyer. You got Ham. You got Blount.
I still think majority would say Lambert.
That is a hell of a bold call by you. You know that one thing I know for sure, if I had been alive in that era, you know who Mulsey's favorite player wouldn't have been? Lambert. I would have, because this is the kind of person I am, I would have admitted that he was good, but I would have always subtly hinted that he was a little overrated, that Ham was better. I would have found multiple people on that team to say, they're just as important as Jack Lambert.
So I feel like people are okay to admit he wasn't the best player on that defense because he wasn't. You had Ham, you had Joe Green. I mean, you could put Blount in the same argument.
Mm-hmm.
I just think fan favorite-wise,
fair enough.
It's Jack Lambert.
All right, I have a question for you based off of all this then, all right? We always like to do Steelers Mount Rushmore type stuff. Let me get your answer on this one. Steelers Mount Rushmore for the players, the 4 guys who most embodied that classic what it means to be a Steeler, the attitude, the intimidation, the physicality, the toughness, all that stuff. So not your 4 best Steelers ever to play. But when you think of that whole, you're going to have welts on you after you play the Pittsburgh Steelers, who's on the Mount Rushmore? Lambert, obviously, for you. I'd even put Lambert on there.
I think Lambert and Green are pretty easy.
What about Bettis?
Bettis probably your best pick, I think, from the 2. You could argue Hines Ward.
How about Ryan Clark? Just destroying people, I mean. Remember, this is not best players. This is guys who embodied that, platonic ideal of what it meant to be a Steeler.
I'm trying to think of some nasty offense. I mean, maybe Webster.
Pouncey was more of a great athlete. They haven't had in my recollection of things like an offensive lineman who was like Olin Crouch, just a nasty SOB. How about James Harrison coming off the edge?
Yeah.
Greg Lloyd. I mean, you start getting down the rabbit hole here of some very intense, bordering on crazy type of people.
I mean, I still think the only guy today would be Cam.
Cam, in an even different way. I don't know if Cam is intimidating, but I don't think of him like Lambert with the toothless look. Cam's the max effort, what it means to be a Steeler is you never give up on a play. He's running guys down from behind. I put Lambert there. I put Harrison there, believe it or not, just because intimidation factor. I don't think James Harrison would have blinked if he would have been an offensive player staring at Jack Lambert across the line of scrimmage. I think Harrison would have been like, bring it.
You think of Bettis or Ward?
I got to put an offensive player on. I'm going to put Ward on, even though he was never about snarling. The fact that he just wanted to laugh at you after he broke your jaw. So I'm going Lambert, Harrison, Ward, and probably Green. I mean, Green was pile driving people. I mean, he was laying waste to human beings.
It's hard to not put Joe Green on any Steelers Mount Rushmore, no matter the category.
All right.
Mulsey, I have a semi-claim to fame probably over anybody my age.
Which is?
I met Jack Lambert when I was 5 years old.
At what kind of an event?
He was just signing autographs. I mean, I don't really recollect what it was for. And John Football, he took me to meet Jack Lambert. Signed picture, I still have it to this day in a frame. There's like a funny little picture of me, 5-year-old me.
Do you have any
Ears were
recollection
sticking out.
do you have any recollection of what Lambert was like?
Well, he's definitely like super quiet, but I mean, he was just signing autographs for people, so it's not like me.
So
at
it wasn't
5
like
years old
wasn't
was
like
having-
10 seconds of small talk like, "Hey, little guy, what's your name?"
No, I mean he got the name because he put it on there. Like
He spell it right, Donny.
why he just put Donald on that one.
Oh, little Donald
Yeah.
Chedrick.
Yeah, but I mean,
Would you say your dad had to be more excited to meet him than you were at 5 years old? Did you even know who he was at 5 years old? I'm thinking of Lennox and trying to explain to him, like, this is Antonio Brown, and he'd go, what?
I guess I had like the basic understanding. Like I knew it was my dad's all-time favorite player. Like that was pretty much entrenched in me from October of '95 onward. That was pretty much pounded into my brain. Probably not at that point, though, did I understand like how significant the guy was. No, absolutely not.
So he's 72, and the Steelers are 91 years old.
Yeah.
And Alex Kozora over at Steelers Depot, we like Alex's work, posted the inaugural team picture in the Bumblebee uniforms with the ghost children in the background. Very creepy picture.
Yeah,
two little kids' heads in between some of the shoulders and forearms of these guys, like they just little apparitions. That was a good one, Donnie.
Seemingly no explanation. For
Yeah, they're
those
just
either.
there. Just two little creeps in the background. You have no idea what's going on there. All right. No, I knew you wanted to talk about that. I wasn't going to steal that for the hodgepodge. We've kind of gotten derailed here, but I'm not going to do, I will. Like a quasi open phone Monday here. I still want to talk Paul Skenes. I still want to get your thoughts on the Pirates, but if you do want to sound off on this Cam Sutton news, because it has me very frustrated. He gets an 8-game suspension without pay. I wasn't crazy. In fact, I just straight up did not like the move to bring him here. I didn't think that this was the guy you bring back and throw a lifeline to, given what he was accused of, given what he had to admit to, at least to some degree. He had to admit to stuff to get into that pretrial diversion program, given what the affidavit of probable cause for the initial incident said. I just did not like any of the optics of bringing him back. We know football and pro sports are a cynical business, and how good you are determines how many breaks and chances you're going to get. I didn't think he was the guy worth making one of those exceptions for. The Steelers did, and now the NFL slaps him with an 8-game suspension. No pay. So hope it's worth it for the Steelers. Hope they get what they want, but he'll have to be great for 9 games. And I don't think this helps them. He gets a 4-game suspension. Maybe some people can rationalize it. I think very, very, very difficult to do something like that now. I also think there's a chance that it brings back another guy who was on last year's team into play. I think this Cam Sutton news means you might find a former Steeler who becomes a current Steeler again pretty quickly. Talk about all that. We'll also get some Paul Skenes discussion, and he made history. I'm not ignoring that. It's my pledge. We are going to talk sports, and nothing but sports for another 80 minutes. First, fan weather, brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. I have messed this up every time, Donnie, because it's new. And so now I keep reading. I have an autopilot going in my brain, and the autopilot runs into words that are not on the autopilot screen. Here we go. Let's try this again. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's the Chevy Summer Drive at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions, sunchevy.com. High 93, low of 71 degrees.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
There are 2 things everyone loves: saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940. Or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington, and Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
Big news. A new Reuters study says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. And millions of Americans are turning off old media and tuning in to Newsmax. They're following Newsmax because they want real news. Now, Newsmax has just announced it plans to go public later this year. If you're eligible, you can become an owner of Newsmax by purchasing preferred shares. Find out more at newsmaxinvest.com to see your eligibility to participate. Go online and read Newsmax's memo. Forbes says Newsmax is a news powerhouse. Join the news revolution. Get Newsmax shares. You can even buy shares with a credit card. Go to newsmaxinvest.com to see your eligibility. Whenever making an investment decision, you should consult your attorney or financial advisor. And investors are responsible for conducting their own due diligence regarding investments and for all tax and other risks and obligations. So find out more at newsmaxinvest.com today.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. From brakes to exhaust kits and beyond, eBay Motors has over 122 million parts to keep your ride or die alive. With all the parts you need at the prices you want, it's easy to bring home that big win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on Sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API-SP test limits.
Life hack number 7. Get an iPhone 12 on Straight Talk.
Life hack.
Here's how it works. You walk into Walmart, go to the electronics section, ask for iPhone 12 with 5G and a dual camera system, and select the new Silver Unlimited plan. They'll smile because it's a good plan. You get real unlimited data all for just $20 a month for the whole first year. Get it at Walmart or StraightTalk.com. Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Taxes and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver Unlimited plan or higher end auto pay enrollment. $25 a month service credit applied for up to 12 months if eligibility requirements are met. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain and the letter X.com.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
It's here, the summer heat, and it's getting hotter. And that heat's just pouring into your home. Need a solution? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new insulated and vented roof. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation. Plus, they have special financing if you need it. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call to talk to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. 888-475-1763. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free. So don't delay. Call 888-475-1763. Again, that's 888-475-1763.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
O'Reilly. Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, get 15% off a set of Brake Best Select, Select Pro, or Import Direct brake pads and 2 rotors. Restore quality braking and improve stopping performance with parts and advice from the professional parts people. Save money now when you visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey everybody, it's Andrew Filipponi. Do you want to protect your car from bugs, UV rays, rain? Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes you need to get to WetGo. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes, because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels and kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? You've got an oil change coming up. You can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of STP full synthetic oil with an STP extended life oil filter for just $29.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
HM3 Partners Independence Fund presents Celebrity Care Fest, benefiting UPMC Children's Hospital Foundation. 2 nights of star-studded entertainment, July 26th and 27th. Pat Benatar starring Neil Giraldo, Smokey Robinson, the Ghost Towns, Queen Bee, and a superstar artist so big we can't say it here. Learn who at hm3.org. Come enjoy a one-of-a-kind experience within a private backyard setting at Celebrity Care Fest. Tickets at hm3.org. That's hm3.org.
Catch 2024 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year, Cam Hayward, host Doran Dickerson, and many more celebs smashing softballs for charity at the 4th annual Three Rivers Celebrity Softball Game presented by the Corey Firm at Wild Things Park Saturday, July 13th. Tickets are available now.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
I'm Kelly Burris, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Kelly Burris, licensed in Texas and Oklahoma only. Online at CordellCordell.com.
The Acura Summer Performance is happening now at Spitzer Acura. It's easy to find your perfect Acura in our no-pressure, consultative environment. Drive home in a beautifully crafted Acura, full of technology and style that fits into any budget. Plus, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime warranty at no additional cost. And when it's service time, a complimentary loaner is waiting for you. Elevate your driving experience at Spitzer Acura today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Your bathroom's got to go, the vanity's decayed, and toilet's really old. The bathtub's giving way, give Bath R Us a ring. Call morning, noon, or night. You do not have to wait to get your bathroom right.
Call Baths R Us for your free estimate and enter to win our Christmas in July $15,000 bathroom remodel with an additional $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Come see adult sensation Leah Gotti Friday, July 19th and Saturday, July 20th, only at Cheerleaders.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
There is a disabled vehicle on the outbound side of the Parkway East in the shoulder near the Edgewood-Swissvale interchange. That's backing things up through the tunnels all the way back to the Birmingham Bridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Tired with being tired? Sick of feeling sluggish? Bored of being bloated? Maybe you're fed up with feeling foggy. Whatever your reason, your solution is only a click away. Reboot your life and enhance your summer at awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates win 8-2 after an outburst breaks a 2-2 tie in the bottom of the 6th inning. Mitch Keller goes 8, gives up 2 to get his 10th win of the season. Pirates will take on Milwaukee tomorrow night. Steelers news, Cam Sutton suspended 8 games without pay by the NFL for violating the league's personal conduct policy in connection with his domestic violence incident from earlier this spring. More fan headlines at powered by Bowser, and Genesis and Monroeville, now open at 937thefan.com.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
You know, the thing we've had is we've had, I think it's 7 years of knowing Cam and had some experience with him. And, you know, our experience with Cam over those years were positive. And, you know, he was available. Obviously there's the situation he was available, but I think for us it came down to the fact that we had some history with him, and we know the person, how he was with us and our experience with him, and it was a positive one, like I mentioned.
That was Omar Khan. He was on with us. So he and Mike Tomlin echoed positive sentiments about Cam Sutton. And they were quite certain they knew he was going to get suspended. 8 games, no pay by the NFL. They're not happy, to say the least, with Cam Sutton. And I guess, Donnie, I'm not going to try to fall victim here to the whole Twitter is real life thing. But I am shocked as I just very briefly go back and forth with like one person on here and I just check the generalized mentions. I tweeted out, I just said it was a bad idea from the start and the NFL's reinforcing with their suspension that they think what he did was very, bad. It was like not just like a slap on the wrist, a venial sin. This is a mortal sin kind of thing. This is you really deserve to have us come down hard on you. And just an overwhelming, you're right to say this in your experience because mine's matching it. An overwhelming percentage of the people are just saying, well, it was for the league minimum, and they could just cut him if they want. And I saw another one. Better to have him healthy and fresh in the second half of the season. It's disappointing, I guess, would be one of the words I'd use. It's pretty annoying, enraging, whatever word you want to use there. Very frustrating that all of it is just they didn't pay him any money. He's not getting paid. People are looking at it in terms of the salary cap, in terms of, how he might help a team down the stretch when he comes off the bench fresh or off suspension fresh, excuse me. Like, the reason, you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to mess with any of this. This is the Tampa Bay Times. This is the affidavit of probable cause. And by the way, thank you to my pal Fake John and Robinson, who is a lawyer by trade. Now, I asked him this because I wanted to make sure because I couldn't find the article that I thought spelled it out explicitly. People have said, well, he hasn't been convicted of anything. He's in a pretrial diversion program. Florida, the state where all this happened, requires an admission of guilt to take any pretrial intervention. So for Cam Sutton to even be admitted into this pretrial diversionary program where if he has to undergo a mental health evaluation, he can't have weapons, or I can't have firearms, I believe it is, as part of this. There's other conditions too. But to even go into that in the state where this happened, there has to be an admission of guilt. Like I did at least some of what you are charging me with. The affidavit of probable cause, I will remind you, has passages like this. Sutton and the woman who is the mother of three of his 3 children got into an argument at about 4:45 in the morning. During the argument, according to the affidavit, Sutton picked up the woman and slammed her into a wall, then bit her on the neck, leaving a quarter-sized abrasion that bled, then grabbed the woman by the face and neck and choked her, causing her to briefly lose consciousness. The altercation continued into the living room of the home where Sutton held the woman down by her hair and struck her twice with his fist, causing a knot to form on the woman's forehead. So that was all in the affidavit of probable cause. And again, in the state where all this happened, if you want to get into the pretrial diversion program that he is in, you have to admit some guilt to do it. That part of it varies state by state. By the way, it's the 50-minute mark, a little bit late here. Better late than never by me. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I'm certainly not going to, dissuade you from calling about the Pirates, but I don't know. I'll just say it plain, this pisses me off, and the reaction to it pisses me off. Well, they'll still have him for the back half. Well, they didn't pay him. Like, does any of what I just read, matter to that crowd? I'm not saying everybody feels that way, but does any of that matter? Or is it just, no, it's a good football fit? And hey, I got one response. Tomlin and Khan talked to him. So what? Who gives a rat's ass? They talked to him. Yes, you heard both of those guys separately say nice things about Cam Sutton, the person. It's very obvious that he made a very positive impression on people in this franchise when he was here. How does that have anything to do with what I just read Or the entire reason he's available. All you heard Omar say in that clip was, we understand there's a situation and that's why he was available. Well, the NFL thought it was pretty bad. I don't know. Maybe I'm Pollyanna here thinking that this stuff matters. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's, hey, can he help the Steelers? He can? Great. Not even sure about that, by the way. Not even sure that he can help the Steelers. He won't be literally not be helping the Steelers for 8 weeks. He'll be on that team at Halloween eligible to play. I hope it's worth it. Maybe they made the right calculation, Donnie, because so far from the people I've at least seen on Twitter, we'll find out about the phone lines here in a second. This is just a suspension was coming. We think he's a good player. He's cheap. He might be good. Perfect. Also got somebody, Dave, messaged me and said, Pat Peterson incoming? That's the other guy. I said somebody that was a former Steeler for the time being might not be for long. I would think that they were probably, just to go into the practical side of this, Donnie, for a second, I would think that they probably were waiting for how long the suspension would be, and then they were going to make their decision on whether it was long enough, hey, do we need Pat Peterson, or can we try to float by with not a whole lot in terms of proven commodities?
I wouldn't be surprised at all if he got a call from them in the next 48 hours, if it even takes that long.
Call the Pat phone, cousin to the Bat phone.
Yep. Was that my landlord, by the way, that DM'd you?
That was Dave, your landlord. Yeah. I don't know. I'll make him into a character, Dave the landlord. I don't care. That's fine with me. 412-928-9370. There's a lot going on. Paul Skenes is in the All-Star game. First guy ever to get picked number 1 overall one year, and then the very next year be in the All-Star game. He might even start. One MLB insider shed some light on that situation. You're going to hear about that in just under 20 minutes. Right now, Matt is in Sarver. He's waited very patiently to jump on. Hey, Matt.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Good. Just real quick on the Cam Sutton situation. With you reading that Tampa article,
yep,
that gives me a different perspective on how I feel about that situation. With it, you actually have to plead guilty to an extent. That kind of
you don't get to go in in Florida, and it varies by state. That's why I was trying to hunt that down. You don't get to just say, you know what, I'll do that program instead. There has to be an admission you did something that you could otherwise be put in jail for, whatever.
Exactly. So I feel it's like he's not a good enough player to really justify keeping him around. I mean, they could use that position, roster spot elsewhere.
What bothers me about it, Matt, and this is the main thing, is that they just have gone with we know him and we thought he was a good guy. Well, good people do very bad things, and then you have to start wondering if they are actually good people anymore. But that's just me.
Exactly.
I know you called during Pirates Talk. I'll give you a chance if you wanted to sound off on whatever you had there.
Yeah, that was my other thing, is that as far as the Pirates are concerned, I believe that they do need to do something. They are not a good enough team right now to even get to the playoffs or even do anything significant in the playoffs without going out and getting like a Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
But you do that right now, even with Jones on the shelf for possibly like 5 or 6 weeks, and Falter being out for a little while with this tendonitis?
Well, it just depends on what the Blue Jays want for him, what the Pirates are willing to give up for him.
No, the problem with that is, among other things, I mean, there are some people, Matt, thanks, who don't even think Guerrero Jr. would be the right guy, that you should go for Luis Robert Jr., but there's so many teams that are still technically in it. It narrows the amount of available players and then drives the price up. Simple economic supply and demand. Jim